Chapter 901 Leader Dietrich. Double-headed bone dragon, summon, kills the infantry knight, level 19. You get 1 experience point, overflow seals 1 point. And all summons get 5,493 experience points. Skeleton archer, summon, kills the infantry knight, level 19. You get 1 experience point, overflow storage 1 point. And all summons participating in the battle each get 1171 experience points. As an infantry knight was killed, rapid footsteps came from behind Gu Shi, as if someone was coming from the direction of Aladovi City. Gu Shi looked back, and found a gray halo appeared on the ground. Then a man with blue-gray skin and eyes like pearls was walking slowly towards Gu Shi. This man was wearing the most ordinary leather armor, with no helmet on his head. But his hands were covered with wrist guards and gloves that were larger than a normal person's head. At the same time, on his back, he carried a spear, 2 swords, and both hands, 7 or 8 weapons including swords and shields. From a distance, it looked like he was carrying the arsenal on his back. Gu Shi realized at a glance that this was the result of the double death of Dietrich, whom he had killed before, in Aladovi City. But compared to the heroes Gu Shi had transformed before, the one in front of him was obviously different. Dietrich, level 20. Summon. Undead Leader Experience, 0/50,000. Attack 13. Defense 9. Life 225. Mana 70. Talent, War Arsenal, after level 5. All under his command every level up, Soldier Weapon Quality +1. Skills, Defense Skill level 5. Offense Skill level 5. Leadership Skill level 6. Armor Piercing Aura level 1, enemies entering the aura range. Their defense power decreases by 10% per second. Leader, can command at the same time 3,500 soldiers plus 7 heroes plus 14 boss troops. When he walked to Gu Shi's side, Dietrich lowered his head seriously. Grown-ups. Dietrich's voice was a little sharp, and it didn't sound like a man. When Gu Shi heard this voice, he couldn't help but frown. You came at the right time. Let's join the battle now. If there are troops you like, you can choose them first. I wonder if you have heard of what I promised before. I've heard that. Sir, I agree that the one with the highest record this time will get the Black Dragon Camp battle flag that will be planted in front of Aladovi City. Dietrich naturally understood what Gu Shi was talking about, and he said calmly, I don't need the battle flag of the Black Dragon Camp. A battalion is not my goal. But I do have an idea. Your Excellency has the ability to transform the lives of those who have been killed. The ability to travel to Aladovi City. At that time, can I choose a hero from among them? Hero? Gu Shi asked curiously. Yes. Out of the 10 heroes I brought with me at the beginning, 9 were just for makeup. But there is one hero that I really need. Please give me some face. Sure. Gu Shi nodded. There would be at least 20 heroes participating in this battle. So Gu Shi was not afraid of missing a hero. On the contrary, if Dietrich can display great combat power with only such a small request, it would be a good thing. Thank you, sir. Hearing Gu Shi's words, Dietrich also laughed happily. Then he glanced at the battlefield, pulled out his backhand, and 2 long swords appeared in his hands. And then he rushed directly into the battlefield. Dietrich yelled as he charged into the battle. Follow me and kill together. Hearing this, Gu Shi noticed that many undead soldiers, who had not yet had a master, raised their weapons along with Dietrich. A small gray halo quickly appeared under their feet. At the same time, the weapons in their hands also turned obviously gray. This is influenced by Dietrich's characteristics. The enemies who fought against Gu Shi's men also had a halo under their feet. But under the halo, there were obvious cracks in their armor. The addition and subtraction of this is equivalent to giving Gu Shi's undead troops a great opportunity. In addition, the number of undead on Gu Shi's side obviously exceeded the number of the opponent's troops. The situation quickly reversed in Gu Shi's direction. At this time, Gu Shi no longer needed to step forward to direct the battle. The situation in front of him had become a situation where Gu Shi's heroes were chasing the enemy's troops to fight. Of course, on the enemy's side, there are still some soldiers above level 10 who are stubbornly resisting under the command of several heroes. But they obviously couldn't hold on for long. Gu Shi's undead troops have obviously found a way to deal with the enemy. The fact that those level 19 infantry knights were killed by skeleton shooters proved that high levels and small numbers were as useless. Several undead heroes specially mobilized the skeleton archer unit and part of the corpse, which unit to launch a large-scale volley of arrows and poison gas attacks on the enemy. At the same time, use zombies to prevent the opponent from approaching. Through this method, these enemies above level 10 were also suppressed and beaten. Some heroes even rushed into the enemy's battle formation with their men. If the opponent hadn't reacted quickly, their charge might have directly killed them. The enemy's battle formation was scattered. Seeing this situation, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the battle was actually over for Gu Shi. He stood up, looked towards the direction where the enemy army came from, thought about it seriously, and activated the effect of the mind's eye. Dietrich, are you the only one coming from the Lord's side this time? Dietrich was transformed directly after death, so his memories are still there. He immediately responded to Gu Shi's question. Yes, I am responsible for searching for the apples that appear in the Mirror Underground Palace. Once they find the direction of the apples, I will lead the team to pick them up, because I am the only one doing this job. No one has ever taken care of it. Where I'm going. Hearing this, Gu Shi was obviously relieved. It is not the time to expose the city of Aridov yet. If Dietrich is the only one who notices this place, then just clean it up. Gu Shi looked up at the battlefield and secretly made a gesture of annihilation. Then he asked, how many apples have you picked up before? 3. Not all apples count. And the people in Britain also know that apples are their key. So they would rather kill a few royal families than let apples appear in the Mirror Underground Palace. In addition, there is no specific smell when the apples are put in, and they will only be discovered after they have sprouted. Therefore, over the years, only 3 have been found and occupied. Chapter 902. The battle ends. Hearing Dietrich's words, Gu Shi nodded and was about to ask something else when suddenly he felt something was not right. He was silent for a moment, and then asked a little uncertainly, is there something wrong with Apple? There seems to be something in what you just said. Although I'm not sure if I didn't understand it. I always feel that that's not what you said. Dietrich fell silent upon hearing this, and did not answer Gu Shi's question. Gu Shi understood that Dietrich was telling him that there must be something wrong here. But this kind of thing is not convenient to explain here. Thinking of this, Gu Shi didn't ask any more questions. He just stood on top of the holy silver evil coffin, staring at the battlefield in front of him, thinking about what to do next. The battlefield in front of me is still some distance away from Aladovi city. However, Gu Shi was already certain that in the main city area, the enemy should all come from this direction. If possible, it would be best to set up the next line of defense or something here. Don't drag the army here every time. Seeing that Gu Shi didn't say anything else, Dietrich no longer focused his attention on Gu Shi, but instead directed his men to participate in the battle. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that while fighting these strange men, Dietrich's attack focused on one hero. That hero is somewhat similar to Arroyo. Both of them control troops such as spearmen. As the battle has reached this point, he is the only one who can maintain the integrity of the troops and still have a certain level of combat effectiveness. Dietrich obviously knew the hero's situation, so no matter how weak the enemies around him were, he only stared at the hero in front of him. This situation made Gu Shi's heart move, and he remembered the hero. He planned to prioritize summoning this hero after the battle was over. No matter what characteristics this hero has, the fact that he is remembered by a level 20 leader like Dietrich shows that he is capable. Dietrich had agreed to recruit a hero, so it wouldn't be too much for Gu Shi to recruit a soul. As Dietrich threw himself into the battle, there was nothing much to watch. After about an hour, the last enemy fell, and the battle here finally ended. After the battle, Dietrich was not idle either. He was very clear about the men he led. He took the initiative to find Gu Shi. Sir, please give me some troops. I will clean the battlefield and take stock of this harvest. Why? You're afraid that someone else is pretending to be dead. This shouldn't be possible. Gu Shi also understood that Dietrich did not want to steal the records of other heroes, but wanted to ensure that the king did not discover that he was transformed into an undead by Gu Shi. As a former subordinate of the Maharaja, Dietrich knew the Maharaja's strength and personality best. If the king found out that his subordinates had become the enemy's subordinates, Gu Shi might just die, but he would definitely die unhappy. So I can't let the prince find out that I have been transformed into an undead. That's what Dietrich had in mind. Gu Shi also saw this from Dietrich's performance. So Dietrich wanted to clean up the battlefield, and Gu Shi had no intention of stopping him. Instead, Gu Shi sent out his most professional battlefield cleaning team, the Ghost Team. Let them spread out to search for all the corpses here and clean every inch of land on the battlefield, not even sparing anything that may appear underground. Dietrich also had no intention of grabbing other heroes' trophies. He just checked to see if all his subordinates had died in the battle, and dragged the corpses aside to pile them up. Dietrich did not touch the weapons, equipment, supplies, etc. belonging to this unit at all. Guushi had promised these things before, and whichever hero killed them would be the ones who got them. Dietrich also killed some enemies, but he did a good job, leaving no loot of his own at all. He put it all aside for other heroes to divide. It is for this reason that the attitude of Guushi's heroes towards Dietrich has obviously changed for the better. In their view, Dietrich was a good man. While Dietrich was cleaning the battlefield, Guushi also took the opportunity to call all the heroes together. Check out their relevant information. This time, Guushi promised everyone that as long as his performance ranked first, he could directly take away the battle flag of the Black Dragon camp. These heroes have all tried their best. Now that the battlefield is over, Guushi naturally wants to check the situation here. At least, he needs to know which of these heroes has contributed the most in this battle. After looking at all the heroes, Guushi discovered that 10 new heroes had unknowingly appeared in his team. They were Dietrich's men before, but one of them had been watched by Dietrich and was taken away by Dietrich as soon as he appeared. The rest gathered in a group not far away. It was obvious that they still didn't know how to integrate into Guushi's team of heroes. Guushi didn't pay much attention to this situation. In Guushi's eyes, this kind of grouping is a trivial matter. No matter how we hug each other, how can we hug a hero who came out of a corpse as well? If it hasn't come to that, then there's no need to worry about not being able to break them up. When the time comes, just assign them a few tasks, and send them to certain places to fight a few battles. Instead of going to talk to them about this matter now, it is better to take care of the matter at hand. After walking around in front of these heroes and checking their respective records, Guushi quickly found the hero with the strongest record this time. Guushi was also a little surprised when this hero was found. This hero is not Louis, who was full of ambitions at the beginning and wanted to make a comeback. Nor is he a royal who is most suitable for wild battles. Nor is he a brave fighter from the beginning to the end. It is not the case that there are two Kaga and Diegu who are counted as one. This time, the one with the strongest record turned out to be a new hero who had just joined Guushi's team. His name is Bryce, and he is the hero that Guushi summoned from the dungeon. Bryce, level 9. Summon creature. Undead hero experience, 0/7500. Attack 11. Defense 5. Health 110. Mana 60. Talent, archery, every level up. Ranged attack +1. Skills, archery. Precision shooting. Enchanted arrows. Arrow rain guidance. Leader, can command 1200 soldiers plus 7 leaders troops at the same time. He also has a companion who was transformed from the corpse, named Ivan. But when Ivan transformed, he had already transformed some of Bryce's characteristics. Therefore, the two of them are not as likely to cooperate with each other as Kajia and Diegu. During his lifetime, Bryce came from a certain force in Britain known as the Bushranger Organization Robinson. As the leader of the organization, he naturally had the ability to shoot with one hand. He can be regarded as a shooter hero. In this battle, he brought 5,000 skeleton shooters with him, shooting wildly along the way, focusing fire and injecting magic. In front of him, no enemy could survive. Chapter 903 The Establishment of the Black Dragon Camp. Standing in front of Bryce, Guushi turned back and forth, looking up and down at Bryce's condition. This Bryce just stood next to Guushi, saying nothing. He had fought with Guushi before, and his precise shooting had been of great help to Guushi in the Westminster Abbey incident dungeon. However, his transformation into undead is not very powerful. He is neither a shooter hero of the same type, nor is he the human shield unit that shooters need most. He has no outstanding features at all. Therefore, these two people are getting further and further apart, and there is no possibility of them getting together. In this battle, Bryce also fought alone, constantly leading his skeleton shooters forward and shooting. After this battle, the levels of Bryce's skeleton shooter leaders and soldiers have all increased by at least 2 levels, and about 300 skeleton shooters have even reached level 10. Coupled with the trophies obtained this time, it can be said that Bryce has gained a lot. But compared with the Black Dragon Camp battle flag that Guushi promised, they were far behind. Bryce was a hero who had just joined Guushi. A few days ago, he was the leader of a major force in Britain. As a result, he now surpassed many heroes who had followed Guushi for a long time and obtained the establishment of a battalion. But Guushi had stated the requirements from the beginning, so no matter what other people thought, Guushi would definitely not mess around. Guushi asked his men to bring the Black Dragon Camp battle flag and handed it to Bryce in front of everyone. Bryce, this battle flag is yours now. You can build your own unit, the Black Dragon Battalion. Thank you, sir. Taking over the Black Dragon Camp battle flag, Bryce said loudly. Then a message played in front of Gushi. The Black Dragon Camp was successfully established. With the establishment of the Black Dragon Camp completed, Dietrich, who had gone to clean the battlefield before, also came back with some things. In his hand, he held the same banner that Dietrich had set out. 1 regiment-level battle flag and 3 battalion-level battle flags. All of these were found and improved by Dietrich, who spent a lot of energy. Dietrich himself has reached level 20, and only has 1 regiment-level battle flag. If you think about it, you will know how difficult it is to obtain these 4 battle flags. Putting these battle flags in front of Gushi, Dietrich said seriously, Sir, if possible, find a way to sell or destroy these battle flags. Never stay in the Mirror Underground Palace. If you can help it, don't stay in Victoria. Gushi looked at Dietrich's serious face, and knew what he was planning. It seemed that Dietrich was really frightened by the Maharaja mentioning one of the battle flags. The information about this battle flag naturally flashed before Gushi's eyes. Lightning Eye Corps battle flag, purple, the main battle flag from the Lightning Eye Corps, which can give a hero the right to organize troops. The troop organization level is the Corps level. After the formation, the troops are equivalent to a station above level 12. Lightning Left Eye battle flag, blue, it comes from the battalion level battle flag of the Lightning Eye Corps. It can give a hero the authority to organize troops. The troops after establishment are equivalent to a level 7 or above garrison. Lightning Right Eye battle flag, blue. Lightning One-Eyed battle flag, blue. When Gushi looked at the attributes of these battle flags, Dietrich was still there and said, there is no more material for this. If there are materials, there will be battle flags such as Lightning Red Eyes and Lightning Red Eyes. Well, your naming ability is really not that good. Gushi couldn't help but complain. This is not taken by me, but by that person. Unexpectedly, Dietrich said at this time, that person has 4 Eye Corps in total, namely my Lightning Eye, Flame Eye, Sky Eye and Earth Eye. The battalion level organization under the Corps starts with Left Eye, Right Eye, and One Eye, and is then named according to the color of the element represented by the Corps. All armies are like this. No exceptions. After listening to Dietrich's words, Gushi suddenly said something. How many troops does that guy have? Upon hearing Gushi's question, Dietrich glared and gave Gushi a look of understanding. Without any thought of responding, Gushi understood it as soon as he saw it. This cannot be said here. Gushi thought for a moment and then asked directly, is there anything else you need to deal with now? If not, just come with me. I need to get rid of these battle flags. Dietrich said upon hearing this, everything has been cleared up. There is nothing to deal with. Then come with me. I can just get rid of these battle flags and replace them with some new ones. In addition, you also need to consider your arrangements. After all, you are already at the leader level, and there are many things you can do. Dietrich also laughed when he heard it. Please give me your instructions then. Sir. Okay. Take these battle flags first. Is there anything else that needs to be dealt with? If not, we will leave first. No more. All the bodies have to be dragged back, and the battle flag is disposed of. There will be nothing left to deal with. As soon as Dietrich finished speaking, Gushi activated the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and turned towards Aladovi City. Seeing Gushi leave quickly, Dietrich immediately took the opportunity to jump on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, stood next to Gushi, and prepared to hitch a ride with Gushi. Gushi didn't pay much attention to Dietrich's behavior. At this time, he also understood that Dietrich wanted to leave the dangerous place as quickly as possible. Gushi had many questions to ask Dietrich, so when Dietrich jumped onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin quickly led Gushi into darkness. Dietrich was of a very high level, and had a lot of experience. After entering the darkness, he was not surprised at all. His eyes just kept changing as he wondered whether he should tell Gushi about the situation of the Grand Lord right now. However, Gushi was more cautious than him at this time. Regardless of whether there was really nothing in front of him, he had no intention of speaking anyway. It seemed to Gushi that Dietrich was so cautious, so the monarch must have other surveillance methods. Gushi didn't want to drag Aladovi City into danger again. Anyway, we are only a few steps away from the city now, so we can wait until we get out of this Mirror Underground Palace. Even though Paishin City is located deep in the game, it is already beyond the scope of the Mirror Underground Palace. The Maharaja's hand can't reach there yet. Only there could Gushi ask about the Maharaja in detail, ask about Dietrich's situation, and consider arrangements for Dietrich. Chapter 9 for the secret in the Mirror Underground Palace. After leaving Aladovi City and entering Sky Garden Building 1001, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not relax too much. In the end, he took Dietrich out of building 1001, Tower 1, Sky Garden quite simply, and closed the door entering here. Seeing that there was a person above level 20 beside Gushi, the angel patrols in the sky quickly descended and aimed their weapons at Dietrich. The leader asked quickly, "Mr. Gu, who is this person?" "It's okay. He is my subordinate. I want to find a safe place to talk without being monitored. Do you have any recommendations?" "This?" "Yes." The leading angel patrol immediately said, 300 meters forward from here. There is a clearing among the clouds. There is no obstruction on all sides. The patrolling angels in the sky generally fly 500 meters away. Outside, it is a good place for daily chat. If it is more confidential, you can apply for the Cloud Sea secret room and the Sky Garden with a credit guarantee, so no one can eavesdrop there. After listening to the angel's introduction, Gushi thought for a moment. Let's go to the Sea of Clouds chamber. How long will it take to apply? No one usually uses the Cloud Sea secret room. Mr. Gu, please come here. Under the leadership of the angel, Gushi and Dietrich bypassed some flowers and plants planted on the clouds and entered a space surrounded by white mist. As soon as he entered this space, Dietrich looked around carefully and finally nodded to Gushi. After making sure it was safe here, Gushi asked the questions that concern him. Can you tell me about the situation on the Maharaja's side? Sir, it's really inconvenient to say this. Although I have died once and am a transformed new existence, which can be regarded as an independent individual, there are some situations about the king that I still cannot say. Anyone can find out ordinary things, so it doesn't make any sense for me to tell them. As long as I say some core things, I will be connected with the Maharaja, and I will be targeted again. Although we have left the Mirror Underground Palace now, your Lord's Aladovi city is still in the Mirror Underground Palace, and you will have to go back at any time. And I can't keep fighting outside and be targeted again. I'm not the only one we will face. After Dietrich said this, Gushi almost understood in his heart how far he could ask. He could ask about some things about the monarch, but it was best not to inquire too much about core matters. Gushi, who understood this, thought for a while and asked the first question in his mind. What's going on with the apple tree? I know you've been in charge of looking for apples, but how did you do it when you were able to find the apples in the first place? And when you joined in before, there seemed to be something hidden in your words. Was it? There's nothing different about sprouted apples. This question was exactly what Dietrich could answer. He did not push back and forth like before. Instead, he explained the situation about apples to Gushi very seriously. Sir, you may not know that the King of Britain who first deceived the Maharaja into the Mirror Underground Palace invited the Maharaja through apple. Even the apple became Britain's national tree because of the Maharaja. When the king was sealed into the Mirror Underground Palace, the upper limit of the Mirror Underground Palace was level 25. The King of Britain invited several level 20 masters to complete the seal. If the Maharaja hadn't noticed the situation with the apple tree, he might have always been at level 25. And for those of us under the Maharaja, it would be pretty good if we could reach level 10. At that time, the Maharaja could not even transmit sound through the mirror, and all entrances and exits into the Mirror Underground Palace were suppressed and blocked by the British people. Later, I didn't know who accidentally sent the apple to the Mirror Underground Palace. Out of about 10,000 apples, one accidentally sprouted and grew into a big tree. As the apple tree grew, the king discovered that the upper limit of the Mirror Underground Palace had become level 30. Only then did he realize that the apple tree was the key to breaking the situation. So he spent some time raising his level to level 30, and took this opportunity to sneak attack on two masters who suppressed the Mirror Underground Palace, and spread the faith of the king. The King of Britain at that time did not know what was going on, so he could only send experts to suppress it, and send troops to encircle and suppress the followers. In the end, it was a good thing that they didn't encircle and suppress them. Once they did, the believers spread some things. Sir, you may have heard of the story about the suppression of the Mirror Image Underground Palace. Many of them were spread by the Maharaja through this opportunity. At the same time, the Maharaja also secretly asked the believers to bring in apple seeds. Among a large number of apple trees, an apple tree was finally planted, allowing the Maharaja to reach the upper limit of level 35. At this time, the British royal family also discovered the situation. At this time, they also understood the role of apple trees on the king. So they began to collect different legendary apples and place them in their core building. Westminster Abbey planted a special apple tree. In this way, The power of the Maharaja can be absorbed and transformed into the national destiny of Britain. It was this method that improved Britain's strength a lot and suppressed the monarch for a period of time. But even if it is suppressed, not many can be suppressed. The monarch can finally put some of his abilities into the city of Victoria. This is how the Maharaja's followers came about. One believer took the opportunity to search for the legendary apple for the British royal family, and sent the apple in the story to the Mirror Underground Palace. This apple took root and sprouted in the Mirror Underground Palace. And the final move raised the upper limit of the Maharaja's strength by 10 levels, reaching a high of 45. In this way, the offensive and defensive positions in the Underground Palace have changed. Britain can no longer suppress everything in the Mirror Palace, and the number of believers is growing faster and faster. This is exactly what happened in Westminster Abbey this time. Originally, the plan of the Grand Lord and his companions was to see if they could unlock all the seals of the Mirror Palace. If that doesn't work, move the apple tree in Westminster Abbey into the Mirror Underground Palace. Unexpectedly, both plans failed. The sealing matter was stopped by Flower of the North and several others. Even if they lost their own blood, they were unwilling to let the Mirror Underground Palace open. The apple trees were moved in, but the knight who suppressed the apple tree also came in with him. The knight's level is not high, only level 20, but he has a different power. The apple tree in Westminster Abbey is closer to him. As long as he exists, the prince cannot occupy this apple. Trees are cheap. On the contrary, this time the Lord accidentally got an apple, and it sprouted accidentally, which naturally attracted the attention of the Lord. Chapter 905. The Mirror Underground Palace full of dangers. Dietrich knew a lot about Apple's situation, and it was not an important secret. So Dietrich talked a lot to Gushi. In this way, Gushi also knew the story about the Great King, the Mirror Underground Palace, and the British royal family. Because Dietrich is considered a subordinate of the Great King, the things he knows should be listed in favor of the Great King. But for Gushi, it is actually enough. After all, Gushi didn't go to Victoria City very often. On the contrary, Aladovi City was right under the eyes of the Maharaja. If he hadn't inquired clearly, he might wake up one morning and the army would have already pressed over him. Of course, when he thought of this, Gushi immediately asked, "How many people are there under the Maharaja? Isn't this not the core content? This doesn't count." Dietrich shook his head. He had already talked about the Maharaja's 4 eyes core before, and he dared to say this in the Mirror Underground Palace. It can be seen that this is not really a big deal. Secret. If you want to know, even if I don't tell you, you can slowly find out. When the prince established the army, his plan was based on 7 eyes, 7 hearts, and 7 tentacles. It's just that because the leader level is difficult to find, and for various reasons, the 7 eyes only have 4. The 7 hearts only have 3 hearts, and the 7 tentacles have 5. The eyes are a monitoring and scout force, responsible for the surveillance and exploration of the interior of the Mirror Palace. You have seen the situation. My force is about 30,000, which is considered a medium level among the eyes. The largest is only more than 40,000. The upper limit of heroes is 20 levels, and the upper limit of soldiers is 19 levels. The heart is a defense force, mainly responsible for the defense of the king's throne, the source of the void, and the Golden Apple Grove. I don't know much about the military strength there, but I heard that each heart has about 200,000 troops. The leader of 3 hearts is around level 30. Tentacles are offensive troops, mainly prepared to expand the size of the mirror space and fight against Britain. The strength of the tentacles is between 150,000 and 200,000, but due to experience in combat, the level will be higher. In addition, the Grand Prince also has a personal guard. As for the number and level of people, I am not sure, but I have seen one of them, who is a strong man over level 35. I think there should be more such people in the personal guard. As for Aladovi City, you don't have to worry too much. Although that side is the starting point of the Mirror Underground Palace, no one really pays attention to it. The tentacles have created quite a few passages over the years. Aladovi City is just the base point for the existence of the Mirror Underground Palace. If it weren't for this reason, people might have forgotten it. Ah? Is there such a thing? After hearing what Dietrich said, Gushi was also stunned. Is the city of Aridov really not taken seriously? Thinking about it, not to mention the rest of Aladovi City. When Gushi took over the main city, the maximum level of the shadows there did not exceed level 5. It made Gushi think that the Mirror Underground Palace was just like this. He never thought that what he saw was just a puddle on the beach. And the real seabed was not here at all. How big is the Mirror Underground Palace now? After understanding the situation, Gushi immediately changed the topic. I haven't calculated it. As the leader of the I-Corps under the Grand Lord, Dietrich was quite familiar with the situation of the Mirror Palace. But if asked how big it was, he really had never calculated it. But looking at Gushi's eyes that wanted to know, Dietrich said with some embarrassment, how should I put it? Because of the mirror image and the flow of time, this Mirror Underground Palace has been cut into many pieces. Many places cannot be put together, and can only be connected through some tree roots. Sometimes some fragments will suddenly appear or disappear. If you want to calculate the total area, it will be useless even if the Maharaja comes. But I can say this. The position where the Maharaja is currently is called the Maharaja's throne. I've been there once. And it's about the same size as Aladovi City. It's about the same size as Aradovi City? Do you mean the 3 levels of Aradovi together? The 3rd floor is the total of all Aradovi City. I have passed by Aradovi City several times before. The Aradovi Tower can connect 7 stable periods. Right? I've been to all those places. The throne of the Great King is as big as 7 periods of Aradovi combined. And the throne of the Great King only occupies less than 1% of the Mirror Underground Palace. With Dietrich's metaphor, Gushi almost knew how big the Mirror Underground Palace was. So, is there anything we need to pay attention to near the city of Aridov? I know that Aradovi City may not attract much attention, but there must be some danger nearby. Right? You ask? It really does exist. Dietrich thought for a moment and said, outside the city of Aradovi during the Plantagenet dynasty, about 1,500 miles away, there was a mirror crack that was opened at an unknown time. From time to time, some strange things would enter there, and the Thunder Knight Tentacle Corps dealt with them at first. They wanted to occupy this mirror crack and enter other places through it. But they hit a snag here and lost some manpower. Later, this place was remembered by people, and the passing I troops would come and take a look when they were doing surveillance. This should be considered the place that poses the greatest threat to Aradovi. Plantagenet dynasty? Gushi nodded. Okay, I understand. Now let's talk about your situation. You are obviously a level 20 leader now. Normally, I should give you a core level battle flag, or arrange a core level station for you. It's just that your battle flag was given to you by the Lord. This thing definitely cannot be taken back to Aladovi City. If I go find someone to change it, I'm afraid it will take a while to find a suitable one. And now, can you enter Aradovi City to fight? Dietrich shook his head. I must change my appearance now. I need at least a regiment-level battle flag and a battalion-level battle flag to establish my own corps. Only in this way can I cut off all ties with the Maharaja. Until then, I'd better not take action in Alidavir. After hearing this, Gushi thought for a while and said, I can find a way to change the battle flags. After all, we have 4 battle flags in our hands now. If we suffer a small loss, we can exchange for anything. But this takes time. During this period, you'd better not be idle. So be it. Come back with me later and organize the troops you need. I will arrange for you to go to a place to run in the troops, which will be a good opportunity to exchange for the leader I placed there. Aradovi City needs to be captured quickly. Chapter 906 Arrangement and Transaction. After carefully considering Dietrich's situation, Gushi made a decision quickly. The leader level must be used and cannot be wasted like this. So Gushi took Dietrich back to Aladovi City. When he came back this time, Gushi already knew about the relationship between Dietrich and the Maharaja. He did not force Dietrich to stay in Aladovi City longer, and took Dietrich directly to the carriage. Near the inn, I have sent the owl out. You go there first. I will also arrange for the soldiers and heroes you want to go over as soon as possible. Once you get there, you will take over Demi's mission and train the troops there. I will send new soldiers there every day through the carriage station. Dietrich nodded affirmatively. After all, he was the leader of a corps before, and knew very well how troublesome it was to transport soldiers using post stations. Gu Xining agreed to transfer the soldiers. He really thought a lot about Dietrich. Don't worry, sir. I will take care of everything. But I still have to worry about the battle flag. If possible, it would be best to have a regiment battle flag with enhanced weapons and warriors. I don't want to be a scout anymore. Okay, I'll figure it out. You can do whatever you want over there. If you feel stressed in the world over there, you can go to the underworld road over there and do what you want. With your strength, basically no one can beat you once you get there. Gushi thought about the world that was still being developed. A Yiksha Yushu king would be willing to pioneer the catastrophe in order to reach level 20. From this, He could see where the level of that world was. The best Demi can do over there is to protect himself. But when Dietrich gets there, if he doesn't cause any trouble, it means he is a good-tempered person with no ambitions. After arranging Dietrich out, Gucci did not stay in Aladovi City longer. He just left a message to Princess Anna and asked her to send the troops Dietrich needed. Then we returned to Paixinching. This time he did not stay in his manor, but carried a few battle flags and left the Sky Garden. Although Paixin City does not have a large enough market like Molwan City, there are various universities here. It can be said that this place is at the forefront of technology. Many new technologies were first used in Paixinching. Gucci had seen some of the latest technologies in academic journals before. Even though he can't do some things himself, it doesn't mean that some players or professors in universities can't do it. Gucci searched for a while and found what he wanted to find on the map. He carried 4 battle flags and came to the southeast of Paixin City. It is the location of the Paixin Military University and the Paixin National Defense University. It is also a place dedicated to training commanders and leadership players. Players such as necromancers sometimes come here. But although necromancers have the ability to command troops, most necromancers do not master leadership skills. So there is no special undead system here. When Gucci came here, it was mainly because there were production of war flags and architectural design drawings of the residents for sale. In addition to the battle flag, Gucci also wanted to bring back some architectural design drawings of the station, so that his heroes, who had not yet been established, could have some hope. Although the station upgrade is relatively slow, you can always arrange some heroes after upgrading. This time when Gucci came over, he didn't immediately follow the ideas on the sign, like he did when he upgraded the evil coffin. Instead, he carefully observed the players around him. Gucci found that the players who could come here were probably above level 10. Standing there would give people a convincing feeling. When most players go shopping, they are willing to go a little further and go to a store called Fengyun. It was obvious that many players had gone out of their way to protect Gucci. This is the best place for him. Gucci quickly headed towards Fengyun shop. As soon as he entered the shop, Gucci felt that he had entered another space. He was blown into the air by a strong wind. Looking down, you can't see the end. At the same time, various items quickly rose up all around, the most numerous of which were naturally battle flags. There are individual battle flags and sets of battle flags, ranging in quality from white to purple. As for orange, just think about it, since it doesn't appear here anyway. Guest, what do you need? As Gucci stood firm in the sky, a voice came from above. I don't know where the sound came from, but it sounded like the wind blowing past my ears. And it was quite clear. 1 corps level battle flag and 3 battalion level battle flags. Guest, we have battalion level battle flags, but I'm afraid we don't have regiment level ones. How about we change them to a leader level station for you? I brought a regiment level battle flag and 3 battalion level battle flags, because the attributes are not consistent. I want to exchange them for one with similar attributes. If there is a price difference between them, I can make up the difference. But forget about the leader level station. A leader level station requires too many prerequisites. If the attributes are wrong, I would have to look for other architectural design drawings, and I would be too busy at all. Please ask me if anyone can change it. The regiment level ones must have weapons in the warrior direction, and the battalion level battle flags can be anything. Gucci knew the plot quite well. The other party's voice just fell, and Gucci directly stated his request. Sure enough, after Gucci said this, there was silence on the other side. This is actually not a problem. But customer, we also want to do business, and the price difference here is really not that easy to calculate. I want 1 corps level and 2 battalion level battle flags. In addition, you must give me 2 more building designs for the hero's base. Gucci stated his bottom line quite simply. When I see so many people coming in, I know that your place is the most suitable. Anyway, this is my bottom line. If it works, it will work. If it doesn't work, I will find another company. I now have a regiment level battle flag in my hand. No matter where this thing is placed, it can be exchanged for what I want. So I am not begging you, but I am telling you where my bottom line is. Don't regard yourself as an uncle. Gucci now has a level 20 leader at his disposal, with a path to the real world. Coupled with the several battles in this series, Gucci's mentality has slowly changed. He may not think too much about some small things and just say whatever comes to mind. However, it was right for Gucci to retaliate at this time. After being reprimanded like this, another voice came. 1 for 1. Although you are not a regular customer, but you can take out so many battle flags, which shows that you have certain channels. No matter whether you fought for it or got it from somewhere else. Investing in you is beneficial. Let's just trade one for one. But if you have a complete set of battle flags, I may not be able to get you a set with similar attributes. Chapter 907 Buying a New Battle Flag. The person who spoke at the back was the real owner of Fengyan store. What he said really worked. After a while, about 20 battle flags appeared in front of Gu Shi. Guessed? Our battle flags related to weapons and warriors are all here. You can check the attributes yourself. Gu Shi was stunned when he heard this. There is such a good thing. Wouldn't he take out a battle flag and give him a corresponding battle flag? You can also choose the attributes yourself. It seems that Fengyan store really treats itself as a regular customer. Gu Shi, who wanted to understand this, looked at it openly, took out the 4 battle flags, and let the 4 battle flags fall down as soon as he loosened his grip. Seeing Gu Shi paying the money in advance, a gust of wind blew gently, and the wind mass hovering on the flagpole disappeared. Now the situation is that Gu Shi can just pick up whatever he wants. Regarding this situation, Gu Shi didn't hesitate much. He walked around among the battle flags, and soon found what he wanted. Battle flag of the Daofeng Mountain Corps. Purple. The battle flag from the Daofeng Mountain Garrison can give a hero the right to organize troops. The troop establishment level is the regiment level. After the formation, the troops are equivalent to a garrison of level 12 or above. Ghost Camp Battle Flag. Blue. A battalion level battle flag from the Ghost and God Breaking World, which can give a hero the authority to organize troops. After the formation, the troops are equivalent to a level 7 or above garrison. Sword Valley Battle Flag. Blue. Incandescent Light Battle Flag. Blue. Among these 4 battle flags, they were of the same quality as the ones Gu Shi had brought before. Gu Shi checked them one by one. These battle flags were all blessing the roots in the direction of the weapon warriors. Blade's Edge Mountain even has its own unique weapons and rituals. The Ghost Camp is the only place Gu Shi has found where he can meet the undead. The Valley of Swords mainly uses short weapons such as knives and swords. The incandescent light at the end is quite interesting. There are also exclusive weapons here, which are relatively rare lights. Sword. It can be said that Blade's Edge Mountain is most suitable for Dietrich's needs, and Ghost Camp and Sword Valley are the most suitable. Incandescent Light has great potential. For Gu Shi, these 4 battle flags are considered the best battle flags. After getting these 4 battle flags, Gu Shi was about to leave. When he turned around, he found that the battle flag of the Lightning Eye Corps that he handed over before had appeared in the sales column. It seems that the business here is really good. These battle flags don't even need to be washed. They can be replaced directly. This is actually a good thing. But Gu Shi hopes that those who bought the Lightning Eye Corps battle flag will have better luck and not run into the Maharaja. Although Dietrich didn't say much before, there was an obvious meaning in his words. The Maharaja was summoned with apples. But no one knows whether the prince who was summoned is the real one or a clone. What if it is a clone and there is such a great king in other places? Although the probability of accidentally encountering one is not high. What if? Gu Shi thought for a while, but finally said nothing. Turned around and left. After exiting Fengyan store, Gu Shi did not go back to the city immediately, but started buying things here. Gu Shi discovered that in addition to battle flags and core stations, there were also some architectural plans for hero mansions for sale nearby. This kind of thing looks like a weakened version of the Giant's Garden. It can be a place for heroes to live in, but it is not targeted. Heroes cannot be stationed or troops can be organized. It can be said that this kind of architectural design drawing tells the hero that you can live here and come here to recover if you are injured. You can usually start from here. There is nothing else. But for heroes, this is a good place. On the one hand, it allows the heroes to settle down. And on the other hand, it also allows the heroes to store their own equipment. After discovering the architectural designs of these heroes' mansions, Gu Shi naturally bought some. After all, he now has more and more heroes. And when arranging these heroes, he also needs to give these heroes some places to live. After all, Gu Shi's previous plan included a hero area. So Gu Shi made a selection here, and bought a batch of architectural designs of the hero's mansion in the style of the undead. Packed up and ready to take away. Just as Gu Shi was about to leave, he suddenly found that the store he had just visited had a new item on the shelves. Gu Shi, who was walking out, stopped in his tracks when he saw this thing. Death Gathering Point, large, use 12,000 resources. 10 units of stone, 10 units of wood and 5 units of mercury to build a Death Gathering Point, large building, in the city. After completion, It can be used for death incarnations of death to live and rest. And corresponding linkage characteristics will be provided. If there are other buildings that produce death-type units, regional linkage can occur. And the production speed of all death-type units will be +1. This is an architectural design similar to a Keel laboratory. Although he didn't know why this architectural design appeared here, Gushi bought it immediately. After buying the architectural design drawings, Gushi left quickly. About 10 minutes later, a man in black robes hurried in from outside. He quickly searched for something in the store that sold architectural design drawings. In the end, all the store clerks were even called out. Why not? I just got the news that there is an architectural design drawing of the Death God's gathering point for sale here. I have already rushed here. Why not? Guest, please don't make trouble here. This is a public area. The items on the shelves will be bought by those who are quick. Naturally, you won't get anything if you come slowly. Why am I so slow? Who else here wants the necromancer's things? It must be you. You are the one who hid the things. Hurry up and put the things on the shelves. Otherwise, I will make it look good for you. The man in black robe roared loudly. A black door appeared behind him. Inside the gate, a god of death holding a scythe was standing in the black mist. If Gushi were still here, you would know at a glance that this man in black robe is a player who has mastered the 3 magical skills of death, Death City, and Death Incarnation. The Death Gathering Point he accidentally obtained should have been put on the shelves by someone to sell it to him. But Gushi didn't know all this. When he arrived at this inconspicuous shop, Gushi had already returned to the city of Aridov. At this time, he was distributing the various things he bought this time, and asked the subordinate Dietrich valued most to bring the battle flag of the Blade Mountain Core and the battle flag of the Sword Valley to Dietrich. Past. Chapter 908 The Return of Demi. Sir, the gathering point of the Death God has been arranged. But it is not the time to build the hero's mansion yet. After Gushi's 2 battle flags were sent out, Luna also rushed back to reply. After the battle with the Lightning Eye Corps, Princess Luna and Princess Anna have been dealing with the situation on the battlefield. Princess Anna was there to reorganize the newly transformed undead troops and count the results of this battle. Luna immediately transported all the corpses back to Aladovi City. Most of the corpses above level 15 were soaked in Shimu Lake, and the water of Shimu Lake was used to keep these corpses warm. Dietrich's body was naturally among them. It's just that compared to Dietrich, who turned into an undead, this corpse is obviously not that good. The head of the corpse in front of him was gone, and 2 large holes appeared in the chest and lower abdomen. It was obvious that this was the effect of the previous explosion of internal organs. But no matter how mutilated the corpse is, it is still a level 20 corpse. Although Gushi already has a large number of soldiers above level 20 under his command, he only has 1 level 20 leader. If it can be handled well, Gushi will naturally have another powerful leader-level hero under his command. However, from Dietrich, Gushi also learned more or less about the situation of the Maharaja. Even if the corpse is disposed of using undead transformation, the connection between the corpse and the Grand Lord must be cleaned and severed once again. At the very least, the body must be altered beyond all recognition, so that the prince cannot recognize any information related to Dietrich. Otherwise, his Aladovi will be exposed in the eyes of the Great Lord. And even if the Great Lord does not come to fight, he will not be able to develop well. So Gushi simply soaked the corpse in the Shimu Lake, using the lake to clean and warm it first. And then, he would find a suitable way to deal with it. Of course, those corpses above level 15 could also be thrown in to be nurtured. However, the ones that Gushi was particularly concerned about were actually the corpses of the infantry knights. Most of the other corpses are of relatively good quality, and I feel they will be of great use. As for those in poor condition and the corpses of heroes, they were all placed outside and became experimental subjects for Gushi's undead transformation. After all, Gushi's undead transformation also requires experience. His level of spiritualism cannot be increased, while his undead transformation is still at level 1. After hearing what Luna said, Gushi was somewhat moved. That's just right. I just need to settle down. I won't go out during this period and concentrate on handling these corpses. When Demi comes back, remind me. Luna agreed as soon as she heard it. And she did not forget to ask, Sir, do we need to bring those corpses above level 10 for undead transformation? Forget it. Undead transformation is about the research and manipulation of corpses. Not all corpses can be used. Those around level 10 can be piled up under the summoning tower. And then, you can directly summon the souls. There is no need to waste time on the conversion. That won't be of much benefit to me in improving my level of undead transformation. After listening to Gushi's words, Luna did not object. Then, I will transport all these corpses to the Soul Evocation Tower. Okay. I'll leave the next thing to you. You and Princess Anna should talk about a plan to clean up Aladovi City. And put the Aladovi City during the Plantagenet dynasty as the last resort. Luna agreed directly without asking why. In the next period of time, Gushi really stayed here at Shiemu Lake. Because he had no intention of rushing the work. Gushi made all the arrangements when transforming the undead. All by himself. Even if multiple people were needed to act together, Gushi would summon the necromancer himself without letting anyone else intervene. Under such circumstances, Gushi also encountered many problems. The biggest problem is the mismatch between the diversity of corpses and the materials Gushi has on hand. This is the biggest level in the transformation of the undead. Gushi spent more time not on the process of transforming the undead, but on repairing the corpse and using materials. In fact, there is a trick in the transformation of the undead, which is to use mercury as the main material. As long as mercury is used, most materials can be replaced. However, after using a large amount of mercury, the quality of the transformed undead will decline to some extent. Unlike the undead transformed after adding special materials according to the quality and direction of the corpse. Not only can the level be maintained, but it can even be improved. At this time, Gushi was dealing with the undead in the way of research projects. Unexpectedly, this was also in line with the meaning of the transformation of the undead. As each corpse was transformed into undead by Gushi, the level of his undead transformation also increased. At the same time, various auxiliary skills and passive abilities, such as undead knowledge and undead research, have also been improved. Slowly, Gushi's rate of transforming the undead is getting higher and higher, and the level of the transformed undead is getting closer to the original level of the corpse. While Gushi was dealing with the corpses, Dimi had already rushed back from the Yellow Springs Road. Returning with her were the troops she brought and the 3 heroes who followed her. After returning to Aladovi City, Dimi did not go to rest immediately. When he handed over to Dietrich, Dimi already knew what Gushi meant. This is to transfer her back to fight against Aladovi City in the new era. This is an opportunity that Dimi has always wanted to pursue. Wherever she fell, she would stand up again. After returning to Aladovi City, Dimi went to see Gushi. Gushi was busy dealing with the transformation of the undead at that time. He hadn't had a good sleep for several days, and his body was covered in corpse aura. When he saw Dimi, Gushi could hardly open his eyes. But Gushi still tried hard to cheer himself up, and said to Dimi, "I will arrange 15 heroes for you. This time it will be up to you. You take action. Show the results of your hard work during this period. You saw Dietrich before. If he wasn't suitable for fighting here in Aladovi, you wouldn't have been able to come back." Dimi also knew where he would fall and where he would rise. So Dimi said seriously, "Please rest assured, sir, I will definitely take over the city of Aridov in the shortest possible time." "Yeah." Gushi glanced at Dimi. "Fight well, and don't waste such a good opportunity. Amilka is mainly not suitable for street fighting. Otherwise, he would also want to participate in the battle." Chapter 909, Aladovi City is about to be captured. Dimi struck out. For Gushi, as the master of Aladovi City, this was the good thing. No matter which period the Battle of Aridov City took place in, it was always a civil war. As long as Gushi is in the city, he can affect the situation of the battle. In this kind of battle, it can be said that even if Gushi has been staying at Shiemu Lake and transforming the undead, he can still see kill information and 1 point of experience from time to time. At the same time, no matter who killed the enemy, they would be affected by Gushi's double death. And a new batch of undead slowly appeared in the city of Aladovi. At this time, Gushi's attention was not on this matter. All the matters in the city of Aridov were left to Luna to deal with. He was really focused on the transformation of the undead. And every time a batch of corpses were transformed, new corpses would be delivered, which left Gushi no time to think too much. As the undead transformed day by day, the level of Gushi's undead transformation gradually increased. The handling of corpses and the understanding of the transformation of the undead have reached a new level. After transforming the last level 15 corpse on hand, Gushi raised his head. "Draw another one over here." The material team. When Gushi was about to ask his men to bring new corpses, he discovered that Luna was walking towards here with a group of undead. The levels of these undead are all below level 4, and they hold some labor tools in their hands. "What happened?" Gushi asked curiously. "Sir, we have captured the Aladovi City in 3 more eras. Now, except for the Aradovi city during the Plantagenet dynasty. We have captured all the Aradovi city in other eras. This time, I came here to prepare to move the Evilwood Lake. I also wanted to ask your lord whether we should fight against the Aladovi city during the Plantagenet dynasty. Luna explained to Gu Shi. So fast? Gu Shi had a look of shock on his face. He didn't expect that he had just ignored this matter for a few days, and yet he was able to take down Aladovi city. Yes. In the first battle, Dini showed his strong multi-line operation and control level. Although she only brought 3 heroes, the soldiers she had brought back were all her own, and even the number of vampires was insufficient. Yet she managed to capture the city of Aladovi during the Stuart dynasty immediately. In this battle, she proved herself and also allowed Princess Anna to see her growth. So when I went to take over New Aladovi city, Princess Anna transferred all the heroes and troops in the city to Dimi and let her handle it. At this moment, Gu Shi remembered something. Dimi only brought 3 types of troops: zombies, ghosts and vampires. The coordination of her troops was not adequate. How did she fight? It's a very correct attack method. But Princess Anna said that Dimi has grown a lot, and has made great progress in both sneak attacks and defeats. The most important thing is that she is now very comprehensive in her thinking. With a few more battles, she will be able to upgrade to the leader level. After hearing this, Gu Shi also blinked. It seemed that Dimi had been improving himself during this period. From this point of view, she is much better than Amilcar. Amilcar is too obsessed and has bad luck. Just like Dimi back then. Now I can only hope that Dimi's performance can give him a little wake-up call and let him get out of his obsession. Thinking about this, Gu Shi also stood up. What about Aradovi in the remaining 2 periods? How did Dimi deal with it? The first one we fought was during the Lancastrian dynasty. When we fought there, Princess Anna had already agreed with Dimi's situation and temporarily arranged all the heroes to work under Dimi. Later, when they fought against the Normandy dynasty, all the newly added troops were arranged, because of the sufficient number of heroes and troops, as well as Dimi's good operation. These 2 battles were fought very quickly, and after she captures Aradovi city, she will immediately retreat with her troops and hand the vacated Aradovi city into my hands. If the Lord hadn't told her not to touch the city of Aladovi during the Plantagenet dynasty, she might have gone on another expedition by now. The situation there during the Plantagenet dynasty was quite special. In other periods, there was not much danger outside. At most, there were just some stragglers. Just arrange some soldiers and heroes to guard there. But there is a space crack in the Plantagenet dynasty city of Aridov, and no one knows where it leads to. It is better that we did not take it down. After taking it down, the Plantagenet dynasty will be the focus of our next defense. Only then did Luna understand why Gu Shi asked her to put the Plantagenet period last. That means that if we take action now and capture Aradovi during the Plantagenet dynasty, we will encounter the full strength of the enemy's attack? Not necessarily. But it must be the focus of defense. Gu Shi gave up the altar where he had been transforming the undead before, and let the undead brought by Luna begin to move everything here. At the same time, he was not idle. Now that several Aladovi cities have been taken down, the layout has been arranged. The layout has been clearly laid out. During the Lancastrian dynasty, the city of Aladovi was most suitable to be arranged as an industrial area. During the Normandy dynasty, it could be arranged into a magic plant area. During the Stuart dynasty, it was a magic area, and it has been construction began. The Plantagenet period was so dangerous, so it was just right to set up a hero zone, and let the heroes stay there more often, so that when something happens, they can directly dispatch troops to deal with it. Gu Shi thought about it, and found that he was quite satisfied with Luna's arrangement. Okay, you can decorate Aridov city. When you have time, you can go to the magic market to see if there are any suitable architectural designs or something. Fill up Aridov city first. Hearing Gu Shi say this, Luna also laughed happily. My lord, would you like to go and see where it was during the Plantagenet dynasty now? Good. Gu Shi was about to go over and take a look at the final outcome of the battle in Aladovi. Unexpectedly, he just took a step forward and his eyes went dark. It turned out that Gu Shi had been studying and practicing the art of undead transformation for some time, spending too much time and energy on it. Now is when he is at his weakest. When Luna saw this situation, she quickly stepped forward and helped Gu Shi up. Then Isabella appeared behind Gu Shi. She stepped forward to support Gu Shi and check Gu Shi's condition from head to toe. It's okay. I just used up a lot of energy. I'll be fine after I go back and take a nap. Chapter 910 Wake up and have a meal. Luna sent Gushi back to the tavern and went downstairs to do other things. After all, as long as Gushi is in Aradovi City, he can play his best role, acting as a converter of double death and replenishing Aradovi City's population. So it doesn't matter whether he is studying, undergoing undead transformation, or has fainted and fallen asleep, as long as he is in Aradovi City. As for the battle with Princess Anna, Demi is now a little easier to use, and there is no need for Gushi to take charge personally. It can be said that Gushi can just be a mascot. So the unconscious Gushi was thrown directly into the tavern. The tavern that has just been upgraded to level 3 now has a wine cellar on the ground floor, and many more rooms on the second floor for guests to rest. After Gushi was placed there, the blood courtesan, the bone wine girl, the painted skin and other weird things all gathered around Gushi's door, lying on the door and looking in. A few people who had a good relationship with Gushi were still discussing there. What do you think happened to the master? Didn't he practice fitness? How did you suddenly become so weak? Didn't the master fall in the magic plant area? Do you think it was that lustful fairy dragon who did it? No way. Only dragons would consider fairy dragons beautiful. Normal humans would not be able to take notice of them. That's a normal human being. Think about it. Adults don't even care about bones. A dragon is nothing. Okay. You can drive on this broken road. You really think the adults can't wake up? Right? Gushi didn't know everything. He was really asleep at this time. While dreaming, Gushi felt as if his whole body was soaked in warm water, and his entire body was being nourished. The losses caused by his previous busy study and transformation of the undead were slowly being made up. He didn't know how long he had slept before Gushi sat up with his eyes squinted. He raised his head and looked around, hearing the sound of knocking on wood. It seems like something is being nailed downstairs. Gushi looked puzzled. He turned over and stood beside the bed, then opened the door and looked outside. What's going on? Has the tavern been upgraded again? Sir, are you awake? When Gushi woke up, the owner of the tavern, White Bone Wine Lady, appeared in front of him immediately. Yeah. How long have I been asleep? What's going on? The tavern has been upgraded to level 4? Gushi asked curiously. My lord, you have been sleeping for 3 days. As the White Bone Wine Lady spoke, she held Gushi's hand and said, I guess you're hungry. So I'll have someone arrange meals here. As for this place, someone bought a large number of heartstones at the demonic market. These heartstones are of low quality and cannot be transferred across games. However, Lady Luna said that these could be used to arrange fireplaces between taverns, allowing people to move freely between the cities of Aridov in different periods through the heartstones. A new fireplace is being installed downstairs right now. After Bai Gu Jianyang said this, Gushi finally understood that this was a method of mobilizing some labor or heroes on a small scale. Such a small-scale mobilization of elites is more suitable for such an operation. At this time, he asked again, so that's it. By the way, has Aradovi City been captured during the Plantagenet dynasty? It's about to be captured. Lady Luna has already gone to Aradovi Tower. I believe it won't be long before the last Aradovi City is captured. That's quick. I'll go check it out now. Has Aradovida arranged the Hearthstone? Gushi immediately wanted to go over and watch the final battle. Sir, don't worry. You've been sleeping for 3 days, and you won't be short of it no matter what. Have something to eat before going there. Gushi was about to say something, but just as he was about to speak, he felt a gurgling sound in his stomach, thinking about the fact that he had been constantly transforming the undead, studying and researching. He didn't eat well at that time. In addition, after sleeping for 3 consecutive days, he consumed most of the fat he had accumulated. Now he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. So sit down and eat some. Anyway, we have reached this point now, and it is not far behind. So Gushi found a place to sit down. Before Gushi could say anything, the Bone Wine Lady quickly started serving food to Gushi. I don't know if it's because the style here is closer to that of Victoria's City. There aren't many varieties of dishes, and they don't talk about whether they are healthy or not. As soon as Gushi sat down, a piece of slate gray bread was placed in front of Gushi. When the piece of bread was put down, Gushi even heard the sound of the table being knocked. Rock bread, white bread made with a small amount of soil. This bread needs to be processed in a special way before it can be eaten. The skin will be partially petrified within 1 hour after eating. Next came a large pot of soup. When he saw this pot of soup, Gushi dared to say that the magic potions he brewed during the undead transformation were more beautiful than this. This pot of soup was off-white, with eyes, pointed fingers, small pink things floating in the soup, as well as some strange black objects that I didn't know where they came from. If he hadn't seen the properties of this soup, Gucci felt that even zombies wouldn't eat it, and its only fate might be to feed the bone-eating mud. But after seeing the properties of this soup, Gucci had to say, "You are really good at judging people." Everything soup, blue, a thick soup made by the chef according to his mood. Various ingredients thrown in by the chef are added to the soup. The taste of this soup is not very good, but after drinking this soup, physical strength triples in 1 hour. Eating this early in the morning? Gucci Bao glanced at the rock bread and all things soup, and was somewhat speechless. Is this something you eat early in the morning? This was clearly for dinner. When Gucci was about to say something, if there was anything else, the bone wine lady brought 2 more plates of food and a bottle of wine. Pink Heart, green, this specially prepared red wine will make you feel drunk but sober after drinking it. Grilled river fish, white, ordinary grilled river fish. But because river fish usually has the ability to self-discharge, after eating it, the surface of the skin will be covered with a numbing current. Beef soaked egg, white beef cut into small pieces and soaked in raw eggs can restore the eater's physical strength in a short time. After putting everything down, Bai Gujianyang winked at Gucci and said, "Sir, this is our latest set meal. Why don't you eat it?" Chapter 911, The Complete Aradovi City. After eating, Gucci stayed in the tavern for about 2 hours before jumping onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and heading towards Aladovita. Gucci may have been drunk at this time, and he was staggering when he walked. Fortunately, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin has the function of automatic navigation. In addition, Aladovi City is Gucci's home field, so there is no need for anyone to control it. Gucci sat on the throne at the front of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and smiled. There was still a hint of blush on his face. It wasn't until he stood in front of Aradavida that Gucci came to his senses from this state. After jumping off the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and looking at Aladovida, who was busy, Gucci was obviously stunned for a moment. At this time, Gucci discovered that Aladovida had changed again. If the previous Aladovida was only activated by Princess Anna's energy, then the current Aladovida is completely activated by Aladovi City. The projection of the 6-story Aradovi City that originally appeared in the sky now appeared in the sky again. This is obviously telling everyone who looks here that the city of Aradovi has been occupied in all periods. At the same time, Gucci noticed that the level of the Crow Lancers originally stationed at Aradavida had been significantly improved. Their equipment has also undergone some changes, and their level looks like troops above level 10. The most important thing is that they can actually fly upward, actively pass through flight, and enter the projection of Aladovi City in the sky. We have completed the unification battle of Aridal City. Now, in addition to the land channel and water channel, the sky channel has also been opened. Only the sewer side has not yet completed the docking, which will take some time. While Gucci was watching the situation here, Princess Anna walked out of the Aradavida. Behind her are soldiers, who are quickly returning because the war is over. They were entering Aladovida through different doors, and Lord Three Lions was directing these soldiers to retreat aside. Am I a step too late? Gucci took one look at the current situation and couldn't help but ask. No. It came just in time. We just happened to capture the last Aladovida. It's the best time for adults to come over. Oh, what do you want to do now? Gucci heard something in Princess Anna's words. Yes, Luna has gone over to activate the last Aradovi City, and Eid has also calculated the best way. Although the new Aradovi City is currently being generated, we have a chance to use the 7 we have now. The Aradovi City merges together with Aradovi Tower as the center, to form a subject. In this way, even if a new city of Aradovi appears in the future, it will automatically be integrated into our city, and will no longer become part of the Mirror Underground Palace. Hearing what Princess Anna said, Gucci was also shocked. He didn't expect that this matter could be played like this. But after thinking about it, he realized that the plan Princess Anna mentioned had a slight chance of success. And after success, it will also be quite beneficial to Gucci. At least Gucci doesn't have to worry about the lack of open space in his Aradovi City. The Aridov City in front of us will obviously continue to expand, as long as the Victoria City can continue to change. New Aridov City will continue to appear. This saves you a lot of time in searching for the land title. In addition, as long as Aradovi City is considered a whole, the transportation within Aradovi City will be much more convenient. No matter when a problem occurs, Princess Anna can immediately mobilize troops to deal with it. Unlike before, everything needs to be transferred through Aladovida. The last and most crucial point is that if the city of Aridov in front of us is integrated, then the city walls will also be integrated. If so, Gushi could completely borrow the walls of the 7 Aridos cities and build a huge city wall. Great idea. What can I do for you? Yes, my lord. You are the master of Death City. Although the control of Aladovi City has been handed over to Luna, and the control of Alida Tower has been handed over to me, everything is still under the control of my lord. During the fusion, Aradovi Tower will be the core of the entire Aradovi City, and will no longer be just a transit castle outside Aradovi City like before, nor is it an entrance to the Mirror Underground Palace. Therefore, I ask you to transform and fuse with Aladovida. Is it going to be carried out here at Aradovida? Then what do I need to do? No need to do anything more. Just use Death City. Just use Death City? Gushi quickly understood that the intention here was to let him use the Death City skill inside Aladovida. Don't look at Gushi's method of attacking the Dead City as soon as the war begins. But he usually mainly deploys buildings such as city gates and soul-calling towers into the battlefield. There are very few opportunities to actually use the Dead City. It can be said that after he obtained the skill of Death City, he only used Death City once. That was the time when he supported Luna to take down Aladovi City. Now standing here again, Gushi calmed down. He thought about it seriously, and finally nodded in response. Good. As Gushi agreed to this, Princess Anna took out a scepter made of apple wood and led Gushi into Aradovida. The scepter is all wood color, with a raven spreading its wings above it, and below it are black apple blossoms. This was the trophy that Gushi had obtained from directly killing the spore cultist Charlie the last time. It was also a purple piece of equipment found in the Westminster Abbey incident dungeon. When this purple dress appeared, Princess Anna took it away immediately. Gushi remembered clearly what he promised to Princess Anna, so he handed it over to Princess Anna without even looking at the properties of the purple scepter. After that, Gushio noticed that Princess Anna's movements obviously slowed down a beat. And at the same time, there were always some traces of spores or trees on her hair and skin. Obviously this is the impact of this purple outfit. Although the damage is not great, it is obviously annoying. However, as Gushi's most important subordinate, Princess Anna has sufficient resources. She had enough money to buy some items to counteract the negative effects of purple equipment. Not to mention that after the grass-returning pill is planted, the grass-returning pill, Earth, will be able to directly resolve the negative effects caused by purple equipment. Gushi can plant as much of this kind as he wants. Therefore, Princess Anna did not have any problems because of her purple outfit. So Gushi would not go over and ruin everything. Now Princess Anna used this purple scepter to lead Gushi into Alida Tower, preparing to start the final ceremony. Chapter 912, Transformation completed. Aladovi City Level 8. My lord. Just stand here. Gushi was led to the guillotine by Princess Anna. At this time, on the guillotine, a zombie dressed as a king was lying under the knife rest. When he saw Gushi coming, he looked up and smiled at Gushi. Here? Do you want to change places? Who is this? Charlie, the British emperor who died under the guillotine, was also the only British emperor who played himself to death. But many people call him the Guillotine King. Gushi took a look at the zombie's face, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Do you have the feeling that his head looks like that of a spore cultist? Princess Anna followed Gushi into the Westminster Abbey event copy. After hearing what Gushi said, she also reacted. There is some resemblance, but there should be no relationship between them. Gushi just felt a bit similar, and didn't think much about it. What happens next is actually not that difficult. Gushi stood in front of the guillotine, facing the Guillotine King, and raising his magic wand. All the crows that were originally standing on the guillotine now flew up. They kept circling around Gushi, and every time they circled, the number of crows would increase. At the same time, Gushi's magic power began to be rapidly drained away, and layer after layer of dark clouds began to appear in the sky. A large amount of Inchi gushes out from the ground. Among the Inchi, there is also a strange aura that makes people feel chaotic. This kind of weird atmosphere is the true style of the Mirror Underground Palace. But at this time, Luna, who had already completed the attack on the last Aladovi City, appeared nearby through the mirror. She nodded to Gushi first, and then said, Sir, please support me again. I still need half an hour. Gushi took a look at the speed of mana consumption and nodded seriously. Half an hour was not a difficult task for him. As long as his mana was consumed at this rate, he could still hold on for another hour. Seeing that Gushi agreed, Luna left quickly. What she is going to this time is the strange mirror space. That was Luna's home court, and no one else could control the situation except Luna. The activation of Aladovi City also needs to be handled by Luna personally. No one else can handle these two things. So even if there is not enough time, Luna can't find anyone to help. Fortunately, the next thing became much smoother. As Luna returned to the strange mirror space, the strange aura that was drawn out due to Gushi's reason seemed to have a destination, and all of it rushed towards the strange mirror space. It can be said that Gushi was lucky that Luna had mastered such a strange mirror space. Aladovi City happens to be in the Mirror Underground Palace, having been regarded as the mirror image of Victoria's City for so many years. Coupled with the monarch's weird abilities, the weird aura that just came out, even if it is not in the mirror image style, is somewhat related to the mirror image. Now they are all absorbed by the weird mirror space, and become part of the weird mirror space, expanding the influence of the weird mirror space. Once this strange aura is taken away, what remains is the original aura of Aladovi City. In fact, the original Aladovi City was just a dead and empty city, not a city of death. At the beginning, Gushi borrowed Luna's existence and viewed the Aladovi City as a city of death. As Aladovi's original aura appeared, Gushi also started his own operation. Death City activates. The aura of the undead began to permeate all of Aladovi City. At the same time, all the undead in Aladovi City raised their heads, and even the piled corpses that had not yet been summoned exuded the aura of death. These auras of death quickly dyed all of Aladovi City the color of death. Only then did Gushi understand why Princess Anna had waited for him to come. It turns out that the City of Death has such a transformational effect. Closing his eyes, Gushi had the feeling that he was looking down from the sky at 7 Aladovi cities located in different periods. Each Aladovi city has its own style, but there are obviously similarities. At the same time, Gushi could also fully feel that although all the cities of Aladovi were on the same plane, they overlapped and did not blend with each other. This feeling reminded Gushi of what Dietrich said before. The Great King's throne is equivalent to the size of 7 Aridi combined. At that time, Gushi still thought that Aridov could occupy 1% of the space inside the Mirror Underground Palace. Now it seems that I really thought too much. His place in the Mirror Underground Palace will only be smaller. Before Gushi could see everything clearly, the strange scene before him disappeared. At the same time, Gushi also understood that the 7 Aladovi cities had been merged together, and the current Aladovi city was the complete body of Aladovi. At this time, there was naturally a ding in his ear. Death City is used successfully. Aladovi City is completely transformed into Death City, and the level of Death City is raised to level 8. City name, Aladovi, Urban Agglomeration. City directions, City of Death. City characteristics, Original City. Homologous City. Traditional City Undead. City level, level 8, 93/1000. City core, Aladovi Tower. Aladovi City, 7 periods. As various messages popped up, Gushi almost spent money before his eyes. Fortunately, Gushi's men were still there at this time, and they had already arranged various tasks from the beginning. They were just waiting for the reunification of Aladovi City before they would start some actions. Gushi does not need to do these things himself. The undead under him can handle these things directly. In this way, Gushi had enough time to check the current situation of Aladovi City. Only then did Gushi realize that during this period of time, except for Demi who fought in various periods in Aladovi City, everyone else was also busy with their own affairs. Luna is the busiest one, as she is responsible for the city's relocation. There is also the occupation of Aladovi City. It can be said that during this period of time, there have been no new buildings in Aladovi City. A few buildings have been upgraded, but the number is too small. What really increases the level of the Death City is the experience gained from occupying the territory after occupying the next period of Aladovi City. The sum of these experiences can just increase the level of Aladovi City. The current level of Gushi's Death City has reached level 8, which means that in addition to city gates and soul-calling towers, Gushi can also release city walls, moats, and arrow towers on the battlefield. It can be said that Gushi's ability on the battlefield has been further improved. The next upgrade will be to level 12. At that time, he will be able to project castles such as Aladovida or Sleeping Beauty Castle to the outside world. Chapter 913. 1 month later. A month later, Gushi, who had studied and researched for a long time in the city of Aryov, finally completed the transformation of most of the corpses above level 15 in his hands. There are no transformed corpses now, so there are only a few 18th and 19th level corpses left, and Dietrich's corpse has not been processed. These corpses were not left behind by Gushi on purpose, But when he was dealing with level 17 corpses, he found that his level of undead transformation was still a little behind. The success rate of transforming a level 17 corpse into a level 17 undead is only about 30%. Of the remaining half, 10% have their level dropped by 1 level. 10% have their level dropped by 2 levels. And the rest all fail to transform and become ordinary level 8 undead. This also made Gu Shi understand that level 17 of his undead transformation had reached its limit. It would still be a waste to deal with these high-level corpses at this time. So at this time, Gu Shi stopped what he was doing and stopped converting the undead. Of course, there is another reason for this. That is, Gu Shi has been away from Bai Lianqing for too long now. And he needs to go back to Bai Lianqing. Not to mention anything else. His current relationship is still with Chaoyang Guild. Chaoyang Guild gave Gu Shi the opportunity to help and grow when he was at his weakest. Gu Shi couldn't just walk away like this. Now Gu Shi must go back and take a look. Whether he is still carrying out tasks in Chaoyang Guild or jumping out of Balian City. He must communicate with the people of Chaoyang Guild. Gu Shi has already thought about it. If Chaoyang Guild doesn't let him go, then he will stay with Chaoyang Guild for 3 years. Judging from the current situation in Arida City, 3 years would be enough for him to reach level 20. When the time comes, he will definitely have a share of the Genesis work. Even if the Chaoyang Guild wants to drag him away, it won't be able to drag him on for too long. As soon as he put down what he was doing, Gu Shi stood up from the edge of Xiamu Lake. At this time, the entire Xiamu Lake has been moved to the new magic plant area. The entire magic plant area was laid out according to Luna's plan. All the buildings were demolished, leaving only various kinds of soil that can be used to plant trees, fields and herbs. The current layout of the Magic Plant District is that it is divided into 11 districts, and one principality with Xiamu Lake as the center. The principality refers to the Principality of Lettuce, which is responsible for the care of plants in the Magic Plant area. Among the 11 districts, there are red maple areas and grass-returning red areas that are specifically for tree planting. However, the land has only been demarcated, and no orchard areas have been built yet. The fields for farming include spiritual fields, herb fields, poison fields, and spice fields. There is also an aquatic plant area near the water, an experimental area responsible for cultivating new seeds, a breeding area where plantings are mixed, and finally, where Gu Shi is now, the compost area. This is located on the edge of the Evil Wood area, and it is also the place with the heaviest energy in the entire magic plant area. Usually there will be bone-gnawing sludge here to clean up some unnecessary garbage and leave the best fertilizer. At the same time, because of these fertilizers, the energy here is getting heavier and heavier. It is not without reason that Gu Shi naturally regards this place as the place where the undead are transformed. When Gu Shi stood up, a large number of undead quickly rushed out of the vicinity, and quickly dealt with the things Gu Shi left behind. As for the corpses above level 18, they all sank into Xiamu Lake. With his undead men at work, Gu Shi did not go to clean up the battlefield, but released the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and entered the Evil Wood Lake. Because the cities of Aradovi in the 7 periods have been connected together, all the rivers will eventually be concentrated in one place. It was an independent dock area that was cut out and placed between the 7 periods of Aradovi city. The entire dock area is composed of 7 docks connected to 7 Aladovi cities, plus a large number of islands with buildings and some underwater buildings. The special wharves in Gu Shi's hands, as well as the wharf warehouses and other buildings in the wharf area, have all been moved here. As for the pier market, it was moved to the pier near the market area. When Gu Shi's men transport resources, they only need to transport things from one dock to another, without leaving the dock area at all. It can be said that this is the largest and fastest mode of transportation in the city of Aridov. Gu Shi happened to be at the edge of Xiamu Lake now, so it would naturally be faster to go along the waterway. So he jumped onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and let it move forward automatically. Gu Shi himself took some convenient food that he had brought with him, put it in his mouth, and started chewing it. Here are some convenience foods prepared there in the kitchen. The food itself is not very good, just to fill the stomach. Gu Shi has been busy transforming the undead during this period, and has never eaten seriously. He usually only relies on this to fill his stomach. Slowly, he got used to this kind of thing. Now that he had some free time, Gu Shi naturally started eating. While he was eating, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin quickly went down the river. At this time, Gu Shi could see the seahorse cavalry and mermaids patrolling in the river. Because the area of Aradovi City has expanded, their current patrol area has also become much larger. They move back and forth 3 times a day on various rivers. And the furthest point in the magic plant area is Shiamu Lake. Gu-Shi could always see them when he was transforming undead near Shiamu Lake. Among them, one mermaid attracted Gu-Shi's attention the most. Looking over this time, Gu-Shi didn't notice the existence of the mermaid. This surprised Gu-Shi. Hey, where's the mermaid with the purple scale hat? Why didn't she show up? Seeing Gu-Shi asking them questions on the holy silver evil coffin, one of the seahorse cavalry immediately swam out. Sir, that mermaid was captured and sent to another patrol line. Why? Gu-Shi was somewhat curious. Why were there force patrols? I don't know either. It seemed she said she was being targeted by a lustful fairy dragon. The fairy dragon didn't know where she knew she had the nicest voice. Let her help read little green articles every day. Just read some. Oh. A type of modal particle. I don't know what it means when read. The mermaid's skin scales were almost dried up due to lack of water for a long time. She really wants to exchange it back. But that fairy dragon has money. And our leaders are willing to support her. There is nothing we can do about such a thing. Gu-Shi thought about it. Is it the fairy dragon in the witch's hut? It seems that the witch hut at that time was moved to the market area. In the end, this fairy dragon can still do such a thing? What? She gave money. That won't work. It seems that the fairy dragon is not a good one. We will deal with it later. Chapter 914 Changes in Aladovi City. Returning to the main city, Gu-Shi saw that the main city was quite empty, because each district has completed the relocation work. Only core buildings and administrative-related buildings are left in the main city area, such as taverns, warehouses, barracks, and soul-calling towers, all of which are built here. At the same time, several city gates, main city walls, and moats were also built at this location. Also built here are the main Hearthstone transfer points, carriage stations, etc. As for the giant garden and other things that were originally built here, they were all moved to the hero area and were not left here. But the plot of land and so on were retained. So looking at it now, the main city area is obviously a bit empty. The undead coming and going on the streets seemed a little sparse. When Gu-Shi came over, he immediately came to the central meeting hall. At this time, many buildings next to the council hall have been moved, and now there are several different buildings here. These buildings are the residences of Gu-Shi's contracted undead, and they are also places specially arranged for them by Gu-Shi. Each contracted undead has a house of its own. As for whether they want to live here, it depends on their own ideas. In the outer area, there are residences for some professionals. Most of the undead souls that Gu-Shi retrieved from the mysterious academy live here. For example, several architects who are often used by Gu-Shi live together. You can call them out quickly when you want to call them out. Of course, in this main urban area, Gu-Shi is also planning to arrange the starting points of several railways to ensure that personnel in each urban area can be mobilized in a short time. In addition, the main entrance to the sewer is also arranged here in the main city. Although there are entrances to the sewer elsewhere, the barracks can arrange battle missions from this place. In addition, there is also the Owl Building and so on. It can be said that Gu-Shi can control everything in the entire Aladovi city here. After Gu-Shi entered the main city, none of his 4 contracted undead came. While Gu-Shi was busy with the undead transformation, Luna had been busy with the city relocation. Although the relocation was now mostly completed, more things would come soon, and she couldn't rest for a moment. Shea hangs out at the magic market, inquiring about some information every day. As long as there are architectural designs, battle flags or the like that are suitable for Gu-Shi, she will be the first to grab them. It can be said that she is focusing on the market right now. So how can she have time to come over and see Gu-Shi? As for Princess Anna, it is even more impossible to come over. She has been dealing with the new army at Aladovita. Even if the 4 lords of the Princess Council help her, she is too busy, and there is no time to run. Come here. Eve is still a little free, but she has a lot of tasks at hand. She still needs to handle the newly built magic area, and she also needs to arrange various research work. The most important thing is that Gu-Shi agreed to her conditions, and all the corpses related to the legal system obtained in this battle were buried in the newly built magic area. These are the first batch of corpses in the magic area. Eve is observing and preparing to record the first wave of data. Pushing open the door of the meeting hall, there was also a lot of hustle and bustle inside. Luna, who had been staying in the meeting hall, was constantly giving orders. Around Luna, there are many strange mirror images and ghosts that accept Luna's orders and pass on these orders. Seeing Gu-Shi come in, Luna just raised her head and didn't even have time to say hello. Gucci came over to tell Luna where he would go next. Regarding Luna's attitude, Gucci didn't say anything. He just walked up to Luna. Luna, I'm going back to Balian City. I won't go back to Aladovi City for the next few days. You will handle the affairs in the city. If Shea and the others come to see me, just tell them. Luna is currently arranging for several undead to enter some special buildings to work. The levels of these undead are not much different, but some numbers need to be carefully compared. Luna needs to know the situation of each undead in detail. After arranging them, she needs to observe them for a while to see if they are suitable. Here, we also need to record the situation of these undead to see if they have improved themselves in their positions. If some new undead come, we have to do the data comparison again. You can't just think about it and proceed directly as soon as you get the new undead. This kind of thing is quite important and complicated, and it directly takes up about 2/3 of Luna's time. When Gucci spoke, Luna just nodded. After waiting for the batch of undead to be arranged out, she raised her head and looked at Gucci. Don't worry, sir. I will make arrangements. By the way, the level 6 dungeon-style land deed can also be used. Aladovi City has been unified, and satellite cities can be arranged outside. Only then did Gucci think that Luna still had such a land deed in her hand. Don't worry. I already have a plan. The location of the satellite city has been selected. Then I can put some non-undead troops there. In addition, I got some oasis seeds and plan to build oasis outside. However, the oasis will be obviously smaller and can only be used as an auxiliary and cannot be used as a city. That's true. You should build the satellite city first. Where do you plan to place the satellite city this time? About 500 miles outside the hero zone. We have found the space gap that the adults mentioned, but there has been no movement there, and we have no way to enter. Placing the satellite city there can help us keep an eye on the space cracks here, and also prevent the enemy from misjudging our direction. After hearing this, Gucci also nodded. Luna's idea was correct. The land deed in front of her was completely different from the undead style. It is a dungeon-style land deed, and it is a land deed that is full of buildings after it has reached level 6. After putting it down, you can directly recruit the red dragon, and after upgrading it, you can recruit the black dragon. It can be said that anyone who sees this place will think that this city is dominated by underground cities. Normal people would never think that Gucci was actually a necromancer. At that time, the enemies coming out of the space cracks will misjudge the situation in Aladovi City, and will eventually be dealt with by Gucci. It can be said that Luna's arrangement is a pretty good idea. Just make the arrangements. If anything happens, just contact me directly. I'll be out first. Chapter 9:15 Encounter at the Station. After leaving the city of Aridov, Gucci packed up the things he had with him, picked up his magic wand, and headed towards the train station in Bakesinching. Gucci also asked Shea to inquire about the method of returning to Balian City. There are 2 ways to return to Balian City. One is to enter a game through the portal, and when exiting the game, just choose to exit through the public portal in Balian City. However, there are several problems here. When entering the game, you must use the public portal. When you come out, there must be a passage that can exit from the public portal of Balian City. If not, then you have to find other games to transfer. The time spent here is quite long. The other option is to take the train back directly. Although this train will take a long time. It will take about 7 days from Bakesinching to Baliancheng. But safety is better along the way. As long as Gucci is honest and doesn't act like a monster, he can stay on the train for 7 days. Of course, for such a long train journey, you don't have to be crowded like the Greenskin train. The most basic tickets for this kind of train come with a large box with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. If it's a higher-end first-class seat, it's a small villa with a swimming pool. Gucci didn't buy any first-class seats. For him, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom were already quite big. He casually bought a train ticket that would leave today. When choosing whether to sit by the window, Gucci was stunned for a moment. We already have 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. So what else can we do next to the window? Although he was a little confused, Gucci still chose to sit by the window. Next, there are some weird options. These options refer to the color and style that Gucci likes. It seems that they have to consider the interior decoration of the car. For these, Gucci checked a few at random. Anyway, Gucci didn't think that the train could be decorated in the style he needed in a short time. The best Gucci can do is get a similar style to make his stay more comfortable along the way. After buying the tickets and everything else, Gucci went into the station to wait for the train. Because today's trains all depart at fixed times. If you buy a ticket and add people, you will need an extra carriage. Gucci chose the train closest to the departure time. He only had to stay at the train station for an hour and a half before leaving. So Gucci simply stopped running around and sat in the waiting room waiting. Most of the people in the waiting room were players, who gathered in groups of 3 or 4 and chatted about gossip about the game. Although this news is not as good as the research results in universities, there is always some weird information mixed in. If Shea was here, she would definitely be able to get some information from here. But for Gucci, he didn't have such ability. He could only listen to what was happening in front of him as a joke. No more. But it's great to use these messages to pass the time. Just as Gucci was listening, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Feeling that something was wrong, Gucci looked around and found a few people dressed as angels in front of the train station, dragging a black-robed player in from outside. This was the first time Gucci encountered such a situation. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's going on? You are new here, right? You have never seen such a situation before?" From this look, he was expelled from Pai Shinchin and was pressed down by angels. It was obvious that he was using skills to take action in Paixin City and was caught in the street. This is not a big deal. As long as the players are not dead, they will be locked up for a month or 2 at most, then expelled from Paixin City and not allowed to enter again for 10 years. This kind of thing happens too often. Once you suffer a loss, you won't mess around with Xinqing next time. Of course, if you still mess around the first time, you will be embarrassed and will be locked up for a year. And then you will never be allowed to enter Paixin City. The players on the side looked gloating. Several other players were speculating about what the black-robed man in front of them had done. You said you could let an angel drag you away. What did he do? I'm afraid it has opened the door to H.L. Aren't the enemies of angels all demons in H.L.? It could be from other cities. Maybe from the cities along the weird routes. In Paixin City, the control over weirdness is the strictest. It must be a lie. If it was really weird, why didn't Pei Xinqing seal off the city and let someone run out like this? I think it must be an element. The fire element has a bad temper and is very powerful. In the past, it was the people of the fire element who caused trouble in Paixin City. Didn't you see that he is wearing a black robe? This is the standard attire of a necromancer. Who said it? Necromancers also wear white clothes, right? Listening to these people's words, Gucci was also very happy. It was really a rare experience to hear such gossip when going out. Even when the man in black robe was being dragged away, he still poked his head over there, trying to see which direction he was going. Did you see that? I saw it. It's a car going south. The H.L.S. are the main ones in the south, including Demon Refining City and Yanqi City. There's also Black Prison City. Black Prison City? You mean that city where demons and undead are mixed? It seems to be included. Never mind. Haven't you heard? The Black Prison City has just experienced a great chaos. The city lord who originally followed the pagan route was kicked out, and now a Death Knight has been replaced as the city lord. It looks like it will soon become a city of the dead. Is there such a thing? Yes. I heard that there are a lot of things for sale in the direction of H.L. demons. Many people are rushing there, hoping to find treasures. Hearing this, Gucci's heart moved. He had a feeling that the person who was arrested should be the necromancer. So he couldn't help but look over there. And the man in black robe, who was being dragged by the angel, also struggled to raise his head. After being educated for a month or 2, the man in black robe still had an angry look in his eyes. He seemed to be complaining about something, and seemed to have a lot of unwillingness. When he saw Gucci looking at him from afar, a fierce look suddenly flashed in his eyes. You're all going to die. You're all going to die? Gucci was a little confused as to why he could still dance even though he was taught by the angel to be such a coward. But this kind of bullshit had nothing to do with him. He shrank his head and returned to the crowd, where he inquired about all kinds of gossip. But at this time, the man in black robe struggled more and more fiercely. He didn't know why he was like this. He just felt that he shouldn't be like this, as if someone had taken something away from him. It was because of this feeling that he was struggling like this. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape from the angel's hands. In the end, he was dragged into the platform and prepared to be stuffed directly into the train carriage. Chapter 916 Luxury Train. After the farce ended, Gucci's attention no longer focused on the man in black robe, who was dragged away. Not long after, the train that Gucci was waiting for arrived. Passing the platform indicated on the ticket. Gushi stepped onto the carriage assigned to him. Gushi was riding in an ordinary car, and there were 4 private rooms of the same size in one car. The ticket Gushi bought came with a window. It was the private room number 1 near the car door. Standing in front of the private room, Gushi was about to push the door of the private room open. But the door was open from the inside. Standing behind the door was a woman in a white dress. This woman has long golden hair, a pure face, and big white eyes. But she wears a backless dress and has a pair of white wings on her back. Angel? Looking at the woman in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Guest, my name is Lin. I am the waiter for your next trip. I was selected according to your requirements. I will always be by your side during the next 7 days of travel. Gushi was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered the options he had when buying the ticket. At first, Gushi thought it was about choosing the style of a private room. But he didn't expect it to be like this. While Gushi was in a daze, Lin spread her wings and flew to Gushi's side. Because most players have their own backpacks, they usually don't have much luggage. The same goes for Gushi. He was carrying a magic wand, and most of the useful things around him were in the bag on his belt. So when Lin flew over, she just took Gushi's arm and dragged Gushi into the box. At this time, Gushi had already noticed the situation in the private room in front of him. At the same time, he also understood why someone asked whether he wanted to sit by the window. It turns out that the window mentioned here is not a window that can be opened at will on the train, but a small balcony where you can go out and sit down to enjoy the breeze. The door into the balcony is directly opposite the door of the private room. Next to the balcony door, there is a small square table and chairs that are unique to the train. The whole room adds up to about 4 square meters. It is obvious that this is what the ticket says. The living room with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room and 1 bathroom. There are 2 doors at both ends of the living room. The door on the side near the balcony is a 2 square meter bathroom that can be used for bathing. The other end leads to a reading room of about 3 meters square at the rear. Further back is a bedroom of about 4 square meters. And the double bed there can obviously fit 3 people. This is almost a situation of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. When taking Gushi to each room, Lin would also introduce the situation here to Gushi. Sir, this reading room contains a large number of treasures with angelic power. Although they cannot be taken away, the power of these treasures can prevent players from being affected by some strange forces when reading. Sir, don't look at how small this bathroom is. In fact, 2 people can squeeze in and take a shower together. Sir, the bed in the bedroom is made entirely of angel feathers. It is quite comfortable to lie on it. Through Lin's introduction, Gushi also understood the situation here. It can be said that the private room with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom has everything in it. Gushi could stay here for 7 whole days without having to run out. And the angel named Lin in front of him really served Gushi personally. She can help Gushi do everything, including buying food, cleaning the place, preparing various drinks and so on. As long as Gushi made a request, she would complete it. As for Lin's style in front of her, it was all chosen by Gushi when he bought the ticket. I'm afraid there's nothing he can do to change it this time. But Gushi now understands what the choices behind the train ticket are. Next time he takes a train, he will choose a style he likes. Regarding the situation in front of him, Gushi was not a picky person, so it was okay to make do with it. After listening to Lin's detailed introduction to the situation here, Gushi opened the balcony door and walked onto the balcony. It is called a balcony here, but it is actually just a small balcony of about 1 square meter, which is only big enough to accommodate a lounge chair. Sitting on the lounge chair, you can watch the scenery passing by in front of you. It can be said that this is a good place for leisure. Of course, it would be better if there is a coffee table for coffee or tea. If not, it actually doesn't matter to Gushi. Sir, if you have anything to study or read, please do it in the reading room. You can rest and relax in the bedroom or the balcony. If you need anything, you can tell me directly. After saying that, Lin stood next to Gushi, waiting for Gushi's order. Gushi had never encountered such a thing. It wasn't that he had never encountered such treatment before, but that Gushijin had never met an angel before. Compared with the races Gushi had encountered before, the angel looked more like a birdman. The wings looked very beautiful, and he didn't know what it would feel like when he reached out and touched them. Seeing Gushi's gaze, Lin raised her head. Show yourself in front of Gushi. At this time, Gushi noticed that there was a kind of holy power flowing in Lin's body. Clearly this is the power of pure light. It can be seen that an angel like Lin is not a pet kept by ordinary players. They also have a certain fighting capacity. at least on the train. They can ensure the safety of the players. Gushi is quite satisfied with this kind of service. When does the train leave? There are 2 minutes left. Does the guest need to go for a walk or buy some food? Forget it. No need. I've just eaten, and I don't need any food for the time being. By the way, do you have any books here that I can read? Yes. We have the Manual of Light that you can read here. This is a basic introductory book on the element of light. After reading it, most people will master some knowledge of light and can learn some light spells. Of course, if guests don't want to study, we also have the New Year's issue here to read. However, guests should be able to understand the situation on the train. The annual updates are not very up to date. If the guest wants something latest, it may not be available on the train. Light? No manuals for the undead or dark. I'm sorry. The guest made his choice when he bought the ticket, so there is no way to change the things in the reading room along the way. If customers want books about the dead or darkness, they need to let us know next time when choosing. Chapter 917 Return to Balian City. The time on the train always passed very quickly, and nothing unexpected happened along the way, which made Gushi, who wanted to watch the excitement, less gainful. But if you think about it, you can know that the senior officials of Uenzu City will definitely guard this important line connecting major cities. Seeing that the attendants arranged for each carriage are angel-level beings, you can know how much they attach great importance to the train. Whoever dares to try to touch this train, those people in Uenzu City can make them, not even the players have to do it. So on the way down, Gushi spent his time looking at the scenery on the balcony, reading in the reading room, and going back to the room to rest. Normally, he never walked out of this few square meters of space. Even if he was hungry, Angel Lin would help him get food. All food comes from the dining car on the train. Although there was no way to order food, the food that was served was much more delicious to Gushi than the food in Ladovi City. Moreover, the supplement is relatively comprehensive. The most important thing is that after eating it once or twice, the dining car will know Gushi's preferences. It will be adjusted according to Gushi's preferences. Let Gushi eat comfortably. It's nothing like the kitchens and taverns in Aladovi City. They have never thought of adjusting the recipes for their guests. I really didn't know that a ghost would go to such a shabby shop to eat. If it weren't for Gushi's lack of attraction now, Gushi would have wanted to invite the chefs here to Aladovi City and let them help him cook. In addition to these, Gushi also noticed the scenery that could be seen outside the train balcony. Although they were thrown into the depths of the game, the players still worked hard to maintain the dignity that players deserve. While each city has its own style, it also strives to maintain a unified realistic style. Looking from a distance on the train, no matter how the nearby scenery changed, Gushi could always find something familiar in the distant city. It can be seen that these cities have been more or less affected. If ordinary people saw it, they would think that the city in front of them looks familiar. But for people like Gushi, who have their own city, this situation is more obvious. In Gushi's eyes, the existence of every city is quite interesting. It allows him to learn more things. In the past few days, Gushi also thought a lot, and even communicated some of his thoughts with Luna through the special mirror on his wrist. He sent some of the things he saw to Luna. As for whether Luna could understand something from this, that was not something Gushi needed to consider. Gushi only knew that the current situation in Aradovi City was on the verge of a qualitative change. If he succeeds in crossing the border, the city of Aridov will give him more support. If there is no way to cross, Aladovi City will become what it was before. The 7 Aladovi cities of different periods will become a plate of scattered sand just like they originally were. If we step through it, Aladovi City will become a quite huge city group, providing enough support for Gushi. Gushi had no way to intervene in this matter, and could only help Luna in this way. I hope Luna can successfully take this step with Gushi's help. But at this time, Luna seemed to be in a contradictory state. She was able to respond to some of the messages Gushi sent her, but she did not explain to Gushi the changes in Aladovi City during this period. Gushi couldn't enter Aladovi City on the train, so in the end, he had to settle for it like this. However, Gushi could make some judgments based on Luna's tone. From this, we can guess the current situation of the city of Aridov. Whenever this happened, Lin would obediently retreat to the door and wait, leaving Gushi a quiet private space. This made Gushi quite satisfied. It was for this reason that after 7 days passed, when Gushi was about to get off the train, he specially took some gold coins and gave them to Lin as a tip along the way. After getting off the train, Gushi moved his body. After sitting on the train all day, his waist was somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, now that he finally got off the train, He could get up and move his body. Gushi's movement of moving his body was accidentally a little too loud, which happened to cause a gust of wind. That sound immediately attracted the attention of many people. They took a look at Gushi's attire, and a look of approval flashed in their eyes. After confirming those who came here, they were clearly fat sheep from outside. This green robe and holding a long bow is obviously not by Lianqing style. This must be someone who came from some forest or elven city to look for some materials. Such people often come with a certain purpose. They must have a lot of funds or materials on hand. Therefore, some people have come up with the idea of whether to cheat or do a fairy dance. Several gangs gathered around the train station quickly got the news. The sheriff in charge of public security also got the news. But he glanced at Gushi and didn't take it to heart. In their eyes, this kind of thing is beyond their control. After all, it is quite common to steal customers outside a train station. For a fat sheep like Gushi, who is obviously from out of town, if he is not careful, he will often encounter unscrupulous taxi detours and scrupulous agents recommending some hotels, and end up being cheated. At most, you'll encounter some immortals or be dragged into a black game to work or something. When these things did not happen, even if the sheriff knew that such a group of people existed, they would not be able to arrest them. And after something happened, they played the trick and were able to make things right on their own. Even if something really happened, they could just push someone out to take the blame. It is not a simple matter to truly cure the disease. Besides, the Gushi dressed in front of him is obviously not a necromancer or a death knight from Balian City. Such a person dares to come to Balian City alone, which shows that he is quite confident in himself. Even if he says it, he may not get a good result. So they just glanced at Gushi and secretly gave him a hint. As for whether Gushi can understand it himself, it depends on his own understanding and luck. Gushi happens to be the kind of person who is not very lucky. He saw none of the hints given to him by the sheriff. After leaving the train station, Gushi immediately jumped into a rented carriage. The Rising Sun Guild knows about this, so they sent me there. In Pei-Xinqing, I was used to riding in all kinds of high-tech transportation. Now that I was back on a horse-drawn carriage, Gushi felt a little like he was in another world. Sitting in the carriage, he opened the curtains of the carriage window and looked outside. Bai Lianqing was still as gloomy as before, with no sunlight shining down. For some reason, Gushi felt that this style was quite comfortable. When I looked out the window, I was fascinated without realizing it. Chapter 918: The Black Guild in Balian City. However, as the carriage passed some locations, Gushi slowly realized that something seemed wrong. The surrounding environment has become more gloomy. The most important thing is that there are many high-rise buildings nearby that are obviously unfinished. There is no life in each high-rise building, but instead it is filled with a kind of death. As a veteran of the necromancer, Gushi could clearly feel that this kind of death aura was unusual. It is obvious that there is a strong resentment in this. Master, you are going in the wrong direction. This is a shortcut. Don't worry. All the routes in Balian City are of this style. I won't charge you more. No. This road is obviously wrong. I know the undead are common here in Balian City, but I'm not stupid. Look at every window. And there are women in red clothes standing there. Don't tell me what the red thread is. Although Gushi obviously realized that something was wrong. He had experienced too much, and now his heart had completely calmed down. Everything in front of him was nothing to him. At this time, he just couldn't understand how the underworld in Bai Lianqing found him. Haha. I just like to communicate with humorous people like you. It seems that you already know what you are facing. You should just hand over all the money and resources you have. We will let you live. Otherwise you can look around. This is an abandoned game fragment we found. Enter here, or we will let you out. Either you kill us all, or there will be no way out. After hearing this, Gushi knew that there was no need to talk about this matter. It is said that if you hand over the money, you can release it. This is simply a lie. The other side brought him directly to their base. This clearly means not giving yourself away to survive. Facing such an enemy, Gushi had no interest in thinking about how he could encounter such a black guild. He raised his legs and kicked open the carriage door with a heavy kick. Then he turned over and jumped out of the high-speed carriage. As soon as he landed, the carriage that was rushing forward stopped. You made the worst choice. Even I don't dare to get off the carriage here. Do you know what getting off the carriage here means? That means you will come into direct contact with all the undead here. You may not know what kind of undead these are. I'll tell you. Before the coachman finished speaking, his eyes widened. Just as he said, the moment Gushi landed on the ground, All the nearby resentful ghosts focused their attention on Gu Shi. But Gu Shi was not as scared as he thought. Instead, he calmly stared at the various undead flying out of the surrounding unfinished buildings. He even counted the number of these undead with great interest. It seemed as if he had entered some kind of treasure house. Under such circumstances, the carriage driver who brought Gu Shi in naturally felt something was wrong. For the first time, he felt that he had done something wrong. Suyu, what happened? At this time, a voice came from the top of a building not far away. The coachman ignored Gu Shi's presence and quickly explained. President, the fat sheep jumped down on his own. But his reaction was wrong. It doesn't matter if the reaction is wrong. Just meet the person. The shooter from the outside. The elf direction. Has the smell of fruit trees on his body. If the information is correct, this is the target we bought. Kill him quickly. Our sacrifice is about to begin. And the sacrifice is not ready yet. After hearing this, the coachman finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when Gu Shi heard this, he couldn't help but slap his head. What kind of situation is this? Why does he always meet these people who do things without thinking? Is there something wrong with them? Seeing Gu Shi standing so calmly, it was obvious that he was not afraid of them. They are trying to do something now. In fact, Gu Shi didn't know that his encounter with these people this time was a complete accident. These people belonged to the hidden Black Guild, not the forces near the train station. The reason for their existence is quite strange. Because they have been dragged into the game for too long. Many veteran players have experienced too many games and killed too much in the games. And their minds have begun to become twisted. Especially a city like Bai Lianqing that faces the undead. Why do students have to be assigned to various guilds for 3 years, as soon as they graduate? The purpose here is to ensure that players can lay a solid foundation within 3 years through the inheritance in the guild, and prevent their minds from being too distorted, lest players take the wrong step. But no matter how well the guild handles the situation, some players will inevitably make wrong choices. Gradually, some players thought that since they were already deep in the game anyway and Genesis could not leave, they might as well turn themselves into characters in the game. Only in this way can players survive in the game. In fact, there are still many players who take this route. Even some black guilds that walk on the edge of the law, and some players who want to level up but have no chance will voluntarily choose to take this path. After distorting themselves, their situation will be closer to that of the game characters. The advantage of this is that they will have a level beyond their normal strength in certain games. For example, for some players, the upper limit of their level talent is almost level 4, and they may not be able to reach level 5 in their lifetime. But in a particular game, his strength can reach level 15 or even level 20. But after this game, his strength will return to its original level. For some people, he would of course choose to be a level 20 character in the game. The natural consequence of this is that their connection with the game will slowly deepen. The most important thing is that part of their thinking will become like that of the game characters. Even though Gu Shi and Luna are communicating well now, Gu Shi knows very well that he is a player and Luna is an NPC. But these players are not like that. In their minds, they can be either players or game characters. So their ideas will be a little unnatural. Regardless of whether there is any problem, you will definitely fight the enemy when you see them. If you don't fight, you will be sorry for your identity. So their behavior sometimes looks silly. For some players who are deeply involved in the game, they may only be able to remember 2 rules. Don't fight on the streets. Kill the enemies directly after they enter the game. Instead of letting them understand other aspects, it is better to let them choose how to improve themselves and enhance their combat capabilities in the game. The players Gu Shi encountered were in this situation right now. And the situation was even more serious because these players had gathered together to form a black guild that led players astray. If this continues, their existence would turn into a doomsday cult type of organization. By then, it will be a huge trouble for any city. In order to ensure the secrecy of the Black Guild, outsiders who come into contact with them must die. When Gu Shi got on the carriage, the game animation had already begun. When they are not hit to the point of being low on health, even if they find that something is wrong, they will not retreat, but will charge forward stubbornly. The effect is better than using war shackles. Before Gu Shi could make a move, the Black Guild president on the rooftop roared, "Go! Swallow him!" Chapter 919 Gu Shi takes the initiative. The president of the Black Guild and the carriage driver named Suyu didn't care at all, which made Gu Shi understand what was going on. He understood that he was preventing disaster for others. They wanted to take away a player who looked like an elf archer and smelled like a fruit tree. Gu Shi lowered his head, looked at the phantom magic wand in his hand that transformed into a long bow, and then looked at his clothes, and he understood in his heart. It doesn't seem unreasonable that they would recognize the wrong person. It's just that Gu Shi can understand their current reactions, but he won't have any thoughts about the other party. When they brought Gu Shi to this place, they were already enemies. Looking at the red mark above the heads of the resentful ghosts who came out of the unfinished building, Gu Shi knew that all these undead souls were enemies, and there was no possibility of reconciliation in this battle. Gu Shi would not put his life in the hands of others. When the president of the Black Guild shouted those words, 3 black shadows immediately appeared around Gu Shi. These are the 3 purple-clad holders under him. The ability of the psychic lamp was activated immediately, allowing Gu Shi to quickly disappear from the enemy's psychological sight. That feeling was that even though Gu Shi was standing there, everyone would unconsciously ignore Gu Shi's presence. This also ensures Gu Shi's own safety. As the person holding the spiritual lamp took action, all the undead that had been staring at Gu Shi just now looked away. Where are the people? Before the other party could react, the holder of the Huangquan dragon robe took action at the same time. The Underworld Edict. As soon as this move came out, all the undead present were shocked. Su Yu, who was closest to Gu Shi, sensed something was wrong at the first moment. President, something went wrong. But before he finished speaking, the wielder of the forward foreshattered formation charged and slashed in front of Su Yu. Su Yu has always regarded Gu Shi as a shooter. Everyone knows that professions such as shooters have strong long-range attack power, but their melee skills are not very high. Su Yu was always on guard against Gu Shi's sudden shooting. He could guess what Gu Shi quickly disappeared in front of him. After all, shooters always have a way to hide themselves. But the striker's force, the wielder of the shattered formation, slashed directly with his sword, and it felt like a heavy cavalry charge. This was a situation that Su Yu had not considered at the beginning. Now facing this blow, Su Yu wanted to defend himself, but it was already too late. He only felt his body pause, and the carriage he was driving was knocked away. He flew backwards for more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, all the undead nearby turned their attention to Su Yu. This is exactly what Su Yu said at the beginning. Leaving a carriage or other safe shelter in this world is tantamount to sending yourself to the mouths of ghosts and undead. Not to mention, all the resentful ghosts here are game characters killed by the Black Guild or players who were tricked into entering. They are trapped here and their hearts are filled with resentment. This continued day after day, and eventually it became the kind of creature that would automatically attack any creature that left the carriage. Su Yu himself is a death knight. His own death aura, coupled with the blessing of the carriage, can make these undead dare not look at him. But just now, the striker's force, the full blow of the wielder of the shattered formation, knocked him out of the carriage, which put him in the sight of the undead, and he was seriously injured by the wielder of the forward foreshattered formation, and the undead immediately saw his weakness. At this point, his situation became dangerous. You must know that among these undead, there are many players who were brought in by Su Yu, and they all hate Su Yu in their hearts. Now that they had such an opportunity, they all naturally pounced on Su Yu, wanting to tear into pieces all the bones Su Yu gave him. At this time, Su Yu was also shocked. He shouted loudly, "President, save me!" But it was already too late. As his cry rang out, the alarmed undead jumped on Su Yu from all directions, and the scene instantly became chaotic. At this time, the Black Guild's arrangements had just been launched. The members of the Black Guild hidden in this area also mobilized one after another at this time. Gu Shi could notice that on the roofs of most of the unfinished buildings, there were flashes of light of different colors. This is a sign that something is taking place. But Gu Shi noticed something. These rays of light seem to have some gaps. They all use the same spell, but they give people the feeling of being stuck in level. Gu Shi didn't know that it was actually those twisted players who were using their power in the game. I thought something was wrong with him. But no matter what, Gu Shi will not change his fighting style because of the enemy's attack. He will let the soul lamp hide himself. Gu Shi's purpose is to release his undead troops. After he was mentally shielded, Gu Shi quickly retreated, and at the same time he released 2 city gates. One is the main city gate that is used for fighting troops. The Steel City Gate. This is the closest to Aladovita, and most of the troops are concentrated here. As soon as the Steel City Gate comes out, Gu Shi can have a large army to attack at any time. However, this time, Gu Shi's Death City has reached level 8 or above. Along with the Steel City Gates, there is also a city wall about 30 meters long. The construction of the moat has not yet begun under the Steel City Gate, but the arrow tower above the city wall has been built. This time the arrow tower was also launched together with the Steel City Gate. As soon as the Steel City Gate was released, a large number of skeleton shooter troops were quickly in place. The skeleton archer leaders were distributed according to their respective strengths. The stronger ones led the team up to the arrow tower, while the weaker ones lined up on the city wall. Although Gushi had not communicated with them, they understood the situation as soon as they came out, regardless of whether the resentful ghosts here have any grievances in their hearts. In the eyes of the skeleton shooters, they are all enemies. Gather the fire. 5 against 1. Worry about the ghost's immunity to physical attacks. Shoot. Everyone. Rapid fire. Every skeleton shooter leader issued the order immediately, regardless of the abilities of each skeleton archer boss. Their methods of dealing with them are unified, in response to the effect of the ghost-like undead being immune to large-scale physical attacks. They all use multi-hit attacks. As long as you fight more, you will always encounter a situation that the enemy is not immune to. At the same time, the Earthbound Dragon in front also switched to mirror mode, and a mirror dragon breath was sprayed out at the resentful ghost in front of him. This kind of mirror dragon breath is the effect of magic attacks, and can hurt ghost-type troops. It can be said that as soon as the Steel City Gate appeared, the resentful ghosts in front of them were stunned. At this time, the door to the underworld released by Gushi also slowly opened, and a road to the underworld was slowly opening. Chapter 920 Death Knights. Charge. Death Incarnate. As the door to the underworld opened, all the resentful souls and ghosts in the space in front of them seemed to explode. They clearly felt a power coming from behind the gate of the underworld that could free them. This is what the resentful ghosts, who have been trapped here, want to get most. As a result, a large number of resentful ghosts did not care about the skeleton shooters shooting at them at the Steel City Gate. Nor did they care about the Black Guild members in this space, who were suppressing and controlling them. They rushed towards the gates of the underworld, like fish jumping from a barrel into a river. It was under such circumstances that Gushi released his own death incarnation. The ones released by Gushi this time were the incarnation of Death, the god of death, and the incarnation of Death Titan. As soon as they appeared, they cooperated with the gate to the underworld. Death Incarnate Titan's Death Land is directly connected to the gate of the underworld. The incarnation of Death, the god of death, guides these wronged souls and resentful ghosts into the underworld at the gate of the underworld. Because Gushi accidentally obtained the rather special architectural design of the Death God's gathering point last time. The current Death Incarnation, the god of death, like the Death Incarnation, the Bone Dragon, can constantly exchange weapons on his body. It's just that now he has 6 arms, and he hasn't picked up all the weapons in his hands. There is no need to change weapons now. But whether it is necessary, and whether it is possible, are completely different things. Since the establishment of the Death Gathering Point, Death, the incarnation of death, has felt more like a normal death, and has become more enthusiastic about guiding souls into the underworld. There was an opportunity before him. The incarnation of death, the god of death, appeared in front of the gate of the underworld and quickly began to guide. These resentful ghosts crowded over as soon as they saw it, as if they missed this opportunity, they will miss the chance to leave here. The members of the Black Guild who were hiding in unfinished buildings everywhere were at a loss when they saw this situation. The president also wanted to understand what was going on at this time. What they brought in was not their target of sacrifice this time, an elven archer whom they had tricked in, but an undead wizard who pretended to be an archer. We have been discovered. We cannot let him live. Everyone, use your abilities and kill him. The leader of the Black Guild immediately issued orders to his subordinates. In his opinion, this was clearly arranged for him. How else could Gushi know what the target of his sacrifice looked like this time? And he was brought here dressed as the target of the sacrifice. And why did Gushi immediately lead the resentful ghosts here to leave? This was clearly targeting the space in front of him. For the leader of the Black Guild. If anyone doesn't make things easier for him, just kill him. So the leader of the Black Guild asked his men to activate their respective abilities. These guild members are all the kind of players who have gone dark. In the city, their level limit is only around level 4, and they will never be able to pass level 5. But in the game world they chose, they are considered game characters, and their levels are above level 15. The abandoned game world in front of them is their territory, where they can also temporarily use powers above level 15. Under the orders of the Black Guild leader, the players staying here took action. A group of players wearing heavy black armor stood up. When they stood up, there was no decoration on the surface of the heavy black armor. But as they walked out of the safe area on the rooftop of the unfinished building, various different patterns began to appear on the surface of their black heavy armor. Among these lines, some are dark red like blood, Some are dark blue like ice, and some are flowing like dark green liquid. At the same time, more gorgeous-looking weapons such as long knives, spears, and battle axes appeared in their hands. War horses covered in heavy iron armor appeared beside them. As they gathered, a smile flashed in the eyes of the Black Guild leader. He has been working hard here for so many years, and finally has some results that can be achieved. In his Black Guild, there are a total of 300 twisted players who can reach level 15 in the game. Among them, there are about 100 necromancers, and the rest are all Death Knights. This time was the time when all his Death Knights went out with full force. Although there was no way for the people in Balian City to see the scenery in front of him, the guild president was still quite satisfied. Then the Death Knights jumped onto their warhorses. They raised their weapons and simultaneously shouted the Death Knights' war declaration. Death Knights, charge! After shouting this sentence, all the Death Knights jumped from the roof of the unfinished building. They gathered into a torrent and rushed towards Gu Shi. As they rushed forward, the negative energy around them gathered and turned into dark clouds that enveloped them. Those nearby grievances and resentful ghosts may even be flushed away by the Yin Qi. However, before they rushed to Gu Shi, they saw the dark clouds in the sky being cut by a rainbow, and a group of heavily armed cavalrymen in white robes and silver armor rushed towards them with swords in hand. These heavily armored cavalry were none other than the white-robed cavalry under Gu Shi's command. Although their level is still level 13, their battlefield luck ability has been improved to an extremely high level. When the Death Knight approached them, various situations kept appearing, directly interrupting their charging action. When the Death Knight rushed in front of the white-robed cavalry battle formation, a group of two-headed H-Lounds with a halo rushed out from under the white-robed cavalry. They bit the Death Knight's mount with one bite, and the halo around them simultaneously suppressed the Death Knight's combat effectiveness. With this bite, the Death Knight's charge was immediately interrupted, and the entire battle situation became chaotic. The troops of the white-robed cavalry took this opportunity to rush towards the Death Knight. Under their impact, the heads of these Death Knights were chopped off immediately. The originally aggressive Death Knight didn't even block the attack, and was hacked to death on the spot. The Black Guild's president had not expected to encounter such a situation, and when he was about to issue new orders, he discovered that a large number of rather unique undead had appeared near the unfinished buildings. The levels of these undead are all above level 15 and below level 17. Each of their undead has its own characteristics, and they do not form an army to fight like other undead troops. Instead, a small team of 5 people was formed to fight together. These undead souls are the result of death and transformation during Gu Shi's time. It can be said that each of them is the product of Gu Shi's careful processing. Gu Shi brought them with him to serve as his personal guards. Now Gu Shi has only one goal: kill the remaining players and destroy this ghost place in front of him. Chapter 921: Gu Shi's Transformation Army. What Gu Shi's high-level undead showed at this time immediately frightened the president of the Black Guild. Gu Shi spent a whole month day and night transforming the undead. Although he dare not say that he knows the attributes of every undead, he is still quite clear about the general situation. It can be said that every team can achieve cooperation such as combat, magic and animal husbandry. The 3 or 5 undead of them cooperated with each other, and their combat effectiveness skyrocketed. If Gu Shi had such an undead army at his disposal, it would not have been so difficult for him to defeat the Yushu King. As long as there are 4 or 5 such teams, they can completely hold back the Yushu King, and finally wear the Yushu King to death through other means. Now that such a force is taking action against those from the Black Guild, the fight will naturally be quite smooth. They took advantage of the opportunity that all the wrong souls and ghosts had left the unfinished building and rushed into the unfinished building in one breath. In every unfinished building, there is a soul-calming magic circle set up by necromancers above level 15, in order to suppress and cultivate those wrong souls and ghosts. In order to ensure that these resentful ghosts are well raised, each unfinished building has corresponding characteristics and layout. Normally, some necromancers would come to check from time to time. This time, in order to make sacrifices, the Black Guild called all the players over. Now every unfinished building is guarded by a level 15 necromancer. Normally, to pass level 10, a necromancer needs to make or subdue at least one bone dragon. In other words, no matter what route the necromancer takes at level 15, they will always have at least one bone dragon in hand. And since it grew up with the necromancer at level 10, the status of this bone dragon in the heart of the necromancer is somewhat worse than that of the contracted undead. When necromancers perform various magic rituals, they will definitely put the bone dragon on the outside for defense. So if you want to find these necromancers, you only need to find the bone dragon. These high-level undead move forward in this way to find their enemies. Every move they made fell into Gu Shi's eyes. Gu Shi was still very satisfied with the undead situations he had created himself. At least they didn't waste their good intentions. After rushing into the unfinished building, they acted quickly. Every undead body has some traces of splicing. When Gu Shi transformed them, he either gave them corresponding weapons and equipment, or added bones, viscera, etc. to their bodies. In this way, their combat effectiveness will naturally be strengthened accordingly. When they attack now, they are simply attacking without any brains. Soldiers carrying heavy weapons rush to the front, regardless of whether they are skeletons, zombies or ghosts. The main theme is the word reckless. He didn't just walk in, but kick the door open. As soon as they enter the door, the warrior will first perform a sweep, usually using skills such as a thunder strike or sweeping an army. Regardless of whether someone is hit or not, the main attacker will attack from behind the warrior. As the main attackers, these are undead that focus on attack, including skeleton mages, skeleton two-handed swordsmen, corpse shamans, zombie spearmen, undead shooters, and other units. They all have powerful attacks and range attacks that can control the field. Following the soldiers, they had more time to observe the situation in the room. When they strike, they will be more targeted. And every time he takes action, he is aiming for the enemy's life. As they take action, the soldiers in front only need to hold back the enemy. There is no need to do anything else at all. With the two in front of them, the battle is almost over. If that doesn't work, there will be someone in the back who will be responsible for replenishing blood. Most of these undead are soldiers such as undead priests and skeleton priests. In addition to replenishing the blood of the warriors in front, they also have the function of cursing the enemy. As for adding some attribute effects to their own undead, it's not that they don't want to, but that they can't do it. It was already good enough that Gu Shi could find a profession that could replenish blood for each team. I still want something else, even if I think too much. Of course, this is the configuration of a 3-person team. The same situation is almost the same for a team of 4 or 5 people. Just add 2 attackers, or a controller, or an all-rounder. Anyway, each team has corresponding coordination. No matter what they talk about is controlling the situation in the shortest possible time. Even if there is no way to kill the enemy instantly with one blow, it must be ensured that the enemy has no way to counterattack or escape. With such cooperation, they killed the enemies along the way quite smoothly. And soon they arrived in front of the necromancer, including the president of the Black Guild. All the necromancers did not expect that Gu Shi would have such a group of troops. They were not prepared at all. In the opinion of the Black Guild president, as long as the Death Knights attacked, the battle here would be almost over. As a result, they never expected that Gu Shi alone could match the combat power of their guild. The Death Knights were directly wiped out. When they took action to defeat the Death Knights, Gu Shi's men had already attacked the necromancers. Now each of these necromancers feels threatened. As mentioned before, these necromancers are all players who have been gamified. Their brains have been distorted, and their behavior is somewhat biased towards game characters. The location they are in front of is equivalent to their territory. When Gu Shi's men rushed in, they had already regarded themselves as the boss guarding the gate. At this time, there was no thought of retreating in their minds. Their only thought was to kill the men sent by Gu Shi. If Gu Shi was just an ordinary necromancer, he would definitely not be able to deal with so many necromancers reaching level 15 one by one. But who allowed Gu Shi to undergo the undead transformation for a whole month during this period of time? Who told Gu Shi to have enough corpses on his hands to serve as materials? These newly transformed undead not only surpassed these necromancers in terms of level, but also looked like a serious team for completing dungeons in terms of combat cooperation. Against them, these necromancers have no advantage at all. The most terrible thing is that there are quite a few teams like Gu Shi, and it can even be guaranteed that every necromancer has at least one unit in front of him to deal with it. Under such circumstances, the battle between the undead troops and the necromancer finally broke out. Chapter 922 Changes in the battle situation. Boom! 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 Listening to the explosions coming from the unfinished building, and watching the bone dragons being beaten out of the unfinished building, Gu Shi's eyes also showed a look of surprise and satisfaction. This is the bone dragon army sent to your door. While Gu Shi was thinking, he waved behind him. The soul-calling tower quickly appeared behind Gu Shi, and sent Gu Shi to the top of the soul-calling tower. There is an opportunity in front of me. Gu Shi had already felt it when he was sending away those resentful souls. Just send these guys who want to leave away from the area in front of you and into the underworld. Gu Shi can also get kill rewards. The talent of double death can also be activated, adding a lot of ghost minions to the city of Aladovi. At the same time, Gu Shi also noticed that in the unfinished building, there were suppressed corpses left by the ghosts and ghosts, affected by Yin Qi and resentment. These corpses have turned into the finest materials. Even if he failed to save these wrong souls and ghosts, it would not be a loss for Gu Shi. Not to mention the bone dragons that are now being beaten out of unfinished buildings. With so many bone dragons, even if they don't undergo double death transformation, just on-site soul summoning can allow Gu Shi to summon an army of bone dragons. How could Gu Shi be dissatisfied under such a situation? Standing on the soul summoning tower, Gu Shi raised the magic wand in his hand. The Book of Ghost Dragons automatically appeared beside him. Also flying out was the Spiritual Lich's Book of Phylactery. It was obvious that this book also felt something. But Gu Shi has no time to worry about this now. What Gu Shi in front of him was staring at were the bone dragons that had just been killed. Spiritualism. With the existence of the Spiritualism Tower, Gu Shi's spiritualism scope suddenly expanded to include the entire unfinished building. The necromancers who were fighting with Gu Shi's combat team immediately felt a force that they were quite familiar with looming over their heads. You don't need to think about it. The necromancers can also recognize it. This is the spiritualism they usually use when summoning souls. It's just this range, this intensity. Even if someone says that this is a method of undead natural disaster, they will believe it. What kind of sacrifices did they bring back this time? How could any elf shooter make such a big noise? But their minds didn't turn around at all. Even if they found that something was wrong, they had no idea of retreating. They were still thinking about how to kill the enemies rushing over and then kill Gu Shi. Even the leader of the Black Guild, who was surrounded by 2 teams of 5, thought the same way. Unlike other players, the Black Guild leader himself is at a lower level. He is only at the peak level of level 3 and has never crossed the level of level 4. Although I don't know what caused him to become like this. But that's the main reason why he chose to transform himself into a game character. At the same time, because he has transformed more completely, he has reached level 19 in the game and is currently on a mission to reach level 20. His own level, coupled with his several contracted undead, gave him the upper hand for a while. 2 teams of 5 surrounded him, but they couldn't do anything to him. Instead, they took the opportunity to kill several undead soldiers. At this time, Gu Shi had not noticed that something was wrong with the situation here. After all, the combat team he sent out was too scattered, and the unfinished building had the function of targeting and suppressing the undead. Gu Shi was not a perceptive player, and he didn't pay much attention to many details on the battlefield. He didn't know that the Black Guild's president had already begun planning a counterattack. At this time, Gu Shi was still dealing with what he could see in front of him. Under Gu Shi's spiritualism, the enemy bone dragons that were knocked out by the battle team were put back together one by one, turning into Gu Shi's bone dragons and flying into the air, circling continuously. After taking a look at the increasing number of bone dragons in the sky, Gu Shi stretched out his hand, and the 2-headed bone dragon flew out of the Steel City gate. As soon as the 2-headed bone dragon appeared, all the bone dragons seemed to have found their backbone and quickly moved towards the 2-headed bone dragon. But this double skull dragon is not a hero or a leader after all. He himself has to obey Gu Shi's orders. As these bone dragons approached, the 2-headed bone dragon didn't know what to do. But at this time, Gu Shi noticed the situation here. He immediately gave the order to the 2-headed bone dragon. Attack these unfinished buildings and demolish them for me. Under Gu Shi's order, the 2-headed bone dragon now had a goal, and flew towards a nearby unfinished building with the bone dragon. Although the bone dragons are not undead used for siege, they are big and there are many of them. The most important thing is that all the bone dragons don't know what to do, and just follow the 2-headed bone dragon. So all these bone dragons rush to attack an unfinished building, knocking it down in just 2 or 3 blows. Seeing the unfinished building fall, Gu Shi also smiled. These are all good materials. After all the enemies here are cleared, he will come over and remove all the ruins of the fallen unfinished building. Very good. Continue. Gu Shi waved his hand and was about to order the bone dragon to continue. But he did not expect that as the unfinished building collapsed, the resentful ghosts who were led into the gate of the underworld by the incarnation of death, the god of death, were actually stimulated. All the resentful ghosts who had been crowding towards the gate of the underworld had red eyes, as if their homes had been stolen, and they seemed to want to attack everything around them. Seeing this situation, the skeleton archer leaders, who were about to retract their bows and arrows, immediately raised their bows again. Get ready. Get ready to build up the fire. Raise your bows. We should just kill all of these guys. There's no point in sending them to the underworld. However, Gushi's underworld dragon robe reacted faster, and he took a step forward again. The underworld edict. Under the shock of the bearer of the underworld dragon robe, the chaos among the resentful ghosts was once again suppressed. At this time, Gushi also noticed the situation here. He immediately understood what happened here, so he decisively issued a new order. Ghost Squad, send these guys away. Under Gushi's order, the ghost team prepared at the Steel City gate came out early. The combat effectiveness of this ghost team is not very strong. Chun Chun is just a mediocre person. Gushi has always used them as engineers. This time it was prepared in advance. I was originally waiting to kill all the enemies, and then let them come out to clean up the battlefield. But now, these innocent souls and resentful ghosts can't stand it at first sight. Gushi simply released the ghost team and let these innocent souls and resentful ghosts enjoy themselves. By Wu Chang's 901. Man-to-Man Transportation Method. Chapter 923. Deploy troops to attack. As soon as the ghost squad appeared, the originally confused souls and ghosts instantly became timid. They lowered their heads and no longer even pushed forward. Instead, they lined up honestly and walked into the gate of the underworld one by one. Even the god of death, the incarnation of death who leads people to the gate of the underworld, is extremely surprised by this transformation. After all, the incarnation of death, the Grim Reaper, understood the situation best. These resentful ghosts fought very hard to get a chance to enter the gate of the underworld. The chaos just now made death, the incarnation of death, feel like he was unable to control the situation. It's not like it is now, where everyone is as obedient as processed undead, without even a thought of resistance. This suddenly made death, the incarnation of death, feel something was wrong. Fortunately, as Gushi's skill, Death Incarnation always acts according to Gushi's ideas. Now that these wrong souls and resentful ghosts have been suppressed, it is a good thing for Gushi. Naturally, they can walk faster after lining up. At least they won't be held back by squeezing each other and affecting their forward speed. As for the desire for life among the resentful ghosts, they don't have it. After being suppressed here for so many years, these resentful souls and resentful ghosts have only one thought in their hearts: to leave freely. As a result, in front of the gate of the underworld, the resentful souls disappeared one by one, leaving only pure yin chi and negative energy. After seeing everything in front of the gate of the underworld being dealt with, Gushi no longer focused on that area, but turned to look at the unfinished building not far away. Tear down all those unfinished buildings. Under Gushi's command, the two-headed skull dragon and the bone dragon quickly move forward and push down these unfinished buildings. When the two-headed skull dragon attacks, it will not alert the combat team fighting in the unfinished building. They simply attack whichever unfinished building is closest to them. In this way, sometimes the combat team that is still in the battle will also be affected. For such a situation, Gushi couldn't control it at all, and could only ask the combat team to speed up. Don't be so eager to defeat the necromancer, only to be buried in the ruins of an unfinished building in the end. As the two-headed skull dragon pushed down one unfinished building after another, the sounds of fighting coming from other unfinished buildings became more intense. Everyone in the combat team realized that if they didn't get rid of the necromancer quickly, they would be buried downstairs. At this time, Gushi also noticed that something was wrong with the position of the Black Guild president. Two combat teams were clearly sent over there, but the sound of the battle there was a little different. It was obvious that the sound of the fighting over there was not very intense. If it had been before, Gushi might not have felt anything. But now, considering the different reactions from other unfinished buildings, the situation here is obviously not right. White Robe Cavalry, surround that unfinished building for me, and the H. Lounge will attack. You guys, please go over there and see what's going on over there. Under Gushi's order, the White Robe Cavalry that had just killed all the Death Knights quickly rushed towards the building. The H. Lounge blended in with the White Robe Cavalry and followed silently. There are quite a lot of White Robe Cavalry, and when they move forward, they will attract everyone's attention immediately. These H. Lounge ran under the belly of the White Robe Cavalry's horse. It looks like a hunting dog. No one would have thought that these little guys who look inconspicuous were actually the main force in the battle. in the battle with the Death Knight just now. They also put in a lot of effort. Most of the Death Knights were seriously injured by their bites, and then killed by the White Robe Cavalry. If it weren't for the fact that their level was too high, and the experience they got was constantly being deducted, maybe they would get more experience this time than the White Robe Cavalry. Of course, the White Robe Cavalry did not gain nothing. After killing level 15 enemies, they gained a lot of experience. Some of the White Robe Cavalry, who killed more people, have reached level 15. After all, the White Robe Cavalry here reached level 15. Their agility attribute was uniformly improved. Turn agility in the direction of strengthening. It can be seen from this point that the White Robe Cavalry have their own way of growing up. And they don't need to think about their future path at all. Just keep killing it all the way. These White Robe Cavalrymen who had reached level 15 or above did not waste their efforts in enhancing their agility. When they rushed to the unfinished building where the president of the Black Guild was, they directly stepped on the outer wall of the unfinished building and rushed up. This is much more difficult than the previous Death Knight. The Death Knights rushed down from the top of the unfinished building. Not to mention the Death Knight. Even Gushi could do this while stepping on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. But the White Robe Cavalry were different. They were rushing upwards along the wall, which had two completely different feelings. When they rushed upward, Cerberus had no choice but to run up the stairs in the unfinished building to find the location of the Black Guild leader. Also coming with him were the men Gushi had just named. Things like the Bone Titan and level 19 zombies are in it. The zombie wants to hit level 20 and be the first in Gushi's hand. The Bone Titan didn't want to see the scene of bone dragons gathering in front of him, so he ran over, no matter what their reasons were. More and more soldiers squeezed into the unfinished building where the Black Guild president was located. Faced with this situation, the president of the Black Guild not only had no intention of escaping, but instead burst out laughing. "Come on, all of you, die!" While roaring, the president of the Black Guild stood on the roof of the unfinished building. Beside him are 5 of his contracted undead. Behind him is a bone dragon with 3 heads. The level of that bone dragon was not high, but it was quite large. As soon as it appeared, it roared at the 2-headed bone dragon under Gushi. That was clearly a provocation to the 2-headed skull dragon. As he came forward, another group of undead troops of about level 10 appeared nearby. These undead troops are very standard. They are all skeletons, zombies, ghosts, vampires, etc. And their number is about 3,000. As they rushed out, Gushi understood that they were the bodyguards of the Black Guild president. Taking it out at this time shows that these necromancers still have the capital to fight hard. Thinking of this, Gushi leaned on the magic wand and stood at the top of the soul-calling tower. Assist the bone-slashing camp, demon sacrifice camp and black dragon camp to attack. Chapter 920 for the fighting style of the black dragon camp. Following Gushi's order, the bone-cutting camp, the demon sacrificing camp, and the black dragon camp quickly set out. As soon as they appeared here, the bone-cutting battalion rushed forward under the leadership of Robbie. The environment in front of him was the most suitable for the bone-cutting camp. When he rushed out with his men, Robbie was still muttering about why he didn't let them out in the first place. If they had been allowed to take action at the beginning, they might have already reached the end of the battlefield. But it's not too late now. The undead troops released by the Black Guild leader this time are considered standard undead troops. It's not as difficult to fight as the resentful ghosts, who are still lining up over there. At most, their levels are a bit high. But so what? After so many battles and various supplements, the 2-handed swordsmen of the bone-cutting camp have changed. Their balance levels have all reached level 8 to 9. And some have exceeded level 10, coupled with the blessings of various attributes. They have also done things that allow them to fight enemies above level 10. The style of street fighting in front of us is most suitable for troops like them. As soon as Robbie came out with the bone-slashing battalion, he quickly rushed towards the enemy undead. However, the one who was even faster than Gushi was Bryce from the Black Dragon camp. When he came out of the Steel City Gate, he shouted to the skeleton archer leader on the Steel City Gate without waiting for his men to get in position. As the commander of the Black Dragon battalion, I order you to temporarily follow my instructions. Archers who can shoot over 1,500 meters must send out their bows. Under Bryce's command, 1/3 of the skeleton archers raised their longbows. Although the number was smaller, Bryce didn't think much about it. This number of shooters was enough for him. Follow me and fire a round of volley after my troops are in position. Then return to their original positions. As Bryce spoke, he opened his bow himself. It's an arrow pointing into the sky. When Bryce took action, Gushi was stunned for a moment. He didn't quite understand why Bryce was shooting into the sky. But at this time, all the skeleton shooters took action according to Bryce's request, and fired a volley together. When they were ejaculating, Gucci discovered something. It turns out that there are 13 ghost dragons hiding in the sky. The bodies of these ghost dragons are pure green, and they have been hovering in the sky, seemingly looking for opportunities to take action. It was obvious that these ghost dragons were subordinates of the Black Guild leader. If Bryce hadn't discovered this situation immediately, Gucci might not have known that there were still this group of enemies in the sky until they rushed down. But if the ambush is discovered, it is not an ambush. The 13 ghost dragons here are all around level 13, which is almost the same level as Gucci's original ghost dragon. If they were to make a sneak attack on Gucci's bone dragon team, probably none of the newly joined bone dragons would survive except for the two-headed bone dragon due to the sneak attack. But now it's different. The ghost dragon discovered by the Black Dragon camp was targeted by Bryce immediately. Although here, due to the range and the fact that the Black Dragon battalion has not fully come out, the number of skeleton shooters who can attack at the same time is only more than 4,000. But that was enough for the ghost dragon. Gucci's skeleton archers mainly focus on one who is numerous and can focus fire to the point of death. More than 4,000 arrows were all concentrated on one ghost dragon. The ghost dragon didn't even react and was torn into pieces by the flying arrows. Killed by this blow, the remaining ghost dragons all looked at the skeleton shooters. They quickly rushed towards the skeleton shooter, but they were still a step slow. When they killed the first ghost dragon, Bryce already knew the situation of the ghost dragon. He decisively ordered 3,000 archers to fight a ghost dragon. 3 bursts of shooting begin. When Bryce gave the order, his Black Dragon battalion had already rushed out of the Steel City gate. They immediately joined the battle, shooting waves into the sky. Just as Bryce calculated, 3,000 skeleton shooters can kill a ghost dragon in seconds. And based on the speed at which the ghost dragon flew over, they could gather at least 3 arrows. It is actually possible to kill the ghost dragons before they hit you. Bryce took action with this idea in mind, and did not retreat in fear. Instead, he attacked the ghost dragon that pounced down in wave after wave as before. At this time, the demon sacrificial camp that had just come out had also set up the ritual circle. Yudo knew exactly what needed to be done. He didn't need to pay attention to the order at all, and directly extracted mana from the unfinished building area. This can be regarded as directly taking away the roots of those necromancers. After all, not all necromancers are like Gucci, whose mana power exceeds 10,000. For most necromancers, having a mana of over 3,000 is considered quite impressive. After they reach a certain level, they will switch to the route of mental power control, mainly to control the undead troops. And of course, some will also take the route of drug production. It's just that Gucci has never encountered such a necromancer, and he doesn't know what their growth path is. As soon as Yongdo drew his mana, all the necromancers were affected, regardless of whether they were fighting or not. They all felt their mana being taken away. Even the Black Guild leader, who was found, was in the same situation. At this time, the leader of the Black Guild was performing a large-scale, undead spell. He was already halfway ready. But when he turned around, he was discovered. He was planning to use his own mana to accelerate spells, and use spells to exchange time. This was a good idea at the beginning. As long as you are willing to use more mana, double or triple the mana, this spell can be formed quickly. But he never expected that his luck would be so short, and he would directly encounter the matter of mana extraction. With one mana extracted, all the mana in his body was drained. The Black Guild's president was unable to react in time, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then half of the spells he prepared exploded on the spot. Gucci only saw a bang coming from the unfinished building. A black light shot out from the unfinished building. It seemed as if a gap had been opened in this place of heaven and earth, and a large amount of chaotic aura and energy poured down from the gap. Gucci could find that there seemed to be a halo hidden in these energy sources. There seems to be a level 20 player watching every move here through the open gap. This is getting more and more outrageous. Come on, Cerberus. Drag the guy inside out for me. Chapter 925, The Final Melee. Gucci was right. This battle was getting more and more outrageous. At first, he thought what he encountered was a fairy jump, or a common petty theft near the train station. As a result, he was taken to a place like this ghost land. Those guys seemed to want to use themselves as sacrifices. Now, there are level 20 masters. This is obviously a problem. This is not a large city like Peishin City. Balian City is just a remote undead town. Players who can reach level 20 here can strive for the position of City Lord. So the level 20 player in front of me is definitely not a player. At least not a serious player. His existence is a trouble for Gu Shi. After quickly judging his own strength in his mind, Gu Shi made a decision. Kill the one who jumps out. After receiving Gu Shi's order, more than 32-headed H.L. dogs quickly rushed out from among the H.L. dogs. All of them are H.Lounds with levels above level 25 in Gu Shi's hands. They can be considered the elite among these H.Lounds. Although they are not led by heroes or bosses, they all have strong enough combat experience. As soon as Gu Shi's order was given, they knew what they were going to do. The moment they received the order, they rushed into the gap, rushing towards the location where the halo appeared against the influx of breath and energy. As this batch of H.Lounds rushed out, the remaining H.Lounds also rushed towards the president of the Black Guild immediately. In their opinion, it was the leader of the Black Guild who caused the current trouble. As long as we kill the leader of the Black Guild, even if the current trouble does not disappear, it will not expand. So they immediately pounced in the direction of the president. As soon as Cerberus rushed out, the president of the Black Guild also understood what kind of situation he had encountered. Although the Cerberus that attacked him were not as powerful as the Cerberus that rushed into the gap, they could still be considered to have passed level 20. They all have combat auras exclusive to Cerberus. As the gatekeepers of the underworld, Cerberus has only a few types of auras: guarding, group attack, quick reaction, strengthening against the undead, etc. They now have their auras fully open, activating the effects of the auras to strengthen themselves. As the H.Lound pounced forward, the Black Guild president, who had just had his mana drained and failed to cast a spell, also widened his eyes. If he had enough confidence when facing the men said by Gu Shi before, but when he saw so many haloed H.Lounds in front of him, all his confidence was gone. The players in the Black Guild are just game characters, and their thinking begins to be like that of the game characters. But they are not stupid. They can tell at first glance whether they can defeat the enemy in front of them. At most, normal people will run away if they judge that the enemy cannot be beaten, and they will be more stubborn if they judge that the enemy cannot be defeated. At this time, the president of the Black Guild was like this. He obviously had no confidence, but he still raised his staff and rushed towards the Cerberus. As a necromancer, the leader of the Black Guild would definitely choose to enhance his intelligence when he reaches level 15. He is now level 19, but his melee combat skills are actually not that strong. As he rushed out, 5 ghosts of different colors quickly appeared around him. Each of these ghosts made twisted upright movements, all of which showed how strong their muscles were and how outrageous their ligaments were. But the problem is that they are ghosts. Well, they don't even have a body. They are just shadows. You let the ghosts show off their muscles. Is there something wrong with your brain? But the president of the Black Guild doesn't think there is anything wrong with the contracted undead under him. He raised his staff and hit a H.Lound that was charging towards him. The movement was like playing golf. Then several of his contracted undead pounced on the beaten H.L. dog at the same time. And the 5 ghosts actually suppressed the H.L. dog. They used different weapons to hit the Cerberus up and down, as if they wanted to kill the Cerberus. It's just that their combat effectiveness is much worse than this H.Lound. Their attack speed is also slow, and their numbers are not enough. After fighting for a long time, the H.Lound only lost some blood. On the contrary, because all their attention was focused on this Cerberus, they did not notice the other Cerberus at all. Now they have been targeted by several Cerberus. 4 or 5 H.Lounds faced one of the contracted undead. As for the Black Guild president, more than 10 H.Lounds surrounded him. He swung his staff very fast, but the problem was that his staff had no lethality, and he was really not a melee combatant, facing dog heads biting from all directions. After a while, the Black Guild leader was bitten with wounds all over his body. At this time, the H.Lounds who rushed into the gap also discovered the location of the halo amid the chaotic atmosphere and energy. This being in the halo is a very strange character. He clearly wears a halo that represents level 20, but he looks like he is only around level 6. In this channel composed of chaotic breath and energy, he was fully opening his aura to resist the surrounding energy. When he saw the Cerberus jumping into the energy channel, this man's expression also changed. What is this situation? This is the existence behind the Black Guild. A player who has completely twisted himself into a game character. Everything the Black Guild leader knows was taught by him. Unlike the Black Guild leader, he can no longer leave the game world he chose. As long as he leaves his game world, his situation will become like this. It is obvious that the aura representing level 20 is still there. But his strength is obviously only level 6. It will even decrease a lot over time. Or even directly. Reach level 1 and die outside the game. And this time, the sacrifice was also arranged by him. And even the request was made by him. An elf archer with the smell of fruit trees. This was to complete a task assigned by his superiors. And also to give the Black Guild leader a chance to reach level 20. As a result, he never expected that it was an obviously simple task. The people were all lured here from other cities by them. All they had to do was send them to the designated location. Kill them and bury the bodies. But not only did the Black Guild fail to complete their mission, they also exposed their previously deployed base. He was even let out of the game world. What is this? Chapter 926 Cleaning the Battlefield. Retreat? Must retreat. This was the first thought that flashed through the mind of the black player, who had reached level 20 when he saw the H-Lound rushing towards him. After all, for him, it was better to live than to be killed for no reason. But this black player has also become a game character. Although he was thinking of retreating in his mind, his actions did not show any intention of retreating. Instead, he rushed towards the H-Lound. And it was obvious that he wanted to kill it. Cerberus has never encountered such a stubborn thing. However, their reactions are also fast. When the black player rushes over, they pounce on him. And all the dog heads bite the black player's vital parts. This black player has only reached level 20 in his exclusive game. And his level strength continues to decline after leaving the game. Now his performance is not as good as the ordinary soldiers under Gu Shi. Being bitten by so many H-Lounds, his body was torn open on the spot. A H-Lound had even bitten out his internal organs and was dragging his heart out. The black player wanted to snatch the heart back at this time. But as soon as he stretched out his hand was bitten open by A-H-L dog, dragging the hand and running in other directions. The black player wanted to snatch his hand back. But before he could get up, he was pressed down by several H-Lounds that rushed towards him. And the flesh and blood on his body was torn into pieces. As the black player was bitten to death by the Cerberus, the gap in front of him became significantly larger. And a large amount of more chaotic energy began to pour into the channel. The H-Lounds are not fools like the black players. When they see that something is impossible, they immediately rush out of the gap. At this time, the president of the Black Guild was almost beaten by the H-L dog. As soon as the Cerberus that rushed out of the gap appeared, it dealt the final blow to the Black Guild leader. A level 25 or above H-L dog bit the Black Guild leader's head in one bite, shook his head outwards, and tore off his head and spine together. When the Black Guild leader was killed, Gu Shi actually felt that the abandoned game space in front of him was collapsing. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gu Shi ordered decisively, "Ghost team, let the resentful ghosts move faster. If they drag on, they will die along with this broken space." Others went to grab things for me, and I took away everything that could be seen here. Under Gu Shi's order, the Bai Wuchangs of the ghost team quickly took action. If they were only responsible for guiding before, now they are driving the guilty souls and resentful ghosts into the gate of the underworld like they are chasing chickens. At the same time, Gu Shi also opened several other city gates. A large number of undead rushed out of the city gate. When the ghost team was unable to take action, these low-level undead were Gu Shi's manpower responsible for cleaning the battlefield. Fortunately, Gu Shi has already unified Aladovi City. It is now much more convenient to transfer personnel than before. This is why Gu Shi dared to release his men when he looked at the possibility of destruction of the abandoned game space in front of him. Now he is racing against time. This time Gu Shi was really taking a gamble with his men. After Gu Shi released several city gates, a large number of undead poured into this space. With their actions, those unfinished buildings fell down at a rate of 1 per second. A large number of corpses buried in unfinished buildings were dug out and sent to Aladovi City together with the materials from the unfinished buildings. At the same time, the corpses of the Black Guild players were also sent back to Aladovi City, especially the more than 300 Death Knights. They died under the impact of the White Robe Cavalry. But that's not their fault. Who could let Gu Shi be so stubborn? There are also H-Lounds in the White Robe Cavalry team, with nearly 100 high-level H-Lounds. No matter how strong the Death Knight is, it is useless, and he will become a corpse in the blink of an eye. These corpses were good things for Gu Shi, not to mention their levels. The weapons and equipment on them, plus the matching horses, are suitable for sending them all to various temples and transforming them into replacements for Death Knights. This is a good thing for Gu Shi. although it is not certain what kind of knights these Death Knight corpses can be transformed into. The levels they transform into will definitely not be calculated based on the levels produced by various knights. In the end, certain adjustments must be made according to the levels of these Death Knights during their lifetime. A group of powerful knight troops will definitely emerge by then. However, it is not clear what the corpses of these Death Knights can be transformed into. If it weren't for the Blue Knight, Amilcar would probably cry. After all, there are so many knights and their levels are so high. If Amilcar wasn't jealous, he wouldn't be the commander of the Death Knights. When he released his men to grab things, Gushi himself did not run around. He was still paying attention to some changes in the space. Gushi could already clearly feel that this space was about to be destroyed. He can't retreat until there is a problem with the space. There will definitely be problems. Gushi estimated that it would take about 1/3 of the space in front of him to be destroyed. And then, they would have to start retreating. When it was about half destroyed, Gushi could leave the scene completely. Only in this way would he not be completely trapped here. Before that, Gushi needed to find a way out. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't find his way out when the time came. After releasing all the city gates, Gushi stood on the soul-calling tower and looked around. And finally his eyes locked on a location. That's where Gushi came in a carriage before. But when Gushi and the others came in, the passage there had been sealed by a special force. Now due to the impact of chaotic energy, the blocked road appears again. As long as nothing goes wrong next, no one can stop Gushi from leaving. Gushi, who noticed this, waved his hand. Open that road for me, and send people to guard it. You move faster. The gap in the center of this space is getting bigger and bigger. If you don't move faster, you won't get anything. After hearing Gushi's order, the speed of Gushi's undead sped up a bit more. Some idle ghost teams also began to join the team cleaning the battlefield. With their participation, Gushi finally moved more than 80% of the corpses and materials in the space, when 1/3 of the space was affected by chaotic energy. As for the remaining ones, Gushi had no intention of trying again. For Gushi, safety is the most important thing. Chapter 927 Return to Balian City. After exiting that space, Gushi stood on the roadside of Bailianqing, looking at the cloud of Yin-Chi that was shrinking inward with a lightning effect in front of him. A hint of deep thought flashed in his eyes. He hadn't felt anything before in that abandoned game space. But after coming out, Gushi felt that something was not quite right. Because the Black Guild had lost control, and the chaotic energy poured into it. The situation in front of him had attracted Bailianqing's attention. When Gushi exited that space, he immediately saw a Death Knight force with a strength of about level 10 coming from all directions in Balian City. Different from the Death Knights killed by Gushi before. The Death Knights before him were of real level. And the equipment they wore were all carefully prepared good stuff. Each of them has at least one piece of purple equipment in their hands. At the same time, they all wore a kind of robe jacket on their chest, with a special pattern embroidered on it. An image of a white silver carp jumping out of the water. As soon as he saw them, Gushi knew that they were the knights directly affiliated with Balian City. The Balian Knights. They are elite players selected from the major game guilds in Balian City, and they have received various supports from Balian City. It can be said that they are one of the most elite and core troops in Balian City. The status is even higher than that of the sheriff. When something happens in Balian City, the Balian Knights will rush over from all directions immediately. When they came over, they naturally immediately saw Gushi who had just come out. When they were unsure of Gushi's identity, all the Death Knights raised their weapons. At this time, Gushi had confirmed the other party's identity. He quickly said loudly, "I am the current chief of Netherbone Wind Academy." As Gushi spoke, he raised the championship ring in his hand. After hearing this, the Death Knights put down their weapons. One of the Death Knights glanced at Gushi and then asked another question. "Just came back? How do you know?" Gushi was a little confused. The new batch of students from Netherbone Wind Academy just graduated 2 days ago. And you are now the last chief. After hearing this, Gushi's face couldn't help but twitch. He never imagined that a year had passed since he had not reached level 10 yet. Oh! He wasted several months becoming a necromancer. So that's okay. I just came back from accompanying Xinchen. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have thought it was already the graduation season. Because there was something to talk about. And because Gushi was definitely from Bailianqing. He was always there when he came and went. The atmosphere here relaxed for a while. At this time, the leading Death Knight also asked curiously, "You are the first one to get here, right? Do you know what's going on?" "I wasn't the first to get here," I came out directly. I just got off the train today and took a carriage at the train station. But the guy actually took a detour. Gushi began to talk about the situation he encountered. After hearing what Gushi said, the Death Knights laughed. Gushi's current appearance is not very conspicuous in Paishin City, but in a place like Balian City where only necromancers and Death Knights are found, he is a standard fat sheep. It's a good idea to trick him into taking a detour. If you are unlucky, it's common to drag him directly into a black game to work for free. But then, I realized something was wrong. He brought me to an abandoned game space. There were some beings in there with very strange strengths. There seemed to be some gaps in their levels. One moment it looks like it has not passed level 5. And the other moment, it looks like it has reached level 15 or above. They even have a group of Death Knight troops above level 15. As soon as the Death Knights heard this situation, their expressions changed quickly. The leader asked with a serious face, "Are you telling the truth?" "It is true." Gushi thought for a moment, stretched out his hand, and the steel city gate appeared behind Gushi, and the body of a Death Knight player was thrown out. As soon as they saw the corpse, the Death Knights of the Balian Knights, who were present, realized that something was wrong with the corpse. 2 of them immediately stepped forward, dragged the body aside, and examined it carefully. The leading Death Knight looked at the city gate behind Gushi. It turns out to be a city of death. No wonder you became the last chief. You are so lucky to be a graduate with one of the 3 magical skills of death. The leader of the Death Knights saw the details of Gushi at a glance. And at the same time, he understood why Gushi could still escape safely when encountering such a thing. A person who can take the city with him at any time can ensure his own safety no matter what kind of game he is playing. At this moment, the 2 Death Knights, who had dragged the corpse aside for inspection, suddenly spoke. "Captain, we found out. The corpse's levels are obviously different. The flesh and blood is around level 4. But the equipment on his body, and the aura he left behind show that he has reached level 15. Obviously, they are the group of black players we are investigating. It seems that this is a base of black players. Mr. Gu, how long have you been out?" The leading Death Knight glanced at the shrinking gas restriction position and finally asked. "In less than 3 minutes. I came out when about a third of the inside collapsed. If we go in now, the collapse area inside should not exceed half." Gushi understood what the Death Knight leader wanted to do as soon as he heard it. So he immediately explained the situation inside. "But when I took action, I dismantled some things inside. So you may not find something there." At this point, Gushi paused. "But there is one thing I want to remind you. I seem to have broken something in there before. And a large amount of chaotic energy is pouring out. If you want to go in, you'd better be careful." Gushi never expected that as soon as he finished speaking, the Death Knight leader's eyes would light up. In his eyes, Gushi saw an expression that I finally caught. "Okay, I understand this. Mr. Gu, please step aside and leave the matters here to me. The first team will enter first and clean up the internal space. Teams 2, 3 and 4 stop everyone and don't let them get close to here. And Gu Zhong, go and ask where all the mages are. If you don't come here, the clues will be lost. Make them faster." Chapter 928, Repairing the Game Portal. Did I ask? What is this situation? Seeing that the people of the Balian Knights paid so much attention to it, Gushi also became serious at this time. He knew there was something wrong with the enemy he just met. Hearing Gushi's question, the leader of the Death Knight was stunned for a moment. And then he laughed instead. "Ha ha ha. They will never think that you know nothing and just act directly. Is there any problem with this? You must protect yourself when you encounter danger. As a necromancer, if you want to protect yourself, you need to kill all the enemies. This is very reasonable." Gushi asked with a puzzled look on his face. Yes, that makes sense. It's all thanks to you this time. If it hadn't been for you, we might have had to wait for something big to happen before we could find these rats. In fact, the reason why these mice jumped out at this time is entirely because of the Genesis incident. A large number of experts were transferred from this city, and the only ones left in the city were some weak players. Let them see the opportunity. In order to find them, we spent a lot of effort. But in the end, not to mention digging out these mice, we didn't even find any clues. You've really helped us a lot this time. Now that we have found the clue, we can dig these guys out. Even if they can't all be cleared away, they can't be allowed to take the opportunity to destroy the development of Balian City." After hearing what the Death Knight leader said, Gushi almost understood what was going on. However, Gushi was still a little unclear about the origins of these guys called rats by the Death Knight leader. Gushi wanted to ask, But seeing that the Death Knight obviously had no intention of explaining, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Anyway, he has gained enough this time. He actually doesn't care at all whether he knows the enemy's background. At this moment, a gate made of white bones quickly appeared nearby. When the gate appeared, Gushi could clearly feel the thickening energy coming from behind it. But this is clearly not like the high gate of Death City that Gushi usually uses. This is, Gushitsa muttered. And a necromancer wearing a purple robe and a bone mask walked out of the bone gate. This necromancer has embarked on the path of the Lich, and part of his skin and flesh have rotted. He was holding a dagger ground from white bones in one hand and an oil lamp in the other. He glanced at the leader of the Death Knights when he walked out. Xiao Lu. What happened? Teacher Zhang. Why are you here in person? When the Death Knight leader named Xiao Lu saw the undead mage coming out, he quickly stepped forward to greet him. Didn't you ask someone to notify us to come over? Among the necromancers, I am the only one who is good at teleportation and suppression spells. If I can't do it, who else can do it? Teacher Zhang said with a smile, without any impatience at all. It's great that Teacher Zhang can come. We found the base of the rats, but the base is about to collapse, so we need Teacher Zhang's help. Teacher Zhang nodded when he heard this, and then looked at Gushi. You are also a necromancer, right? This is level 9? This time you have encountered something, and you can just see how to suppress such a space of the undead. As Teacher Zhang spoke, he raised the oil lamp in his left hand and thrust it into the shrinking Yin Qi. At this time, Gushi noticed a small thumb-sized figure hanging upside down on the flame of the oil lamp in Teacher Zhang's hand. As Teacher Zhang used the oil lamp, the little man on the flame was twisting, screaming, and dripping oil. Even though he was standing a little further back, Gushi still found the screams a little unbearable. He couldn't help but want to take a step back. But at this moment, Teacher Zhang took a step forward. As he took this step forward, the shrinking Yin Qi stabilized. At the same time, Gushi noticed that a path paved with white bones appeared under Teacher Zhang's feet. Seeing everything in front of him, Xiao Lu's eyes also lit up. As expected, it was Teacher Zhang. Just like that, he stabilized the situation. After hearing this, Teacher Zhang just smiled and walked forward holding the oil lamp. Whether it's the oil lamp, the bone path, or the bone gate that just sent him here, these are all his best methods. He has integrated these skills into his equipment. It can be said that he truly did it, with equipment and skills complementing and enhancing each other. It can even be said that Teacher Zhang's skills have already set a direction from the beginning, and everything he chooses to grow up revolves around the direction he chose at the beginning. It is precisely for this reason that he has a complete grasp of his profession. Not long after, he had entered the abandoned game space where Gushi had fought before. At this point, this place has almost collapsed. In addition, most of the unfinished buildings have been taken away by Gushi, so this space is almost empty. Only the gap in the middle of the space is constantly pouring all kinds of chaotic energy. As soon as he saw this situation, Teacher Zhang's eyes lit up. Come here quickly. Inject the breath of death there, and help me stabilize this gap. This base is no longer useful, but this gap is different. There is obviously a game behind it. As long as we can find which game those mice are hiding in, we can know what they want to do. As Teacher Zhang spoke, he took out a large number of corpses and arranged them near the gap. And more Death Knights and Necromancers are coming from all directions. Death Knights are naturally members of the White Train Knights. The identity of the Necromancers will be more. In addition to the members of the Balian Mage group, there are also some nearby Necromancers who have received the news. After they rushed over, they were immediately called away by Teacher Zhang, who arranged them near the gap and borrowed their magic power to stabilize the gap in front of him. Even Gushi was questioned. If Gushi hadn't refused quickly, he might have been arrested and worked as a coolie by now. Even if he didn't participate, Gushi still saw Teacher Zhang's every move from a distance. Gushi noticed that under Teacher Zhang's operation, a portal leading to the game was set up. Behind the portal, there is an obvious atmosphere of chaos. It can be seen that the game behind this portal is not as simple as it seems. After fixing the gap to enter the game, Teacher Zhang led everyone to exit the abandoned game space where Gushi had just fought. As soon as they came out, the abandoned game space that had collapsed to the point of collapse finally turned into bubbles and quickly disappeared in front of everyone. All that was left was a portal that appeared on the street. Chapter 929 Newcomers joining the guild. It's done. Xiao Lu. Stay here and wait for the arrangements of the city lord and others. As the portal into the game was stabilized, Teacher Jean also put away his equipment and props. The Death Knights of the Balian Knights gathered in front of the portal, guarding the newly built portal in front of them. Seeing that the matter was settled, Gu Shi naturally did not stay here any longer. He took one more look at the portal, and then headed out with the magic wand. At this time, other necromancers, who came over to help, were also scattering. Gu Shi watched them call out their mounts, and naturally released the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Everyone is using it anyway, so why can't he? After sitting on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, nothing happened to Gu Shi on his way back to Chaoyang Guild. At most, I saw some external liaison personnel belonging to major guilds rushing towards the portal. At the same time, Gu Shi also noticed that from time to time, there would be some bird messengers carrying letters flying through the sky. All of this fell into Gu Shi's eyes. And Gu Shi also understood that with what had just happened, it seemed that Balian City would be busy for a while. When Gu Shi returned to the Chaoyang Guangmong Guild, he just happened to see the Chaoyang Guangmong Guild's carriage returning. Because Gu Shi's Holy Silver Evil Coffin was relatively large and had a special style, Chaoyang Guild was not sure whether to put this Holy Silver Evil Coffin in it for a while. Gu Shi had no choice but to jump off the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, take out his ID, and prepare to explain the situation here. Gu Shi, you're back? Just when Gu Shi wanted to explain the situation, he suddenly heard Li Xinghui's voice coming from the carriage behind. Gu Shi turned around and saw that Li Xinghui was leaning out of the carriage to look at the situation outside. Hey, Brother Li, where are you going? I just came back from the Netherbone Wind Academy. Thanks to your contribution in the Balian Festival. This time we have a relatively high-ranking 7th lottery pick for the Netherbone Wind Academy graduation season. I happened to go to the Wind of the Bones Academy to select someone, and this was the 7th ranked student among this year's graduates. As Li Xinghui spoke, he opened the curtain on the other side. Gu Sisi found a short-haired woman with red hair sitting inside. Her skin is a little wheat-colored, and her figure is in a state that a pair of A's can't afford. There were 3 bamboo stick-like things stuck on her left and right shoulders. You can tell from the thickness of her exposed forearms that she is following the path of a Death Knight. When the curtains of the carriage window were opened, she looked directly at Gu Shi. Li Chenghui said proudly, "You see? He is the previous chief. Under the training of our guild, he will soon reach level 10. Wait, Gu Shi, are you about to reach level 10? Yes. The Bone Dragon and everything are ready. Come back and check out the promotion ideas for level 10. Find a suitable place, and you can pass level 10. So fast. You've only been here for less than a year." Li Xinghui was also shocked by Gu Shi's situation. But just after saying this, Li Xinghui realized that there was a newcomer who had just joined the guild beside him. He couldn't talk nonsense at this time. Then you should go quickly. There is a special promotion site in the guild. Due to the Genesis incident recently, the application queue for promotion sites has been very long. If you don't go quickly, it may take some time. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi also nodded to Li Xinghui. Brother Li, I'll go in first. Because he had Li Xinghui to prove his identity, the guards at Chaoyang Guild's gate did not check too much. Just open the door and let him go in by himself. Just as Gu Shi was about to enter Chaoyang Guild, the female Death Knight with Li Xinghui suddenly asked, "Are you the last chief? Senior Gu Shigu?" Gu Shi paused in his steps. "Yes. You are? My name is Li Yufeng. From the Death Knight Class 3. I wonder if Senior Gu has heard of me." Death Knight Class 3? I really didn't pay much attention. I used to be a Necromancer Class 6. And I wasn't the one with the best grades. Gu Shi shook his head. But he also knew that Li Yufeng actually came here to establish a relationship with him. The reason is to have an acquaintance in Chaoyang Guild to help. However, Li Yufeng was not the style that Gu Shi liked. And the difference in strength between them was quite large. If Gu Shi was still at level 4, or if Li Yufeng was at level 6, Gu Shi could fight with her. But now Gu Shi really has no way to take her with him. However, Li Yufeng didn't force it. He just said low to Gu Shi, and then lowered the curtains of the carriage. After entering the headquarters of the Rising Sun Guild, Gu Shi put Li Yufeng's matter behind him. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that Chaoyang Guild seemed to have undergone some changes. The number of players within the guild is obviously much smaller. At the same time, the brightness of the golden crow that had been hovering in the sky also dropped significantly. This forced Chaoyang Guild's headquarters to turn on the street lights in advance. What kind of situation is this? I always feel like the time is not right now. Gu Shi raised his head and looked at the golden crow in the sky. For some reason, this time he felt that the golden crow was obviously a little blurry. It's nothing like the one I saw before. It's a solid entity. What type of situation is this? Gushi had a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, a player happened to pass by Gushi. Seeing Gushi looking up at the golden crow in the sky, the player muttered to the side, "Don't look at it." The president took the mission and left. I heard that this was a very difficult mission. It was ordered by the Lord of Balian City. The president took away all the contracted undead. Even the golden crow, which had not moved much, was brought along. The golden crow in the sky is just the shadow left by the dead soul of the guildmaster's contract, and can only bring partial light. If you want the guild to return to its original appearance, you still have to wait for the guildmaster to come back. Ah, the president has left? Yes, because of the Genesis incident, many major guilds have transferred many players away, and some things in the city cannot stop like this. Therefore, the city has placed a lot of tasks on each guild. Even the president had to complete some important tasks himself. While speaking, Gushi noticed another group of messengers flying in from outside. The player who was talking to Gushi couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this situation. There are more tasks sent over. It's really endless day by day. Although he muttered about this situation, he still flew in the direction of the messenger. It seemed that he wanted to go over and see what kind of new mission had just been sent. Chapter 930 Guild Mission. Seeing the situation in front of him, Gushi was somewhat curious. After thinking about it, he followed over and prepared to take a look and see what these tasks were like. After all, he had been away from Qian Guild for several months, and he was somewhat unclear about the current situation. The player who just talked to him just explained the basic situation, but he did not explain more details. Gushi always wanted to find someone who knew the situation to ask. Also, the new graduation season has arrived. When new players join the guild, it will be Gushi's second year officially joining the Chaoyang Guangmong Guild. He has an obligation to complete a guild mission. Li Xinghui also said before that you need to queue up to advance to level 10. Gushi planned to apply first. If the waiting time was short, he would upgrade to level 10 first. If the waiting time was long, he would complete this year's guild tasks first. These two things are the most important things he needs to do right now. As for other things, let's wait until these two things are settled. After 3 or 2 turns, Gushi soon arrived at the place where the guild mission was released. At this time, there was a lot of bustle here, and the guild staff were constantly forwarding various tasks that had just been sent. There is an important task here that requires a level 5 player to participate. If anyone takes over the task, the guild will be rewarded without taking any penny. Plus 20 guild points. Emergency mission. Urgent mission. Requires the participation of a level 5 team. Is there anyone willing to take over? The guild guarantees the team membership. Big missions require level 10 players. Are there any level 10 players who are free now? Those who have just advanced can also do it. For important tasks, level 9 players can apply. But it's best to reach level 10 before coming. Gushi looked around, and finally approached a staff member who was not that busy and said, "Hello. I would like to apply for a place to advance to level 10. I'm not here to process applications for promotion. Comrade, can't you see I'm busy here? Please don't come over and cause trouble. You can apply for me, just to see how long it will take to wait in line. If it takes a long time, just pick a task that I can do now, and I will complete it. Don't worry. Don't look at me. I'm level 9 now. I can also do tasks above level 10. If time is short, arrange a task for me that is above level 10. After I complete my promotion, I will come and complete it." Upon hearing that Gushi had such an idea, the staff member's eyes lit up. Yes, those players who are still queuing up to advance can also take advantage of it. You are absolutely right. Let me check it for you. If you sign up now, there will be 39 players in front of you who are ready to advance to level 10. Each advancement site will be used for 2 days, which means your turn will not be until 2.5 months later, just in time to complete a new task. So I picked a short-term task for you. Okay, then help me pick a short-term mission of about 2 months. Gushi also laughed when he heard this. In this way, the time was just right. Thank you very much. The staff quickly dealt with it, and after a while, he handed something like a piece of white paper to Gushi. This is your mission. A key mission. You need to be at level 10 before you can take it. I think you are just short of the final step to advance. Even if you are not at level 10, you can still take this mission. Take a look. As for your application for promotion to the rank, I have already applied for you. The staff at the promotion area will send you a letter 7 days in advance to inform you to come back and prepare. There is still one chance to jump in line after passing the number. But you cannot pass too many numbers. You must grasp the time well. Gushi took a look at the paper, and found that this time's target information was recorded on it. A new battle mission has appeared in the game world. It requires a necromancer of level 10 or above, with more than 2,000 undead troops under his command. After entering the game, you need to build a village at the designated location and defend against a monster siege. What kind of mission are these? Let me tell you, comrades. Is this reliable? Comrade? Don't worry. This mission is an introductory mission after level 10. And if you complete the mission, you can get some benefits. If you hadn't helped me just now, I wouldn't have thought of giving you this task. The staff said seriously. What's the benefit? After hearing this, Gushi became somewhat curious. Didn't you see? This is a city building task. According to the unspoken rules, when the task is completed, you can take half of the benefits of the built city. You can replenish your troops in this city, and half of the new troops produced each week will be automatically delivered to you. In addition, the various architectural plans used in building the city are all yours after you use them. When the game ends, the player who built the city will still have the first right to purchase the city's land title. Even if you don't need the title deed, you can sell it. It's very expensive. At this point, there is actually no need to say any more. Most players, as long as they are not stupid, will know the benefits of this task. Not to mention someone like Gushi who has a city of death at the very beginning. Building a new city, even at the village level, is of great significance to Gushi. The first is the experience of urban construction, and then the architectural design drawings. As for the type of soldiers and land deeds, they are secondary. Gushi is not worried about the issue of military strength now. However, Gushi believed that after being given the right to recruit soldiers, 1 or 2 heroes would be provided. This is a small supplement for Gushi. So Gushi put away the blank paper. Okay, I'll take this mission. As Gushi finished his words, the coordinates of this game appeared on the white paper. At the same time, the staff member also said to Gushi, by the way, the guild has some troops to support this kind of task. You can take this task list and go over there to mobilize 500 soldiers. However, the level of the soldiers is not high. Only level 5. And there is no choice of military type. If you want to change to some higher level units, you have to pay more. At this time, Gushi couldn't help but ask one more question. What if I want some guild-specific units? Like Blight Callers? We have these too. The price offered by the Blighters is not too high. You can go over there and ask. If necessary, we can dispatch a row of similar troops. After hearing this, Gushi also laughed. He really has no shortage of main combat troops now, but rather fewer auxiliary undead troops. If we can take the opportunity to replace a group of troops from the guild, it would be a good thing for Gushi. Chapter 931 Entering the New Game World. Game number TCHL2P9BRG57Z Malcian World Login is enabled. Please enter the game number. Game number confirmed. Player 629SHD2S0FXC30 welcomes you. Since it is your first time to enter the world of TCHL2P9BRG57Z Malcian, you will appear at the game Novice Appearance Point. Dark Swamp. Please look for Novice Guidance in Dark Swamp and complete this mission. Under the mechanical sound, Gushi stepped into the game assigned to him. Before entering the game, he was interrogated by the staff guarding the portal. According to the staff guarding the portal, the world in front of us is a high-level world and relatively dangerous. The task list also requires players of level 10 or above to enter. Gushi's level was only level 9, so he was somewhat reluctant to participate in this mission. Fortunately, Gushi brought out some certificates given by the previous president, which at least proved that Gushi was the hero of Chaoyang Guild. In addition, Gushi himself has the ability to die in cities. So the gatekeeper finally let Gushi in. After entering the portal, Gushi did not see the cut scenes when entering the game. Gushi just felt that he was surrounded by chaotic aura and energy, and that energy seemed to be squeezing him into a ball of flesh. This feeling is quite uncomfortable. Gushi almost vomited it out. Fortunately, as soon as the voice in his ears ended, the air around Gushi began to circulate. He fell heavily to the ground, face down in the mud, and a foul smell came to his nose. Gushi stood up from the ground and carefully looked at his surroundings. Gushi found that he had fallen into a mud swamp. All around was black, smelly sludge. He had good luck this time, and the position where he fell was relatively hard. Otherwise, he might have drowned himself in the mud just now. After releasing the holy silver evil coffin, Gushi quickly climbed up. After checking that he would not fall into the swamp, Gushi looked around. In front of you is a huge swamp that stretches as far as the eye can see. The swamp is not all black mud. There are some dead grass in the mud. There were a large number of mosquitoes hovering above the dead grass. It was obvious that these mosquitoes existed in groups. Their situation is somewhat similar to the bone locusts and corpse flies under Gushi. Looking further away, a gray smoke rose about 10 miles away. From a distance, one could see a not too obvious city there, because of the distance and the mist rising from the swamp. All Gushi could see was the city wall, which was not too high. But Gushi only took one look and understood that that was where the novices of this world appeared. The dark swamp. It's just that this time, due to the chaotic aura and energy transmitted in, the place where Gushi landed was a little off. Now he must rush to the dark swamp to communicate with the novice guide there to determine the situation of the world in front of him. Not to mention the enemies of this world. And the goal of calling them here always need to be considered. In addition, Gushi also needs to confirm what he can get. It was said before that they were arranged to come here to build a village. But after entering this world, Gushi always had a feeling that something was wrong. The aura he encountered when he entered this world reminded Gushi of the enemies he had just encountered when he returned to Balian City. The world in front of us cannot be aimed at those enemies. If so, then Gushi should inquire about the situation at this time. Or at least resolve the doubts in his heart. The people in the Balian Knights were not generous at all. He helped so much without telling them what kind of enemy they were facing. It made him want to find out for himself now. If he had known what his enemy was like, he might not have needed to enter the dark swamp, and could just find a place to act on his own. Not like now. I still have to go to the dark swamp to have a look and inquire about the situation. With dissatisfaction muttering in his heart, Gushi's movements with his hands were not slow. With Gushi's action, the garrison gate appeared behind Gushi, and a large number of troops walked out of the garrison gate and then retreated again. The reason why they retreated was entirely because the weight of the zombies and the troops prepared by Gushi was too heavy, and they would sink directly into the swamp. The skeleton soldiers will not be trapped in it, but they will also be affected by the swamp, and their movement speed will be slowed down. Only ghosts can move freely on the swamp. Helpless, Gushi could only take back the skeleton soldiers and zombies and replace them with ghost troops. Of course, the ghost troops alone were not enough for Gushi. After taking back the skeleton soldiers and zombies, Gushi quickly replaced them with a new batch of troops. Various types of locusts and bone-eating sludge are suitable for moving in the swamp in front of you. So Gushi simply released them all. Also released together were the bone dragon troops that had just been sorted out. Gushi got a lot of bone dragons in the last battle. He summoned more than 130 souls, and transformed more than 160 souls through double death. Plus the bone dragons, ghost dragons and ghost dragons that were originally under Gushi. Added up, the number of bone dragon troops exceeded 500. This was something Gushi didn't expect at first. When he heard that he had a large army of 500 bone dragons, he was actually completely confused. Fortunately, Gushi became more courageous after fighting again and again. Bai Wuchang has more than 70,000 people, so 500 bone dragons are nothing. This time, I will bring it with me when I go into battle. Now these 500 bone dragons are flying directly in the sky, and they have not been taken back. The strength of these 500 bone dragons also ranges from high to low. The one with the highest strength is naturally the two-headed bone dragon, a level 19 boss. Then came the ghost dragon and the earthline ghost dragon, a group of subordinates who had been with Gushi for a long time and were above level 15. Then, there are the more than 160 bone dragons that have just been transformed through double death, and their levels are almost around level 10. The last one is the new bone dragon summoned by the soul, which is level 8. When they flew in the sky, they were arranged according to level, with the strongest two-headed bone dragon flying at the front. The weakest bone dragons fly on the outermost edge. After recruiting all the bone locusts and bone-eating sludge, Gushi did not release the previous undead combat team. He just waved to the bone dragon in the sky, then drove the holy silver evil coffin towards the dark swamp. And these bone dragons didn't need Gushi's orders at all. They flew in the sky and flew forward in the direction of Gushi with a thick energy. Chapter 932 Entering the Dark Swamp. The bone dragon moved forward to clear the way. The ghost and the bone-eating silk guarded. The white bone locust strangled. And the movement of Gushi as he headed towards the dark swamp was not rushing at all, but moving forward sideways. Everything in Gushi's path was bulldozed. It took him less than 10 minutes to get from the place where Gu Shi appeared to the dark swamp. But just for 10 minutes. Information about how his men killed various creatures and enemies flashed before Gu Shi's eyes, like a waterfall. There are swarms of blood-sucking mosquitoes, basilisks hiding underground, blood-eating vines hiding in withered grass, phantom leopards wandering alone, etc. Anyone who dares to appear near Gu Shi's team will be cut into pieces. Not even the corpses will be left behind. Of course, Gu Shi's large-scale advance also attracted the attention of the dark swamp side. Not bad for the ghosts. But the Bone Dragon army composed of 500 bone dragons immediately set off alarm bells over the dark swamp. A large number of undead troops quickly walked onto the city wall. And there were many players among these undead troops. At the same time, a player of about level 12 jumped directly onto the city wall, raised the weapon in his hand, and said loudly in the direction of Gu Shi, "He who comes is stopped, and is not allowed to move forward." The player was wearing a white robe, holding a bone staff thicker than his head, and behind him was a ghost dragon that had turned into a ghost. It is obvious that he is also following the path of the necromancer. It's just that he is just such a ghost dragon, and it seems to be quite insignificant against the 500 bone dragon troops. Even the player himself lacked courage. If he hadn't been on a mission, he wouldn't have even been willing to come out and face what was in front of him. Fortunately, Gu Shi was not here to attack the city. After seeing the players coming out of the dark swamp, Gu Shi immediately took out his task list. Don't take action yet. I am a player of Chaoyang Guild. I rushed here after receiving the mission, but the delivery was misaligned and landed not far away. Who should I turn to now to hand over the task? Chaoyang Guild player? I'm the supervisor here. Bring me your task list. After hearing Gu Shi's words, the player was obviously relieved. As long as they don't come here to attack them in the dark swamp, it's fine. But he was still quite nervous. Although the dark swamp in front of him was not the main city of this world, it was a key location for players to enter this world at the beginning. His mission is to protect this place. If the dark swamp is breached, the new players that come after it will be scattered all over the world and will not be able to get support in the first place. This would be fine if it happened in any other world. But the world before us is different from other worlds. This is the world locked by those black players. It is quite good for the senior officials of Balian City to find this place. They rely on the gap passages that Gu Shi discovered to jump layer by layer. I finally got here. This world was originally an exclusive world belonging to the Steel Ghost Claw Guild. It's just that the players of Iron Ghost Claw are a bunch of trash. And they didn't even know that their homes were robbed by black players. When the top leaders of Balian City sent troops over, they were still there angrily accusing Balian City of wanting to get rid of it and seize the game world that had already been allocated. In the end, Lianqing was so angry that they destroyed 2 of the 3 novice cities that originally belonged to the Steel Ghost Claw Guild and occupied one. This makes the Dark Swamp the only entrance for novice players. Because of this, Dark Swamp has always been watched by other players. Even if Gu Shi could prove his identity, so many troops brought by Gu Shi could not just be put into the Dark Swamp. He was still thinking about how to get Gu Shi out quickly. Gu Shi didn't know what these players were thinking. He needed his own task list. So Gu Shi took out the task list and handed it over. This task list was sent by the superiors in Balian City to Chaoyang Guild, and then forwarded to Gu Shi. There is the logo of Lianqing's office on it, as well as the logo of Chaoyang Guild's reception and reissue. None of these things can be faked. After taking over the task list and reading it, the player finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your name is Gu Shi, right? Breath of the Dead. Welcome to your arrival. I am the Commander-in-Chief and Political Officer here, Luing Wang. You can call me Lu De. But can you let your troops wait outside the city and come in yourself? There are some things I need to explain clearly. After listening to Luing Wang's words, Gu Shi had no hesitation. He just waved his hand, and all the bone dragons fell to the ground. At the same time, Gu Shi's troops also stationed themselves in place. Gu Shi himself walked into the dark swamp with a zombie who had just stood up and a big black dog. Seeing Gu Shi with 2 subordinates beside him, Luing Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, if Gu Shi came in with his 2 men, there should be no threat to the dark swamp. But he had no idea what the level of the 2 people Gu Shi had brought in was. Zombie is the first level 19 of Gu Shi's men. He was the reward he obtained through double death when he killed King Yixia. Now he is hitting the level 20 level. That big black dog is even more remarkable. It is the highest level one among Gu Shi's Cerberus troops. Its strength has reached level 26. In addition to having sufficient combat power, It also has the ability to fight in groups, with the two of them following him. And Gu Shi's ability to incarnate death. He wouldn't worry about what would happen to him in this city. After driving the Holy Silver Evil Coffin into the dark swamp, Gu Shi found that the ground condition of the dark swamp in front of him was similar to the outside. It was all thick mud. Normal people would naturally sink as long as they stepped on it. Not even in places with dry grass. The only places that can be used for walking and building are some huge rocks protruding from the ground, or on giant trees half submerged in the swamp, because there are fewer locations where buildings can be built. Therefore, the roads between buildings are obviously not big. After entering the dark swamp, Luing Wang quickly came to Gu Shi. This is not the place to talk. Please come with me. Gu Shi glanced at Luing Wang, then followed Luing Wang up a fallen tree. While walking up, Luing Wang was still introducing some of the buildings in the dark swamp to Gu Shi. For example, some military units and resources produced by the dark swamp, as well as some public facilities in the dark swamp. Chapter 933 Key Figures. After Luing Wang's introduction, Gu Shi also had a certain understanding of the dark swamp. At the same time, he also understood the role of the dark swamp. This place exists as a novice city for players. It will also provide supplies and support to the villages built by players, and control the entire game world through the villages built by players. When the explanation was almost finished, Gu Shi and Luing Wang had just arrived at the highest point of the dark swamp. This is a stone pavilion on top of a big tree. A pot of blue flame was lit in the pavilion. When entering the pavilion, Gu Shi could clearly feel a cold feeling coming towards his face. Don't worry. This is the contact point with Balian City. Not only can we contact the city lord directly, but we can also prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. Seeing that Gu Shi was hesitant, Luing Wang also explained to Gu Shi. At this time, Gu Shi could no longer suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked one more question. Mr. Lu, when I came in this time, I was affected by a strange force, which caused my entry point to deviate. I have encountered this strange force before, and there are quite a few of them. Can you tell me what is going on? You feel it? Luing Wang thought for a while, and finally explained to Gu Shi, I only know a small part of it. What you met is a black player who personified his own game. They have semi-given up, or even voluntarily given up their identity as players, and integrated themselves into a certain game world to solve the problem of insufficient potential. It's okay if it's just a black player. After all, it's their own choice. After becoming a game character, no matter how strong he becomes, he cannot leave the game world he has chosen. It doesn't have much impact on us either. The most they can do is get themselves into the game and never get out. But there are other existences behind these black players. The scariest thing is when those guys get together. They are all crazy, influenced by the game characters. Their thinking is different from that of normal humans. Before you met the black player, the city lord's palace received news that a group of cultists claiming to be the Fusion Society had sneaked into Balian City by taking advantage of Genesis's transfer of a large number of manpower. They planned to integrate 10 to 15 large-scale games into Balian City and turn Balian City into a game world. Are they all crazy? Gu Shi screamed as soon as he heard this. Gu Shi knew very well that ever since the original city was thrown deep into the game, all players had a dream to find their way back to the real world. All city construction has a certain direction, ensuring that the city is independent of the game, cannot be affected by the game, and cannot become part of the game. Everyone knows this. If a city is gamified, people who have become players may be fine. They can go to other cities to stay, or they can live in this city as players. But the next generation will be different. If there are no players and all newborns become game characters, what else can they do? Take the game characters out? How to lead? Like a necromancer. To turn all his children into undead? So people who think about turning cities into game worlds are all crazy. After hearing what Gu Shi said, Luing Wang nodded. They are crazy. So when they got this news, the city lord's mansion has been looking for the game world that has been conquered by the Fusion Society. But people from the Fusion Society are as hard to find as mice. If you weren't lucky enough to encounter a situation like that, and find a world they conquered, we wouldn't be able to find these worlds one by one. What we have to do now is to seal these worlds, so that the mice have no chance to escape. After that, we will raise our troops, and clear out all these rats in one fell swoop. Originally, your next mission was to use it as a nail to hammer into the key gap to prevent the enemy from leaving. But those bone dragons you brought gave me another hope. So I brought you here, hoping to borrow your power to make a sealing lid. I can't make a decision on this matter. I must report your situation and let the people at the City Lord's mansion make a judgment. So I am going to send a letter now. Please tell me in detail what kind of power you still have in your hands. Please be as detailed as you can without affecting your subsequent judgment. Gushi nodded, quickly calculating in his mind the troops he could bring out. Needless to say, for those above level 20, the body of the previously killed Death Knight has not been transformed into the undead. So this part does not count. He was affected by double death. And Gushi had 300 more level 15 Death Knight replacements. 100 liches or corpse witches. These are all strengths that can be brought to bear. Moreover, Gushi's current Death City has reached level 8. And the city walls and moats can be put in place. It can be said that even if Gushi doesn't build a city, he can suppress one party by himself. After Gushi said everything he could clearly show, Luing Wang's eyes changed when he looked at Gushi. This is a treasure sent from God. Luing Wang hurriedly recorded Gushi's situation in detail. Just when he was about to throw these records into the fire pot, Gushi suddenly said something. Please wait a moment and write one more sentence. I only have 2 months. I have made an appointment to advance to level 10. It's nonsense to write. Please deal with the matters here clearly. Bai Lianchen will arrange the promotion for you. I guarantee it will be the best place for promotion. Luing Wang said directly as soon as he heard this. Don't worry. If your guild has it, the City Lord's mansion has it. And if your guild doesn't have it, the City Lord's mansion also has it. Isn't it just advancing to level 10? The advancement ground in the City Lord's palace can be activated at any time. In addition, we will also provide some other support. I just hope that you can help me stabilize the world in front of me until this cleanup is completed. Gushi glanced at Luing Wang and said, write a contract in black and white. I want a guarantee. Of course you can. I will ask the City Lord's mansion to give you a contract now. The other rewards will also be calculated based on the most important reward. As Luing Wang spoke, he quickly wrote down new information on the letter paper. Finally, he read the content to Gushi before putting the letter paper into the brazier. About 7 or 8 minutes later, a new letter flew out of the brazier and fell into Luing Wang's hands. Luing Wang opened it and looked at it, then smiled at Gushi. It's done. Chapter 9, 34 Resources and Supplies. Looking at the formal contract in his hand and the seal of the Balian City Lord's mansion, Gushi also laughed. As long as there is a standard contract, this can be done. At this time, Luing Wang also took out a map. The map shows the situation around the Dark Swamp. There are many points marked near the Dark Swamp. Most of them are now marked with crosses, which shows that the original location here has been arranged. Luing Wang pointed his finger all the way south on the map and clicked on a location. Mr. Gu. Look. This is it. Gushi followed the position pointed by Luing Wang. And this finger really pointed him to 1,000 miles away. His fingers were pressed on the very edge of the map. A little behind this, there is also a standard like a dead tree. The Forest of Rot. This rotten forest, Dark Swamp, and Bone Burial Wilderness are the 3 novice cities that the Iron Claw Guild first occupied when entering this world. We checked when we came in, and found that only the Dark Swamp was still under control, while the Rotten Forest and the Bone Burial Wasteland were affected by the Fusion Society. There are passages to other worlds there. The Bone Burial Wilderness has been entrusted to the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild for processing. The original plan of the City Lord's Palace on the other side of the Forest of Decay was to let people from Ghost World and Zombie Dynasty handle it. These have already been decided, and there is no need for you to specifically participate. However, in addition to these 2 places, there are several relatively large passages in this world. This time your goal is the large passage closer to the Forest of Decay. Wailing Castle. The map in my hand only ends here. After you follow this map and walk to the end, then follow the road to the south for a while, and you will see the Wailing Castle. At that time, you can contact the Forest of Decay for some supplies. Of course, if you can clear the way along this route, you can also send me a letter, and I will arrange supplies for you. Luing Wang explained the target's situation. Upon hearing this, Gushi understood that Luing Wang was going to steal someone else's place. But this has nothing to do with Gushi. He just accepts the task and does it. As for some of the things behind the mission, he didn't care at all. Don't underestimate the passages in the Wailing Castle. Apart from the 3 novice cities, the Wailing Castle is the largest external passage. If you occupy this place, you can freely travel to and from the world through this passage after the affairs of the Fusion Society are settled. When Gushi heard this, wasn't this just taking advantage of the Steel Ghost Claw Guild? I like. Gushi thought of his relationship with the Steel Ghost Claw Guild and felt that he suddenly became much stronger. Next, Luing didn't drag Gushi anymore, but handed some things he had prepared before to Gushi. The most important thing here is a fist-sized stone. Source Energy Core Design Drawing. Special use 1500 resources. 20 units of stone. And 20 units of wood to build a designated Source Energy Core, special building, outside the city. After building the core, you can build a temporary camp near the core. And pass task. Turn the temporary camp into a formal meeting hall, village level. Not upgradable. This thing is similar to the source well water that Gushi got before. But it is obvious that the quality of the one in front of him is higher. It can be said that with this, Gushi can guarantee the legitimacy of the village he built in this world. It can ensure that the village has sufficient energy supply. If this is lost, the situation will be different. No matter how many architectural design drawings and resources Gushi has, it will be useless. In addition, Gushi also obtained 10 design drawings of core buildings. A set of architectural design drawings for level 1 to 6 soldiers. And most of the small and medium-sized architectural design drawings. These are all in the direction of the undead. As for the types of soldiers, the attributes of various buildings, etc., it depends on luck. Judging from Gushi's experience, the purpose of these architectural plans in front of him is to allow Gushi's village to have sufficient defense in a short period of time, ensuring that Gushi can control the positions that need to be guarded as soon as possible. As for the development of this village, additional investment is needed. I'm afraid the architectural design drawings in front of me won't work. You need to take a break before investing more in it. Of course, if Gushi just wanted a village, the architectural design in front of him would be enough. In addition to the architectural design drawings, 70% of the materials required on the architectural design drawings were also given. In addition, Luing also gave Gushi 2 undead troops of 500 people each. These 500 undead troops are not combat troops. Instead, they are construction troops, who can help build villages. This is also what Luing prepared for the players who came to complete the task. After all, not all players are like Gushi, who has their own city at level 1. Many necromancers have reached level 10 or above and still don't have their own territory. How could they raise such architectural undead if they didn't even have a land deed? Therefore, Luing and the others must arrange these things together when arranging tasks. Gushi actually took advantage and got these materials and men for free. When all the things were delivered to Gushi, Luing still held Gushi's hand and said, "Mr. Gu, I'm sorry. I only have these supplies on hand now. And there are other players coming, so I can't allocate more supplies to them. But don't worry. I will send some to you after the new supplies arrive. It's okay. These are enough for me for a while. When I build a village and open the roads, I will come to you to catch the autumn wind." "Okay. Then I'll wait for you to come over." Luing laughed. While they were joking, Gushi had already arranged for his men to send most of the supplies to Aladovi City. At the same time, Gushi's troops also made certain adjustments. All the previous bone dragons and so on are kept. The slower-moving bone-gnawing sludge was taken back. At the same time, corpse flies and a new type of insect swarm were released. The corpse flies are okay. There aren't that many of them. But the new swarms of insects are different. They are smaller than the bone locusts, and their number is significantly greater. When they fly, they are densely packed, like dark clouds. Blood-eating mosquito, level 1 attack 1. Defense 1. Life 1. Skills, insect swarm state. Blood-sucking rebirth. Flying troops. It can be seen that the mosquito in front of you is like a vampire. The state of blood-sucking and rebirth can directly make up for the weakness of this blood-eating mosquito, allowing them to last longer and longer in the battle. Chapter 935 Departure. After all the troops were adjusted, Gushi and his men quickly left the dark swamp and headed towards the forest of rot. When leaving, Gushi specially bought some food from Luing to supplement the holy silver evil coffin. After all, he is still a player and cannot go without food for a long time. He is not sure whether he will be able to replenish better food wherever he goes later. It is best to buy more if he can buy some now. As for the various supplies for the undead under his command, there is no need to say more. I have never heard of the undead needing to eat. After leaving the dark swamp, Gushi walked along, and the situation on the road slowly changed. The original black mud slowly disappeared, and there were more trees and grass on the roadside. Along the way, Gushi could see some newly built small villages from time to time, because the power of Balian City was borrowed to build the village. The unified construction method was to build the energy core first and then the village. As a result, a layer of blue or green light will appear on the surface of most villages. Even if the style of the village is different, this light will always be there. In this case, Gushi can tell at a glance which are the villages built by the players, and which are the buildings that originally existed in this world. When he saw the village built by the players, Gushi initially wanted to go over and make contact. But he found that these villages were quite wary of visits from other players. Or maybe they don't like other large troops approaching. For fear of some conflict, Gushi often received a warning from the village before he even got close to the village. If he encountered such a situation, Gushi would definitely step forward and reason. But the situation in the world right now is different. The goal of this world is to target those black players, and the Fusion Society cultists behind them. The existence of these villages is to prevent black players and cultists from escaping through exit channels. These were all friendly forces. And Gushi didn't want to kill them just because of his own whim. So after meeting the tough player twice, Gushi simply took a detour when he encountered the player's village, without any intention of communicating with the player again. On the other hand, Gushi had no intention of letting go of the non-player enemies. Along the way, Gushi managed to kill gods when God blocked him, and Buddha when Buddha blocked him. Any creature that appeared within a kilometer of him would be killed by Gushi as a provocateur. The most important thing is that Gushi obviously fought his way through. But he didn't waste any time. Even in his battle, he didn't use the bone dragons flying in the sky. He just pushed the white bone locusts and blood-eating mosquitoes all the way. Even the ghosts who followed them temporarily became workers to collect various materials, uprooting all the herbs and ores that could be seen on the road. If it weren't for the swamp here, even Gushi could have opened a path. It takes about 1 day and 2 nights to walk like this. Gushi finally led his troops out of the swamp area, set foot on relatively solid land. At this time, Gushi raised his head and took a look at the situation of his troops. Along the way, Gushi didn't stop even if he was fighting. Some injured soldiers were still following the team. Although the undead don't have to worry about supplies and other issues. But the undead are also mortal. The troops led by Gushi were not considered invincible. And the situation under his men was also somewhat chaotic at this time. Forget it. Let's set up camp here and rest for 3 hours. The seriously injured troops will retreat to the city of Aridov to recover. And the main force will come out. Under Gushi's order, the troops quickly station themselves. Because most of them are insect swarm troops. They will fall to the ground as soon as they stop. In just a blink of an eye, the ground is covered with a thick layer of insect LS. From a distance, it looks like a layer of snow has fallen. As for the bone dragons and the like, they are still hovering in the sky and have no intention of falling down. However, as Gushi released the Steel City Gate and passed on the order, Gushi's newest main force also began to walk out from behind the Steel City Gate. Coming out of the first row were more than 100 liches, although they are all equipped with the same lich kit, including robes, crowns, spell books, swords, skeleton staffs, etc. But their looks are completely different. They all have skull faces with only the skin left. But each of them can have a different style. These were the black player necromancers killed by Gushi. Although the black players may not have been above level 5 on the surface. When they died in battle, they were using power above level 15. So after the double death transformation, they all became level 15 liches, coupled with their identities as players and game characters during their lifetimes. Their situation is obviously beyond the level of ordinary soldiers. Among these more than 100 liches, there are 2 brave level 1s, 31 elite level 1s, and the rest are all warrior level 1s. None of them are ordinary soldiers. At first, Gushi had no plan to use them as the main force of the main series. At most, he thought of using them like bone dragons, mixed with other liches or corpse witches to form a mage group or something. But after learning about the black players from Luing Wang, Gushi had new ideas. These liches and death knights were all singled out by Gushi and prepared to form a special force to serve as personal guards. For this purpose, Gushi specially asked Princess Luna and Anna to prepare special equipment for these liches. They were armed and sent out in a short period of time. As for the death knights, the situation was different. It would take some time for their equipment to be equipped, and they also needed to undergo some transformations. If they were faster, they would have to wait until Gushi arrived at the Wailing Castle to complete the formation. If he had been slower, he might not have been able to participate in the battle this time. Anyway, Gushi's goal now is to make good use of these liches and bone dragons. After these liches came out, They did not immediately surround Gu Shi like other undead, but scattered in all directions, as if they didn't care about Gu Shi's safety at all. But soon these liches retreated. Around him, a group of skeletons, or ghosts, quickly appeared. This is the ability of the liches in front of them. They still have some abilities of the previous necromancers. They can all summon souls independently like necromancer players or undead heroes. But there are not as many as undead heroes or necromancer players. At most, he would bring 3 or 5 undead souls with him to act as his own bodyguards. As soon as they appeared like this, Gu Shi's team quickly swelled. Then the Bone Titan also walked out of the Steel City gate with Gu Shi's transformed undead combat team. The white Bone Titan glanced at the Bone Dragon hovering in the sky, turned his head, and led the fighting team to stand behind Gu Shi. Chapter 936 Special Enemy. As time passed, Gu Shi finally released all the troops. In addition to the Bone Locusts, Bone Dragons and other troops released at the beginning, as well as the Black Player Lich troops and the transformed undead combat team in the later stage. Gu Shi released nearly 10,000 undead troops behind him. These troops were all undead under Gu Shi's command. Their levels are all above level 7, which is still a little lower than several established battalions. But compared with other undead, they can be regarded as relatively good troops. Among the nearly 10,000 undead, there are more than 500 warrior level undead and more than 150 boss level undead. It can be said that although Gu Shi cannot command every undead, Gu Shi can still easily deal with ordinary battles. After all these undead souls were released, Gu Shi, who had had enough rest, started on the road again. At this time, Gu Shi had already left the location shown on Luing Wang's map. There is no map to guide the next road. Gu Shi needs to explore the road by himself and determine the direction before moving forward. For this reason, when he attacked this time, Gu Shi was not as bold as before. Instead, a large number of scout troops were sent forward to explore the road. It's just that the gargoyles, the most useful scouts for Gu Shi, were not brought this time. The scouts used to explore the front were mostly ghost troops. The reason why gargoyles, the most suitable scouts, were temporarily abandoned was because Gu Shi's military strength had expanded significantly during this period. On the other hand, the gargoyle troops had always relied on barracks for training, not to mention the dedicated heroes. Even the leader. No. Even if they get some news, communication will be slower. After comparing with each other, Gu Shi finally chose the most commonly used scout unit of the undead, the ghosts. After sending out the ghost scout, Gu Shi waited for another half an hour before leading the team on the road. At this time, marks made by ghosts have been left on the route ahead. These marks record the direction, whether there will be a fork in the road ahead, whether there are enemies, whether there are other player villages or gathering places of the indigenous people of this world, etc. Based on these marks, Gu Shi can accurately judge whether the direction he is heading is wrong. Will there be any danger? Although the speed of moving forward in this way is slower than when moving forward in the swamp before, it is more stable than before. The most important thing is that as Gu Shi went deeper, more trees began to appear nearby. In many places, there are roads at the beginning, but they are forced to be interrupted due to trees, vines, etc. If there is no preparation in advance, it will take time to turn back and change the route, and in the end it will be the time to rest. Unlike now, all problems can be seen by looking at the marks. And Gu Shi has so many undead under his command, so there is no need to pause excessively along the way. Just clean up if you encounter anything. Along the way, Gu Shi and the others walked forward for about 4 or 5 hours, and were about to walk out of the woods. Suddenly, the ghost exploring the road in front of them released a huge signal flare into the sky. As the signal bomb flew into the sky, Gu Shi heard an explosion from ahead. The situation in front of him made Gu Shi feel nervous. Ambush? Encountering wild monsters along the way is not unheard of. But the ghost scouts often directly lead the wild monsters back. As long as they are led to Gu Shi's main force, they can be easily dealt with. Sending flares to call for help like this has never happened before. Bone Dragon, come over and take a look. Faced with the situation, Gu Shi immediately gave orders. At the same time, the transformed undead combat teams around Gu Shi also left Gu Shi and quickly disappeared into the woods. These transformed undead are not suitable for large army battles. If they follow the large army, it will affect their combat level. On the contrary, after they disappeared into the woods, the fighting power of Gu Shi's men was released. At this time, the Bone Dragon army had already flown to the location where the ghost scouts sent the signal. Here, All the ghost troops under Gushi were wiped out. On the battlefield, 5 players with different appearances were cleaning up everything on the battlefield. Among these 5 players, there are 2 Death Knights and a Necromancer. The other 2 are an Elf Archer and a red-skinned Demon Pagan. After kicking away a ball of ghost turn powder, the Demon Heretic put down a double-sided battle axe wider than his body and muttered unhappily. I said, when will this matter end? How long do we have to stay here? I didn't see that Balianching's troops have already arrived. Why don't we leave yet? If it drags on any longer, the last exit channel will be out of control. Let me tell you, I can open the gate to H.L. But if there is no passage point, even if I are killed, I will not be able to take people out of the game world. At this time, the Elf Archer raised his head. Do you think I don't want to? But the third elder who is locked in this world has not come yet. We must wait until the third elder arrives before we can leave. Now we are the nails. And we must be nailed here even if we die. I said, boss. When will this matter end? Why don't we just leave directly? Asen can open the door, and we won't go anywhere. Hearing the words of the Elf Archer, a Death Knight couldn't help but said, if we stay here any longer, I'm afraid the enemies we will face will become stronger and stronger. So what? Who let us get on the boat? After taking the first step, there is no way to get off the boat again. Let me tell you directly. It is very easy to open the door, but the difficulty is to step into the door. Our strength is bound to this world. In other game worlds, our strength will return to level 3 or 4, or even lower. You don't want so many years of hard work to go to waste. To solve this problem, we must have the Fusion Society's sacrifice method. I've heard about this. Sacrificing one corresponding player can provide 10 corresponding black players for transition. We had this opportunity because we had to protect the third elder and leave. I'm afraid others don't know about this yet. So don't talk nonsense and wait honestly. I heard that the third elder will be coming soon, and we will leave together then, believing that we can escape to a relatively safe game world. By that time, we will live for at least another 500 years. Unlike those losers who don't know anything, they may not even be able to survive this year. After listening to the words of the Elf Archer, the others didn't say anything. Just as the Elf Archer said, they were already on the boat. So how could they jump off the boat? Chapter 937. The Bone Dragon troops show their power. When the 5 players were discussing how to leave this damn game world, the Bone Dragon happened to fly nearby. The Necromancer, who was busy cleaning up the battlefield, immediately felt that something was wrong. Among these 5, the Elven Archers are the core and leaders, and the Demon Pagans are responsible for opening the door. The 2 Death Knights are the main fighting force. This Necromancer is responsible for dealing with stragglers. Of course, after the battle, he is also responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. At this time, the other 4 were chatting there, and he was the only one who was busy with other things. So when the Bone Dragon flew over, he could immediately feel that something was wrong. At this time, the Necromancer jumped up immediately, and 4 contracted undead quickly appeared beside him. This is the normal amount of contracted undead when the Necromancer is around level 15. It can be seen from the situation of this Necromancer that this Necromancer is not following the most traditional direction of spiritualism. It's not the more common toxic direction, but the ice route. This is a relatively rare route among Necromancers. But in this case, this one will be the turret among the Necromancers, and the attack will be quite destructive. The same is true for the contracted undead under his command. There are 2 mage who are directly of the ice type. One of them is a skeleton mage, and the other is a corpse witch. Among the remaining 2, one is a ghost and the other is a zombie. These 2 are also from the ice series. As soon as they gathered around, the temperature around the Necromancer dropped a lot. There was even a layer of ice on the ground. When the Necromancer made such a move, several others also reacted. The Elf Archer dragged the demonic pagan back. This was the key to their departure. But nothing could happen here. At the same time, the 2 Death Knights quickly got on their horses. One was glowing with red light, and the other had a purple cloak on his body. But just when they wanted to take action, everyone was stunned. More than 500 bone dragons flew out from behind the woods. So many bone dragons even blocked the sky. Seeing such a situation, even the Elf Archers, who had already drawn their bows and were ready to shoot, were stunned. Withdraw? At this time, the Necromancer reacted quickly, and he immediately understood what was happening to the ghost he had just killed. Those ghosts just now were scouts. These bone dragons are the regular troops. Run! The Necromancer's words made the Elven Archer's expression twist. Lu Hui. My brain is throbbing. Give me some ice to calm down. When the necromancer heard this, he raised his hand and struck his 4 companions, and a cold wind blew in their faces. Under the cold wind, frost appeared on the faces of the 4 people to varying degrees. But it also suppressed the impulse of these 4 people to rush out and fight the bone dragon. If other black players see this move, they will definitely be shocked. Because the biggest problem of black players is that their way of thinking is slowly starting to become more like that of game characters. When they encounter an enemy they cannot defeat, they will not think of running away, but will just charge forward head-on. As a result, the necromancer Lu Hui in front of him was able to make the distorted black player suppress his thoughts of rushing forward to commit suicide. There must be something different here. But the current necromancer Lu Hui has no time to care about this. His ability can only make people awake for a few minutes at most. If they don't run away now, it won't be long before they are twisted to the point of mindlessly fighting so many bone dragons, like other black players. This is completely suicidal behavior. You have to know that the 5 of them together can only fight 10 bone dragons at most. And there are clearly hundreds of bone dragons in front of them. There is no need to make any comparison in terms of strength. As long as a normal person thinks about it, he will know that he cannot beat him. Only black players, who are personified in the game, will step forward to die with their heads set. Now that they have finally calmed down, naturally they can no longer mess around here. Run! A Death Knight rode a horse and rushed to the side of the necromancer Lu Hui, picked up Lu Hui and rushed out. Another Death Knight brings up the demonic heretic, this one also with short legs. As for the elf archer, his movement speed in the woods is actually not slow, but their retreat speed was still slower. When the bone dragon flew over, it immediately locked onto the 5 black players below. The 2-headed bone dragon flying at the front didn't even care about the deep forest and lush trees below. It knocked down a large number of nearby trees with one dive and chased behind the elf archer. When the elf archer saw this situation, he still couldn't hold back. He turned his head and shot the 2-headed bone dragon with an arrow. The arrow shot out and knocked the 2-headed skull dragon away for a distance. But the frost on the elf archer's face has all disappeared. The elf archer turned his body backwards and actually rushed towards the bone dragon. When he rushed out, his hands kept moving, shooting an arrow at a bone dragon with every step. And every arrow will repel a bone dragon. When encountering a bone dragon that is only level 8, it can be killed instantly with one arrow. But the problem is that this elf archer is not a melee force. When Gu Shi's bone dragon jumped down from the sky, the impact directly knocked down most of the nearby trees. The 2-headed skull dragon that was shot away by the arrow rolled over on the ground and bit the elf archer. The elf archer shot back and tried to block the bone dragon's mouth, but his strength is still a little weak. And the 2-headed bone dragon is one of the strongest beings under Gu Shi. A bite from both sides ripped off the elf archer's arms. Then a large number of bone dragons rushed over, sprang randomly towards the position of the elf archer. Under the dragon's breath of the bone dragon, all the lives of the elf archers above were consumed for a while, and the corpses turned into mummies that had been stored for many years. At this time, the 2 Death Knights had also escaped more than 1,000 meters with the necromancer and the demon heretic. The frost is receding from their faces. They had also received news of the elf archer's death. At this time, all the black players had the urge to go back and kill them. But they understand that there is no point in killing them back. If they were to kill them with such strength, the final outcome would be the same as that of the elven archers. Now they can only place their hope on the Death Knight's mount. Only by rushing out of the bone dragon's attack range would they have a chance to survive. But they had only rushed another 700 or 800 meters when the bone dragon, which had taken flight again, was already chasing them from behind. This time, the ghost dragon was at the front. Under his leadership, all the underground ghost dragons prepared their dragon breath and sprayed it at the fleeing enemies below. Chapter 938. The bone dragon troops were instantly killed. Unlike other bone dragons, the earth ghost dragon's breath carries various powers. Effects like rust and decay are quite effective against heavily armored Death Knights. When the dragon's breath sprayed down, all the large trees nearby rotted and fell down immediately. At the same time, the death horse that the Death Knight relied on quickly rusted under the rusty dragon's breath. After running forward for a few steps, it fell heavily and died no longer. The 2 Death Knights rolled on the ground and dodged the dragon's breath attack. But the necromancer and the demonic heretic dragged by the Death Knight did not have that kind of luck. The battle axe in the demonic heretic's hand was simply gone. Although the necromancer immediately released the contracted undead under his hands and released the cold air, but his reaction speed was still a little slow. and he happened to fall within the attack range of the ghost dragon's breath. Under the wave of dragon's breath, the necromancer's ice could not withstand the cold for long, and was finally killed by the dragon's breath, becoming the second black player to die. After losing their death horses, the two death knights looked quite ugly. As knights lose the ability to move, their combat effectiveness is simply halved. But in fact, even if their combat power is complete, it is useless even if their combat power is doubled. They are simply no match for these ghost dragons. At this time, the bone dragon from behind also rushed out and bit the death knight and demon heretic. Looking at the bone dragon that jumped out, the eyes of the death knight and the demon pagan turned red, and they turned back and rushed towards the bone dragon closest to them. At this time, there was no frost on their faces, and their thoughts were now distorted. Just want to kill all the bone dragons. But if they really had the ability to kill these bone dragons, they would not have chosen to escape in the first place. It can be said that they do not have such ability, and they even have no possibility of survival. The two death knights raised their weapons and charged towards the bone dragon. Just like the strength they showed, the two death knights only killed 3 bone dragons around level 8 in this attack. And then, they were suppressed by more and more bone dragons. The death knights wanted to stand up and fight again, but several bone dragons stepped on them directly. At this moment, the demon pagan drew another weapon and rushed forward. At this time, he also went up, and a red door appeared behind him. This is the basic ability of the demonic pagan. Hell Gate. The biggest feature of players, like demons, is that they can open the H.L. Gate to recruit some of their kind. Of course, there are also those who specifically strengthen the ability of H.L. Gates and can open H.L. Gates to travel to and from H.L. However, there will be relatively few players who choose this way. They often go to H.L. and no one knows what they will encounter. Therefore, most of the demon pagans still use this Hell Gate to shake the demons into battle. As soon as the Scarlet H.L. Gate appeared, some demon soldiers with red skin and looking like gorillas rushed out of the H.L. Gate. After these demons, there followed a being with red skin all over his body, similar to a djinn. The demonic heretics also want to shake out a few more big demons. But he never expected that because of the Hell Gate, the Earthline Ghost Dragon that had taken flight again would immediately turn its attention here. When the underground ghost dragons appeared, they spewed dragon breath that caused rust and corrosion towards the gate of H.L. The Hell Gate, which could still last for a normal period of time, was turned into liquid on the spot. Without the Gate of Hell, the demons behind naturally have no chance of getting out. As for the previous demons, they were pretty good. After they were released, none of them backed away, and they rushed towards the bone dragon with their weapons raised. Those demons that looked like orangutans were not very strong and there were not many in number, so they were directly beaten away by the bone dragon. But those red djinn-like demons are pretty good. They are all around level 8, and they can emit flame shields around them for defense. This kind of fire shield can rebound physical damage, although it is not as strong as the lamp god in a fight. It is not suppressed when fighting against the level 8 bone dragon. If the number wasn't too small, they might even be able to force these bone dragons away, giving several players a chance to make a comeback. It's a pity that the opportunity passed by in a flash, and it was too late for the demonic pagans to build another H.L. Gate. The two-headed bone dragon that had just arrived clearly saw that the demon heretic was the operator of the Hell Gate, and it bit the demon heretic immediately. With this bite, the lower body of the demon heretic was bitten off. If it weren't for the extremely strong vitality of the demonic pagans, people might have died immediately. At this time, the two-headed bone dragon suddenly felt that something was wrong. It spread its wings and flew crazily into the sky. But the two-headed bone dragon had only flown a certain distance, and before it reached high altitude, it was held down by an arm. The arm seemed to be stretched out from the black mist, and there was a halo around the arm. After this arm held down the two-headed bone dragon, the two-headed bone dragon seemed to have a mountain on its back, and could no longer fly upward. When the arm was pressed down in the air, the double-headed bone dragon hit the ground heavily, as if it had been hit by a heavy cannon. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the shock wave knocked away nearly half of the nearby bone dragons. After the explosion, Gushi's team of 500 bone dragons only had more than 300 seriously injured bone dragons left. The two-headed bone dragon they led at the beginning was directly blown to pieces. The Death Knight, who was pressed to the ground by the bone dragon, just now disappeared from the explosion. The demon heretic, who only had half his life left, was taken away directly by the one who took action just now, because of his importance. 7 or 8 minutes after the explosion, Gushi arrived here with his men. Seeing the bone dragon on the ground that could hardly get up, Gushi's expression immediately changed. The reason why he dared to send out the bone dragons was not because his bone dragon troops were powerful. There are 500 bone dragons, even if most of them are at level 8. There are two-headed bone dragons at level 19, and a large number of ghost dragons and bone dragons at level 10 or above. Gushi met no opponent along the way. Why was he beaten like this all of a sudden? Looking at the bone dragons all over the place, Gushi didn't care about anything else. He released the Steel City Gate and sent a large number of undead to transport these bone dragons away. At the same time, he said to Isabella behind him, "Rescue quickly," and informed Luna to use the Eternal Slavery Altar. All the bone dragons will be resurrected for me to recover. Chapter 939 Fragments of the Fake Orange Costume. It took Gushi a full hour to clean up the bone dragons battlefield. The most important thing here is not the seriously injured bone dragons. Their injuries seemed serious, but in fact they could recover after being dragged back to Aladovi City for treatment. The most numerous bone dragon fragments on the battlefield in front of me were those that had been broken into bones. Because Gushi took the root of resurrection at the Eternal Slavery Altar, these bone dragon fragments cannot be used to summon the bone dragon. After these bone dragon fragments are collected, they can be used to strengthen the bone dragon. The bone armor centipede has done this before. Now that these bone dragons are beaten like this, it means that their strength is too weak. These bone dragon fragments can be used to strengthen them. In order to sort out these bone dragon fragments, Gushi's ghost team spent a lot of effort, and finally sent these bone dragon fragments back to Aladovi City. After counting, Gushi killed 4 black players in this battle, and as a result, 255 bone dragons and ghost dragons were killed. The biggest losses among them were the Earth Vein ghost dragons. Because of their initial location, the Earth Vein ghost dragons were all wiped out. As for the two-headed bone dragon, which was clearly at level 19, it was destroyed at the beginning of the battle. Moreover, the explosion he caused affected everything around him. Of the many ghost dragons and bone dragons killed here, more than half died in the explosion of the double-headed bone dragon. So Gushi didn't even ask about the situation of the two-headed bone dragon. When someone sent all the bone dragon fragments and everything into Aladovi City, the two-headed bone dragon also flew out of the Steel City Gate that had just been released. After receiving Gushi's order, Luna naturally dealt with the dead bone dragon immediately. The first bone dragon resurrected by the altar of eternal slavery is naturally the most powerful two-headed bone dragon. It's just that after this resurrection, all the experience he accumulated in previous battles has been cleared, and his current upgrade progress is far behind the level 19 zombies. When the two-headed bone dragon came out, Gushi was looking at some of the trophies sent over by the ghost team. 4 of the 5 black players just died in the hands of the bone dragon. Although the explosion power of the double-headed bone dragon is a bit stronger, some of the equipment on the black player still remains. This kind of black player is a situation between the player and the game character. When they died in battle, all their equipment was left behind. Gushi had already discovered this when he defeated the Black Guild last time. But because the level of black players is considered fake, the equipment they wear is not considered real. Therefore, from the perspective of black players, if they have 3 or 5 pieces of purple equipment in their hands, but if they fall into Gushi's hands, it is considered quite good if they are of blue quality. The same is true for the 4 black players who died in the hands of the bone dragon. The armor on their bodies, the weapons in their hands, and even the cloaks that make them look different from ordinary players are all only of green quality. Moreover, it was almost blown to pieces in the explosion of the two-headed skull dragon, and in the end only some fragments could be found. Gushi glanced at the pieces of equipment sent over and waved his hand. "Send it back to Aladovi. Two-headed bone dragon. Come here." "What happened just now?" "Wait a minute." Before Gushi finished speaking, he suddenly paused and reached out to take a piece of equipment fragment from the hand of a Bai Wuchang. This is a piece of ice that looks like it has not yet melted. There is a small piece of white bone inside the ice. When Gushi picked up the ice cube, Gushi's eyes lit up. Frozen death finger bone orange. Fake. Fragments belonging to a piece of orange quality death equipment can only exert one effect and can be recombined. Special one, ice attachment can strengthen a piece of purple equipment. Freeze the purple equipment. Seal its negative effects, and increase the power of one of the positive effects by 20 times. Note 1. The death equipment includes finger bones, sickle fragments, heart and right eye. After collecting 5 pieces, They can be combined into orange equipment. Note 2. The death equipment fragments have their own effects individually. After combination, the quality will be affected because it is a pseudo-orange equipment. Note 3. This orange outfit is a fake. Please find a way to deal with it. Otherwise the orange outfit may run out of energy and turn back into purple. Gushi's eyes widened when he saw the information in front of him. How can black players play so big? Not only can players' levels be faked, but orange equipment can also be faked. If this is the case, then what level of combat power can the black players have? Thinking of this, Gushi's hands couldn't help but tighten a little. He almost crushed the frozen death's finger bones in his hand. Fortunately, at this moment, the double-headed bone dragon landed in front of Gushi, reminding Gushi that there were more important things to do. Gushi held the frozen death finger bone in his hand and turned to look at the two-headed bone dragon. What happened in the previous battle, and why it ended like this? The two-headed bone dragon actually wanted to know what happened. But the enemy who defeated him only stretched out a hand in the black mist. He didn't even know how the black mist appeared. Not to mention other things. He could only use his own means to show Gushi all the details from the beginning. However, it would be useless for Gushi to see all this. After all, he did not know the situation above level 20. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the enemy's outstretched arm was wrapped with a halo, which was proof that he had passed level 20. But Gushi had no idea how strong he was. Gushi pressed his forehead and thought for a moment. Are there any other details that can prove the other party's situation? The two heads of the two-headed dragon shook at the same time. When they wanted to see the enemy's situation clearly, they were killed directly. Even if they had 4 eyes, they couldn't judge the enemy's situation. This leaves them with nowhere to reason. Gushi thought for a moment and raised his left hand. Contact Princess Anna and find a way to get Dietrich to come over in the shortest time. We encountered an enemy that is beyond our ability to deal with. Gushi was talking to the special mirror in his hand. And behind the mirror was Luna, who was always paying attention to him. After hearing Gushi's words, Luna quickly dealt with the matter clearly. In less than 3 minutes, a sentence came from this special mirror. 3 days. Okay. Let him come here. Just come here by yourself. Don't bring the troops with you for the time being. At this point, Gushi, who was interrupting the call, suddenly thought again. By the way, let's contact Liuzha. If Dietrich can't do it, she might have to do it. Chapter 940 The Enhanced Titan Slayer. After arranging everything, Gushi did not stay here any longer. Although he knew that the enemy's situation was not right, and that support from his men would not arrive for a few days. But Gushi had no idea of stopping and waiting for support from his men. He still needs to hurry on his way. After all, the mission is there. If he gets there 1 day earlier, he can start building the village 1 day earlier. As for the enemies on the road ahead, Gushi is not too worried. Although the enemy must be over level 20, Gushi is not without means to deal with it. Thinking of this, Gushi also looked at the Lounge following him. Isn't it just bullying him because he doesn't have any soldiers above level 20? He has 2. When he was on the road again, Gushi raised his hand, and a spear with lightning appeared in his hand. This is exactly the Titan Slayer that Gushi had obtained before. It's just that this thing is for desperate use. There are no heroes or contracted undead under Gushi who are willing to play with it. After all, that last blow was directly risking one's life. Isn't it just a surprise? Gushi has so many subordinates. Who can't do it? He really doesn't need to do such a thing. As for the 2 orange items in Gushi's hands, there are ways to deal with the negative effects. But there is no need to use them here. So this thing has been kept by Gushi. Gushi couldn't care about it now. If an elusive level 20 person didn't have the ability to kill with 1 hit. If the opponent suddenly stretched out a hand like he did with the 2-headed bone dragon before, then Gushi wouldn't be directly pinned to death by him. So when Gushi discovered the function of Frozen Reaper's finger bones, the first thing he thought of was this Titan Slayer. Of course, besides this Titan Slayer, Gushi actually has another option. Alexander's Spine. It's just that Alexander's Spine is a control-type weapon and does not have the effect of killing with 1 hit. After Gushi thought for a moment, he finally took out the Titan Slayer. Taking the frozen death finger bone in his hand, Gushi pressed it hard on the Titan Slayer. The next moment, a layer of ice appeared on the surface of the Titan Slayer, and then the thunder and lightning originally gathered on it lit up. At this time, a message flashed in Gushi's heart. Please select strengthening skills. Gushi was quite familiar with the skills of Titan Slayer. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this weapon for enhancement. Titan Slayer has a total of 3 skills. Titan Slayer is an attribute that is enhanced against Titans. No matter how many times it is strengthened, the effect will still be the same. At most, it will be useful when Gushi singles out Titans or Titans. But the problem is that when Gushi really needs to challenge the Titans alone, then he has already reached the end of his road. What's the use of strengthening this? Next is the Grip of Thunder, which is an attack method with 7 kinds of thunder effects. After strengthening, the thunder effects will not increase, but the power of thunder will be increased. Although it can be increased dozens of times, Gushi is not sure how powerful it will be. Instead, it is the final Titan's Thunder that is the skill that Gushi wants to strengthen. This is a skill used to fight for one's life. It originally involves taking this spear and all the strength of the spear wielder to strike with all his strength. Such a blow itself would be more powerful than the thunder grip. After all, it was a desperate blow. Now with the function of Death Finger Bone, the power is increased by 20 times. If such a weapon is placed in the hands of a powerful hero, it should not be a problem to kill enemies above level 20. So when the message popped up, Gushi didn't hesitate too much and directly chose to increase the power of Titan's Thunder. When Gushi made his choice, Titan Slayer also slowly changed. The metal spear that was originally about 5 meters long turned into an ice spear about 7 meters long. This immediately left Gushi speechless. No one except a big Titan can hold such a long weapon. But the terrible thing is, it doesn't matter what kind of Titan it is. Even the bone Titans under Gushi are quite repulsive to this Titan Slayer, and they are unwilling to use this weapon to kill them. In this case, Gushi may have to use this weapon by himself. Lifting up the newly transformed Titan Slayer, Gushi raised his hand, and he found with some helplessness that his strength and agility could equip him with a 7-meter-plus spear like the one in front of him. But the problem is that the center of gravity is wrong. No matter how wide the distance between his hands is, he can only hold it a little more than 1 meter behind the tail of the gun. According to the principle of leverage, this is just this Titan Slayer, 1/7 position. It would take a lot of strength for Gushi to lift this Titan Slayer, not to mention using this weapon in battle. As for throwing out this Titan Slayer with all our strength, that would be even more inconvenient. Gushi's throwing skills are pretty good. Although Gushi hasn't thrown personally for a while, his throwing skills are still there. Wanting to throw Titan Slayer like a javelin is also a headache. No matter how hard Gushi grabbed the position behind the Titan Slayer, it was almost about 1 meter away when he threw it. At this time, the tail of Titan Slayer was still on the ground. After trying a few times, Gushi found that he could throw the Titan Slayer, but it couldn't fly far. It was best to find a bigger subordinate to take action. Gushi thought for a moment. Maybe he could let the level 19 zombie use Titan Slayer. By then, the combat power of level 19 plus the 20-fold power effect of Titan's Thunder may be able to guarantee a one-hit kill to the enemy. While Gushi was studying the newly strengthened Titan Slayer, his troops continued to move forward, because of the big trouble he had encountered before, and the fact that the Bone Dragon had gone back to Aradovi to recover. Gushi's progress had obviously slowed down a lot along the way. After walking for nearly 6 hours, they finally arrived at their destination, Wailing Castle. After hearing from the Ghost Scout that he seemed to have found his target this time, Gushi put the Titan Slayer away. "Are you sure you've arrived?" After jumping down from the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, Gushi followed the Ghost Scout who came back and took a few steps forward. When he walked out of the woods, Gushi immediately understood the Ghost Scout's thoughts. No wonder the Ghost Scouts were so sure that this was the Wailing Castle that Gushi was looking for. Outside the woods, there was a huge castle buried under the soil and plants. The wind blew over the castle, and from time to time, the plants would make a painful wail as they swayed. Chapter 941. Going to battle at the Wailing Castle. If Gushi had arrived near the Wailing Castle before, he would have immediately attacked them and occupied a good place to start building a village. But after experiencing the loss of Bone Dragon in the battle, Gushi became more cautious in his actions. Even a powerful force like 500 Bone Dragons can cause trouble. What if something goes wrong in the Wailing Castle? Gushi is now much more careful in his actions. After looking up at the distance to the Wailing Castle, Gushi's eyes fell on a small plain near the Wailing Castle. According to Gushi's visual inspection, it was about 3 to 5 kilometers away from the Wailing Castle. This location is a relatively good location. The attacks of the Wailing Castle cannot be hit here, but you can observe the situation in the Wailing Castle at a close distance. Regardless of whether there is anyone in the Wailing Castle, Gushi can respond immediately. Moreover, Gushi noticed that there was an inconspicuous stream passing through this small plain. Although the water flow was not high, it could still be regarded as a serious water source. It can be said that this is a good location. If there is a problem with the Wailing Castle, and there is no way to capture the Wailing Castle, this can be the next best option. However, the previous enemy was still a bit scary. Gushi thought for a moment, and did not lead his troops there immediately. Instead, he lowered the garrison gate in the woods. Now Gushi planned to use the garrison city gate as his last retreat. Along with the garrison city gate, there was also a section of wall released. When putting the city wall down, Gushi discovered something. That is, the city wall will automatically integrate with the surrounding situation. For example, if you build a city wall in the woods, it will not directly crush the trees like a city gate. Instead, it will merge with the trees and even strengthen the wall with the help of the trees. This is exactly why the city gates can be placed when the Death City is at level 1. But the city walls need to wait until the Death City is at level 8 before they can be placed. This was the situation in front of him. After Gushi released the city wall at the garrison gate, the wall automatically spread to the surroundings, wrapping up some nearby trees. Tree branches and leaves quickly covered the city wall, making it impossible to see the existence of the city wall at first glance. These city walls did not extend outward, but instead formed a circle, occupying approximately 10,000 square meters of forest land. In this way, a temporary small base appeared in the woods. After circling this small base, Gushi was not idle. He immediately sent an ordinary hero out. This hero is called Thompson, and he is an ordinary hero that Gushi randomly picked up in the dungeon. He has no special abilities, and is not the kind of hero who focuses on combat or magic. However, he is an honest person, unlike Lewis, who obviously has no ability but still cannot see himself clearly, and thinks he is Gushi's only choice. For heroes like Thompson who usually do pretty well, Gushi would not blame them for their lack of ability. Normally, you might not think of them when something big happens, but when you really need manpower, you will always call them out as soon as possible. It was the same this time. Thompson was released directly with 7 leaders and his troops. The troops under his command are the most common undead, about level 8, and number about 1,500 people. As soon as he arrived here, Thompson came to Gushi, raised his head and said, "Sir, you are looking for me. Well, it's not a big deal. It's just setting up a temporary station here. You are responsible for guarding the place. I don't care about the rest. I only want you to ensure the safety of the station," Gushi said directly to Thompson. Just as Gushi said, what he wanted was not what results Thompson could achieve in the woods, but that Thompson could guard the land in the woods. If the battle outside doesn't go well, Gushi has other options for retreat. You won't be cut off by anyone. Thompson understood immediately and said decisively, "Please rest assured. As long as I am here, this place will not be lost." After arranging the retreat, Gushi led his troops out of the woods. The moment he left the woods, Gushi felt that the Wailing Castle in the distance seemed to come alive, and the whole mountain began to wail. It feels as if a large number of lives are trapped in this mountain. However, for Gushi, this was a small scene and could not attract Gushi's attention at all. Gushi quickly led his troops towards the position he had chosen at the beginning. When releasing the troops from the city gate, Gushi had already considered the next plan. He didn't attack the Wailing Castle first, but occupied several important positions. Then go around the Wailing Castle in a circle to clear the Wailing Castle's external connections. Then go and take down the Wailing Castle. As for building a new village, he can wait until he takes over the Wailing Castle. The first small plane at the moment was Gushi's first target. As for the reaction inside the Wailing Castle, Gushi didn't pay attention at all. It's okay that the Wailing Castle didn't move when he took action. He honestly let Gushi set up the encirclement, and the enemies inside could survive for a few more days. It would be a shame if they couldn't turn their heads for a moment and didn't just knock down the garrison built by Gushi. The troops Gushi had were most suitable for fighting in the field, although the Bone Dragon troops suffered serious losses and cannot be taken out for the time being. Gushi still has many organized and unorganized troops under his command. Most importantly, Gushi is a necromancer. He can replenish his troops during battle. When fighting other people, Gushi would only fight more and more, so there was no need to worry about troop strength or anything like that. So Gushi didn't even look in the direction of the Howling Castle, and led his men straight towards the small plain that he had his eyes on. When Gushi led his troops and rushed out, there was movement on the side of the Wailing Castle. and a large number of strange black creatures flew up from the wailing castle. Hearing the buzzing sound of these creatures flying up, Gushi raised his head and glanced over there. Don't worry about them. Just move forward and quickly occupy a good position. Under Gushi's order, the fastest moving Ghost Scout troops rushed to the vicinity of the small plain immediately. Once they got here, they didn't immediately stop to deal with the scene or anything. After all, things like setting up camp have nothing to do with them. Gushi can place city gates and walls. What they have to do is to hold back the enemy and prevent them from approaching the small plain that Gushi was optimistic about at the beginning. Chapter 942, The Blood Clan in the Howling Castle. Squeak. When Gushi approached the small plain, his ghosts also fought with the invisible monsters in the sky. Only then did Gushi, who was approaching the small plain, see the appearance of these monsters. These monsters are only about half a person tall, have slender arms, have bat-like heads and mosquito-like wings, and make a buzzing sound when flying. When hit by a ghost, it will make a squeaking sound. They don't have any weapons in their hands, and their legs don't seem to have much strength due to their usual flying. The main means of attack are on those hands. There are sharp bone spurs on the slender hands. From a distance, you can tell that they can easily pierce the skull of a normal person. But they were facing a ghost army, with the levels being almost the same. They really couldn't defeat the ghosts. Those monsters fought with the ghosts in the sky for a few times, and Gushi heard the message when they were killed. The ghost summon kills the Twisted Blood Slave, level 8. You get 1 experience point, overflow seals 1 point, and the summons get 66 experience points. Seeing such information, Gushi was relieved. Although the enemy was stronger, it was not that ridiculously strong existence. The number seems not too large, and Gushi's men can handle it. It seems that this Howling Castle is not a difficult place to deal with. If a fight really breaks out, there will be no problem rushing up now. But Gushi immediately realized something was wrong. Blood Slave? Is this Wailing Castle followed by a vampire? Gushi's heart moved. That's just perfect. Among Gushi's subordinates, the issue that they are most worried about is actually vampires. Skeletons, zombies, and ghosts can be transformed normally. Vampires need to be treated with the Book of Blood Feast and Spiritualism. But there are too many transformation books that can be used in conjunction with necromancy. And vampires are usually used by Demi. So Gushi rarely performs transformations. And as a result, he does not have many vampires under his command. But judging from the current situation, there is no need to think about these anymore. Just transform into a vampire. Even the Twisted Blood Slaves that were killed, the undead transformed through double death, might directly be vampires, which would give Demi an opportunity to replenish his troops. Thinking of this, Gushi decisively raised his left hand and said to the special mirror, Luna, wait for the new undead that appears in Aladovi City. If it is a vampire, let Demi handle it first. Let's replenish the troops we have. After saying this, Gushi looked up at the situation in the sky, and then released the swarms of bone locusts and blood-eating mosquitoes that had followed him. At this time, the ghosts were already fighting with the Twisted Blood Slaves. Their own strength was weaker than the strengthened ghosts. In addition, they did not have weapons and equipment, and their main attack methods were restrained by the ghosts. The beating was already quite frustrating. Now a large group of Zerg troops rushed out, making them even more confused. Whether these insect swarms are locusts, mosquitoes, or the poisonous corpse flies that they were able to survive in the first place. They are the ones with relatively large numbers. There were a group of 600 corpse flies, and the locusts had now become a group of 1,000. The number of blood-eating mosquitoes that had just joined Gushi's team was counted as a group of 1,500. When it flew up, it pounced directly on the Twisted Blood Slave like a dark cloud. No matter how powerful those Twisted Blood Slaves are, they can only kill one insect at a time. As long as they pounce on them, the insects will disperse and dodge their attacks. After they had used up all their strength, the swarm of insects pounced on them again, biting them or sucking their blood, and killed a group of Twisted Blood Slaves in the blink of an eye. Taking this opportunity, Gushi also led his men to the small plain that he was optimistic about. Gushi immediately released the Steel City Gate and the corresponding city wall. Unlike the Garrison City Gate, the wall on the Iron City Gate side is mostly for archers. When the city wall was released, it was already filled with skeleton shooters. The Black Dragon Battalion appeared directly in front of the Steel City Gate. Bryce, who was commanding the Black Dragon Battalion, was also ready. As soon as he saw the situation in the sky, he immediately raised the long bow in his hand. Follow me and shoot. That's what Bryce is. As a shooter-type hero, he is always the first to participate in the battle. Under his leadership, all the skeleton archers knew what they should do and would not lose their target when attacking. Most of Gushi's skeleton shooters were willing to listen to Bryce. Under his orders, they could obviously shoot far. It was the same this time. Under Bryce's order, all the skeleton archers shot the arrows in their hands at the same time. After these arrows flew a certain distance, they accurately hit the Twisted Blood Slaves in the sky. If the previous ghosts and insect swarms were not afraid of the Twisted Blood Slaves' attacks, then these skeleton shooters would deal a fatal blow to the Twisted Blood Slaves. Often 7 or 8 arrows can kill a Twisted Blood Slave. The number of various skeleton shooters under Gushi has already exceeded 10,000. And there are currently more than 5,000 at the Steel City Gate. A wave of arrows rained down, and nearly 1,000 Twisted Blood Slaves were killed. The number of these Twisted Blood Slaves flying out from the Wailing Castle is actually not that many. Only about 5 or 6,000. A wave of arrows went straight to about 1/5 of the way. How could those Twisted Blood Slaves not be afraid of this? They screamed in the sky and turned towards the Steel City Gate. It was obvious that the blow just now had hurt them. But even if they find the problem, they still have to be able to fly over. Those ghosts and insect swarms in the sky are not stupid. They will let them go around. Seeing these Twisted Blood Slaves going crazy, the ghosts immediately entangled them. At the same time, a large number of insect swarms came from all directions. Non-stop. Attack these Twisted Blood Slaves and prevent them from moving forward. Under such circumstances, the Twisted Blood Slave couldn't even rush forward, let alone attack the skeleton archer. After taking a look at the situation on the battlefield, Gushi immediately launched his own soul summoning tower behind the Steel City Gate. Before Gushi stepped onto the soul summoning tower, the Book of Blood and the Underworld appeared beside Gushi. It can be seen that this time Book of Blood and Darkness is the first to feel that there are a large number of corpses outside that are suitable for its use. This is not the time to be humble. If it does not transform a batch of vampires, it really will not be like this. What a great opportunity. Seeing the Book of Blood and Darkness hovering around him, Gushi also smiled. While summoning the Necromancer, he stepped onto the Soul Calling Tower. With the power of the Soul Calling Tower, he performed a wave of soul calling. Chapter 943 Vampires Troops. Spiritualism. With the cooperation of the Spiritualization Tower and the Necromancer, this wave of spiritualism was quite successful. The success here does not refer to summoning the undead. With Gushi's level of spiritualism, the success rate of summoning souls is close to 200%. How could it be possible that the summoning of souls could fail in this way? Success here refers to the ease with which they all transformed into suitable vampires. These vampires are the most basic ones, the kind that have no weapons and only rely on their arms to fight. However, as soon as they appeared, they demonstrated the most basic combat abilities of vampires, turning into bats to fly, attacking with claws, and replenishing their lives after sucking blood. It can be said that their appearance directly changed the entire situation of the battle. The number of Twisted Blood Slaves in the sky is getting smaller and smaller, and the number of vampires is also increasing. At this time, a new battle flag was raised at the Iron City Gate. It was an equilateral triangle made of 3 roses: blood red, dark cyan, and off-white. This is Demi's battle flag. It seems that Demi already knows the situation outside and knows that there is an excellent opportunity for her. In response, Gushi raised his hand, opened the access to the Steel City Gate, and allowed Demi to lead the troops out. When Demi came out with the Rose Corps, Gushi also saw the current situation of Demi's troops. After this round of replenishment, Demi's Red Blood Battalion has been fully staffed. Because they were pressed for time, the vampires in the Red Blood camp were unarmed. But their situation was obviously better than the vampires that Gushi had just summoned. I don't know what method Demi used. Anyway, in her team, even the vampires are obviously bigger. Sir, please use me in this battle. Seeing the glint in Demi's eyes, Gushi couldn't help but smile. I will, but not now. Your current strength has been replenished. But if you kill like this, you will fall into the opponent's trap. In this way, I will attract the enemy's attention here, and you can help circle around the Wailing Castle. 1 lap. Look at the weak points of this castle. Also choose a suitable location. Demi has experienced many battles now, and she knows exactly what Gushi means by the right position. It seemed that Gushi not only planned to occupy the territory of Wailing Castle, he also wanted to establish a satellite city here. However, considering the size of the Howling Castle in front of us, This idea is not impossible. When he first came here, Gushi didn't expect that the Wailing Castle would be like this. It was clearly an abandoned vampire city in front of him. If he can occupy this, he can save the source energy core. And then he can arrange the village here. If he could find a few more suitable locations, Gushi actually had the props to set up such a village. He can completely use all these props. After receiving Gushi's order, Dini quickly led his troops and rushed out. At this time, Gushi looked up again in the direction of the Wailing Castle, turned around and ordered, "Let Amilcar lead the team out." While Gushi was speaking, there was some reaction from the side of the Wailing Castle. This time, what rushed out from there was no longer a twisted blood slave flying in the sky, but something similar to a skinned wild wolf. There were obviously more of them, and they looked like they were going crazy. They didn't care at all when they rushed forward, as if they wanted to tear everything into pieces. The number of these wild wolves will be greater than the number of twisted blood slaves. There were about 10,000 such creatures, and without anyone commanding them, they still rushed towards Gushi. Gushi could guess from the speed at which they rushed up that they actually rushed out together with the twisted blood slaves. However, their speed was obviously slower, and they were moving on the ground, so they became disconnected while running. But that's fine. Gushi won't feel any pressure when fighting. Glancing at the remaining twisted blood slaves in the sky, Gushi decisively ordered, "The undead troops push forward. The zombies stand in front, and the skeleton soldiers stand in the back, ready to meet the enemy's attack." Under Gushi's order, the undead troops began to press forward, and at the same time batch after batch of undead troops were walking out of the Steel City Gate. Among the troops that came out this time, the largest number were the zombie troops that Gushi had never brought out for use. After all, zombie troops are not that easy to use when you are on the road. But now for defense. Zombie troops are the most useful troops. Groups of zombies are entering the battlefield under the leadership of the 19th level zombie. These zombies have no ability against the air, but they have strong enough defense against those skinless wolves. Although their movement speed was slow, they set up their formation fairly quickly. When these wild wolves rushed to the battlefield, they had already formed a huge defensive circle outside Gushi's city wall. When the wild wolves rushed into the zombie army's defense line, they immediately slashed hard with weapons such as hatchets, kitchen knives, and long swords. Zombie Axeman, Summon, kills the crazy blood beast, level 8. You get 1 experience point, Overflow seals 1 point, and the Summons gets 91 experience points. As the two troops collided, waves of information popped up in front of Gushi. The zombie troops moved forward steadily and resolutely, easily killing large numbers of crazy blood beasts every time. From the current situation, it can be seen that Gushi's troops are gaining the upper hand. At the same time, ghosts in the sky and skeleton soldiers behind the zombies are also rushing over with weapons raised. These crazy blood beasts may not be able to sustain it for long. At this time, Gushi looked up in the direction of the Wailing Castle, and he noticed a layer of blood clouds appearing in the sky over there. This blood cloud is somewhat similar to the movement of Isabella when she is replenishing her blood, but it is a little different. Before the blood cloud expanded, a bloody smell came to our faces. At the same time, Gushi noticed that a group of vampires riding war horses appeared in front of the thick blood cloud. These vampires are not heavily armored soldiers like the Death Knights. Instead, they are dressed in leather armor, covered with blood-ray cloaks, and holding spears that look like they are made of flames. There are not many of these vampire cavalrymen. There were only about 300 of them. But when they came out, the blood cloud followed them directly. "Sir, these," Amilcar, who had just come out, happened to see the cavalry rushing out of the Howling Castle, and he couldn't help but say something. "Don't look at them. They are not suitable for you. Wait until they are transformed and assign them to Dini's subordinates." Chapter 944. The Vampire Knight was killed back and forth. Hearing Gushi's words, Amilcar couldn't say anything. He could only sigh secretly that he was not lucky. When choosing the Scarlet Knight, the Scarlet Knight did not have any soldiers at all. Now that he has replaced the Blue Knight, the Red Knight's troops have continued to appear. Doesn't this cost his life? But he had no choice. After all, he had promised Gushi before that after the change this time, he would no longer change his troops. No matter what the current situation was, he could only accept it. The Blue Knights are the Blue Knights. At least there are more Blue Knights. Don't sigh. You came out just in time. You can handle the vampire cavalry. You can also take the white robe cavalry with you. As for the other knights, you promised them before, but we can't give them to you now. After hearing Gushi's words, Amilcar said nothing more. He knew exactly what kind of person Gu Shi was. After some things are recognized by Gu Shi, more efforts are needed to wash away this inherent knowledge. Just like Dimi, she was sent to attack the city of Eredovia in the beginning. But because she failed to take it, and because she had previously relied on her potential as a leader to ask Gu Shi for this and that, he was disgusted by Gu Shi and was eventually exiled to the underworld to complete his mission. It wasn't until Dimi proved himself again that Gu Shi reassigned the important task of taking down Aladovi city to Dimi. Amilcar is facing the same situation now. His change of night before the battle was recorded by Gu Shi. Until there is no way to prove his strength, Amilcar can only use the Blue Knight all the time, and at most bring other ordinary cavalry with him to fight. Fortunately, there were a lot of Blue Knights. Under Amilcar's greeting, more than 1,000 Blue Knights quickly gathered behind him. Among these Blue Knights, the White Robe cavalry originally controlled by Gu Shi also quickly joined in, and rainbows fell from them to the Blue Knights. At this time, the vampire cavalry had already rushed to a position only more than 600 meters away from Gu Shi. At this distance, the zombies in front can see the color of the masks on the faces of these vampire cavalry. At this moment, Amilcar also raised the weapon in his hand. Since a batch of knights were replaced, Amilcar's weapons and equipment have also been replaced. The blood-colored armor turned into a faint blue, and the weapon that originally resembled a scythe also turned into a spear. Raising the spear in his hand, Amilcar pointed in the direction of the vampire cavalry. The Blue Knights, follow me. When the Blue Knights heard this, they rushed out directly. These Blue Knights belong to the Ghost-style Knight army, and their movement speed is the fastest among all knights. And because they are ghosts, they can fight together, unlike zombies and skeletons, who would have difficulty fighting each other if they bump into each other. It is precisely for this reason that when the Blue Knights rushed out, the team seemed to have a smaller impact range than the vampire cavalry. When the spears in their hands shot out, almost 4 to 5 Blue Knights attacked the same target. The strength of the Blue Knight is almost the same as that of the vampire cavalry. But the vampire cavalry's defense is low. The leather armor on their bodies is not for defense at all, but just for good looks. Their biggest feature is that after attacking the enemy, they suck blood to restore life. But the problem now is that the Blue Knight directly goes up to the 4th or 5th place to fight one. Under the full attack, they just met each other, and the vampire knight was instantly killed on the spot. When he killed all these vampire knights, Amilcar rode his horse in a small circle on the battlefield. This was clearly saying, why are these guys so weak? There is really no pressure at all. But at this moment, Gu Shi felt that something was not right. These vampire knights would rush out so boldly, which was obviously a force that was sure to attack Gu Shi in one fell swoop. They couldn't be wiped out so easily. There must be something wrong here. At this time, Gu Shi wanted to summon the souls immediately, and first pick up the corpses of these vampire knights. But he never expected that before he started summoning souls, a large amount of blood would fall from the blood cloud in the sky, and the vampire cavalry, who had just been killed by the Blue Knight, would actually stand up again. Can you still play like this? Gu Shi was immediately speechless. Is this a vampire's ability? Show you a live resurrection directly? As soon as Amilcar saw this situation, he immediately turned around and went back to fight. The Blue Knights had very high agility attributes. They turned around and launched another wave of charges against the vampire cavalry. In this wave of charge, the vampire cavalry was stabbed to death again. After all, their number is relatively small, only more than 300. The most important thing is that there are more than 300 White Robe cavalry in the team of the Blue Knight. With their presence, the luck of the vampire cavalry will be extremely bad. Even if they can be resurrected, it will be useless. If they cannot organize their combat power, they will still be dead. So under this wave of attacks, the vampire cavalry was killed again. However, the blood cloud in the sky did not give up, and another wave of blood fell. At this moment, Gu Shi came back to his senses. The focus of fighting these vampire cavalry is not on these cavalry, but on the blood clouds in the sky. As long as the blood cloud remains, these vampire cavalry will continue to be resurrected, until the blood cloud is consumed, or all Gu Shi's troops are killed. This is a good thing. There aren't many vampire knights, and even if they're resurrected they can't last more than a few hits, and can be killed with a single backhand. But when a vampire dies, he really dies. The pop-up message in front of Gu Shi can testify to this. This means that Gu Shi's double death can be effective. There are more than 300 knights at a time. Even if they are vampire knights, they are still knights. This time I really made a profit. Although he had not found out what happened in Aladovi City, Gushi immediately gave Amilcar an order. Amilcar, ignore them, resurrect them, and keep consuming the blood clouds. Amilcar didn't know what Gushi had in mind, but he was still willing to do what Gushi ordered. So Amilcar and the Blue Knight rushed towards the Vampire Knight again. With every charge, the Blue Knights would gain corresponding experience, and their levels would be raised by at least one level a few times. Just when Amilcar was happy, he suddenly couldn't laugh anymore, because a group of Scarlet Knights without weapons walked out of the Steel City Gate, and their number was close to 3,000. Chapter 945, Harvest of Military Strength. Hack, a plant. Looking at the Scarlet Knight coming out of the Steel Gate, even Amilcar, who had a good temper, couldn't help but swear. He had already seen what Gushi was thinking. The most important thing is that these vampire cavalrymen are really suitable for transformation into Scarlet Knights. Except for the lack of corresponding weapons and equipment, there is no need for Gushi to do anything else. The Double Death can be transformed directly, and judging from the blood cloud situation in front of him, these vampire knights can die at least 3 to 5 times more. This is a loss no matter what. Amilcar looked back at Gushi's expression, and when Gushi nodded to him, Amilcar knew that Gushi would not let these vampire cavalry die like this before all the blood clouds were consumed. Light. He hasn't finished picking out the vampire cavalry yet. In desperation, Amilcar could only turn around and lead the Blue Knight to attack again. As for Gushi, he turned his attention to the Wailing Castle in the distance. Gushi felt that there should be more powerful enemies in the Howling Castle. However, until all the vampire cavalry were killed and the blood cloud was wiped out, no new enemies appeared in the Wailing Castle. Even the trees covering the Wailing Castle stopped shaking. Everything seemed dead. But Gushi knew that the Howling Castle was not that simple. Not to mention anything else. The blood cloud just now is enough to prove the strength of the Wailing Castle. When Amilcar killed all the vampire cavalry and was about to retreat, Gushi pressed his hand forward. Amilcar, go to the Wailing Castle for a walk. Amilcar understood Gushi's idea as soon as he heard it. Without saying a word, he led his troops towards the Howling Castle. This time, Gushi planned to use Amilcar as bait to test the reaction from the Wailing Castle. As for Gushi, on the one hand, he is still waiting for news from Demi. And on the other hand, Gushi also needs to check the gains after this double death transformation. In addition to the more than 3,900 Scarlet Knights brought to Gushi by this group of dead vampire cavalry, Gushi and the others killed more than 7,000 twisted blood slaves in this battle. Through transformation and summoning, a total of 15,000 different vampires were obtained. It can be said that this alone has made up for the serious lack of vampires in Aladovi City. More than 9,000 crazy blood beasts were killed. Because the soul summoning had not yet been carried out, only 9,000 blood-sucking zombies were transformed. The situation of this kind of blood-sucking zombies is different from that of vampires. They do not have many vampire-specific skills, and at most they can only replenish their lives by sucking blood. But this is a good attribute for zombies. As for the corpse of the crazy blood beast, Gushi glanced at the Book of Blood and Darkness in his hand. At this time, it would be better to summon the soul to become a vampire. After all, the number of vampires in Aladovi City is still relatively small. So Gushi pointed at the Book of Blood and Hades, and the soul summoning tower behind him lit up, and the light of soul summoning magic quickly enveloped the battlefield. At this time, Amilcar had already led the Blue Knight to the vicinity of the Wailing Castle. At this time, Amilcar could already see the specific situation of the Howling Castle. This castle was originally a castle with a large area, but after some wars, the castle has been buried in the soil, and a large number of trees have turned the castle into a hill. There are only a few dugout exits near the castle. At the same time, Amilcar noticed that there was a dried-up moat in the southeast corner of the castle, and a blood-stained sewer entrance was exposed on the ground. At the entrance of this sewer, there is a large group of blood-red mud monsters crawling around. When Amilcar came with his troops, these mud monsters seemed to move, but they had no intention of leaving the moat. Although Amilcar was accustomed to commanding cavalry, he also participated in several sieges. Looking at the situation in front of him, he understood that the Wailing Castle had been abandoned for many years. The twisted blood slaves, crazy blood beasts, and vampire cavalry sent out before were all the remaining defense forces of the Wailing Castle. They are entities that can attack outside the city. The bloody sludge monster in the moat, as well as some soldiers that may exist inside the castle, are unable to leave the defense system of this Wailing Castle. Gushi should come and take a look at this situation. Anyway, The cavalry brought by Amilcar was not suitable for attacking such a city. He should do what he had to do. Let's prepare this bait first. Thinking of this, Amilcar turned his head and led the troops in another direction. Fortunately, he did not go back to find Gushi immediately, but made a small circle around the Wailing Castle. As a result, there were no more troops that could be dispatched from the Wailing Castle. No matter how Amilcar provoked or moved around the Wailing Castle, no more troops were sent out from the castle. About an hour later, Amilcar realized that he really couldn't lure out any enemies. So he turned around and headed towards Gushi's location. When he walked back, he found that Gushi had already taken care of the battlefield. The crazy blood beasts that had died here had been successfully summoned and turned into a group of ordinary vampires standing outside the Steel City gate. The bloodstains on the ground had been cleaned up, and the ground was even thinner. When Amilcar was approaching the Iron City gate, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a group of about 300 Blue Knights standing in front of the Iron City gate. Compared with the Blue Knights he brought with him, the level of the Blue Knights in front of him was obviously higher, and the weakest among them were all above level 15. Where did these Blue Knights come from? At this time Gushi also saw Amilcar. Amilcar, where are the vampire troops? Sir, it was my fault. I didn't lure the enemy out. Don't worry. If I run again now, I will definitely lure the enemy out. Seeing the Blue Knights in front of the Iron City gate, Amilcar knew what Gushi wanted to do. These Blue Knights are all treasures. It is the best time for him to supplement the strength of the Blue Knights. Nothing can go wrong at this time. Wait a minute. Amilcar, these are the results of a group of Death Knights being killed before. You did a good job this time, so I'll give them all to you. By the way, because it was transformed from Double Death, the weapons and training have not been completed yet, so you can handle it yourself. Chapter 946 Pre-War Arrangement. These Death Knights transformed by black players were all chosen by Gushi for the sake of Amilcar's hard work. Unlike the liches that black players directly transform into, the Death Knights they transform into are extremely unstable. After all, necromancers are not allowed to recruit Death Knights, and even game characters cannot change this. Gushi needed to take them to several temples he had built for a tour. Gushi's plan at the beginning was to send more than 300 Death Knights to each of the 3 temples for transformation, with more than 100 of each type of soldier. No one loses. But this time the Scarlet Knight suddenly exploded, reaching more than 3,000 and close to 4,000. Seeing Amilcar's helpless look, Gushi couldn't help but think more. When Amilcar went to act as bait, Gushi sent all 300 Death Knights to the Blue Temple for a tour. I plan to give them to Amilcar for use when he comes over. Amilcar was very happy to hear Gushi's arrangement. He quickly came to the Steel Gate and transferred these Blue Knights to his own hands, while explaining the situation in the Howling Castle to Gushi. You mean? The gate to the castle is gone and only the sewer is open. If you want to get in, do you have to go through the sewer? Amilcar nodded, indicating that this was what he meant. Hearing this, Gushi smiled instead. The original Sleeping Beauty Castle didn't even have a window, let alone sewers. Gushi could just open the gate of his house directly. Isn't the door of the castle in front of me covered with mud? This is a small thing. Gushi is now more concerned about other situations inside the castle. Then now, do you estimate how many enemies there are in the Wailing Castle? You can't see it right now, but the number of sludge monsters in the moat should be several thousand. Even in other aspects, I didn't find anything different. But there should be a lot of enemies. At least I think there should be more than these troops under the castle. A lot? That means street fighting. Gushi thought for a moment and had an idea in his mind. He waved his hand, and Amilcar, who had just obtained a group of powerful Blue Knights, retreated. At this time, Gushi was not in a hurry to take action. He was still waiting for the situation on Dimi's side. However, Gushi was not idle either. He kept mobilizing troops from Aladovi City and mobilizing idle heroes. At the same time, Gushi did not let these troops wait where they were. Instead, he followed the path Dimi took and circled around the Wailing Castle. Gushi planned to clear the area now, and clear out all the mobs that appeared near the Wailing Castle. About 4 more hours passed, and Amilcar had already run back and forth to the Wailing Castle 4 or 5 times. Every time he would bring back some information about the Wailing Castle, but the information was not comprehensive. Every time he brought back news, Gushi would take the initiative to mobilize an additional force. At this time, Dimi, who had gone out to explore the way, also rushed back. When seeing Amilcar, Dimi nodded to Amilcar. Then he turned around and came to Gushi. Sir, I have checked and found several villages and gathering points of wild monsters nearby. The nearest village is about 200 miles away from the Wailing Castle, and it takes at least 2 hours to get there. When we deal with the Wailing Castle, they won't be coming in a short time. As for the gathering points of wild monsters, I have already cleared them away. There will be no wild monsters within 100 miles of the Wailing Castle for the time being. Hearing this, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. This is right. Before starting a battle, you must clear the area first and wait until you have taken the most critical position. Okay. You all are here by chance. So I'll tell you my plan. The Wailing Castle we are facing has been explored several times by Amilcar before. We don't have to worry about the entrance. I will open the city gate directly, and don't have to go through the sewer. But I also need to deal with the sewer direction. Wait a minute. The hero named Du Lu. You take the bone-eating mud and go over to deal with it. My request is that all the bloody sludge be disposed of, and no one is allowed to come out of the sewer. Not much else. Du Lu is also a tool hero that he accidentally obtained in the Gushi copy. Usually he just leads a team to complete some tasks in Gushi. There were many such tool heroes under Gushi, and now they were all called out one by one. Hearing Gushi call his name, Du Lu immediately stood up. Sir, please rest assured. I will definitely guard the entrance and exit of the sewer. Then Gushi looked at Demi and Amilcar. Demi, your men are too big to fight in the castle. I need you to go to the Howling Castle with me. Then you take your troops and deal with the enemies on the hillside of Wailing Castle. Also, if there is an invasion or attack by foreign enemies, you will be responsible for handling it. Amilcar, your cavalry troops cannot enter the interior of the Wailing Castle. Then you will patrol outside the Wailing Castle to prevent everyone from approaching. I mean everyone, including those player villages. No matter who they are. As long as they send troops over, I will clear them all out. Upon hearing Gushi's order, both Demi and Amilcar responded quickly. They all understood that Gushi wanted to fight his way into the Wailing Castle. They have no way to object to this matter, and the tasks assigned to them by Gushi are all tasks they can accomplish. And they are also relatively important tasks. At this time, they will not choose the importance of the tasks. The main thing is about obedience. After assigning the tasks, Gushi immediately ordered the departure. After all, he has been waiting here for a while. And during this time, his troops have been ready for battle. They cleaned their weapons, and some even ate food given to the undead, temporarily improving some attributes. Under Gushi's command, all the soldiers quickly headed towards the Howling Castle according to the route planned at the beginning. Although they jumped up at once, they were very organized. When they sent out troops, they didn't have any confusion at all. Instead, they lined up the troops neatly. Gushi had already made arrangements for which troops would go first, which troops would follow behind, and which troops would respond on both sides. When he sent out troops, Amilcar and Demi also sent out at the same time. They led their own troops on both sides of Gushi's troops and headed towards the Wailing Castle together. Chapter 947 Occupying the Field Barracks. At the Wailing Castle, the originally calm woods were unable to twist on their own. The sharp screams made Gushi's heart palpitate. After arriving at the outskirts of the Wailing Castle, Gushi didn't think much at all and headed directly towards the castle wall without thinking of taking the sewers by the moat. When Gushi approached, the trees on the mountain twisted, as if trying to scare Gushi and prevent him from getting closer. But with the care of the army, how could he care about this? He approached the position he had chosen from the beginning, raised his hand, and the main city gate was directly attached to the Wailing Castle, just as Gushi thought. Although the Wailing Castle was covered with a large amount of soil, covered with various trees, and even some weird things grew out of it, Gushi ignored it at all. The main city gate was stuck directly in, and even the city wall on the main city gate pushed aside part of the soil and trees. After the city gate was opened, Gushi also saw the situation inside the Wailing Castle. Because it had been abandoned for a long time, there was no life inside the castle. A large number of tree roots hung from the stone ceiling, and many corpses hung on these tree roots. It was unknown how long these corpses had been hanging. When Gushi came over, they had all turned into mummies. But Gushi could tell at a glance that these corpses were considered the backbone of vampires during their lifetime. Put these bodies down, Gushi ordered while arranging the troops to enter the Wailing Castle. It was the ghost team that became by Wu Chang who took action to deal with these corpses. When they were about to take the bodies down from the tree roots, the roots suddenly moved. Hit me, Gushi ordered decisively, and Bryce, who was following Gushi, raised his hand, and a wave of arrows pierced the roots of the tree. The corpses that were still hanging on the tree roots were also affected, and were pierced with a large number of arrows. Under this wave of arrows, the tree roots stopped moving. Only then did Gushi sigh. What annoys me the most are tree-type monsters like this. Ghost team, cut down all the roots of these trees for me. At Gushi's order, the ghost team quickly moved upwards, grabbing the roots of the tree and tearing downwards. At the same time, without Gushi's orders, a large number of undead troops rushed inside along the visible roads. Leading the way was Gushi's hero Mito. He mastered the pathfinding technique and was most suitable for finding key positions in such an environment. At the same time, more than 10 other tool heroes under Gushi also arrived, and they all led their troops into the castle in batches. After arranging his men out, Gushi looked around at the interior of the castle in front of him, because the castle fell down immediately when it was abandoned. There was not much dust inside the castle. The hall in front of me is about the size of 3 large plots of land, and there are various staircases and doors around the hall. Because the internal situation had not yet been ascertained, Gushi was not in a hurry to enter. He just carefully looked at the part that could be seen clearly, thinking about how he was going to operate the Wailing Castle in front of him. To demolish the Wailing Castle and rebuild the village is the lowest option. Even if the village is built on the ground in the mountains and forests, it is better than this option. But at this time, Gushi had actually begun to think about whether he could reactivate the Wailing Castle. If possible, the Wailing Castle will surpass the Blood Sacrifice Ridge and become the most important outer city under Gushi. However, Gushi was still not sure whether there were any important things left in the Howling Castle before him. While Gushi was thinking, the sound of fighting came from the distance. Gushi raised his head and looked in the direction where the sound came from. What's the situation? I found a barracks-type building that is still in operation, with a large number of troops inside. Hearing this situation, Gushi's eyes also lit up. Is there still a barracks in operation? This shows that the energy source of the Wailing Castle has not been completely interrupted. Go and have a look. Kaga and Diegu, you stay here and guard the passage out of Howling Castle. Gushi led his elite troops quickly towards the direction where the sound came from. After bypassing a staircase in front, Gushi saw the location of the battle. The battle took place between 3 teams of skeleton soldiers. They were led by 3 skeleton leaders. They originally just wanted to check the situation in each room and see what could be taken away. But they never expected that behind the open door was an armor processing plant. Here you can process a dark red full-body plate armor with a large number of lines on it. This kind of plate armor looks like it was placed by nobles inside the city gate for decoration. But here, it is a special military camp. At the back of the processing plant, there is a large pool with half a pool of blood. The complete set of armor will be put into the pool for soaking. When the color of the armor changes from dark red to crimson, it will be dragged out of the pool and transported away. But there are also some pieces of armor that are still dark red no matter how they are soaked. After soaking for a period of time, they will be pulled out of the pool and put aside. Such armor often develops spirituality and becomes a mobile, combatable armored soldier. The level is around level 6. Their combat effectiveness is average. When facing skeleton soldiers, they can only withstand a few more blows at most. If it is an attack from a blunt weapon, it will be a serious blow to them. Sometimes the armor can be scattered with one blow. When the armor dissipates, red liquid will flow out from inside the armor. Obviously this is a type of soldier similar to Ghost Rider. While Gushi was observing the battle situation here, the battle here was almost over. Although the barracks is still in operation, there are not many dark red armors coming out to fight inside. There were more than 100 of them. They were surrounded by skeleton soldiers, with 3 or 5 swords. The dark red armor was knocked down and dismantled. Soon all the enemies here were killed. When several skeleton leaders rushed into the barracks in front of him, Gushi heard a ding in his ears. Your men defeat the guards and capture the Blood Armor Foundry. Building name, Blood Armor Foundry. Level 3. Trainable troops. Dark red blood armor, level 6. Automatically train 7 people every week, consuming 750 points of blood energy. Dark red blood armor, level 9. After the dark red blood armor is upgraded to level 8, it will be transformed after consuming 350 points of blood energy. Equipment that can be crafted. Blood plate armor, level 3. 20 sets can be automatically manufactured every week. Each set consumes 30 blood energy. Dark red blood armor, level 6 experience, 0/4500. Attack 10. Defense 13. Life 55. Skills, heavy armor proficiency. Weapon proficiency. Bloody battle. Crimson blood armor, level 9 experience, 0/6500. Attack 14. Defense 17. Life 70. Skills: Heavy Armor Proficiency. Weapon Proficiency. Bloody Battle. Beheading. Blood-Sucking Attack. Chapter 948: The Murderous Elevator in the Castle. Is there such a good thing? Looking at the prompts that popped up in front of him, Gu Shi could not understand what situation he had encountered. This was clearly what happened when the barracks in the wild were captured. As a result, Gu Shi's eyes looked different at the Wailing Castle in front of him. If there were all such barracks here, it would really be a treasure land. Think about the twisted blood slaves, crazy blood beasts, and vampire cavalry that attacked before. Do they also have corresponding barracks in the Wailing Castle? This made Gu Shi's eyes light up. He put his hand on the mind's eye and began to issue orders to the heroes and leaders who had entered the depths of the Wailing Castle. Search carefully. If you find a barracks, call for support. We must take down everything in this castle. Under Gu Shi's order, the movement of his troops was obviously louder when exploring the Wailing Castle. Every door would be opened seriously. As soon as one wave of soldiers left, the next wave of soldiers might come out. Sometimes they will also measure the size of the room and estimate whether there will be other hidden spaces behind the room. It's just that the Wailing Castle has been abandoned and collapsed a lot. Many rooms have also collapsed in half. If you try to calculate the space, it is often impossible to calculate it clearly. Sometimes it is calculated that there should be room at the back of the room. But no matter how much digging is done, only a large amount of soil can be dug out. If this were done to other troops, morale would have dropped to the bottom a long time ago. But Gu Shi's men are all undead. They have no morale, and will not work hard. If one kind of undead doesn't work, just try another kind of undead. You could always find some inconspicuous details in the room. After Gu Shi gave the order, he stopped in the hall and waited for the result. The harvest brought back by the undead will naturally pass by his eyes. Gu Shi, who has experienced many battles, just glanced at it and knew that he had not hit the key position yet. What was taken out here now were all those with energy, negative energy, or soaked in dark red with blood, soil, and some corroded furniture, decorations, and the like. These things are sent back to Aradovi City to serve as soft furnishings, not even qualified building materials. But Gu Shi was not in a hurry. They had just entered the Wailing Castle now. This was just the beginning. No one knew if there was anything better underneath the Wailing Castle. Regarding the materials dug out by the undead, Gu Shi directly called some undead who were responsible for identification and sorting. Let them take stock on site and find out what Aradovi City needs now. Or send the good ones back first. The rest were piled in the hall. He planned to see if there was any way to use these things after taking down the Wailing Castle. While Gu Shi was processing these harvests, Mito, the hero at the front, suddenly sent back a message. Sir, we have made a great discovery. Upon hearing the message, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. Gu Shi had seen Mito's ability to explore paths. If he said he made a big discovery, it must be something extraordinary. So Gu Shi explained the matter at hand and rushed towards Mito's position with his men. Although there is no way to use the Holy Silver Evil Coffin to move inside the Wailing Castle, Gu Shi's own movement speed is not slow at all. At the same time, he also brought enough protective power by his side. For example, although Gu Shi did not bring all the combat teams for transforming the undead, he brought 1/3 of them out, and several Lounds followed them to deal with emergencies. Because of this, even if Gu Shi understands that the Wailing Castle has not been captured yet, he doesn't care too much about his own safety. Following the route left by Mito, Gu Shi quickly found a collapsed tower. And here, he discovered a large, multifunctional elevator that could go down. The elevator is not too big, and there are even no cars on both sides to protect it. Standing above it, you can see the automatic lifting process of the elevator. When Gu Shi rushed over, Mito was already standing by the elevator waiting. When he saw Gu Shi, Mito immediately came up to him. Sir, the elevator here won't come up in about 3 minutes. Gu Shi walked to the edge of the elevator and looked down, and found a platform below that was slowly rising deep in the elevator shaft. At this time, Gu Shi asked curiously, What's the situation? This is an elevator shaft about 3,000 meters deep. It does not stop in the middle. It takes 3 minutes to go down once and 3 minutes to stop at both ends. If you are not afraid in the middle, you can jump directly. But there are 2 problems here. At a height of more than 3,000 meters, unless a normal person can fly, no matter what it is, if he jumps, he will be killed. Another thing is that when the elevator comes down, you must not stand under the elevator shaft. The downward moving platform does not care whether there is anyone below you. A platform that hits at a speed of 1,000 meters per minute can destroy everything in sight. Everything is crushed. Mito explained the situation in the elevator shaft. In his description, the elevator shaft in front of him was directly a murder elevator. There is no such means of transportation in Aradovi City. After hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but ask, "Have you ever been there?" "I went down once. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you here." "Sir, I think we may have found a treasure." Listening to Mito's mysterious words, Gushi was somewhat curious. He also wanted to know what was going on under the elevator. Just as Gushi and Mito were talking about the situation of the elevator platform had also been raised. When the elevator platform stopped at the elevator shaft, Gushi finally understood why Mito said the elevator was dangerous. The platform in front of us is actually a large circular stone slab, with a diameter of about 30 meters. When standing on the round plate, you can even clearly feel it shaking under your feet. Gushi even had a feeling that if he hadn't stood in the center of the circular plate might have tipped over accidentally, and he would have fallen directly from it. Fortunately, at this time, Mito and Gushi's men came over. Gushi found that no matter how many people came up, there was no chance that the round plate would fall over. This made Gushi feel at ease. But at this time, Gushi was already thinking about an idea in his mind. If there is really something good down there, then he will dismantle the elevator in front of him. Isn't it just over 3,000 meters high? There is really no need to use this kind of thing. Gushi can also use other methods to communicate. No matter how Gushi arranges it, it will be better than this kind of murderous elevator that looks quite unreliable. Chapter 949 Energy Well Under the Elevator. After feeling the rapid descent, Gushi immediately jumped off the round plate that had not yet stopped. This round board is quite uncomfortable to sit on. When the circular plate moves downward, it feels like it is falling directly from the sky. Even faster. Although Gushi didn't care about this, being in fear for 3 minutes still made him feel a little uncomfortable. After jumping off the circular board, Gushi looked up again. At this time, the top of the elevator shaft has become a small bright spot. But Gushi asked somewhat doubtfully, "There shouldn't be 3,000 meters here. I haven't measured the detail quantity, but it's pretty much the same. After all, for 3,000 meters, it doesn't make any difference if it's less than 30 or 50 meters." Mito took this elevator back and forth several times and tested the safety of the elevator. When he came down, he also had the intention to observe the surrounding situation more. Gushi just complained out of habit, and his attention was not focused on it at this time. At this time, he was looking at the situation around him. Gushi noticed that when he entered here, it was as if he had entered a blood-red space. The space outside the elevator is not as big as the elevator disc, but from the floor to the surrounding walls to the ceiling, it is all a unified color. Vermilion. Standing here, what Gushi smelled was not the strong smell of blood, but the smell of ink pad with rosin. "Here it is." Before Mito could explain, Gushi had already put his hand on the wall. At this time, Gushi had also realized that what Mito discovered was not the city hidden underground in the Wailing Castle, but the real core point of the Wailing Castle. The place in front of him should be the source of energy for the entire Wailing Castle. The elevator that brought him down was not for people to ride at all, but for transporting energy. It's just that the Wailing Castle has been abandoned. Only the elevator is still running here, and nothing else is possible. After thinking about this, Gushi quickly changed his original plan. He turned his hand over, and a stone the size of a fist appeared in his hand. This piece was exactly the source energy core that Luing Wang gave him before he came out. Gushi's original plan was to use this energy core on the small plane outside and use it as a satellite city of the Wailing Castle. But now Gushi doesn't think so. When he came here, Gushi understood what the situation was like in the Wailing Castle in front of him. The Wailing Castle that has lost its energy will be abandoned if it is not abandoned. So the real key now is whether Gushi can make use of the energy well here like the previous owner of the Wailing Castle. Use it well, and the Wailing Castle will be worth your while. If it is not utilized well, then Gushi will have to find a way on his own if he wants to establish a village here. After holding the energy core in his hand and weighing it twice, Gushi stretched out his hand and pressed it against the wall in front of him without any hesitation. Gushi had just seen it. Everything here was energy crystal. The energy core in his hand was the same no matter where it was placed. Even when he made his move, there wasn't even any ceremony. He just pressed the thing directly in. The moment the energy core was pressed into the wall, a voice came from Gushi's ear. A destroyed energy well was found. I would like to ask if the energy core should be buried here. Bury! As soon as Gushi finished speaking, a blue light emitted from Gushi's hand and spread to the surroundings along the location of the energy core. But the next moment, the nearby crimson seemed to have been provoked, rushing over from all directions, swallowing up all the original blue light. At this time, Gushi felt his feet go weak. He looked down and found that a large amount of vermilion liquid appeared nearby. This liquid contained powerful energy. The energy well starts to charge. The charging speed is 1%. The energy well begins to charge. Please occupy the meeting hall quickly. Gushi looked up and saw that a red line quickly lit up on the ground, heading towards the elevator shaft. At this moment, Gushi shouted immediately, "Let's go! Now!" As he spoke, Gushi ran towards the elevator that had not yet started to rise. Mito also reacted at this time, and he quickly rushed towards the elevator round plate. However, Gushi started a little slowly. When he rushed towards the circular plate had already started to move upward. Fortunately, Mito was closer to the circular plate and his reaction speed was faster than Gushi's, so he jumped onto the circular plate at the last moment. Gushi knew that it would take at least 10 minutes to wait for the round plate to reach the top and then get down from it. By the time Gushi got up, it would be too late. So Gushi immediately ordered Mito, "After you go up, stare at the changes in the elevator shaft. That thing must be going to the council hall. Find a council hall for me." As for Gushi himself, looking at the red liquid that had risen, he decisively lowered a city gate here and prepared to transfer from the main city gate. How could Gushi do such a thing after staying in this place for 10 minutes and not having any problems with his brain? What Gushi put down was a school door that could be opened and closed laterally. As the school gate was lowered, the undead souls who came down with Gushi protected Gushi and returned to Aladovi City. When entering Aladovi City, Gushi discovered that part of the crimson liquid flowed into Aladovi City along the horizontally opening and closing school gate. Gushi did not dare to let in this uncontrolled energy, and quickly cut off the external connection of the horizontal openable school gate. Luna, arrange for someone to come over and clean up here, and send all the soil stained with this liquid to Demi's giant garden. Gushi quickly contacted Luna, and then he released the holy silver evil coffin and headed towards the main city gate. The situation there just now also made Gushi understand that now is a moment where every second counts. If he doesn't start running now, how long will it take? This time Gushi could be considered to have maximized the speed of the holy silver evil coffin from the position of the horizontally opening and closing school gate to the main city gate. It clearly spanned several small urban areas, but the holy silver evil coffin just took less than a minute to rush there. When the holy silver evil coffin rushed out of the main city gate and returned to the Wailing Castle, they had not stopped yet. At this time, Gushi didn't care whether the size of the holy silver evil coffin was suitable for moving inside the Wailing Castle. Now he was mainly focused on Rampage. Sometimes he doesn't even care about the undead, who are still busy there, and just drives over with the holy silver evil coffin. Finally, when Gushi returned to the elevator shaft, Mito was directing his men to carry a bright red crystal down from the elevator round plate. When these crystals were placed on the ground, the bright red line slowly lit up. Chapter 950. What? Blood Dragon. What's the situation now? After arriving here, Gushi looked at Mito, who was constantly directing people to place pieces of crystals on the ground. So Gushi released the ghost team and asked Bai Wuchang to come and carry these crystals, and asked about Mito. "I don't know." When we ascended, all the red liquid brought up by the circular platform began to solidify rapidly and turned into crystals like this. Mito explained the situation here. At this time, Gushi also noticed that every time one of these crystals was placed on the ground, it would quickly melt and become the energy source for the bright red lines on the ground. The process is to simply melt the crystals into liquid and then pour it into the ground. You keep an eye on this route. Don't worry about things here. Find the meeting hall for me first. Mito also knew his ability. He took a look at the flow and route of the bright red liquid on the ground, and responded decisively, "Sir, please don't worry. I will definitely find the meeting hall." After saying that, Mito went out with his men. As for the crystals here, with the ghost team taking action, Mito didn't need to think about it at all. Soon the circular plate platform of the elevator moved downward again. At this time, Gushi noticed that during the time they stayed on the circular platform, his ghost team carried at least 1,000 pieces of bright red crystals. But all the crystals were placed on the ground. But they didn't even cover the entire room. After watching the elevator circular platform go down again, Gushi took a few steps back and looked at the situation in front of him. According to Gushi's own knowledge, the location of the elevator shaft in front of him should normally be an independent tower. And the location in front of him is not considered a core location inside the castle. According to normal circumstances, there should be some bias here. This discovery made Gushi somewhat worried. He was afraid that the energy well in front of him was just part of the many energy sources in the Wailing Castle, which would cause some trouble. At that time, he will have to find a way to deal with other energy wells, and the possibility of finally occupying and activating the Wailing Castle will be greatly reduced. But at this moment, Mito suddenly withdrew. "Sir, the situation is not good. On the way to the meeting hall, there are powerful enemies blocking the way." "Enemy?" Gushi thought for a moment and understood what was going on. This is considered an outdoor city. The situation is the same as outdoor camps and outdoor barracks. They are all guarded. Even though this place has been abandoned for a long time, there should still be some guards. When Gushi came here before, the vampire knights, twisted blood slaves, etc., he met were part of the guard. Now that Gushi is about to attack the meeting hall, the guards in the Wailing Castle will naturally appear. It's normal to have enemies here. This means you've found the right location. Let's go over now, and tell us what kind of enemies they are. Blood Dragon. When Gushi heard this, he couldn't help but pause. Then Gushi sighed. This is really a city of pure vampires. Regarding the situation of the Blood Dragon, Gushi would know something about it. Among the undead dragons, the most common one is the Blood Dragon, because this thing is not included in the scope of Bone Dragon, Corpse Dragon or Ghost Dragon, let alone the rare Dracolic. Blood dragons are transformed from vampires and dragon corpses. This kind of blood dragon has the characteristics of a bone dragon and a vampire. It can scare the enemy, make the enemy age, and can also suck blood to restore life during battle. The person who originally researched this kind of blood dragon must have a good idea. After all, besides being cheap, the bone dragon of the undead has other abilities that are really impressive. According to the idea of the person who first studied the bleeding dragon, it would be fine if the bone dragon had a little ability. Adding a blood-sucking ability would make the bone dragon fight longer. But the problem is that he has never thought that for the same existence of level 8, the vitality of level 8 blood dragon and level 8 vampire will be very different. If there is no blessing, a normal level 8 vampire has about 100 to 105 points of vitality. A level 8 blood dragon has almost 250 points of vitality. Both vampires and blood dragons are calculated based on a 50% blood-sucking rate. A vampire only needs 3 successful blood-sucking attempts to replenish its life. The blood dragon needs at least 7 hits to fill up its life. In addition, the blood dragon's offense and defense are not much better than the bone dragon. The situation of this blood dragon is even worse than that of the bone dragon. It has even become a negative example among the undead army because of its high price and excessive demand for rare materials. Gushi even suspected that even vampires might not like the existence of blood dragons. But he never expected that he would encounter soldiers like blood dragons here. When he heard that the enemy had a blood dragon, Gushi stood up immediately. Where are they and how many are there? My current bone dragon unit has not fully recovered yet. There is only one bone titan in the titan unit. It may not be that easy to defeat the blood dragon. There are 10. Mito looked at Gushi's worried look and quickly said to Gushi, How many did you say? Then what are you waiting for? Just go over there. When Gushi heard this, he thought there were 10 blood dragons. So why are you waiting here? Are you waiting for the blood dragon to give birth? Having said this, Gushi acted quickly. When he was about to call out the newly resurrected bone dragon and ghost dragon from the main city gate, his movements obviously paused. Mito, is the space where those blood dragons are located large enough? Is it a suitable place for dragons to fight? Gushi's worry was not without reason. Others are not correct. Judging from the current situation, whether it is in the lobby at the beginning or near the corridors and stairs now, dragons and titans have no way to enter. They have no way to stretch out here, let alone fight here. So Gushi, who was about to go there, couldn't help but ask one more question. After all, Gushi could imagine how big the head of 10 blood dragons would be. Sir, if you go over there and take a look, you will know what the situation is. Mito wanted to explain, but didn't know how to explain the situation there to Gushi. In the end, he could only say one thing. Adults will know it at a glance. What could Gushi say about this situation? He could only follow Mito towards the direction where he found the blood dragon. No, it should be towards the direction where he found the council hall. In the past, Gushi was still thinking about it. The meeting hall here can be guarded by 10 blood dragons. So, do we need to arrange some manpower to guard the main meeting hall in Aladovi City? Chapter 951 Killing the Blood Dragon. Gushi and the others soon arrived at a location a little higher in the Wailing Castle. When he got closer, Gushi finally understood why Mito said that he couldn't explain the situation of the blood dragon. At this time, the place was hit by a bright red energy, and some of the original layout of the Wailing Castle had been activated. The castle walls that had fallen down were all pushed away by a powerful force, and the soil that had previously covered the ruins of the castle poured down like a waterfall. Looking at it from this angle, it's as if you were standing at the bottom of a trap. You can see the situation above, but you can't climb up. The blood dragons that Mito just mentioned were currently hovering in the sky. Gushi could see that the 10 blood dragons were rising and falling in the sky, seeming to be moving their bodies there, where the trees above were sliding down. Dini's troops also rushed over. They also noticed the blood dragon in the sky, and were thinking about how to deal with these guys. Death incarnate. Faced with this situation, Gushi did not use his city gate again. His 3 battle gates have fixed positions, and cannot be moved for the time being. But being unable to release the city gate does not mean that Gushi cannot deal with the blood dragon in front of him. When Gushi's Death Incarnation was released, the Death Incarnation Bone Dragon rushed out with the Death Incarnation Titan. Gushi's Death Incarnation Bone Dragon strength has reached level 17. When it flew out, the black mist immediately blocked the sky. Halfway through the flight, the Titan, the Incarnation of Death, was thrown to the top of the mountain, where it was exploded. As soon as the Death Incarnation Titan hit the ground, he took action directly, and a bolt of lightning bounced out of the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword and hit a blood dragon. The blood dragon was the one that flew the highest. He never expected that he would be hit first. After being struck by lightning, black smoke erupted from his body. He lost control of his body, and was knocked down from above. As he fell, he bumped into another blood dragon, disrupting the blood dragon's flight on the spot. And the 2 blood dragons fell downwards like this. At this time, the Bone Titan, who had been following Gushi, saw this opportunity, took a decisive step forward, and a lightning spear was thrown out from his hand. Looking at the actions of the Bone Titan, Gushi was still feeling annoyed. It would be nice if the Bone Titan didn't reject the Titan Slayer, so that he could use that enhanced purple suit. How can it be like now? Obviously it has been strengthened, but I don't know who to use it. While Gushi was thinking about this, the White Bone Titan's lightning spear also hit a blood dragon. With this blow, another blood dragon fell down. At this time, the Incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, fought with the remaining 7 blood dragons. Blood dragons have the characteristics of bone dragons, but their level is only level 8, which is quite different from the Incarnation of Death Bone Dragons. After Death Incarnate Bone Dragon rushed forward, he grabbed the necks of 2 blood dragons with his front paws, opened his mouth, and fired a green light at one blood dragon. Death Dragon Breath. Sweep. The Incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon's death breath swept across, and hit the 4 blood dragons directly. After various blessings, the power of Death Dragon Breath of the Incarnation of Death Bone Dragon has reached the extreme. Hitting the blood dragon immediately turned the blood dragon into black. The blood dragon, having lost all its blood, quickly dispersed and fell heavily to the ground. You kill the blood dragon, level 8. You get 99 experience points. 99 points are stored overflow. Although such a prompt popped up in front of him, Gushi understood that these blood dragons were not really dead. As long as there is still one blood dragon alive, and as long as that blood dragon can still fight, they can still be resurrected by sucking blood during battle. Gushi, who understood this, took action quite simply. Firestorm. Rapid wind technique. Under Gushi's attack, a ball of flame was blown by the strong wind and rushed towards a blood dragon that had not been attacked yet. This is the last blood dragon in sight. At this time, Gushi's level had already surpassed that of this blood dragon. Even if you use ordinary spells, you can definitely kill this blood dragon. Sure enough, that was the case this time. Gushi used the wind technique to control all the flame fragments of the firestorm and concentrate them on the blood dragon. This blood dragon didn't even have a chance to rush out. The flames kept burning on the blood dragon's body, burning the blood dragon's vitality crazily. The level of this blood dragon is only level 8. There is no attribute blessing from heroes or cities, and its vitality is 250. Even if the fire fragments in the firestorm take away 1 point of damage each time, the thousands of fire fragments here can easily kill this blood dragon. Not to mention that She clearly noticed that the damage taken by the blood dragon was deducted from 10 to 15 points. In just a blink of an eye, the blood dragon was burned alive. This situation made She also smile. This time he fought well. Finally, in this battle, he was no longer a spectator at the back. Nor was he a soul-calling tool man after the battle. He also has a suitable level of spells. Even without the 3 divine skills of death, his current strength can still deal with various problems. Thinking of this, She pointed upwards with the magic wand in his hand. The firestorm that had not yet burned out was blown into the air by the wind magic. Looking from a distance, it looks like a fire dragon rushing into the sky. After consuming the firestorm, She did not look back and headed directly towards the center of the battlefield. There was a dry pool there, and in the middle of the pool was a half-collapsed throne. She understood that this should be the meeting hall of the Wailing Castle. Although there is not even a cover here, it is enough for She's Wailing Castle. At this time, the blood dragons that were originally guarding here have all died. So She can take over this meeting hall. But She never expected that after just a few steps, he felt something was not right on the ground. At this time, he felt as if he had stepped into a swamp. The more he walked forward, the heavier his steps felt. She looked down and found that a bright red carpet had appeared on the ground at some point. Blood-red gauze also rose all around. She pushed his hand forward, and his 3 armor-bearers appeared beside him. The 3 of them looked at each other, and the man holding the soul lamp pointed his hand forward, and a ball of flame was lit on the blood-red gauze. Boom! The next moment, the throne in the middle of the pool exploded. Chapter 952, Soul-Departed Blood Corpse. When the explosion sounded, the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe immediately stood in front of Shi and blocked the flying stones for him. At the same time, the wielder of the Striker's 4 shattered formation stepped forward and slashed out with a single charge. Among the exploding rocks, a group of blood-red figures were cut down. After the sword flashed past, Shi noticed that the person chopped off by the vanguard's force, the man equipped with a shattering array, was a dried corpse covered with red gauze. This mummy has become so thin that the skin is close to the bones, and the gray-black skin makes it impossible to recognize his original appearance. The sword on his chest even cut through the skin on his chest, exposing the bones under the skin. After being chopped by the sword, the mummy rolled on the ground and tried to struggle to get up. But he seemed to have lost his energy and couldn't even move. At this time, Shi took a step forward, and the Titan Slayer appeared in his hands. Although Shi was not used to using this weapon, he could still use it as an ordinary spear. When the mummy fell, Shi thrust the Titan Slayer forward, and the 7-meter-long spear was pierced into the mummy's body. 7 different types of lightning were continuously injected into the mummy. The mummy's hand was still stretched out, trying to hold down the Titan Slayer, but because he didn't have much energy, he only moved once, and there was no new movement. Then Shi loosened his hand, and the Titan Slayer nailed the mummy to the ground. At this time, Shi did not move forward. Instead, he glanced at the man holding the Huangquan dragon robe. The holder of the Huangquan dragon robe looked around, and finally shook his head at Shi. This was to prove to Shi that there were no other threats nearby. Shi nodded and carefully walked towards the throne just now. At this time, Shi discovered that under the blown-up throne, there was a deep pit that could hold a person flat. In the deep pit, there were also several syringe-like things scattered around. Shi picked up the syringes and found that there was still some remnants of bright red liquid inside. It was obvious that this was the last source of energy in the Wailing Castle, and the mummy relied on this energy to survive and take action in the end. It can also be seen from this point that the reason why the Wailing Castle was abandoned was probably because of insufficient energy. Thinking of this, a doubt flashed through Shi's mind. The energy well in the Wailing Castle was clearly usable. So how could it be abandoned due to lack of energy? Thinking of this, Shi couldn't help but turn his head and look at the mummy not far away. Perhaps this mummy would be a suitable source. So Shi walked to the mummy and put his hand on the mummy. At this time, the bone dragon, the incarnation of death in the sky, also fell down with the Titan, the incarnation of death. The huge eyes of the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, are staring at the mummy's every move. Shi did not take action immediately, but carefully checked the information in his hand. You killed the soulless blood corpse, level 11. And you gained 339 experience points, 339 points of overflow and seal. It can be seen from this information that the mummy in front of him is dead. But for some reason, Shi always has a feeling that the mummy is still alive. After thinking for a moment, Gushi stretched out his hand, and the Book of Blood Feast appeared in his hand. At this time, information corresponding to the soul-departing blood corpse also appeared in the Book of Blood and Darkness. Blood Corpse, Level 9. Summon Troops Experience, 0/8000. Attack 1622. Defense 1020. HP 95, 150. Skills, Undead Creature. Soul Separation. Bloodthirsty Aura. Soul-departed blood corpses, starting at level 9, can be considered a relatively rare species among vampires. The difference between them and vampires is that they cannot suck blood during battle. Instead, they need to consume blood when fighting. After the blood is injected into their bodies, they will turn into a red soul body and escape from the body. Attacks like a ghost. When they become souls, their offense, defense, and life will be greatly improved. Those with stronger strength can even affect the nearby environment through their souls. The red carpet and red gauze that Gushi felt before were actually transformed by the soul. This thing transformed from the soul is also very lethal, and it is like a ghost and is not affected by physical attacks. If Gushi hadn't released his 3 armor holders immediately, the underworld dragon robe suppressed the changes in the soul, and the soul lamp ignited the enemy's soul. Maybe in the end, they won't even be able to find the soul-departing blood corpse hidden under the throne. After understanding the previous situation through the information in front of him, Gushi paused for a moment. The soul-living blood corpse in front of me was at level 11. Not the existence that started at level 9 is recorded in the Book of Blood Feast. So what is his role here in this throne? Is he a hero? A brave warrior? Or the last line of defense of the Howling Castle? Reaching out to lift up the mummy's head that was still nailed to the ground, Gushi was about to perform a spiritualist spell. But at this moment, Gushi suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something inlaid between the eyebrows of the mummy. If he didn't look carefully, most people would see it. You won't find this out. Gushi thought for a while, and finally contacted Luna through a special mirror. Luna, look around the city to see if there are any soul-departed blood corpses that have just been transformed. If so, arrange for him to come over. After saying that, Gushi's hand exerted force, and the head of the mummy that was still nailed to the ground was crushed by Gushi. In his withered brain, Gushi found a dismantled metal part. Picking up the part, Gushi looked at it carefully. The system did not give any prompts, but Gushi could clearly see that it was a piece of equipment. However, Gushi was a little unsure about the condition of the equipment in front of him that had been torn into pieces. What did this equipment look like originally? How many pieces was it divided into? Where are the other pieces? Gushi didn't know at all. Thinking of this, Gushi put the fragment aside and raised his hand to put away the Titan Slayer. But at this moment, Gushi discovered that there was obviously something else wrong with the mummy. Gushi stretched out his hand on the chest of the mummy and lifted it outwards, opening the spot where the Titan Slayer had just pierced it. Sure enough, there was a thumb-sized red gem embedded in the heart of the mummy. This was the same thing that was taken out of the mummy's brain, and they were parts of the same piece of equipment. This discovery moved Gushi's heart, and his eyes fell on the corpse again. Chapter 9, 53 Parts and Ritual. Demolished, Gushi quickly took action and successfully dismantled 4 pieces of different sizes and styles from the mummy's body. After getting the 4 parts, Gushi worked hard to put them together. But no matter how Gushi pieced it together, there was always no way to combine it into one piece of equipment. It's obvious there are a ton of parts missing here. However, there was only one corpse in front of him, and Gushi couldn't find anything different nearby. This made Gushi feel a little embarrassed for a while. Just when Gushi was about to give up and prepare to occupy the meeting hall first, the undead, who were cleaning up the battlefield, suddenly came to Gushi with something. This time the ones cleaning the battlefield were Gushi's undead combat team. After all, those who had just been killed on the battlefield here were all blood dragons. Although these blood dragons were not of high level, they were relatively good materials, so Gushi did not let ordinary people deal with them. Unexpectedly, they could find something different from these blood dragons. What was sent over by the battle team were some bloody parts. Although there was only a small piece, Gushi immediately realized that there were fragments of equipment hidden in the bodies of the previous 10 blood dragons. Find me the stuff. Right now. Under Gushi's order, the combat team quickly rummaged through the blood dragon's body. At the same time, they also found the location where the blood dragon had originally been hiding. That was the location of the railing surrounding the large space in front of me. After their recovery, Gushi also saw what the situation in front of him was like. This is a platform above the castle. It felt like the platform on top of the castle in Minas Tirith. the capital of Gondor. That could be used to plant trees. It's just that there are trees there. And here there is a pool with a throne in it. And there should be 10 statues of blood dragons lying around the platform. When combat is needed, the 10 blood dragons will be activated and fly again. However, after the Howling Castle was abandoned, this place was buried underground and lost its original charm. At the location where the blood dragon initially served as a statue, Gushi's combat team also found some fragments of parts. Adding up the 7 or 8 items here, Gushi had 7 blood red parts, 5 brass colored parts, a red yarn, 2 red gems, and a silver part fragment. As the last part was collected by Gushi, a message popped up in front of Gushi's eyes. When you collect special equipment fragments, you can inject different energy into the equipment fragments to combine them. Looking at the message that popped up, Gushi understood what was going on. At the same time, he also knew what energy combination fragments the previous owner of the Howling Castle used. Bright red crystals from the energy well beneath the Wailing Castle. It's just that Gushi is not a vampire, and will not follow the path of a vampire. Gushi thought for a moment. Then Huangquan Longpao took a step forward and stood right in front of Gushi. Gushi put his hand on the Huangquan dragon rope. And then a ball of negative energy appeared in Gushi's hand. The negative energy in Gushi's hand at this time was completely different from the negative energy controlled by a normal necromancer. The negative energy in front of me carries the aura of the underworld. Feeling all this, the incarnation of Death Titan also came behind Gushi. Without Gushi's order, he directly picked up the parts. Under the influence of the Titan, the embodiment of death, the nearby ground quickly turned to death. It even affects the nearby environment. At this moment, an undead, like a mummy, also rushed over. He is the soul-departed blood corpse that Gushi asked people to search for. He was the existence that was transformed into Aladovi City through double death after being killed by Gushi. After receiving Gushi's order, he was found alone. Gushi found him out mainly because he wanted to ask him what the situation was with the Howling Castle. And when he came over, it was just the time for Gushi to assemble this piece of equipment. Some undead souls transformed by double death will carry part of the undead's memories during their lifetime. As soon as he saw what was in the hands of the incarnation of death, the Titan, the movement of the soul-departing blood corpse stopped. At this time, Gushi had already gathered some auras similar to that of Taishan Fujian. This is exactly what Gushi learned from the secret record of Taishan Mansion. This kind of breath will definitely be much stronger than the undead breath and negative energy that Gushi is using now. At the same time, Gushi also has special negative energy brought back from the real world. That is energy lent to high-level undead. The quality is much better than the bright red energy originally used by the Wailing Castle. This negative energy and underworld aura just appeared, and all the parts vibrated uncontrollably. It's clear these parts know what they want. At this moment, the soul-separated blood corpse seemed to remember something, and he suddenly said, "Sir, don't do that." Gushi paused in his movements. "What's wrong?" "Sir, you must not give this thing too much energy. Otherwise it will become uncontrollable." As soon as Gushi heard it, he knew that this blood corpse knew something. He turned around and nodded to the incarnation of Death Titan. The incarnation of Death Titan quickly stepped forward and took control of these parts. Gushi also put away the aura of the underworld that he had just released and came to the front of the blood corpse. "Tell me, what's going on?" "My lord, this is the blood dragon head crown. It is a semi-ritual equipment that was arranged by the former owner of the Howling Castle, the Duke of Howling." Li Huanshuezi indeed knew something, and he directly told the situation. "What is semi-ritual equipment?" "It is through a ritual to upgrade a piece of equipment to a very high level. But this piece of equipment can only be used within a certain range. Outside of this range, the equipment will directly lose all power." If he didn't know about the black players when he came, Gushi might sigh that such a situation still exists. But when he learned about the black players, Gushi's first reaction when he heard about the situation was, couldn't this thing also be done by the black players? At this time, Gushi asked calmly, "Did the Howling Duke succeed in the end?" "It can only be considered half successful. The Blood Dragon Crown was originally a half-finished product. He drained all the energy from the Howling Castle, but in the end, it was still unable to meet the energy needs. What he made did not reach his target level. Instead, it consumed all the energy in the Wailing Castle, causing the castle to lose its protection. And finally the entire castle was abandoned. But it's different for adults. The two types of energy that adults just took out are of much better quality than the original energy in the Howling Castle. If an adult activates the Blood Dragon Crown without preparation, The ceremony of the Blood Dragon Crown will ultimately fail. Chapter 954. The Howling Castle is quickly occupied. Hearing what Li Huanxuezi said, Gu Shi was stunned. He didn't expect that there was such a story behind the Wailing Castle. If you put it this way, you are really lucky. At least there is someone to stop him when he messes up. Otherwise these things would be gone if he ruined them. Gu Shi glanced at the parts suppressed by the incarnation of Death Titan, and ordered decisively, Titan, please control it again, and stop those things from moving. Who is that? Is there any evidence for what you said? Do you know if the Duke of Howling or something like that left any blueprints or anything else when he was researching the Blood Dragon Crown? The soul-departing blood corpse is part of the Blood Dragon Crown ceremony. Although he didn't know whether the mummy from before was voluntary, he did remember some things anyway. Regarding Gu Shi's question, he just remained silent for a moment, and then said seriously, there seems to be a book called the Book of Blood Crown, which is placed in the big library. I don't know if it is still there now. Hearing this, Gu Shi turned around and said to the person behind him, go find him. Under Gu Shi's order, all the undead in the Wailing Castle got this order. They clearly didn't know where the big library in the Wailing Castle was, but they all understood a mission. They must find the book called Blood. The Book of Crowns books are back. After sending the undead down, Gu Shi looked at the Li Huan blood corpse again. Is this still the meeting hall? Yes. Sir, you can restore the meeting hall first, and the matter of the Blood Dragon Crown can be dealt with later. Only then did Gu Shi walk towards the pool where the throne was previously placed. When stepping into the pool, Gu Shi discovered that there were some maps drawn on the bottom of the pool. This is obviously the topographic map of the Wailing Castle. Gu Shi took a look and found that the Wailing Castle in its heyday actually had 9 floors above ground and 4 floors underground. Although there is no way to occupy 7 different timelines like the current Eridovi, there are 19 large plots here, which contain various military training camps starting from Blood Sludge to Blood Dragon. The most important thing is that all these military training camps are related to vampires. Even if the products produced are not vampires, they all have the smell of blood. If it hadn't been for the Blood Dragon Crown incident, Gu Shi might have directly activated the meeting hall in front of him. But now, Gu Shi still plans to wait a little longer. Let's take a look at what we've gained elsewhere first. However, this battle is not without gain. The map in front of you can be used. Although many places in the Wailing Castle have collapsed, the original location will not change. With the map, it will be much more convenient for Gu Shi's men to send troops to attack the Wailing Castle. While Gu Shi was waiting for his men to deal with the Wailing Castle, Gu Shi noticed that a little bright red light was coming towards this direction along the engraved lines on the ground. Gu Shi checked the time and found that this should be the second batch of energy that had been sent over. It seems that after what happened last time, the amount of energy sent up this time is much larger, and now it can even be transported here. This discovery made Gu Shi feel relieved. He was still worried before that the energy well would not be able to operate after he arranged for all the undead to be removed. It seems that there is no need to worry too much now. As long as it is activated, the energy well can operate on its own. However, Gu Shi also had a thought at this time. In the past, when there was no energy, there would still be some barracks operating in the Wailing Castle. Now that the energy is running, will the barracks in the Wailing Castle quickly dispatch troops? While Gu Shi was still thinking about this situation, a new battle report was sent up. Because of the map, the few buildings that were still visible were quickly found and occupied one by Gu Shi's men. In these buildings, there are barracks in the direction of vampires, and there are also some parts that have mutated or transformed from other buildings because there is no energy. For example, among these buildings, the most common ones are blood pools unique to vampire cities. This thing is somewhat like the residential buildings in human cities, or the cemeteries and tombs in undead cities, both of which are used to provide corresponding population for the city. It's just that since the collapse of the Wailing Castle, the blood pools without energy replenishment have all been abandoned. Most of the blood pools have no blood in them and have lost their function. Only a small number of blood pools mutated and turned into another type of blood pool after losing their energy. Building name, Magic Blood Pool. Level 5, can be upgraded. Characteristic: Magic conversion, can absorb free magic energy and convert it into blood needed by vampires. Seriously injured vampires can be soaked in a pool of blood to quickly recover. Building name, Toxic Blood Pool. Level 4, can be upgraded. Characteristic: The blood pool provides 45 units of blood food every week, which is toxic and will affect the vampire's life. but it can also cause poisonous effects when vampires or other units attack. Building name, Weird Blood Pool. In addition to such blood pools, there are other similar buildings. Some of these buildings still have their original effects, while others have undergone earth-shaking changes. For example, here Gushi saw what was originally a medium-sized building. Due to the loss of energy and loss of control, it turned into an uncontrolled barracks. Building name, Bloody Breeding Farm. Level 4, can be upgraded. Characteristic: Level 4 giant bats can be provided to serve as mounts, flight points, and can provide a large number of mounts. Due to mutation, giant bats have been transformed into combat units. At the same time, there are also some that were originally barracks, but due to energy problems, they have lost their use and have even become ordinary buildings. Anyway, all kinds of information are being sent up every moment, letting Gushi know the progress of his undead men in the battle against the Wailing Castle. At the same time, Luna in Aladovi City seemed to have some free time and contacted Gushi directly. "Sir, Dietrich has returned. Do you want to order him to go there now?" Gushi looked at the time. Didn't he say it would take 3 days to come? Why did it appear so soon now? Although he still had some doubts in his heart, Gushi did not hold back Dietrich. As soon as he heard the news, Gushi ordered, "Just come. Let him come. By the way, has he brought troops?" "No. He came back alone. And he came back very quickly." Chapter 955. Everything is piled up. When Dietrich arrived, the latest news came from Gushi's men. The great library of the Wailing Castle was found, and the undead found a large number of books about vampires and vampires. Among them was the Book of Blood Crown that Gushi wanted most. Upon hearing the news, Gushi quickly contacted Eve. Gushi also needs help for this kind of thing. At the same time, these books also need to be organized. At this time, the latest news came from Demi's side. The situation of Gushi and the others taking down the Wailing Castle had attracted the attention of some nearby player villages. Some players are sending troops towards this side, although Amilcar has already led the cavalry troops to attack. But Gushi still needs to know about this matter. Gushi's head was pounding when he heard the news. It's really okay. Either none of them come, or they all come, Gushi muttered, but immediately went to deal with the matter at hand. It will take time for Dietrich and Eve to come over. The enemies outside are temporarily blocked by Amilcar. Gushi's current focus is on the books in the big library. The first book sent to Gushi was the Book of Blood Crown mentioned by Lihuan Shuezi. This Book of Blood Crown looks somewhat similar to the Book of Blood Feast in Gushi's hand, but is obviously much thicker. When you hold it in your hand, a corresponding prompt pops up. Book of Blood Crown, purple. This is a book that records the production of a special equipment. The quality of this special equipment can exceed the purple quality, but it can only be used within the scope of the ceremony. Note, this ritual requires the mastery of magical ritual abilities, control of nearby areas, and a powerful enough sacrifice to be successfully completed. Those who use this equipment will be affected by the ritual and cannot leave the scope of the ritual. After opening the Book of Blood Crown, Gushi immediately felt a large amount of chaotic words pouring into his mind with the smell of blood. His eyes turned red, and blood flowed from his nose and ears. Even in his mouth there came a taste of rust. This shows that just by looking at this book, Gushi's blood was controlled. Fortunately, although it is troublesome to read this book, the content in it is real. Here is the casting method for the parts needed to perform this blood crown ceremony. There are also steps for assembling the parts. Next came the steps of the magic ritual. But when Gushi saw this, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't that Gushi couldn't stand it anymore, but the content that came in contained too much information and knowledge about vampires. Although the level of knowledge about the undead is not weak, at this time, it is somewhat insufficient, because the information about vampires seems to be listed on a separate page. Gushi could understand some of the meanings here, but when put together, it made Gushi's brain want to explode. At this time, Gushi felt that he had made the right choice. At least he called Eve over. After putting down the Book of Blood Crown, Gushi closed his eyes and rested for a while before suppressing his still buzzing mind. At this time, he turned back to look at the throne that had been blown away in the pool, thinking about something in his mind. How about simply borrowing the layout of the Howling Duke, strengthening the energy, and just putting it together on the spot? There's really no need to rearrange a ritual array or anything like that. At this moment, Dietrich and Eve also arrived quickly. Hearing their voices, Gushi opened his eyes. "Eve, please read this book first. The parts are all there. If you don't know anything about vampires, We have also found all the books about vampires. You can go there and have a look. The first time he saw Eve, Gushi gave away the Book of Blood crown in his hand. He could not withstand such pressure. He hasn't recovered yet. Eve was much better than Gushi. After getting the Book of Blood crown, she just flipped through it, then took a look at the situation nearby, and then said seriously, "Sir, what are your plans now?" "What? If we just reactivate the previously arranged ones, we can handle it now. I plan to use stronger energy for activation." Gushi showed off the aura of the underworld and the special negative energy. "Then I need to make some adjustments. There are too many things related to vampires in this book. There are many things I don't understand. If possible, I need to look up some books about vampires. At least we need to find out if there is anything that can be replaced in some of the following rituals. But as far as what I'm talking about now, their layout here has actually been changed. Your Excellency first sent me a message saying that the one made was called the Blood Dragon Head Crown. But this book is the Book of Blood Crown, and it is obviously different. I'll see if there's anything I can adjust here." Okay. Gushi felt that what Eve said was clear and logical, and it seemed that she really understood the situation. Unlike myself, I only understood half of it, and couldn't make any magic changes. Seeing that Gushi agreed, Eve was quite happy. She liked to do such things, and she found the Book of Blood Crown very interesting. This book uses the power of cities and soldiers to process equipment and improve it. Equipment level. Although the finally upgraded equipment can only be used when defending the city, the quality of the equipment will likely reach orange quality. Although it is orange equipment that can only be used in one city, it is still orange equipment. No one would think that the quality of orange equipment is inferior to purple equipment. Even if it is damaged or fake, it will be better than purple equipment in the eyes of players. Moreover, with the idea of Book of Blood Crown in mind, it is not that only one orange outfit can be made. If Eve can thoroughly understand these, she will be able to make a considerable number of orange outfits. For Gushi, that is not a matter of supplementing his strength. When Eve stepped back with the Book of Blood Crown, Gushi turned to look at Dietrich. "Dietrich, thank you very much for calling you here temporarily. It's not hard. Sir, if you have something to do, just give the order directly. It's like this. I met an enemy on the way here before. He destroyed my bone dragon army in one fell swoop. The level 19 two-headed bone dragon couldn't even see his appearance clearly." Gushi described in detail the situation that the bone dragon troops had encountered before. When Gushi said that the other party had taken action in the dark mist, and only stretched out one arm with a halo on it, Dietrich said something. "Sir, the enemy is probably over level 30. Chapter 956, Taking a Gamble. After hearing what Dietrich said, Gushi's eyes also condensed. He had thought about many situations, but Gushi had never considered this situation. At this time, Dietrich said there again, "I have seen this situation before with the Maharaja. This is a method of operating the halo. Only beings above level 30 can do this. After reaching level 30, they will have a good understanding of the power of the halo, and can make the halo leave the body and appear in all locations within the range of perception. At the same time, they can also conduct remote operations and battles through the halo. So, sir, the enemies we are facing are above level 30. After hearing this, Gushi's expression became a little solemn. He stretched out his hand, and the Titan Slayer reappeared in his hands. "Let's see. If you use this weapon, can you deal with level 30 enemies?" When Dietrich took the Titan Slayer and took a look, his eyes immediately went straight. He didn't expect Gushi to have such a weapon in his hand. The most important thing is that all negative effects on the weapon have been washed away. The effects that originally required desperate efforts no longer required them, and the power was now 20 times greater. In this way, the value of this thing will increase exponentially. However, Dietrich was jealous, but in the end, he returned the Titan Slayer to Gushi. "Sir, I can't use this thing. The length of this thing is too long. I personally feel that it should be a weapon used by the Dragoon Cavalry. Normal people cannot use this kind of thing at all, not to mention making throws. And my strength is not enough. Even if I can throw it, I can only kill enemies at level 25 or so in an instant at most. If you want to kill a level 30 enemy instantly, you may need a soldier above level 27, or a hero above level 26. If you have a strong hero, you can also try it at level 25. Dietrich had stayed under the Maharaja for a long time, and was well aware of some situations. As soon as Gushi mentioned this situation, he could tell the truth. But just because he could tell the details didn't mean that Gushi's subordinates had such ability. Gushi now has a group of level 20, or even level 25 troops in his hands. But they are all Lounds. Their equipment is different from that of normal soldiers. Gushi can't just tie the Titan Slayer to them. So I'm afraid this thing won't work. Fortunately, Gushi was not without backup options. Except for Dietrich. Gushi also had someone contact Liusion when he encountered the enemy, who could kill the two-headed dragon instantly. When she comes over, Gushi won't have to worry about being unable to suppress the enemy. Now, Gushi couldn't help but raise another question. Regardless of whether we can kill the enemy. Dietrich, let me ask you. If the enemy suddenly appears, can you defend it? Now that Liusion hadn't come over yet, Gushi had to think about the next situation. If he hadn't encountered the bone dragon being wiped out before, he might not have regarded the Wailing Castle as a difficult task. But now Gushi doesn't think so. Regardless of whether that person just happened to pass by accidentally, or went there specifically to save someone, Gushi had to take that person's existence into consideration. After hearing what Gushi said, Dietrich thought about it seriously. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid it will be difficult. There is nothing in this castle, no matter the existing defense system or the castle's heritage. It is not enough to deal with such a powerful enemy. And there is a more important key point here, which is the adult's attitude towards the castle in front of him. Attitude problem? Gushi was a little confused. He was quite serious about the task at hand. What was wrong with his attitude? Seeing that Gushi was still a little confused, Dietrich had to go into more detail at this time. Sir, you just regard the castle in front of you as an unexpected gain. In fact, you have no intention of occupying it forever. In this way, although you will restore the various functions of the castle in front of you, you will not repair or strengthen the castle. The quality of the castle itself is not high. And since it has been abandoned for so long, its defense has been significantly reduced. If you station heavy troops and defend against attacks from some level 20 enemies, you can barely do it. But adults have to face enemies above level 30. Even if it doesn't work, let's not talk about whether we can have such a defensive power when the time comes. I'm afraid that when the enemy comes, the adults will not be willing to fight, which will affect the entire situation. Dietrich was right. Gushi had really considered this in his mind. After all, when encountering enemies above level 30, retreating early is actually a crime other than fighting. Even if the top management of Bai Lianqing came to find him, Gushi could explain it clearly. After all, the opponent is level 30. Bai Lianqing can't handle such an enemy by himself. It's not unreasonable to let Gushi, a small character who is less than level 10, handle it. But after hearing what Dietrich said, Gushi calmed down. He thought about it seriously, and finally laughed. It seems that I am really arrogant. With my current level, how can I not want a city like this? Dietrich, I found something different in this castle. The most important thing among them should be that there is a ritual magic that can produce orange equipment. However, orange equipment can only be used in this castle. This ritual magic requires a blood dragon. But I have something better on hand. A level 34 dragon corpse. Do you think adding these two together, can there be any possibility of self-protection? Dietrich did not answer directly, but asked, after equipping that orange suit, will there still be a chance to leave? I'm not sure yet. But based on the information I have now, as long as I put down the orange equipment, I can leave. Gushi was not so sure because the Book of Blood Crown was still in Eve's hands, and Eve had not yet fully studied it. Besides, Book of Blood Crown only guarantees that the quality of the equipment will be improved. Whether it can be upgraded to orange equipment is still a matter of debate. Gushi is just talking about the best result now. He now wants to take a gamble. Take a look at everything you have in hand to see if there is any possibility of a fight with the enemy. Dietrich couldn't answer Gushi's question. After all, there was too little information, and he was not sure what the function of the orange suit Gushi mentioned. If Dietrich were really asked to judge, it would be impossible for him to make any judgment. Gushi also understood that it was useless to say anything now. But after Dietrich's prompting, Gushi already made a decision in his mind. He decided to take a gamble. Chapter 957 The Secret Room Found. Dietrich was speechless about what Gushi said. He didn't expect that Gushi would have the idea of taking a gamble. And it's still a gamble without being completely sure. In fact, Dietrich didn't know that the reason why Gushi made this decision was not because of the enemy above level 30, who had not yet appeared. Gushi has already called the Yufeng. Now as long as they delay, there is still a chance of winning in the end. What he was betting on this time was that after he occupied the Wailing Castle, it would always be in his hands. If Gushi had not taken the Wailing Castle seriously before, in his eyes, The status of the Wailing Castle might not be as important as the Blood Sacrifice Ridge. But the situation was different now. Gu Shi had already made up his mind to treat the Wailing Castle as a subordinate city. Since this will be the most important city under Gu Shi, and will provide important supplements to Gu Shi, the most important materials and equipment will naturally be used here. Gu Shi decisively contacted Luna. Luna had no objection to Gu Shi's desire to remove the dragon's corpse. The level of this dragon's corpse is too high, and Gu Shi has no way to deal with it with his current level of undead transformation. If you want to wait for Gu Shi to process it, you must at least wait until Gu Shi's level reaches level 23 or above, and your undead transformation level reaches level 7 or above. By that time, Gu Shi would have returned to the real world long ago. Once there, he could buy any kind of corpse. Things that can be taken out now are the best time to be effective. If you don't need it at this time, can you wait until Gu Shi reaches level 30 before using it? That would make little sense. Gu Shi always believed that he should use his level to crush his enemies. This was how the incarnation of death hit the enemy. It should be like this now. Under Gu Shi's order, the dragon's corpse was quickly delivered. A new group of troops came with them. These troops came to escort the corpse of the dragon. Before that, Dietrich also helped Gu Shi deal with the internal affairs of the Wailing Castle. Although as the original commander of the King's Eye Force, Dietrich was best at intelligence and scouting. But he still had combat effectiveness and management abilities. After all, I have lived for so many years before. Even if I don't study anything specifically, I have mastered a lot of things just through my ears and eyes. With Dietrich's help, Gu Shi quickly completed control of the Wailing Castle. It's just that the assembly hall, which was originally planned to be captured immediately, has not been captured yet because of the Blood Dragon Crown. In this way, this Wailing Castle is not considered a city occupied by Gu Shi. Gu Shi now only occupies some wild camps and wild buildings. For such a situation, Gu Shi could only accept it temporarily. When his men came up to report what camps or buildings they had captured, Gu Shi also asked them to check if there was any space nearby that was hidden due to the collapse of the Wailing Castle. See if there are any enemies still resting in the castle. After all, Gu Shi of the Wailing Castle has not been completely taken down yet, so it is reasonable that there is something hidden in it. Gu Shi's idea is correct. Under his command, his undead men actually found 2 secret rooms hidden inside the castle. These 2 secret rooms were actually originally arranged by the Wailing Duke. Because of the collapse of the Wailing Castle, the passage into the secret room was somewhat affected, and a small part was shaken out. If Gu Shi had not forced his request, his undead men would not have investigated. But after Gu Shi made such a request, Gu Shi's undead men dealt with it with the idea of digging 3 feet into the ground. So they quickly dug out these 2 large secret rooms. One of these 2 chambers was used by the original Howling Duke as a secret treasure house. It was filled with gold vessels and bright red crystals. These crystals are all 1 meter by 1 meter cubes, and each one can provide a large amount of energy. The gold utensils are ordinary utensils, such as knives, forks, bowls and plates, candlesticks or TSH.L cups. These things can be used to exchange for a large amount of money. And of course, there may be some nobles who like this kind of thing. The secret room in the other place is used to hold some prisoners. There are a large number of torture instruments such as iron maidens used for bloodletting. At the same time, there are also some mummies hanging inside that have lost their blood. These mummies have been dead for many years. But according to reports from the undead, these corpses are relatively well preserved. And some undead can be summoned out if used to summon souls. For these 2 secret rooms, Gu Shi's advice was to empty them. The bright red crystals were sent to Gu Shi first, and the corpses and so on were all piled together, waiting to be processed together when Gu Shi summoned the souls. As for the gold, it will be sent back to Aladovi City first. Wait until Aladovi City has dealt with it before considering how to deal with it. Just as Gu Shi gave the order, another undead leader rushed over. Sir, we found an abandoned soul-calling tower. The damage to this soul-calling tower is relatively serious. Should we demolish it or repair it? The undead leader originally thought that he just came to ask for advice. But after hearing the word soul-calling tower, Gu Shi's heart moved. There is also a soul evocation tower in the Wailing Castle. That's a good thing. There is only 1 summoning tower in Aradovi City. There are times when it feels noticeably lacking when casting in combat. Now that there is a soul-calling tower in the Wailing Castle, it means that when Gu Shi built the village, the architectural designs of the soul-calling tower can be left among the architectural designs given by Lu Yingguang. Moreover, the summoning tower inside the Howling Castle must be of the same style as the Howling Castle. Gu Shi had a very clear mind. So he naturally made the decision at the first moment. Repair it? Repair it immediately. Didn't we bring a group of labor undead this time? Let them repair it. And give them whatever supplies they need. Under Gushi's order, the undead leader quickly retreated. At this time, Dietrich also noticed Gushi's choice. And he made an opinion at this time. Sir, do you plan to restore this place to its original pure vampire style? Not necessarily. Let's take it one step at a time. After all, the current goal is to deal with the level 30 enemy first. If I didn't kill that guy, nothing I said would count. At this point, Gushi was also a little helpless. This mission was a bit of a loss. If I had known that we would have such enemies, we should have asked for more benefits from them. Chapter 958 Chaos Outside the City. Dietrich, it may take some time to get to the meeting hall here. Now I hand over the command of the troops to you. You first help me set up the defense inside the Wailing Castle. Seeing the interior of the Wailing Castle being taken over by his men step by step, Gushi also knew that he could not delay it any longer. He gave this task to Dietrich, hoping that he could help him deal with the castle security issue at hand. Regarding Gushi's question, Dietrich took action without saying a word. In terms of various command abilities, Dietrich is better than Demi and Amilcar. At least his abilities will be relatively comprehensive. If his level hadn't exceeded level 20, Gushi would have thought of leaving him behind and letting him manage the Wailing Castle. At this time, Amilcar in the wild came into contact with the player forces coming from nearby. The territory here was assigned by Lianqing to the Corpse Fish and Dragon Guild. They deployed a large number of players and successfully controlled the chaotic situation. It's just that the game in front of me originally belonged to the Steel Ghost Claw Guild. The firestorm Gushi released when he dealt with the Blood Dragon hit the sky. The illuminated area was too far away, and the players of the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild didn't know what was happening for a while. Some nearby players could only report this matter and notify the Forest of Decay to find a solution. In the end, the Forest of Decay could only send troops to take a look to see if it was occupied by black players. This went back and forth, and after the news spread a few times, time dragged on. At this point in time, the players from the Corpse Ichthyosaur Guild were able to come here, which was considered a relatively quick reaction. In order to ensure their own safety, the players of the Corpse Ichthyosaur Guild brought with them their own elite troops. Although they also know that bringing out elite troops will affect subsequent missions, the mentality of these players will be better than that of small guilds like Chaoyang Yongguang. They are more organized and disciplined. Even if they know it is difficult, they will complete it seriously. As a result, they were blocked by Amilcar just as they approached the Wailing Castle. When they saw Amilcar coming, these players became nervous immediately. It would be impossible not to be nervous about this kind of thing. When more than 1,000 blue knights under Amilcar appeared directly on the battlefield, it was quite scary. Not to mention that Gushi had just added 300 new Yuan knights. These are all existences above level 15. Not to mention these grassroots players. Even some mid-level and high-level players may not have seen such a force. After all, in the game, the Necromancer may have his own Bone Dragon troops, but it is absolutely impossible to have his own Death Knight troops. Only the core members of some big guilds or big families have some of these Death Knights in front of them. It's simply impossible to do it, with more than 1,000 and nearly 2,000 people gathered together like Amilcar's men. Seeing this situation, several skeleton Ichthyosaur players immediately gave up. Fortunately, they also knew that this mission was given by Lianqing. They still have the opportunity to ask for help from Lianqing. One of the players quickly touched his waist, but before he could even start moving, he was pinned down by another player next to him. Su Yong, now is not the time to take action. We need to confirm the other party's identity first. Is there anything to confirm? Look at the troops in front of you. Are they ones that normal players can take out? Su Yong shouted as soon as he heard this. This is clearly the black player we want to guard against. I've already inquired about it. And this time, I came here just to block the black players. You can only catch black players, and the rewards will increase exponentially. If you don't move, then don't stop me from earning this reward. No. You call people over now. What if they are not black players? You have to know that the Balian Knights are seriously lacking in strength. So you will let us help keep an eye on them. Su Yong said nonchalantly. How could they not be? Didn't you notice so many quasi-death knights? The 300 in front are obviously above level 15. This is the evidence. Besides, when I call people over, what if they don't take advantage of me again? After saying that, Su Yong pulled out a flare from his waist and fired it into the sky. This flare only created a small red signal in the sky. Amilcar saw it and didn't pay much attention. In fact, he didn't know that the signal flare didn't attract people by the light it flew into the sky. Instead, it sends a signal to the outside world to let people from the nearby Balian Knights confirm the location of the problem. After this flare was fired, the person who advised Su Yung took a step back. This has nothing to do with me. I'll withdraw first. I will report what you did. Su Yung, you can think about how to respond to the superior's inquiry. After he finished speaking, several other players had the same reaction. They all saw that Amilcar, who had not taken action, was not the black player's subordinate. They had the possibility to communicate with Amilcar before. I'm afraid there is no possibility of communication now. If they don't retreat at this time, their troops will be coerced by Su Yung to attack Amilcar later. No matter how strong Amilcar's side is, they can't take advantage anyway. And if a fight breaks out, the final benefits will belong to Su Yung. And they will definitely not get any benefits. Then why do they have to pay themselves for it? So they retreated quickly. Of course, when they retreated, they did not forget to guard against Amilcar's direction. This is to prevent Amilcar from attacking them when he finds that something is wrong. In fact, they didn't know that when they first came over, Amilcar had the idea of attacking them. But after the flare went up into the sky, Amilcar suppressed the urge to do so. In Amilcar's eyes, the flare was in the sky, and if he took action again, no matter who came behind him, the other party would not help him. By then, we would have to clash with the reinforcements, which would be a complete waste of time. He might as well wait here and see who is coming. If those people attack Amilcar as soon as they arrive, then I'm sorry. Amilcar doesn't care whether the enemy is a player or something else. He will just hit them when the time comes. Since acquiring more than 300 high-level Blue Knights, Amilcar has never been able to properly demonstrate the strength of his Blue Knights. Now is a rare opportunity. He must perform well. Chapter 959 Preparation for the Ceremony. Gushi still didn't know what happened to Amilcar. In fact, he was very relieved to tell these things. For Gushi, as long as he doesn't suffer any loss, it doesn't matter if there are players attacking him. He has killed other players before. At this time, Gushi was flipping through the Book of Blood Crown and helping Eve, hoping to speed up Eve's cracking progress. At this time, Eve was constantly comparing the contents of several books in her hand. Then he raised his head and scratched his head, which had few hairs left. Sir, it's almost done. Then let's get started right away. Let's get the Blood Dragon head crown first. The rest will come back to Aridavi City. And then we can arrange for a group of liches to come and study together. Eve has already confirmed one thing in her previous research. This Book of Blood Crown is really a modified version of the blood-sucking version. As for the situation in the original version, there is no way to go back now. On the one hand, Gushi did not give Eve much time. And on the other hand, Eve's own level was not enough. All she could do was to use some of the previous arrangements of the Book of Blood Crown and add some of the things provided by Gushi into the ceremony. However, Gushi had a lot to offer this time. In addition to the corpse of the level 34 dragon that had been transported, Gushi also sent over 10 bone dragons of level 15 or above. In Gushi's view, the existence of the blood dragon was part of the ritual. Gushi didn't have a blood dragon on hand. And in the ceremony before him, 10 blood dragons were crucial. So Gushi simply sent over 10 bone dragons. As for the dead soul blood corpse buried under the throne, that was actually not necessary. That was just a method used to resolve the backlash of the failure after the original Wailing Duke ritual failed. Gushi had already taken out a dragon corpse, so there was no need for a soul-departing blood corpse that could not be upgraded. Then there is the matter of the meeting hall. Originally, this ceremony had no direct connection with the council hall, but Eve has already analyzed that the reason for the failure last time was not only the poor energy quality, but also the fact that the meeting hall had already been built at that time. Even the entire Wailing Castle was intact at that time. At that time, this ceremony was like nailing a new system into a complete pattern. It would be strange if nothing happened. So in the end, the ceremony of the Wailing Duke was only half completed, and the Wailing Castle was also included. After discovering this problem, Gushi couldn't help but sigh that his initial choice was correct. At least he was not in a hurry to activate the council hall. Otherwise, the failure rate of the ceremony would increase greatly. As for the other ritual steps, Gushi provided breath and energy, and the equipment parts were also complete. The only difference now is the user of the equipment. If it were other orange equipment, Gushi would definitely choose to use it himself. But Gushi was very clear about the blood dragon crown in front of him. It might not reach the orange level, and after using it, he would be bound to the Howling Castle. You can only leave after giving up the Blood Dragon crown. Gushi himself owns a city of Aradobi that is bigger than this. So there is no need for him to trap himself here. Then finding a suitable hero to guard this place became Gushi's choice. The 3 leaders under Gushi must not be used indiscriminately. As for the heroes below the leader, Gushi has trustworthy beings. But there are none related to vampires. And even if he had, Gushi would not be willing to hand over the orange equipment to a hero. He is not rich enough yet. At this moment, Gushi was even thinking about whether he should call over 1 or 2 lords under Princess Anna. Like Lord Mercury or something like that. But Gushi shook his head in the end. Princess Anna's Princess Council was not full now. And she also had a serious shortage of manpower. And she was overwhelmed with many things. If another person is taken away from her, Princess Anna will eventually go crazy. Just then Dietrich rushed back. Sir, the defense lines inside the Wailing Castle have been deployed. I have checked all the buildings and most of them can be used. When he saw Dietrich coming over, Gushi scratched his hair. At first, he thought he had enough heroes under his command. But now it seems that when faced with such a big event, there are really few heroes that can be used. In the end, Gushi had no choice but to give up his original idea and turn to ask the most powerful leader under his command. Dietrich, what do you think if you were asked to run this city? Your Majesty, please give me the order. Okay, then you will manage it first. After I find suitable people, I will come over to replace you. Seeing Dietrich's answer, Gushi finally made a decision. Dietrich has proven his ability. So let him play. At this time, Eve raised her head and glanced at Dietrich. Then nodded. You go sit down on the throne, and I will perform the ritual. Before Dietrich said anything, Gushi added, as for your original troops and your hero, I will arrange them for you as soon as possible. At this time, Dietrich walked to the pool where the throne had been lost. At this time, Eve was already directing various undead to make arrangements. The dragon that Gushi had sent over was thrown into the pool, looking like a hill. Surrounding the dragon are 10 bone dragons. These bone dragons are choosing a suitable position for them to fall. The undead under Eve's command were throwing the bright red crystals found in the treasure house, and the special negative energy taken out by Gushi into the pool one by one. The parts that had been controlled by the incarnation of Death Titan now flew up on their own. Death Incarnate Titan no longer needs to worry about these things. He only needs to concentrate on controlling his own land of death. At this time, Gushi was not waiting where he was. The ceremony was not yet ready, and the arrangements here would take some time. Gushi simply went to the newly repaired summoning tower, ready to transform all the corpses in the Howling Castle into undead. These undead people are planning to leave them all to Dietrich, so that he can use them to increase the population of the Wailing Castle. In addition, a batch of vampires, who had been transformed into undead through double transformation, must also be transferred here. These things need to be dealt with quickly. After all, the preparation time for the ceremony is not too long. If these things are not completed before the ceremony begins, it will be troublesome to arrange people to come in after the ceremony begins. Gushi also didn't want to be like the Wailing Duke before, and the ceremony was only half completed. Gushi's goal is to complete an orange suit through the ceremony and strengthen Dietrich, the most powerful leader under his command. Chapter 960, Summoning Vampires. When Gushi went to summon the souls, some of Eve's requests were quickly transmitted to Gushi's ears through the eye of the mind. These were problems that Eve discovered temporarily while preparing for the ceremony, and the need for fine-tuning. These fine-tuning problems all occur far away from the location of the ceremony, and it is impossible not to deal with them. For the success rate of this ritual, Gushi had to cooperate with it. Fortunately, Gushi didn't need to do it himself. He just needed to arrange things. For example, the interrupted energy transmission lines in the Howling Castle need to be rearranged. Normally, it doesn't matter if such energy transmission lines are interrupted in 2 places. But the ceremony in front of me requires the entire Wailing Castle to go together. Although there are only 3 or 4 floors left on the ground of the Wailing Castle, the underground part is still relatively complete. There are some places where the energy is interrupted, which means that the council voluntarily gave up the parts without energy support. The ritual can be completed by then, but it will affect the integrity of the Wailing Castle. This part needs to be adjusted. There are also issues with the types of troops and population in the Wailing Castle, which also need to be adjusted again. The adjustment here does not mean that some vampires are inappropriate to appear here. In fact, for Eve, no matter what kind of undead they are, they can be used as long as they are in the Wailing Castle. But the problem now is that in the Wailing Castle, In addition to the troops that Gushi prepared to use for the defense of the Wailing Castle, and the vampires, who will serve as the population. There are also troops that Gushi brought in himself. Those are Gushi's elite. If they are still here, they will be counted among the last members of the Wailing Castle. The last members of the Wailing Castle. Without Eve's reminder, if Gushi wanted to mobilize troops when he went to war in the future, he would have to first transfer people from the Wailing Castle back to Aladovi City, and then mobilize them to the battlefield. After the battle is over, he will come back like this again. That's a speechless thing. Therefore, before starting the ceremony, Gushi needs to put all the troops he usually needs outside. Eve couldn't do this kind of thing, so Gushi could only do it himself. So Gushi could only call Dini, who was still on the hilltop of the Wailing Castle, and ask her to lead the undead troops in the city out of the city. As for the direction to go, Gushi thought about it for a while, and finally decided to go to the small plain he saw before. Of course, some of the labor undead, who came to transport materials and supplies, naturally returned to Aladovi City through the main city gate. Their fighting ability is not very good. If they are sent to the small plain, they will just serve as laborers outside and are of no use at all. When sending them there, they have to be watched by someone, which is a trouble. Let's just take this opportunity to send them all back to Aladovi City. At the same time, some of the vampire troops killed in the battle in the Wailing Castle have undergone Gushi's double death transformation, and there are already some corresponding undead units in Aladovi City. You can also take the opportunity to send them to the Wailing Castle to serve as the undead needed for the ceremony. Of course, this is just a small supplement. The real residents in the Wailing Castle are the undead that Gushi is about to summon. While Gushi was dealing with the matter at hand, no one was standing still at his feet. And soon, he arrived at the Soul Summoning Tower in the Wailing Castle. Unlike the Soul Summoning Tower in the city of Aridov, the one in front of him was full of vampire style. The entire Soul Calling Tower is only 5 meters high and is located in an open space behind the castle. When the Wailing Castle was abandoned, the Soul Evocation Tower was also smashed and crushed by the debris from the building above. Now it has been repaired by undead laborers and has been raised again. At the same time, various debris and other debris that originally collapsed here were removed. When Gushi came over, he happened to see a glued-up spiritual summoning tower located in the newly cleared open space. This summoning tower looks like a large 5-meter-high coffin placed vertically on the ground, with an inverted cross carved on the coffin. There are many sharp fangs on this large coffin. Obviously, this is telling others that the coffin in front of them is for vampires. But Gushi always felt that there seemed to be something missing. But for Gushi, this soul summoning tower can be used. He stood in front of the summoning tower and first summoned a group of necromancers. Then he put his hand on the soul calling tower. At this moment, the Book of Blood Banquet in Gushi's hand appeared automatically and landed on the soul summoning tower. Gushi understood that this was the Book of Blood Feast telling him that it had met a suitable soul summoning tower. This situation made Gushi deepen his idea that more soul calling towers must be installed in Aladovi City, so that when souls are called in the future, they can also be dealt with in a targeted manner. While thinking about this matter in his mind, Gushi did not stop moving his hands. The Book of Blood Feast was turning automatically, which meant that Gushi didn't need too many operations. He just had to summon the soul in place. He doesn't need to worry about other things at all. And the undead summoned by the soul summoning are all vampires, and their levels are almost all at level 8. It can be said that this is quite convenient. After Gushi tried it, he didn't think any more about it. He directly activated his necromancy and injected all his magic power into it. Under Gushi's summons, all the corpses that died in the Howling Castle and on the mountain were all affected by a blood-red light and turned into vampires and stood up. There are quite a lot of these vampires, and the total number of all kinds of different species has exceeded 40,000. This situation took away Gushi's mana several times. After all, Gushi's current mana is only over 7,000. After a night's rest in Aladovi City, his mana doubled will only be over 15,000. For more than 40,000 corpses, Gushi could only consume all his mana and then quickly replenish it like he had done with the incarnation of death before. Fortunately, Gushi had experienced these things before, and the demon sacrifice camp had conducted several magic rituals to extract mana. So Gushi had several large bottles of magic potion in his hand. This thing is quite useful when replenishing mana. That's why Gushi was able to complete the summoning of more than 40,000 vampires in a short period of time. When completing the soul summoning, Gushi also discovered a situation. He seemed to have recruited 3 vampire-oriented heroes and a large number of vampire leaders. Gushi could understand the existence of the vampire leader. After all, there were so many vampire soldiers in the Wailing Castle. It was quite reasonable that there would be a vampire leader here. But the vampire hero puzzled Gushi a little. You must know that when he came in, he did not encounter any situation like enemy heroes blocking him. Moreover, there is no news of any more heroes in Aradovi City. This situation puzzled Gushi. After completing the summoning, Gushi called the 3 vampire heroes over and asked them about the situation. The explanations of these 3 heroes surprised Gushi. They turned out to be prisoners held in a cell by the Howling Duke. And one of them was a mummy that was transported out of the secret room by Gushi. Chapter 961 3 Vampire Heroes. Looking at the 3 vampire heroes standing in front of him, Gushi felt for the first time whether the Wailing Duke was crazy. Such talents were imprisoned directly, thrown into prison, and left to fend for themselves. This is simply a waste of talent. The 3 vampire heroes in front of him. The one leading them is the mummy that Gushi dragged out of the secret room. At this time, he still looked like a mummy. His eyes had been gouged out. There were no teeth in his mouth. His nails had been pulled out. And his body was covered with holes. He was wearing a purple robe and looked nothing like a vampire. But he is the most talented among the 3. Alan, level 8. Summon. Undead Hero Experience, 0/7500. Attack 5. Defense 5. Life 85. Mana 80. Talent, Vampire Saint, in the city where the hero is located. The output of vampire-like arms +1. Skills, Bloodsucking. Curse Mastery. Blood Sacrifice Technique. Leader, can command 105 soldiers +7 boss troops at the same time. As soon as Alan's attributes appeared, Gushi had an idea in his mind. No matter what, he must keep Alan in the Wailing Castle, even if he couldn't take part in the battle. His role in the castle was greater than anyone else's. This is +1 for the output of vampire-type troops. Compared with low-level mass-produced troops, it may not be very impressive. But compared with the kind of troops that can only produce 1 per week, this is an artifact that cannot be replaced. Such heroes must be protected. One of the other 2 heroes looks like a normal vampire. He has complete fangs and nails. Wears a yellow robe unique to vampires. Has golden hair. And white skin. He doesn't look like the more famous black vampire heroes at all. And Blood Corpse, level 8. Summon. Undead Hero Experience, 0/6500. Attack 6. Defense 4. Life 45. Mana 40. Talent, Blood-Sucking Fanatic. The blood-sucking effect of all vampires under his command is increased by 35%. Skills, Blood-Sucking. Offensive Skills. Leadership Skills. Leader, can command 86 soldiers +7 boss troops at the same time. Unlike Alan, this, and is the kind of hero who can directly lead vampires into battle. His talent is most suitable for vampire fighting, because the most important thing about vampires is the blood-sucking effect. In the same way, the enemy loses 100 points of life and sucks blood, and vampires can suck 35 more points of life to recover themselves. It can be said that with Anne's leadership, the combat effectiveness of vampires will be greatly improved. At least these vampires will not die so easily. Therefore, it would be unreasonable not to place such a hero in a place where there are more vampires. So he should stay. The last hero was thrown into a water dungeon in the basement of the Howling Castle, and was soaked beyond recognition. When the body was recovered, no one thought that it was the body of a hero. But after Gushi summoned the soul, he discovered that this corpse was something terrible. He is probably the most useful one among these 3 heroes. Although the hero now no longer looks like he was just fished out of the water. He doesn't look like a vampire either. Instead, it looked like an enlarged zombie, with a layer of red mist hovering around him. And there was a strong smell of blood in the mist. His head had no skull, exposing his brain that was still soaked in blood. And there were clearly 3 hearts beating there on his chest and abdomen. Matthew, level 8. Summon. Undead Hero Experience, 0/5500. Attack 3. Defense 2. Life 35. Mana 120. Talent, Blood Scholar, all blood-related spell levels +1. Skills, Blood Spell. Vampire Spell. Blood Mist Spell. Leader, can command 66 soldiers +7 boss troops at the same time. As for Mashio's situation, Gushi could tell it at a glance. He was considered a legal unit among the vampires. And he might also be a research-oriented legal hero. However, Gushi was not sure why he was thrown into the water prison and finally drowned in it. Such a hero must be thrown into the magic tower in the Wailing Castle, and asked to study blood magic. After seeing the attributes of these 3 heroes, Gushi said to Alan, "Go and sort out the vampires who have just summoned their souls. This is the next thing to do. It is up to you to keep an eye on this matter. Don't let them get it wrong." After taking a look at these 3 heroes, Gushi explained Eve's arrangements. Although these 3 heroes have just summoned their souls, but they are all natives of the Wailing Castle, I have a relatively good understanding of the Howling Castle. Apart from anything else, Matthew is a hero who can easily handle the layout of energy transmission lines on the ground. Alan and Ann are also good at controlling vampire troops. With their participation, Gushi quickly completed Eve's request. When Gushi returned to the vicinity of the meeting hall, Eve had already completed the final arrangements. At this time, Dietrich was standing in the pool where the throne was originally placed, and the parts were automatically assembled above his head. Eve watched from a distance. When she saw Gushi coming, Eve nodded to Gushi. "Grown-ups, how is it going?" The ceremony has entered the final stages of commissioning, and most of the details have been adjusted. The success rate of the ritual is about 80%. And if it weren't for the fact that Dietrich was not a vampire leader, this success rate might be even higher. 80% is enough. Let's get started. Gushi thought about it, and realized that this success rate was pretty good, judging from the current situation. As long as he is not too unlucky, he should be able to succeed. The only question is what level the enhanced blood dragon head crown will be after he succeeds. "Okay, let me start, sir." Gushi nodded clearly, took a step forward, and pointed his magic wand at the parts that were automatically assembled and disassembled. Following the injection of Gushi's mana, the color of the body of Titan, the incarnation of death, who had been standing below, darkened, and his body automatically turned into the earth of death, spreading outwards with the position where Gushi was standing as the center. "You have occupied a territory and are now activating the meeting hall. Please name this territory. You are performing a transformation ritual, which will affect the properties of this territory. Do you want to continue? A corpse of unknown quality was found. Please tell me whether to integrate this corpse into the territory." As messages popped up one after another, Gushi said with certainty, "Continue the ceremony and name this place Dragon Blood Castle." Chapter 962 Completion of the ceremony. With the successful naming of Dragon Blood Castle, it actually means that the reconstruction of the ceremony hall is completed, and the original Wailing Castle has completely fallen into Gushi's hands. But at this time, Gushi ignored the various messages that popped up later. At this time, all his attention was focused on Dietrich. When the chamber is activated, all the parts form a half-red and half-yellow crown. The style of the crown is the oldest iron crown style in the West. There are 12 protrusions on the crown, which are 6 red and 6 yellow intertwined styles. It looks like red tulle and yellow dragons intertwined. The protrusion above Dietrich's eyebrows was inlaid with 2 rubies. The remaining protrusions emitted a bright red light, and fell on the eyebrows of the 10 bone dragons lying nearby. Under the influence of this bright red light, the bodies of the 10 bone dragons changed from the original white color of bones to the dark red color of blood dragons, and then quickly brightened again, turning into a bright red full of neon feeling. At the same time, the body of the dragon that was originally coiled in the pool also took this opportunity to fly up and automatically fell into the death land left by the incarnation of Death Titan. As the dragon's corpse fell, the effect of the dead earth began to spread outward, not only swallowing up all the buildings one by one along the lighted energy channels, but even the soil and woods on the ground of the Wailing Castle. They melted in together. As the dragon's corpse merged into the ground continued to shake. The original bright red light quickly disappeared, replaced by the dark wasteland of the underworld. At the same time, all the trees in the woods were also affected. The originally dark green was now turned bright green, and some strange flowers began to grow under the trees. Some of these flowers have fine petals, and some seem to have something hidden in them. However, these did not attract the attention of Gushi and the others. At this time, Gushi's attention was all on Dietrich. Dietrich slowly raised his hand, and Eve, who was standing beside him, understood and quickly reminded Gushi, "It's the second step." At this time, Gushi also quickly set over the prepared underworld aura, special negative energy and large pieces of blood energy crystals. As this energy was delivered to Dietrich, the ground shook more and more violently. Gushi even felt that the hill in front of him, which was originally the Wailing Castle, might collapse at any time. At this time, Gushi also understood the situation of the Howling Duke. The shock he encountered at that time was probably stronger than what Gu Shi is experiencing now. The most important thing is that the Howling Duke finally destroyed the originally huge Howling Castle. While Gu Shi was thinking about this, Dietrich had already taken action. At this point in the ceremony, control passed to Dietrich. At this moment, Gu Shi heard the voices of vampires coming from below. These were the vampire residents of the Dragon Blood Castle. Supporting the ceremony, at this moment, all 10 bright red bone dragons stood up and quickly stood in different positions near the pool. Then 10 different light pillars began to appear below their skulls. Neither Gu Shi nor Eve had seen this situation during the ceremony, and they didn't know what they were going to do for a while. Fortunately, Dietrich now has the situation under control and can even contact all the vampires in the city. Under Dietrich's command, the 3 vampire heroes that Gu Shi had just summoned came over with the 7 strongest vampire soldiers. These 7 most powerful vampire soldiers are not ranked by level. It is calculated based on their potential. Among the 7 vampires, 2 are at the brave level, and the remaining 5 are all at the elite level. And they are not pure vampires, but have various types of vampires. For example, among the 2 brave level ones, one was the Crimson Blood Armor, who had fought with Gu Shi's men before. The other one is a Bloody Maid, a vampire belonging to the legal system. When they appeared nearby, Gu Shi was also a little confused. He didn't know what was going on. But these vampire heroes, brave men and elites, knew what they were going to do. And they quickly stood in the light pillar under the skull of the bone dragon. Then, a crown similar to Dietrich's appeared on their heads. This, Gu Shi looked at Eve with some confusion. Only then did Eve's eyes show a look of understanding. It seems that this is the most critical step. The original failure of the Howling Duke failed here. The blood dragon crown he adjusted was correct. But there were a few things he didn't do well. The first is insufficient energy. The second is that the place chosen is wrong. The Wailing Castle has already been built, and performing such a ceremony will obviously destroy the layout of the city. In the end, he is unwilling to give up his own rights. The last step of the Blood Dragon Head Crown was to divide the power of the city among his 10 heroes, or brave men. If there is no separation and the rights are forcibly retained, the final result will only be failure. No matter how high the previous success rate is, the final outcome will be the same. Listening to this situation, Gu Shi also understood in his heart that Dietrich was able to pass this last level simply because of luck. Because Dietrich was temporarily managing Dragon Blood Castle, he himself knew that when Gu Shi had other leader-level heroes in his hands, he would send them to replace him. Therefore, he did not have too many thoughts about the power of the Dragon Blood Castle. When faced with such a request, he directly delegated his power. If it weren't for the limited number of heroes at hand, he would even want to bring 10 vampire heroes to share the power. How could it be like now, where there are still 7 vampires who are not heroes? While Gu Shi was talking about this matter with Eve, Dietrich also completed the last step of making the Blood Dragon Crown. Lead gray crowns appeared on the heads of the 10 vampires, and a bloody cloak appeared on their bodies. Then a voice came to Gu Shi's ears. The ceremony is completed, and the attributes of the territory change. The ceremony is complete. Dietrich gets a new piece of equipment bound. Can be unbound, Blood Dragon Crown, orange dot. The ceremony is completed. Alan, and Matthew and other heroes, braves, and elites, 10 in total, receive new equipment, bound. Cannot be unbound, Blood Dragon Crown, orange. Accessory. The ceremony is completed. The territory level is raised by 1 level, and the ritual hall level is +1. The ceremony is completed. The level of all residents and soldiers in the territory +1. The ceremony is completed. Chapter 963 Orange Equipment and Blood Castle. While the messages were bombarding Gu Shi had already walked towards Dietrich. Although he received all the information, what Gu Shi was most concerned about was the orange outfit that had turned into the Blood Dragon Crown. Blood Dragon Crown, orange. Hat. Dietrich. After equipping, all soldiers in the city where the wearer is located will have their level increased by 1. Equipment requirements: Intelligence 10, Perception 10, Charisma 10. Special 1, Blood Dragon 10 crowns. Wearing the Blood Dragon crown will increase the wearer's level by 5 levels, and it can also be divided into 10 secondary items. The wearer's level can be increased by 3 levels, and all wearers of secondary items can establish a crown guard, hundreds of people, and the level of those who join will be increased by 1 level. Special 2, Blood Dragon Body Protection. Those equipped with the Blood Dragon crown will not be affected by the negative effects of purple equipment within the range of the Blood Dragon Blood Castle as long as they are within the influence of the Blood Dragon Crown. Those equipped with accessory items will be exempted from the negative effects of purple equipment. Equip negative preparation effects. Special 3. Breath of the Blood Dragon. Those equipped with the Blood Dragon Crown can concentrate the power of the Blood Dragon Crown to carry out a full blow, all soldiers within the range of the Blood Dragon Blood Castle. Those equipped with secondary items can use it with the power of 10 people. This blow. Special 4. Blood Dragon Blessing. Those equipped with the Blood Dragon Crown. As long as they are not actively untied from the Blood Dragon Crown. Even if they die in battle, they can be resurrected at the location where the ritual is completed, no limit on the number of times. Those equipped with secondary items can be resurrected after death in battle. Resurrection once through Blood Serpent Crown, must use blood. Note 1. Wearing this Blood Dragon Crown. You are the master of this city. But you cannot leave this city. As long as you step out of this city, your level will drop rapidly until you give up the Blood Dragon Tiara, or until returning to the city. For this reason, those who wish to leave the city, please give up your crown and pass it on to someone in need. Note 2. The Blood Dragon Crown can achieve such quality and effect this time. Not because of the ceremony, but because of the things put into it. Please don't really think that this ceremony is omnipotent. Looking at the information on the Blood Dragon Crown on Dietrich's head, Gushi didn't know what to say. Gushi knew very well that the equipment in front of him was of orange quality. But everything was centered around the scope of the Dragon Blood Castle. The biggest benefit for Dietrich here is that his level is temporarily raised by 5 levels. But Gushi knew very well that the reason why he was promoted to 5 levels was entirely because he gave him a level 34 Dragon Corpse. If it weren't for this Dragon Corpse, I'm afraid it wouldn't have such a strong effect, let alone directly improve all the soldiers in the city by 1 level. As for the Blood Dragon Body Protection, it can only allow Dietrich to equip more purple equipment, but cannot immediately enhance Dietrich's strength. The last 2 points are one for desperate moves, and the other for quick resurrection after death. The effect is quite good, but for Dietrich who cannot leave the Dragon Blood Castle, this is actually not a good attribute. Dietrich, you stay here for now. Once I have a new leader, I will ask him to come over and replace you. Before that, you will manage this Dragon Blood Castle. Dietrich knew Gushi's plan early on, and after hearing what Gushi said, he also spoke decisively. Please rest assured, sir, I will take care of everything here. After Dietrich responded, Gushi had some time to look around and read about the situation of Dragon Blood Castle. City name, Dragon Blood Castle. City direction, large barracks and fortresses. City characteristics, dragons and blood, this place mainly produces vampires. City level, level 4, 3+1/4+3. Core buildings for 7 Assembly Hall, gives 2,500 negative energy points every day. Soul Calling Tower, Barracks, Tavern. Special buildings, Dragon Pond, Blood Energy Well. Large buildings, 11/19 Blood Pool, produces bloody sludge monsters. Blood Camp, produces twisted blood slaves. Blood Cave, produces crazy blood beasts. Vampire Building, produces vampires. Blood Armor Foundry, produces dark red blood armor. Blood Valley, produces vampire cavalry. Blood Altar, produces vampire priests. Blood Palace, produces vampire knights. Red Yarn Spinning, produces vampire maids. Blood Curse Camp, produces blood mages. Dragon Slaying Platform, produces blood dragons. Medium-sized buildings, 31/42 Blood Farm. Blood Garden. Blood Laboratory. Blood Farm. Underground Farm. Blood River Farm. Small buildings, 44/65 Bloodstain Moat. Carriage Station, unbuilt. Piranha Valley. Bloody Lumberyard. Underground Mine. Poison Sewer. Toxic Blood Pool. Magical Blood Pool. Weird Blood Pool. Biting Water Prison. Hidden the Secret Room. Auxiliary Buildings, 78/127 Bloody Sink. Ghost Oil Painting. Blood Candle Lamp. Garrison Heroes, Dietrich Leader. Alan. and Matthew. Garrison Troops, Day of Function Corps. As the information about Dragon Blood Castle popped up, Gushi also saw the current situation of Dragon Blood Castle. The most important of these are naturally the 11 existing large buildings, which contain vampire troops of various levels, from bloody mud monsters to blood dragons. Among them, vampires, vampire knights, vampire maids, blood mages, vampire cavalry and vampire priests are relatively traditional vampire troops, bloody sludge monsters, twisted blood slaves, crazy blood beasts, dark red blood armor, and blood dragons are alienated vampire troops. In addition, there are giant bats, bloody piranhas, and the like that are not considered military units. It can be said that the dragon blood castle in front of him is enough to provide Gushi with a new racial unit. If necessary, approximately 30,000 troops can be mobilized from here at any time. Of course, no corresponding corps has been formed here yet, and even battalion-level troops have not yet been established. The management of 30 to 40,000 vampires is still a bit chaotic. Dietrich also needs to further manage the Dragon Blood Castle. Let's wait until this place is completely stabilized. After seeing the situation of the Dragon Blood Castle, Gushi said to Dietrich, "Dietrich, your next task is to develop the Dragon Blood Castle. This place belongs to a guild called Steel Ghost Claw. Although something went wrong this time, I am not sure now whether Bai Lianqing will give this world back. But no matter what, the Dragon Blood Castle is in my hands now. I invested a lot of resources into it, and I couldn't let those resources go to waste. In the next period of time, you will guard the Dragon Blood Castle for me. Anyone who wants to attack the Dragon Blood Castle is an enemy. Kill them and turn them into undead." After listening to Gushi's words, Dietrich smiled and said, "Sir, please rest assured. Once this Dragon Blood Castle is in my hands, no one can take it away." Dietrich was naturally confident when he said this, because just now, his level had been temporarily raised to level 25, and he chose the second attribute enhancement. Before the level 30 enemies appeared, he was considered invincible in this area. Chapter 960 For the enemy arrives. While Gushi was dealing with the Blood Dragon Crown and the Blood Dragon Castle, Amilcar also encountered the White Silk Knights, who came from White Silk City. These are the Death Knights, who came to hunt down the black players. Their levels are roughly between level 13 and 15. And there are less than 30 of them. This is already the limit of Balian City's arrangements. After all, black players are scattered in different games, and many games require manpower arrangements. It is impossible for people in Balian City to send all the Balian Knights to the game. They can only send a few people in each game. Other battles are mainly based on player guilds. Of course, the senior officials of Balian City are not worried about the Balian Knights being beaten. Now they are in the game of Balian City, in his own territory. If he really encountered someone who dared to take action against the White Knights, he would definitely be a black player. So even if Amilcar was found to be accompanied by more than 1,000 Blue Knights, the less than 30 Death Knights showed no fear. Instead, he stared closely at the Blue Knights behind Amilcar. "How about it? Are they the people from the Fusion Society?" one of the Death Knights asked after observing for a while. "No. Black players will only invest all resources on themselves, and will not raise so many subordinates. Didn't you realize that about 300 of his Blue Knights are above level 15? Moreover, they did not attack when facing the players from the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild. This shows that they know what they are doing. This is not the case with black players. Don't do anything. I'll go over and ask which unit he's from." The Death Knight spoke as he rode his horse forward. Su Yong, who had attracted the Balian Knights, looked unhappy. He knew that once the Death Knight passed by and inquired about the matter, the battle would not be fought. In that case, his signaling would offend the people of the Balian Knights. Su Yong was also secretly annoyed at this time. "You said there are so many troops on the opposite side. Why don't they take the initiative to attack?" "You took the initiative to attack." According to his understanding of the Death Knights of the Balian Knights, they will always help the player at this time. Just as Su Yong was cursing in his heart, a voice sounded in his ears. "So it was you who lured these Death Knights away? Since you helped me, why don't I help you too?" Su Yong was shocked. He knew exactly why he came to the game world of the Steel Ghost Claw Guild this time. They came here this time to block all the external channels of the game, so that the White Train Knights could hunt down the black players. However, after he came here, the black players did not meet many, but instead met leader-level heroes like Amilcar. Su Yong is a fool. He has already understood the meaning of what he just said. The flare he fired just now attracted the Death Knights of the White Knights. It is equivalent to breaking a hole in the original Death Knight's defense line and releasing the enemy that should have been trapped. Su Yong, who wanted to understand this, lowered his head, fearing that his current expression would be seen by the Death Knight. At the same time, various thoughts kept flashing through his mind, hoping to think of some good way to solve the problem at hand. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his head. It felt as if someone had put a bell on his head and struck it hard. His mind suddenly became dizzy, and everything in front of him began to appear as double images, making it difficult to see what was going on around him. Even in his sight, there seemed to be a man in black robe beside him. The black robe on this black robed man looked like it was made of black mist. One hand is holding a staff made of white bones, and the other hand is holding a person's upper body. This kind of dress is relatively common among necromancers. When he was very weak, he dressed like this. However, after he passed level 5 at the Skeleton Fish Dragon Guild and was given the purple equipment as a reward, he slowly changed the way he dressed. Match your outfit to the purple outfit you've been assigned. This has been going on for a while. So long that he has forgotten what a necromancer should be like. Now looking at the necromancer in front of him again, a thought flashed through Su Yong's mind. Where did this newcomer come from? But the next moment, Su Yong immediately felt something was wrong, because he found that he seemed to be a little out of control. He actually took the initiative to lead the troops in the direction of Amilcar. At this time, the Death Knights of the Balian Knights met Amilcar and were interrogating Amilcar's identity. Su Yong's move was tantamount to destroying the balance in front of him. Amilcar immediately drew his weapon. The Death Knight, who was communicating with Amilcar, also had the same reaction. Fortunately, Amilcar wasn't someone who didn't know anything. He immediately set his target on Su Yong. As long as Su Yong rushes to a certain range, Amilcar will attack. At this time, the Death Knight suppressed the will to fight in his heart and said to Amilcar, "Don't attack yet. Don't panic now. Contact your superior and ask him to come out and communicate with me." Amilcar was about to speak when he felt as if he were affected by something, and the weapon in his hand wanted to stab forward. When Amilcar moved like this, the Death Knight also felt it. He put the long knife in his hand on the spear in Amilcar's hand and said loudly at the same time, "The black player is nearby. Everyone, be careful. Big man, calm down. Don't be affected. Think about your superior. What is the order he gave you?" Amilcar's eyes lit up when he heard the Death Knight's words. "Kill all the intruders. You retreat first. It will be safe if you retreat." As soon as Amilcar finished speaking, he pointed the spear in his hand at Su Yong. Under the command of Amilcar, all the Blue Knights bypassed the Death Knight and rushed towards Su Yong. Seeing Amilcar take action directly, these Death Knights also became nervous. They all knew what their mission was. But as the important force of Balian City, they could not watch the residents of Balian City being killed in front of them. So a Death Knight turned his horse's head, trying to rush in front of Su Yong and save Su Yong. But the characteristic of the Blue Knight is that it moves very fast and can overlap attacks. So many Blue Knights looked like a large group at first, but after taking a few steps, their troops gathered together, and it looked like a blue rainbow flashed in front of them. Directly, rushed in front of Su Yong's team. Prick. Chapter 965. The White Knight's Reaction Speed. The attack of the Blue Knights immediately penetrated Su Yong's troops. Su Yong, who was directly in front of the Blue Knight, was directly attacked by the Blue Knight, and was nailed to the ground by at least 30 spears. As soon as Amilcar took action, the Death Knights couldn't sit still. Several Death Knights drew their weapons, and were about to rush towards Amilcar. Although they all know that Su Yong has a problem. But they couldn't just watch a player die in front of them. This is inconsistent with their philosophy. The leader of the Death Knight felt something was wrong as soon as he saw this situation. He shouted, "Li Wei, Lu Jiang, stop!" But it was already too late. The two Death Knights had already rushed in front of Amilcar. Before, Amilcar looked at the face of these Death Knights, and did not take action against them. After all, Amilcar himself is the leader of the Knight class, and he naturally has a certain fondness for Knights. But now that they have taken the initiative, Amilcar will not tolerate them. At this moment, Amilcar turned the direction of his spear, and covered the two Death Knights, who were rushing towards him. This move also caused reactions from other Death Knights. The leader of the Death Knight was quite decisive. As soon as he saw the situation in front of him, he ordered immediately, "Lu Quan, Li Hua, Shurda, take action. The rest of you follow me to retreat." Upon hearing this, a trace of anger flashed in the eyes of all the Death Knights. They all understood the meaning of the leader's words. But this doesn't suit the style of their white training knights. Since the founding of the White Knights, they have always been moving forward. It rarely happens that one chooses to retreat before the war begins. Not to mention that I have never encountered someone who didn't fight back after being beaten and thought about running away like this. At this time, all the Death Knights showed their faces. They drew their weapons and said loudly, "Captain, we can't let it go like this. Captain, we can beat this guy. Captain, he has already launched an attack. But we are still retreating. Why don't we retreat?" The Death Knight leader roared loudly. "Shut up and do as I say." Upon hearing this, the other Death Knights could only turn their horses and head towards the direction controlled by the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild. An idea has arisen in their minds. When they find an opportunity, they must make Amilcar suffer a big loss. Only the three named by the Death Knight leader rushed towards Amilcar. Amilcar thought they were coming to attack him, so he immediately changed direction. In Amilcar's mind, since they were already fighting with the Death Knights, he was not afraid of conflict with them and just killed them all. But Lu Quan and the other three didn't think so. They didn't come here to attack Amilcar. When they rushed to a position still some distance away from Amilcar, they simultaneously threw 3 iron chains. As things, these 3 chains quickly wrapped around their companions. And then, they turned around and dragged their companions out without stopping. Amilcar, who was about to launch an attack, was stunned when he saw this situation. At this time, the fighting spirit in his heart was also suppressed. If the Death Knight really attacks him, he certainly doesn't have to be afraid. Not to mention other things. Even his 300 blue knights above level 15 can easily kill all the Death Knights here. But now these Death Knights have chosen to retreat, and Amilcar doesn't know what to do. Should I chase her or not? Amilcar also hesitated for a moment. At this time, chaos broke out among the Death Knights, who had already run several hundred meters. Captain, you are disgracing our white knights. Several Death Knights surrounded the leader and roared, as if they wanted to go back and fight Amilcar right away. Seeing their excited looks, the Death Knight leader looked calm. Do you still remember what our main mission is when we come in this time? Hearing this, a Death Knight's voice became louder. I thought the captain had forgotten it. Our mission is, you're going to kill all the black players here. How did you find out? Do you find that your brain has become a little unclear like the black players? Even though the opponent had more than 1,000 knights with similar strength to ours, they dared to directly charge forward and attack. Do you think you are a one-man army? Fart. If you really had such ability, you wouldn't hang around here behind me. The Death Knight leader kept cursing there. And slowly, the Death Knights also realized that the situation just now seemed not quite right. The captain is right. Normally, when they face a powerful enemy like the Blue Knight, they should retreat. Why would they want to attack? Don't say it's for the glory of the knights. The White Knights have always put mission above all else. Life is gone. Glory is nothing. So they would never be so stubborn and want to attack. What made them become what they are now? Suddenly a Death Knight shouted, Captain, is the black player we are looking for nearby? Yes, but I'm afraid he is no longer a black player. He should be a senior member of the Fusion Association. He is just trapped here, and now he is thinking of escaping. When the leader of the Death Knights was talking, Lu Quan and the others rushed back dragging the 3 Death Knights. The other Death Knights also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that their companions were still alive. After they were awakened, they realized how correct the judgment their captain had just made was. Captain, what should we do now? Wait for those from the mage group to come over. What are you waiting for? Let's find a way to contact the player behind the big guy. Tell him that the black player has arrived, and let him think of a solution. The Death Knight said without even thinking. Captain, is this still possible? But we don't know him. It doesn't matter if you don't know them. The ones who can come in at this time are either the remaining players of the Steel Ghost Claw, or the players who have received the mission from the City Lord's Mansion and come to build villages and block roads. Players who come to build villages mainly receive tasks from the 3 novice cities. We can know who the other party is by just asking. Lu Quan, please send a message and ask where the 3 novice cities are. This is the Wailing Castle. Right. Just ask who is assigned to the Wailing Castle, and send his contact information so they can speed up. Chapter 966, Discovering the Enemy's Traces. While Amilcar blocked the Death Knight, Gushi also led some of his men to withdraw from the Dragon Blood Castle. Ever since everything about Dragon Blood Castle was handed over to Dietrich, Gushi had been thinking about his next move. Gushi had just witnessed the situation in the Dragon Blood Castle. The entire Jialong Blood Castle can ensure internal self-sufficiency. But there is also a problem. That is, Dragon Blood Castle is too unique. If someone bypasses Dragon Blood Castle, there is actually no problem. Although Gushi himself didn't care about this. In his eyes, Dragon Blood Castle would be a source of new recruits for Aladovi City, mainly producing vampire troops. But it doesn't mean that Gushi has to give up some of the things he should have. Gushi, who came nearby, also saw a lot of resource points along the way. Although each of these resource points is not very eye-catching, the amount of resources produced every day is not large at all. These resources are usually supplied to the Steel Ghost Claw Guild. But it's different now. Gu Shi has taken over this place. Which means that Gu Shi has the opportunity to get a share. Gu Shi thought about it. And he planned to build at least 3 villages outside the Dragon Blood Castle, taking advantage of the fact that the Steel Ghost Claw Guild was unable to intervene in the game. At that time, all the resources between the village and Dragon Blood Castle will belong to him. Part of these resources is used to maintain the operation of the village and Dragon Blood Castle, and the other part is sent directly to Aladovi City. Not a bit left for the Steel Ghost Claw Guild. As for whether the village arranged by Gu Shi would be taken away by someone, Gu Shi was not worried at all. Not to mention anything else. Dietrich, who had already reached level 25, had to ensure that the Dragon Blood Castle would not be taken down. A vampire army of 30,000 to 40,000 people can ensure that peripheral villages and resource points are not robbed by others. As long as the defense is guaranteed, there is nothing Gu Shi would be unwilling to do. So when Dietrich started building the Dragon Blood Castle, Gu Shi immediately chose to lead troops to attack and prepare to build a new village. Of course, when Gu Shi did this, he still talked to Luing Wang. Gu Shi was very skillful when he said this. He didn't say that he wanted to occupy resource points or anything. Instead, he said that he had arrived at the Wailing Castle, and he found that he still had enough strength in his hands, and he planned to open up a traffic artery leading to the Wailing Castle, hoped to get some support on energy core and architectural design drawings. As for the materials needed to build the village, Gu Shi still had some on hand, and did not need to mobilize them from the direction of the Dark Swamp. Regarding his own statement, Gu Shi did not think that Luing Wang would definitely agree with him, but Gu Shi believed that Luing Wang would not object. After all, according to Gu Shi's guess, Luing Wang's mission was to block the route for black players to leave by building villages and other means. The more players who receive tasks from him and build villages, the higher his KPI will be. Gu Shi said that he could guarantee the construction of 3 more villages without using Luing Wang's resources, so he would definitely satisfy Gu Shi's wish. But what Gu Shi didn't know was that in addition to the letter sent by Gu Shi, Luing Wang also received an official document from the Balian Knights. In a very serious tone, the Balian Knights asked Luing Wang if the player who attacked the Wailing Castle was sent by him. If so, they would quickly send the player's identity and contact information. As for the use of this contact information, they didn't directly say. Looking at this official document, Luing Wang's expression changed several times. Is Gu Shi offending the Balian Knights? This is not easy to handle. Those guys usually go crazy, and even the people in the City Lord's palace may not pay attention to them. Forget it. I'll just pretend I didn't see this happening. If I can help suppress it, I'll suppress it first. Luing Wang thought to himself, and finally decided to help Gu Shi. After all, Gu Shi's letter had just arrived, and it was a small favor for Luing Wang. In addition, Luing Wang also knew Gu Shi's strength. A necromancer player who controlled the City of Death must have a considerable number of troops. A real conflict with the Balian Knights would not be a good thing. Then he might as well do some small tricks in the middle to secretly resolve the conflicts between them, so that whether it is Gu Shi or the Balian Knights, they will all be grateful to him. So Luing Wang quickly prepared and arranged for his own messenger to pack and send the things that Gu Shi needed. What Gu Shi wanted this time did not include any resources. As for the weight of the architectural design drawings, Luing Wang packed them up and transported them directly by air. When sending the things away, Luing Wang also wrote a letter to Gu Shi. It told Gu Shi that the conflict between him and the White Knights had been temporarily suppressed, and hoped that Gu Shi could have a good talk with the Death Knights of the White Knights. Solve this problem. Only in this way can the internal security of the game be ensured, and their pursuit of the Fusion Society cultists be ensured. After sending the letter, Luing Wang carefully thought about everything he had done, and then nodded with satisfaction. Another day filled with the light of righteousness. At this time, Amilcar also fell into a strange state. When the Death Knights of the White Knights retreated, Amilcar had the idea of hunting them out. At first Amilcar didn't pay much attention. After all, in his mind, the Death Knights had already taken action, and they were considered enemies. He had so many troops on hand, and it was a normal idea to go out and hunt them down. But just when he was about to lead the attack, Amilcar suddenly stopped. He squinted his eyes, and recalled when this thought came to him just now. Then Amilcar turned to look at the position where he killed Su Yong. Who's over there? Hearing Amilcar's question, a strange laughter rang in his heart. I never thought there would be such a stubborn knight hero. I hid it so well, and you discovered it. While speaking, a black mist appeared next to Su Yong, and a necromancer wearing a black robe and carrying a bone staff walked out. In the hands of the necromancer, he was still holding half of a human body. This person with only half of his body left has red skin. At a glance, he can tell that he is originally a player from the direction of demonic pagans. It's just that at this time, his eyes were closed tightly, and his head was lowered. It was impossible to tell whether he was dead or alive. When she saw the necromancer, Amilcar's eyes changed. Did you influence my mind just now? Chapter 967. The Blue Knights were completely destroyed. What affected your mind? Bah! Do I still need this trick to deal with you? The necromancer took a step forward, and a black shadow jumped out of him and came to Amilcar in an instant. Amilcar reacted quickly, and immediately thrust his spear at the black shadow. But before he could hit the shadow, his spear was blocked by the shadow. Then Amilcar felt like he was being controlled by something and couldn't exert any strength at all. At this time, Amilcar also understood what he had encountered. He gritted his teeth and activated his talent, and mobilized his troops. At the same time, he exerted force on his hands, trying to use his horsepower to rush forward a certain distance. At this moment, the black shadow that rushed in front of Amilcar twisted around and wrapped itself around Amilcar's spear. The necromancer also said something at this time. Shadow Corpse Explosion. At his words, the black shadow wrapped around the spear exploded instantly. Then Amilcar found that his body was covered with the black shadow that had just exploded. When he was covered with the black shadow, Amilcar felt that his body became stiffer. It felt like a corpse that had been dead for a long time and couldn't even move. Then Amilcar's body, as a corpse, was naturally affected by the corpse explosion and exploded on the spot. This explosion naturally blew up the nearby Blue Knight. The necromancer's shadow corpse explosion looks like a single explosion, but it actually gives people the feeling that it is somewhat similar to Gushi's serial corpse explosion. Gushi's serial corpse explosions will not stop as long as there are corpses. The necromancer's shadow corpse explosion will explode as long as it is touched by black shadow. When the black shadow exploded just now, it directly separated his body. There were many beings in the Blue Knight who were stained by the black shadow. When Amilcar exploded, a large number of Blue Knights also exploded. But before being blown up, Amilcar gave orders to the Blue Knight. Let them attack the enemy in front of them at all costs. So even if he was bombed, the Blue Knight kept rushing forward, focusing all his attacks on one point, preparing to use the number of people to kill the necromancer in front of him. But the necromancer laughed when faced with the attack in front of him. Are you kidding me? You're using the necromancer's own methods to attack the necromancer. Do you really think that if I appear right in front of you, you will have no other defense? The necromancer stepped back, and his black robe floated away. But his bones separated automatically. A body made of bones was separated. When this skeletal body jumped out of the black robe, everyone could see that he looked like many ghosts superimposed on each other. Many shadows of weapons and equipment appeared on his arms, and countless flames of different colors appeared in his eyes. This is exactly the ability of this necromancer. He is the third elder of the Fusion Society, in addition to having the strength above level 30 discovered by Gushi. He also has the ability to move freely in different games. The method for him to move freely is to sacrifice ordinary players to serve as the body for his descent. These players who have been visited by him will naturally die as hard as they can. The player's body will also become an undead in the hands of the third elder. As he went to more places, the number of these undead spirits also increased. The third elder usually borrowed the bodies of players in other games, so he could naturally bring these undead spirits with him one by one. Now these bones are arranged so that the body can be taken with them. The effect is the same as the overlapping charge of the Blue Knight. They all take the root of large numbers of undead. Use the Sea of the Undead to make up for the lack of combat effectiveness and weak vitality of the undead. Only more than 500 Blue Knights survived the explosion. Although the Blue Knights above level 15 accounted for the majority, there were no more than 1,000 people attacking like before, facing the defense of the enemy's bones. The Blue Knight only broke through the defense of more than 1,000 layers of bones, and had no further impact. A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the third elder, who took a step back. That's it? Even though you are strong, you are no better than those bone dragons before. The third elder turned his hand and pointed at the Blue Knight, who had lost his impact. Ghost Blast. The ghost explosion in front of him could be considered a type of corpse explosion, and the situation was similar to the internal organ explosion that Gushi had learned about. However, this kind of ghost explosion is not aimed at corpses, but at enemies in ghost state. All ghosts can be exploded, although the Blue Knights are replacements for the Death Knights. Normal people can tell at a glance that they are in a ghost state. This is exactly what you need in this situation. The most important thing is that the Blue Knight just stacked himself up just for the impact. This explosion naturally blew up all the Blue Knights. Under this explosion, the remaining Blue Knights were also blown to pieces. After completing this blow, the third elder looked at the big crater that was blown up in front of him, with a solemn expression flashing in his eyes. What kind of situation is this? There can be such a powerful force in such a poor place. Does this mean that I want to leave from this way? As the third elder spoke, he looked towards the Dragon Blood Castle in the distance. Of course, on the third elder's map, this place was also called the Wailing Castle. This time he came here because he wanted to use the blood pool at the bottom of the Wailing Castle to open a passage out of the world in front of him and go to another world. However, he was initially targeted by the Death Knights of the Balian Knights and was never able to come over. Now that I'm here, I've encountered such an enemy again. It seemed that someone had already calculated that he would go to the Howling Castle, and heavy troops were deployed here. Those Blue Knights just now were okay, although they were higher in level. They were not many in number. But if we encounter other types of troops, the fight will be troublesome. The third elder couldn't help but touch his chin, thinking about how he should deal with this matter. The fight must be to break into the Wailing Castle. We just have to wait and see how we fight. I don't know what happened this time. It was clearly agreed to sacrifice some players' bodies as temporary bodies. But in the end, not only did the sacrifice not take place as required, but it wasn't even carried out. Not only that, but their plan was discovered by the people in Balian City. Now he had to move the game quickly. This matter is not over yet. After he escapes, he must find out what is going on. He must turn all the players who sabotaged his plan into the lowest level game characters in the game. Must. Chapter 968 Confrontation. When the third elder was planning how to break into the Wailing Castle, Gushi has also received news from Amilca. When the third elder took action, Amilcar knew that this time he was facing the same powerful enemy who had previously destroyed the Bone Dragon army. So he used his ability to form troops and sent 10 Blue Knights to an inconspicuous corner. When the explosion occurred, these 10 Blue Knights had already run back to bring the enemy's appearance back to Dragon Blood Castle. Even if he died, he had to let Gushi know that the enemy had appeared. When Amilcar died in battle, Gushi, who was in the wild, also received the news immediately. He thought about it, and instead of checking how Amilca died, he immediately returned to Dragon Blood Castle and informed Luna to resurrect Amilca. Less than 20 minutes later, Gushi already knew what happened to Amilca. Looking at the 10 Blue Knights who survived, Gushi's face became quite ugly. I already know this. You should go back to Aladovi City first. Amilca has been resurrected at the altar of eternal slavery. If you go there now, you should be able to meet him and resurrect him. Please tell him that he has done a good job this time, and he will get what he wants when he returns. Gushi knew very well what Amilcar wanted most, and he had been working hard to obtain the establishment of a core. It's just that Gushi has always been suppressing this matter. On the one hand, it was because Amilcar only focused on the knights and looked down upon other troops and soldiers. At most, he would bring another group of gladiatorial blackguards, which made Gushi a little dissatisfied. On the other hand, Gushi didn't have the right equipment. After all, Amilca didn't have to prepare a giant garden like Dini. It's different now. Amilcar's death in battle made Gushi recognize Amilcar's dedication, which is why he said this sentence. After hearing Gushi's words, the Blue Knights also saluted Gushi. Then he quickly retreated. At this time, Gushi also clicked on the special mirror on his left wrist and contacted Luna. Luna, how long will it take before Liuju comes? She has arrived at Aladovi City, and is now rushing from the carriage station to the main city gate. She will be there soon. After hearing the news from Luna, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as Liu Fang arrived, Gushi had the combat power to fight against the level 30 enemy. At this time, Dietrich also sent someone to deliver the latest news. Sir, the enemy is approaching. Upon hearing the news, Gushi immediately went to the original mountaintop location. Standing at a relatively high position, Gushi could see a black-robed necromancer standing outside the Dragon Blood Castle. In his hand, he was holding half of a human body. The red-skinned demon heretic. It seems that is the half body found before. I have to carry only half of it with me. Is this important? No one could answer Gushi's question. After completing the ceremony, he returned to the city of Aridov. As for Demi and Dietrich, when Amilcar died in battle, they had already begun preparations for the battle. The reason why Dietrich was able to detect the arrival of the enemy in such a short time was because he had already prepared for battle. At this time, the third elder was standing in front of the Dragon Blood Castle. At this time, the Dragon Blood Castle and the Wailing Castle became different again. Because of the previous ceremony, a lot of the mountain mud and woods that originally covered the castle fell down, revealing the ruins below. When Dietrich captured the Dragon Blood Castle, he had been repairing and upgrading the Dragon Blood Castle there. But the time was too tight. With less than 2 hours, what could he do? There is no way to tidy up the city walls, let alone defense towers such as arrow towers. Fortunately, Dietrich's troops had also arrived from Huangquan Road. Their addition replenished the strength of the city. At least the city is no longer just those residents and level 8 or 9 vampire troops in the Dragon Blood Castle. At the same time, Gu Shi's undead transformation combat team and the Bone Dragon troops that had just completed their resurrection have also been driven out. These troops also gave Dietrich a lot of confidence. At the same time, due to the influx of a large number of troops, the energy near the Jialong Blood Castle naturally increased a lot. A layer of dark red blood cloud appeared over the Dragon Blood Castle. This kind of blood cloud is somewhat similar to the blood cloud Gu Shi encountered when the vampire cavalry attacked before. But at this time, in the blood cloud, the shadow of a dragon would appear from time to time. That is exactly the behavior and changes of Dragon Blood Castle after being stimulated by Yin Qi. This is to show one's own strength to the enemy and tell the enemy that there is a large army guarding this side, and they are not easy to mess with. Seeing the dragon in the blood cloud, the third elder's face became a little ugly. What AHL? What is going on? The third elder could clearly feel that the dragon in the blood cloud could suppress him in terms of strength. In his eyes, this is unreasonable. They have already checked Balian City and found that the strongest player here has not reached level 20. He only has 3 orange equipment in total, and they were all passed down by the previous city lord. That's why they regard Bai Lianqing as a fusion target. But what is going on in this situation? Although the dragon in the sky did not have any halo on it, the third elder always felt that this dragon was stronger than himself. Just when the third elder was confused as to what was going on, Gu Shi had already called out Bryce and Yongdo. Do you see that guy down there? When the battle starts? Yudo, you take the first shot. Yongdo understood what Gu Shi wanted to do as soon as he heard it. Sir, please rest assured. I know what to do. Mana extraction, coupled with the slowness spell. I guarantee that he will not be able to exert his full strength. Bryce glanced at the position of the third elder and said, Sir, please rest assured. We are in a good position now. It is quite easy to focus our fire to hit the opponent. However, the number of skeleton shooters is still a little small. I am afraid that there will not be 10,000 people. Get rid of him instantly. You don't have to kill him in an instant. Did you see the half of a person he's holding in his hand? Before, I thought it was because Aladovi City couldn't find any players to swipe in. There were obviously 5 corpses, but only the undead transformed by 4 players were found. Now it seems that 1 player is still alive. That guy has been carrying this half-dead player, so his presence must be very important. Don't rush to take action now. After the war begins, you will take action again. There is only one chance. You must deal with the guy with only half of his body left. Chapter 969 Mana Extraction. While Gu Shi was arranging his subordinates Dini and Dietrich were also arranging their respective subordinates. They all know that there is only one altar of eternal servitude in the city of Aladovi, and the higher the level of the undead, the longer it will take to resurrect. Many of the troops following them now were brought out by them personally. If a large number of people died in battle, it would take a long time for them to be resurrected. Not to mention the experience points that are reset when resurrected. For high-level undead, those experiences are accumulated bit by bit. If they were cleared directly, all their efforts during this period would be lost. In order to protect their own interests, Dini and Dietrich must also work hard to maximize their combat power while ensuring the safety of their men. At the same time, because Amilka has not yet been resurrected, Gu Shi and others are not sure what will happen when the enemy takes action. Now Dini and Dietrich are proceeding according to their own plans. So in the Dragon Blood Castle, Gu Shi obviously had a strong enough force, but he had several different arrangements. This makes the actions in Dragon Blood Castle somewhat chaotic and disjointed. This was easily discovered by the third elder. At first, he was staring at the shadow of the dragon in the sky, hesitating whether to take action. Now, he laughed instead. This is a good thing. The Wailing Castle is so powerful. As long as he takes it, he will get even more benefits. With this thought in mind, the third elder took a step forward, and a halo appeared at his feet. Then he confidently moved towards the direction of the Dragon Blood Castle, as if he didn't take the enemies in the Dragon Blood Castle at all. In fact, the third elder himself knew it. He had been staring at the dragon in the sky. Before Jialong took action, more than 80% of his attention was on the sky. At this time, Dietrich had already started to take action. The three vampire heroes in the Dragon Blood Castle each commanded different troops, and appeared at the highest point of the city wall and the city gate. The fastest ones were ordinary vampires, which were the most transformed soldiers by Gu Shi through spiritualism. After all, Gu Shi had no idea of converting cannon fodder units, such as twisted blood slaves, when these vampires rushed out from all directions. The third elder also smiled. The third elder usually plays corpse explosion. He was very good at all kinds of corpse explosions, in addition to the shadow corpse explosions and ghost explosions that have been used before. There are also those that directly explode other people's blood, directly explode other people's bones. And there are even ones that can directly trigger explosions in the enemy's body, leaving a complete skin in the end. Although explosion is not the style of the necromancer, corpse explosion is the basic skill of the necromancer. There is no one else who can play with corpse explosion like this. When the vampire in front of him flew over, the third elder immediately laughed. Blood mist breaks out. He pointed at a vampire who was relatively close to him. The vampire was blown into a bloody mist on the spot, and the blood mist caused subsequent explosions. As long as the vampires are exposed to the blood mist, they will all be within the range of the explosion. In just a few seconds, all the vampires in this batch were killed in the blood mist. The remaining vampires also stopped rushing downwards, and had no intention of flying further down. The vampire didn't move, but Dietrich moved. Enter Sir Vampire. Sir Vampire is an assassin-type sword vampire that can teleport. They use two-handed swords, which looks like weapons for fighting, but they have the ability to teleport, and are used to rushing behind the enemy to fight. There is this kind of vampire knight in the city of Aladovi, and there are also such soldiers in the Dragon Blood Castle. When Gu Shi summoned the souls, he naturally did not miss the addition of such troops. Under Dietrich's order, a vampire knight leader and 60 vampire knights appeared behind the three elders. The third elder felt it the moment they appeared, so the third elder turned back and pointed the bone staff behind him. Death energy explosion. There was a burst of explosions behind him. In the explosion, all the vampire knights were blown out. At the same time, the third elder took another step forward, heading towards the main city gate that Gu Shi had not closed yet. At this moment, Gu Shi heard the sound of drumming. This voice was very familiar to Gu Shi. Gu Shi had heard it countless times before in the sedan chair. That was the sound of Li Yufeng's wedding procession. Li Yuzha has arrived. With such a guarantee, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Yudo and Bryce and said, "Start." After hearing this order, Yudo took action immediately. The preparation time for the demon sacrifice camp is the longest, but as long as they are ready, they will be the fastest. The moment Gu Shi's words fell, Yongdo used two magic rituals, mana extraction and slowness. All these two spells fell on the third elder. The next moment, a huge halo exploded around the third elder. It can be said that at this moment, Gu Shi directly removed the third elder's background. Mana is the most important existence of a mage. Without life, mana can still make a comeback. But without mana, the mage has only one way to be killed. When his own mana was drained away, the third elder immediately wanted to control his mana and draw his own mana back. But in addition to being affected by the mana extraction, he was also affected by the slowness spell. Although the difference in strength between the caster and him is quite large, but Yudo used magic rituals, and the area of effect spells were targeted at him alone. The effect was somewhat effective, but the third elder's reaction was still a little slow. A large amount of mana formed countless large and small blue ghosts, and flew towards Yudo. This kind of extraction of mana also shocked Gu Shi. He didn't expect that the third elder's magic power was so condensed, and even had a hint of spirituality. This level of magical power has already exceeded normal levels. It seems that when reaching level 30, the mage will have a strengthening of his own magic power. At this moment, Bryce also attacked in the direction of the third elder. "Follow me and shoot." Under Bryce's order, tens of thousands of bone arrows flew out. The third elder was about to summon back his magic power when he suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his ears. The third elder was still affected by the slowness technique. He slowly raised his head and only had time to see the arrow flying less than 20 meters away from him. This rain of arrows was like a dark cloud. Not even the three elders could get out of the way, let alone the negative effects of the slow spell now. Before the rain of arrows fell, he only had time to do one thing: protect himself with a black mist cloak. Chapter 970, the third elder being blackened. As the rain of arrows fell on the black fog of the third elder, most of the arrows seemed to hit the thick leather and disappeared into the black fog. But there were also a few arrows that accurately hit the half of the body held by the third elder. The third elder's black mist could not defend him. At least the third elder was not focusing on this right now. By the time the third elder reacted, this half of his body had been nailed into a candied Hawes target, and it was covered with arrows. The third elder looked at the half of the body he had been holding in his hand, then looked up in the direction of Gu Shi, his eyes becoming blurred. The reason why he carried this half-body back and forth was to use this devil pagan to open the door to other game worlds. As a result, they all arrived and were killed instead. This made him quite angry. At this time, he had only one idea: to blow up the entire castle in front of him. Use the lives of players in the castle to open a passage to other game worlds. Anyway, he must leave this damn place. The third elder took another step forward and raised his bone staff, preparing to launch a powerful corpse explosion on the Dragon Blood Castle. But he found that under the rain of arrows just now, he was only focused on defense and forgot that his mana was being drained away. Now the third elder's magic power has been drained, although his vitality and physical strength are still there, and he can still use the various weapons in his hands. He can no longer use his most skilled corpse explosion spells. At least, he couldn't blow up the Dragon Blood Castle in front of him with one blow. As he thought, the third elder, who realized something was wrong with his situation, raised his head and glanced at the phantom of the dragon in the sky. That was the enemy he had been guarding against. This is exactly when he is at his weakest. If the dragon shadow takes this opportunity to attack, he will definitely be killed. For this reason, the third elder understands that he must restore his mana, even if it is only a little mana. Thinking of this, the third elder reached out and touched his waist, preparing to drink the medicine. But at this moment, the vampire knights, who had just been blocked by the explosion, moved. They teleported again and came to the third elder, with a two-handed sword in their hands. They slashed at the third elder. The third elder's movements were still slow at this time. Facing such an attack, he could only release his own aura, hoping to use his own aura to block these vampire knights. However, the situation of the third elder is not that good. He is a necromancer himself, and a necromancer who follows the corpse explosion route. The same is true for his aura, which is to enhance the power and range of the explosion. At most, it can enhance some intelligence or something. Anyway, the third elder's aura is not suitable for the situation at hand. At least this aura is not used to strengthen close combat. When the halo popped up, the vampire knight did not retreat. Instead, he pounced on the third elder as if he was desperate for his life. At this time, the third elder flicked his hand and threw half of the body out. And at the same time, his body fell backwards. A large number of bones came out of the black robes, blocking the attack from the vampire knight for the third elder. With the help of the defense of these bones, the third elder finally recovered from his sluggish state. He quickly stuffed a bottle of magic potion into his mouth, preparing for another corpse explosion or something. Unexpectedly, Yongdo took action again at this time and extracted mana from the third elder. The mana he had just replenished was taken away by Yudo. Regarding this situation, the third elder was also angry. At this time, he roared, and the bone staff hit the ground heavily. The humanoid bones he released quickly picked up the third elder and prepared to drag him to a farther position. The third elder is a level 30 being. He can move the halo to a distant place. As long as he can sense the location, the halo will appear. As long as the halo is there, it doesn't matter where he places the corpse explosion. But at this time, neither Gu Shi nor Demi nor Dietrich had any intention of letting the third elder escape like this. Gu Shi was the one who was the farthest away at this time, but he immediately took out his magic wand and pointed it in the direction of the third elder. Spiritualism. Gu Shi had already seen that the skeletal figures carrying the third elder were not undead, like skeleton soldiers, but real bones. They are not undead. They are just corpses used by the third elder. Corpses can explode, so they can naturally summon spirits. Gu Shi didn't need to successfully summon the souls of all these skeleton figures, as long as he could influence one or two of them. The third elder has never encountered such a brainy being as Gu Shi. It can be said that the white bone human form in his hand has blocked quite a lot of attacks for him. But in the blink of an eye, these bones turned out to be his biggest threat. Under Gushi's necromancy, at least half of these bones turned into level 8 skeleton soldiers. Gushi didn't need them to fight the third elder. He just needed to drag the third elder back. The controllable bones under his command turned into other people's skeleton soldiers, which made the third elder angry. He had to pull back his robe made of black mist and released another group of his men. A large number of souls that are like points of light. These souls are also the souls of players who have been used by the third elder. When these souls were released, the body of the third elder merged into the soul and moved away quickly. Gushi wanted to take action again, but at this time, Gushi was not sure how these souls worked, so he could only give orders. Don't let him get away. Gushi knew very well that if he allowed the third elder to escape like this, after he recovered his magic power, it would be quite difficult for Gushi to find the other party. Gushi did not intend to guard against the enemy here. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity in front of him to kill the enemy in one fell swoop. So when facing the enemy, Gushi immediately gave the order to pursue. At this moment, the Bone Dragon and Ghost Dragon troops rushed out at the same time. They had suffered a great loss at the hands of the third elder before, and now they all wanted revenge. So at Gushi's order, all the Bone Dragons and Ghost Dragons rushed out. Dini and Diatrus also took action at the same time. They sent out those who could fly, teleport, or stop the enemy's advance. Anyway, all kinds of methods were used in order to prevent the third elder from leaving the attack range of Dragon Blood Castle. At this moment, Li Yuzhen, who had been standing next to Gushi and watching the battle, also moved. She was about to go out to attack the third elder. In Li Yuzhen's eyes, the third elder had some strength, but not much. Chapter 971. The two-headed bone dragon was killed again. Yuji, try this. Seeing Li Yufan trying to rush out, Gushi quickly stopped her. At the same time, he raised his hand and handed the enhanced Titan Slayer to Li Yufan. After taking the Titan Slayer, Li Yufan was stunned for a moment, then raised up the extra-long spear. This doesn't seem quite right. This is what I want. Don't worry, sir. I will like whatever you give me. Listening to Li Yuzhen's words, Gushi was also a little speechless. He didn't quite understand what Li Yuzhen was doing. But at this time, Li Yuzhen put his hand on the tip of the Titan Slayer's gun, pressed it down hard, and a bolt of lightning hit Li Yuzhen's body. The power of this kind of lightning is not very strong, but the effect is good, especially for living ghosts like Li Yuzhen. They need to watch themselves with thunder and lightning in order to prepare to change from yin to yang and break through level 35. When Gushi and Li Yufan were traveling together before, Gushi used the incarnation of Death Titan to continuously use lightning attacks on Li Yufan. Although the Titan Slayer in front of me is longer, the effect is good. There are no negative effects. And you don't have to use 7 different types of lightning. You can also throw a full-strength attack. It also provides increased attack power against larger enemies. No matter how you look at it, this is a good weapon. As for the issue of 7 meters in length, it is not important to Li Yufan. In the world she lives in, there are techniques similar to Rui or other means that can enlarge or reduce things. You can even turn a hill into the size of an ink. A 7-meter-long weapon is nothing. It can be turned into chopsticks, and you can eat with it. Just because he wanted to understand this, Li Yuji's expression quickly changed. He immediately held the Titan Slayer in his hands, and refused to put it down. As long as you like it, go and kill that guy later. Gushi pointed at the third elder, who was playing a running game below. At this time, he was being surrounded by all Gushi's men who could rush down. Normally, such an attack would be a trivial matter to him. No matter what method he uses, he can turn these enemies into corpses, and finally explode directly. The fireworks of corpse explosions were the most beautiful sight for him. But now that the third elder's most important magic power is gone, Yudo has noticed the situation over there, and he doesn't care about using the slowness technique now. As long as the third elder takes action to replenish mana, he will directly extract mana. The main thing is to prevent you from having magic power. After 4 or 5 attempts, the third elder also understood that this was not acceptable. If this continues, even if he goes out, he will be completely disgraced. This won't work. He must give the side of Wailing Castle a good look. Thinking of this, the third elder reached into his arms and took out something that looked like a dagger. This dagger didn't look very impressive, but the third elder had a serious look on his face when he took it out. His expression didn't look like a black player above level 30 at all. After he took out the dagger, he did not replace it with the bone staff he was used to. but instead pierced the dagger into his heart. After doing all this, the shadow of a dagger appeared between the third elder's eyebrows, heart, and the back of his right hand holding the bone staff. At the same time, the third elder was also very excited, as if he had changed his profession from a necromancer to a death knight, and his whole aura had changed, and his height has also increased significantly. The black mist on his body has turned into a black war horse, and the robe that was originally on his body has also turned into thick armor. The only thing that remained unchanged was the dagger inserted between his eyebrows, his heart and his right arm. Obviously this dagger temporarily turned the third elder into a death knight. Death knights don't need mana. At the same time, the halo around him also changed, from a halo that increased the power of explosions to a halo that increased the attack range. The third elder raised the bone staff. Under the influence of the dagger, the bone staff turned into a spear, and then the spear moved forward a little. He killed about 100 enemies in front of him with one blow. At the same time, the third elder pressed his left hand down, and a halo appeared in the air. The third elder's left hand stretched out from the halo and pressed heavily on the two-headed bone dragon in the sky. You can be resurrected. Right. I want to see how many times you can be resurrected. The third elder pressed the two-headed bone dragon to the ground with a strong left hand. It's just that the third elder is no longer a necromancer, but a death knight. He is no longer ready to explode at any time like before. Although the two-headed bone dragon was suppressed, it only had one head destroyed, and there was no big explosion like before. But this also angered the two-headed dragon. The two-headed bone dragon was killed by such a trick before. He finally came back to life, but his head was just gone. How could he bear this? So the two-headed bone dragon with only one head left didn't care that it was still seriously injured and pounced directly on the third elder. At the same time, his sternum automatically opened outwards and quickly bounced towards the third elder. That way clearly meant that he wanted to entangle the third elder. The third elder became a death knight. He was no longer the kind of being that fought with the mentality of a necromancer. The transformation of the dagger represented the transformation of his body, weapons and equipment, and mind into a death knight. Therefore, the current fighting style of the third elder is also the fighting style of the death knight. Facing the two-headed bone dragon that rushed towards him, the third elder rushed to the front of the two-headed bone dragon with a leap of horse. The bone staff that had turned into a spear in his hand was invisible to the outside world. Under this blow, the remaining head of the two-headed bone dragon was also broken into pieces. The newly resurrected Two-Skull is dying in battle again. Then the third elder stretched out his hand, took out an ice crystal the size of a thumb, and stuffed it into his mouth. If someone looks carefully, they will find that there is a shrunken brain wrapped in the ice crystal. Although it was wrapped in ice crystals, the brain was still beating slightly. After swallowing the ice crystal, the speed of the third elder's warhorse increased significantly. At the same time, the third elder had no intention of retreating. At this time, his eyes were covered with ice, but his mind was quite clear. The ice crystal just now is something special even among black players. The idea of a black player is to turn himself into a game character. The ice crystal and the brain inside it can allow the black player to temporarily improve his status in the game, from an ordinary game character to an important character in the game. That is, a key figure or a boss. The current third elder wants to strengthen his combat power and kill all enemies in his way. Chapter 972 Peak Showdown. The third elder, who had been strengthened again, did not stop at all. He quickly rushed towards the Dragon Blood Castle. The few mana draws just now let him know the location of the enemy who took away his mana. He is going to get his mana back now. As long as his mana returns, he can blow up the castle in front of him with just a raise of his hand. As for the possibility that he could not get in, the third elder had never thought about it. His current level has passed level 30. Although this level is the level of a game character, the level of a game character is also a level. Although it will be affected by the thinking of the game character, he does not believe that in this game world where the top level is 20. There are still people who can block his steps. The level 19 two-headed bone dragon is considered the strongest existence. He would kill as many enemies of this level as they came. So the third elder also rushed forward at this time. In the process of his charge, it was exactly as he thought. If a god blocks it, he will kill a god. And if a Buddha blocks it, he will kill a Buddha. No matter what kind of enemy is in front of him, as long as it rushes into his sight. The bone staff in his hand turns into a spear, and he can kill the enemy directly, in just a blink of an eye. The third elder had rushed to the bottom of the wall of Jialong Blood Castle. Neither the skeleton shooter troops on Bryce's side nor the blood mage troops on the city wall could stop him. At this time, the third elder became more and more proud. He understood that he had suffered a slight loss just now. And that was just because he was not familiar with Gu Shi's fighting style. Now that he no longer needs magic power, it just depends on what Gu Shi can do to him. But when the third elder was about to rush up the city wall, he suddenly felt a line of sight falling on him. This situation immediately alerted the third elder. As a boss above level 30, the third elder's perception is quite strong. But he would not take weaker enemies seriously. It's like normal people will feel the presence of mosquitoes. But if they don't check carefully, they won't consider which mosquito is staring at them. On the contrary, when some ferocious beasts target themselves, normal humans will feel hairy all over their bodies immediately. This is the situation that the third elder encountered in front of him. At this time, a trace of red light flashed in his frozen eyes. This is the biggest problem for black players. When encountering enemies, they will always fight head-on. The enemy may be very strong now, and the third elder's thinking needs to be distorted. The third elder raised his head and glanced at the dragon in the sky. The phantom of this dragon has always been there. And from the moment the dragon appeared in the blood cloud, he felt that the dragon was stronger than himself. So most of his thoughts were on Jialong. Although Jialong never took action, he never took that part of his attention away. Now that he had rushed to the city wall, a powerful gaze fell on him. There is no doubt that it is that dragon. The third elder thought to himself and quickly considered how to deal with the dragon. Maybe when he rushes to the city wall, the dragon will fall from the sky. With such a big body, he is definitely not that flexible. It should be possible to charge and attack him and pin him to the ground. Then he rushed forward and grabbed his magic power. As long as he has magic power, the dragon nailed to the wall can be baptized by his corpse explosion feast. Finally it was blown to pieces. What a great idea. The third elder thought about it more and more happily, and he wanted to give himself a thumbs up. While thinking about it, the third elder ran towards the city wall. As he rushed upward, he kept staring at the dragon in the sky, waiting for the dragon's shadow to change. Just as he rushed onto the city wall, the third elder suddenly raised his head and stabbed the spear that had turned into a bone staff in his hand into the sky. Under this stab, a bone-gray light flew into the dragon's shadow with the aura of the third elder. Strike first to gain the upper hand. After the third elder launched this attack, the phantom of the dragon in the sky did not become solid and launch an attack as he had expected. Nor did it show any sign of being nailed to the ground by him. It's like this phantom is just a phantom and has never been solidified. When the third elder saw this situation, he felt something was wrong. He secretly screamed something bad. At this moment, a 7-meter-long spear covered with a layer of ice pierced his face. What the hell is this? The third elder was stunned. What was the situation in front of him? This isn't right. While thinking about it, the third elder raised his left hand with a halo in an attempt to block the blow. But he never expected that when his left hand touched the spear, a bolt of lightning jumped over the spear. And this bolt of lightning hit the third elder's face directly. The third elder stepped back, trying to dodge the blow. But apart from light, there is nothing faster than lightning. The third elder only made a movement to fall backwards, but failed to dodge the lightning strike in front of him. With this blow, lightning hit the dagger inserted between his eyebrows. Under the attack of this lightning, the dagger between the third elder's eyebrows jumped and almost flew out from his eyebrows. But even so, the third elder's dagger's trick of transforming himself into a death knight was also cracked. At this time, the third elder's helmet changed from the death knight's armor back to the original black robe hood. This sudden change shocked the third elder. He quickly stretched out his hand to hold the dagger on his head. But at this moment, the spear that was thrust towards him turned again and directly penetrated into the body of the war horse formed by the black mist. No matter what the third elder's own strength is, the strength of the war horse was not that strong anyway. As soon as the spear penetrated, lightning exploded instantly, blowing the war horse composed of black mist into pieces on the spot. At this moment, the third elder felt for the first time the discomfort of being at the center of the explosion. Not to mention anything else, the shock wave caused by the explosion blew him away on the spot. But the one who attacked the third elder did not stop attacking because the third elder was blown away. Instead, he charged forward with the spear in his hand. The third elder flying in the air finally understood that the enemy in front of him would not let him go. So he turned around hard in the air, trying to stabilize his body. But he forgot that the dagger between his eyebrows had just been knocked off. Normally, as a Death Knight, even if he encountered such an explosion, he would not think about turning around in the air. Death Knights simply can't do that kind of thing. Only a necromancer would have weird ideas. A Death Knight would just make himself fall to the ground faster, and then get up again to fight. Chapter 973 Liu takes action. The Death Knight knew very well that with his thick armor, turning over in the air would simply make the stone lion step on the tightrope and embarrass others. They would rather hit the ground hard than do something that is impossible. But the mind of the third elder has been twisted, and the thinking that had turned into a Death Knight has changed back to the thinking of a necromancer. This time the situation was different. He just flipped in the air. As a result, when he turned over, his body suddenly cracked and his waist was twisted, and the spear took this opportunity to slam down, knocking the third elder to the ground. Then the spear flipped over and stabbed the third elder again. At this time, the third elder also discovered the problem with this spear. The person controlling the spear is not very tall, and the spear is too long. When thrust out, the retraction movement is obviously longer. This is the opportunity for the third elder. An idea flashed through the third elder's mind. Although he no longer had a warhorse, he still had the ability to charge. As long as he rushed to the enemy and avoided the attack range of the spear, with his current strength, he could hit anyone with one strike. Even the strongest two-headed bone dragon couldn't withstand his own attack. What could one do with weapons? So the third elder immediately stood up, dodged the blow from the spear, and then rushed forward as he thought. After taking a step forward, the third elder saw the person controlling the spear at the end. It was a beautiful woman wearing a red paper wedding dress. The paper wedding dress on her body looked like it was made of silk, and it also exuded a bloody smell with a strange fragrance. Other than that, there is nothing special about this woman. The third elder looked disdainful towards such an existence. Why should a woman dance with a big gun? She should eat the big gun. So the third elder took a step forward and punched the woman with his left hand. In the third elder's mind, he could break her head with one punch and then snatch the spear back. In this way, he also has weapons when he transforms into a Death Knight. But he didn't expect that when he punched, the woman shook her hand, and the spear in her hand was thrown into the air. Then, the woman's right hand formed into a palm and blocked the third elder's punch. Under this blow, the third elder even retreated some distance. However, the woman's reaction speed was faster than that of the third elder. As soon as she moved forward, she grabbed the third elder's hand, twisted his arm, and pushed him to the ground. The third elder has encountered many battles. Whether it was fighting desperately as an ordinary player at the beginning, or after becoming a black player, using his level to suppress others, he has never encountered such a situation. Being beaten like a normal person. This situation is wrong. A trace of uneasiness flashed in the third elder's heart. But the twisted nature of the black player made him lose the idea of retreating. He shook his body, and a halo appeared on him. Then he rolled over again, clenched his right fist, and prepared to hit the woman's head again. But when the third elder released the halo, a layer of halo also appeared around the woman. At the same time, the woman's hand turned into a knife and cut into the neck of the third elder. When the two halos collided, the third elder finally realized that the level of the woman in front of him was actually higher than his. This moment left the third elder speechless. This woman was naturally invited by Gu Shi specifically to come over to Liu. Although she is not an undead in the melee direction, her jade body is not a problem in melee combat. Especially her hands, which look like jade, but are actually harder than anything else. The hand knife passed across, and the third elder's neck was hit hard. Then Liu's hand turned into a claw and ripped into the third elder's halo. The armor on the third elder's chest was torn off by her. At this time, the third elder opened his mouth and spat at Liu. A mouthful of blood was spurted out. The blood sprayed on Liu's body with a breath of fire. Boom! The moment the blood came into contact with Liu's clothes were blown away on the spot. Faced with the situation in front of him, Liu did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, raised his right leg, and kicked the third elder hard in the lower abdomen. The armor on the third elder's chest had been torn apart by Gu Shi just now. Now the third elder had nothing to defend himself with. With one kick, the third elder took 3 steps back. Just as the third elder was about to sit down on the ground, the shadow of the dragon that had been motionless in the sky suddenly moved. When Liu threw the Titan Slayer into the sky before, it was the effect of the Titan Slayer's thunder, which brought with it all of Liu's power. However, Liu Fang's biggest problem now is the difference in height between him and the Titan Slayer. It's okay to attack with a gun in normal times, but this kind of throwing method, and it is thrown at close range, cannot play the role of a Titan Slayer at all. So when Liu Fang got the Titan Slayer, she had an idea at the first moment. When you use Titan's Thunder, don't throw it at the enemy, but at the sky. Let the Titan Slayer fly to the highest position in the sky. Then aim at the enemy and fall back down. This kind of attack not only has the full power of Titan's Thunder, but also has the striking method of God's Rod. The only problem here is whether the spear falling from the sky can accurately hit the enemy. Normally, if the enemy is as big as a Titan, this method will have little effect. After all, the 7-8 meter tall Titan is standing there. No matter how it deviates, it will not go anywhere, no matter how biased it is. It's better than throwing it randomly from someone who doesn't know how to throw. But the third elder in front of him was relatively small. So Liu had to push the third elder into the attack range of the Titan Slayer. That moment just now was Liu's move. When he kicked the third elder to the ground, Liu also looked up at the sky. At this time, she discovered that the dragon's shadow in the sky was gently tapping the Titan Slayer, who was flying to the highest point. All the power of the dragon shadow is also concentrated in the Titan Slayer. The thing turned into a dark red electric current, rushing down from the sky and piercing the fallen third elder. At this time, the third elder was still thinking about turning over and dodging. But as soon as he exerted force on his waist, he felt his eyes light up, and a dark red light filled his eyes. What is this situation? The third elder raised his hands and blocked them in front of him. But it was already too late. His hands, not the heavy shield of a knight, could not block anything. He only felt a burning breath starting from his hands and spreading into his body. Everything in his body was burned in the dark red current. Chapter 974 Harvest. 1 orange and 1 purple. The Jade Living Ghost Summon attacks the Dread Knight. Level 31. You get 1 experience point, 1 point for overflow and storage. The summoned object gets 79 experience points, 79 points for overflow and storage. And other undead participating in the battle get 216 experience points. With a clanging sound, the dark red lightning that fell from the sky dissipated. Gu Shi, who was far away, noticed that the Titan Slayer was inserted at the place where the lightning disappeared, where the third elder fell to the ground. Only black dust was left. The dust gathered into a human form and maintained the last movements of the third elder. Hearing this voice, Gu Shi muttered, "Dread Knight? What a pity." He was not talking about the dead third elder, but the new undead that was transformed into the city of Aladovi through double death. The 3 elders who were killed were in the state of fear knights. Although I am not sure what the question mark behind them means, I can be sure that the transformed undead must also be in the direction of the batch of death knights. The most you can do is choose one of Gu Shi's 3 alternative arms. This is not as good as the previous necromancer at all. If you kill him in the necromancer state, you can get a lich anyway. I suffered a bit of a loss this time. While Gu Shi was thinking, he walked to Liu's side. "Mr. Lang, why are you here? This battlefield is dangerous." Seeing Gu Shi coming over, Liu stretched out his jade-like hand and pressed it on Gu Shi. "It's okay. All the damn ones are dead," Gu Shi said calmly. "But Liu, you have to stay with me for a few more days this time." Gu Shi was still thinking about what to do if the third elder was not the only high-ranking member of the Fusion Society. This one is level 31. What if he sends Liu Fang back and another one comes? You must know that Gu Shi will not be able to leave here right away. He will have to stay here for a while. Liu didn't know what Gu Shi was thinking. When she heard that Gu Shi asked her to stay, her face turned red. "Just listen to my husband. Anyway, there is nothing to do in Chaohuanan right now, so I will only stay here for 10 days or half a month. Just think of it as spending more time with Gu Shi. And there are benefits for her to stay. Not to mention anything else. The Titan Slayer was worth a special trip for her." So Liu rested his head on Gu Shi's shoulder and stayed with Gu Shi as before. At this time, Gu Shi also stepped forward to collect all the black ash. Although this thing had been washed by lightning once, when collected, it was definitely considered a high-grade corpse material. The quality may be slightly worse than that of the dragon corpse. A person like Gu Shi would definitely not waste such good material. Even if these black ash cannot be used to transform the undead for the time being, it can still be used to strengthen a city like the corpse of a dragon. Or the next time Gu Shi transforms the undead, add a little black ash into it to see if it has any good effect on transforming the undead. While collecting the black ashes, Gu Shi discovered that even after the lightning attack just now, There were still 2 things left. This also made Gushi feel a little curious. He poured the black ash on the 2 items into a small jar bit by bit, and then picked up one of the items. That thing is the prop used by the third elder to switch between the state of the necromancer and the death knight. A dagger that is not too long. The dagger was not noticeable when it was inserted into the third elder's body before. But after taking the dagger in his hand, Gushi noticed that the dagger was actually made of cold iron with a cold aura. Except for the sharpened 3/4 point of the dagger. The other parts were quite thick. Gushi also saw 2 different images on both sides of the dagger. One looks like a pure skeleton, and the other looks like a necromancer wearing a black robe. Underworld living dagger, orange. Prop. Fake. Special one. Incarnation of the underworld. Put your own power into the dagger and transform yourself into another career direction. Level and equipment will also be automatically transformed. Note 1. The living dagger from the underworld is a living artifact in the underworld. But life and death are the key to the underworld. Even if it is a fake, it still has the effect of an orange suit. Note 2. The transformation of the dagger must be of the corresponding profession, such as necromancer to death knight, alchemist to warlock, etc. It cannot be transformed randomly. Note 3. This orange outfit is a fake and has a limited number of transformations. Please find a way to deal with it. Otherwise this orange outfit may run out of energy and turn back into purple. At that time, the transformation effect will be lost, and the transformation may even fail. Looking at the information about the dagger, Gushi knew what was going on. The third elder at that time used the effect of this living dagger in the underworld to transform himself from a necromancer into a death knight. But the problem is, Gushi doesn't need to do such a thing. He is already the Lord of the Dead Witch, and his next step will only make him stronger and stronger, allowing him to better utilize the abilities of the 3 divine skills of death. He has no use for such a thing. And this fake thing, although it is orange, may one day turn purple. The frozen death finger bone last time was okay. Gushi used it on the spot. But when it came to the living dagger of the underworld in front of him, Gushi hesitated. He was afraid that no player would want this thing. After playing with the dagger in his hand, Gushi put it away first. At the same time, his eyes turned to another thing. The underworld living dagger survived the previous battle because of its orange quality. The one in front of me is probably of the same quality. Thinking of this, Gushi removed the dust from the thing and then picked it up. As soon as Gushi got the thing, his hand couldn't help but tremble, and he almost dropped it on the ground. Gushi was not surprised by the properties of this thing, but it was just that it was too heavy. It was only the size of a fist and looked like an inconspicuous black stone. But when Gushi held it in his hand, he felt as if he was holding a mountain peak. At the same time, Gushi could feel that there seemed to be a lot of energy and earthy atmosphere stored in this stone. When Gushi reached out, his hand was obviously stimulated by this thing. Ding! You get the Insure Mountains, purple. Insure Mountains, purple based on the body of a player, using mountains from countless games and the bodies of a large number of players as sacrifices. It is a special mountain that can be carried around with you, and a large number of player corpses are stored in it. Note, you are not the owner of this Insure Mountain range. You can only choose to release the Insure Mountain range, but you cannot retrieve it or carry it with you. Chapter 975 New Village. Is there such a thing? Gushi couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at the Insure Mountains on the ground. At this time, Li Yuzhen also reached over and glanced at the things on the ground. Then she raised her head and looked at Gushi. Mr. Lang, this is a good thing. Why don't you give it to me, and I'll take care of it? When he saw the attributes of the Insure Mountain range, Gushi already understood what this thing was like. Gushi had noticed before that the third elder led a large number of bones out of the black mist. He also used spiritualism to process these bones. Now it seems that these bones should be placed in the Insure Mountains. And there are still a lot of them. Gushi's guess was correct. There are also a large number of player corpses in the Insure Mountains, which are the bodies used by the 3 elders to travel to various game worlds. The third elder is quite powerful, so he will consume a player every time. Every time a player is discarded, the body will be stored in the Insure Mountains. As time goes by, the area of the Insure Mountains will become larger. On the surface, it looks like just a fist-sized stone, but if you really open it up, it's almost half the size of Mount Tai. And almost every step you take, there is a player buried or hanging inside who is unwilling to die. This can be seen from the negative energy and spatial effects that come towards you. If it weren't for the fact that this thing could only be released once, Gushi might want to open it now to see what was going on inside. Now that Li Yuzhen said this, Gu Shi couldn't help but ask, "Then what are you going to do?" "I plan to take it back and send it to the underworld to be warmed and nourished. Then I will use the Re method to sacrifice it and make it into a magic weapon that can be big or small, light or heavy." When Gu Shi heard it, this was not bad. He took back the Yinshu Mountains, which was to add a mountain outside the city of Eridovi. Beyond that, there's not much that can be done. This doesn't allow him to improve his strength all of a sudden. As for trying to master the effects of the Yinshu Mountains and releasing corpses from the Yinshu Mountains to fight at any time, that's not necessary. It can be said that the Yinshu Mountains may be sealed, but his city of death will not have any problems. There is no need for Gu Shi to add another useless thing to himself. In this case, it would be a good idea to treat the Yinshu Mountains as a weapon. Gu Shi's heart moved, and he quickly took out the secret record of Taishan Mansion from his arms. This book, Secret Records of Lord Taishan, which only has the first volume, records many things. In addition to the making method of an orange outfit, there are also the making methods of several magic weapons related to Taishan Fujian. There is something called the soul-suppressing seal inside. The quality of purple is the key thing in the possession of Lord Taishan. The most important thing is that the material required for the soul-suppressing seal is a mountain range in the underworld, preferably one that is full of Yin energy. A large number of corpses are raised in it, and then soaked in the pool of the underworld for a period of time. If Li Yuzhen hadn't mentioned this matter, Gu Shi would not have thought of this magic weapon. It's different now. This Yinshu mountain range looks very suitable. While Gu Shi was thinking about it, he took a look at the part about the method of making soul-suppressing seals in the secret record of Taishan Prefecture to Li Yuzhen. Li Yuzhen took a look and said decisively, "Sir, this matter is very simple. I can handle it." "That's good." As Gu Shi spoke, he released the holders of the underworld dragon robe and the soul lamp. Then he called out the Titan, the incarnation of death. Death incarnate Titan immediately injected the power of the Death Earth into the Yinshu Mountains. The holder of the underworld dragon robe kept issuing underworld edicts to the Yinshu Mountains. Only the holder of the spiritual lamp could directly light the spiritual flame and burn the fist-sized stone underneath. Even if Gu Shi wants to deal with the Yinshu mountain range, he must first occupy the Yinshu mountain range. He can't take this thing and transform it, and finally find that it's out of his control. Right? After letting the incarnation of Death Titan and the bearers of the Yellow Springs dragon robe and the soul lamp take action, Gu Shi said to Li Yufeng, "I'll take care of it first. After I'm done with it, you can take this thing to the underworld." Li Yuzhen heard that it was time to use her again, so she nodded affirmatively. After that, when she looked at those things, she paid more attention. However, it took the incarnation of Death Titan and his men a long time to deal with the Yinshu Mountains. Li Yuzhen couldn't go back in a short time, so she simply stayed with Gu Shi and went to build a village with Gu Shi. This is what Gu Shi wanted to do from the beginning. While fighting the third elder, Luing Wang's letter had also been delivered. A large number of architectural design drawings were also sent together, with the most critical architectural design drawings of the energy core. The quantity delivered this time was exactly 3 pieces. This is exactly the number of requests made by Gu Shi. It seems that Luing Wang really wants to improve his own KPI. After getting what he wanted, and with the support of Dragon Blood Castle, Gu Shi naturally moved much faster. He left the Dragon Blood Castle with his troops, and quickly headed towards the small plain not far away. This small plain was the location that Gu Shi chose to attack the Howling Castle at the beginning. When the third elder came here before, there were no troops guarding here, and the third elder's eyes were all on the Dragon Blood Castle. And he did not set his target here, so in the end it's relatively safe here. When Gu Shi came over, the heroes guarding here came out to greet him immediately. However, Gu Shi didn't say anything to them, and just put away the city gates, soul-calling towers and walls that were placed here. At the same time, Li Yuzhen also walked to the previous location of Zhaopingyuan. Standing at the original soul-summoning tower, Li Yuzhen looked around. "My dear, this place seems to be too close to the Dragon Blood Castle. I know, but I built a village here not to create any conflicts with the Dragon Blood Castle. My plan is to build an outpost here to handle transportation, trade, and other miscellaneous matters nearby. The Dragon Blood Castle directly manages the internal affairs of the castle." Gu Shi had already thought about the layout outside the Dragon Blood Castle. In addition to the Dragon Blood Castle, Gu Shi plans to build a total of 3 villages. There is one on the small plain in front of you. There was one in the woods before, and there is another one in the direction leading to the Forest of Rot. These 3 villages, plus the Dragon Blood Castle, will occupy a large area of territory nearby, forming an exclusive territory belonging to Gu Shi. Chapter 976 Wanbao Village. While Gu Shi was explaining the situation here to Liu Ji, he directed his men to clean up the small plain in front of them. When Gu Shi came here before, quite a lot of supplies were stored here. At the same time, some supplies brought from the dark swamp are also placed here. It can be seen that the small plain in front of them no longer needs to be tidied up. After Gu Shi demolished the city walls and gates, it can be used to build villages directly. Although Gu Shi already had a main city and 2 branch cities, but the village in front of him was the first time that Gu Shi built his own city outside. Gu Shi was still a little excited at this time. He personally brought the energy core to the center of the small plain, and they dug a hole near the stream and buried the energy core. After the energy core was buried, the undead laborers around Gu Shi quickly brought in various supplies. It is mainly composed of wood and stone. These materials were quickly placed into the newly dug pit. As a blue light rose from the pit, a 1-story wooden house with a stone base was built. When the stone-bottomed wooden house rose, a voice came to Gu Shi's ears. "You are building a village. Please name it." Regarding the affairs of the village, Gu Shi had already thought about it in detail when he was in the Dragon Blood Castle. The village in front of him on the plain below the Dragon Blood Castle was an affiliated village beneath the Dragon Blood Castle. Gu Shi was not the kind of person with any romantic instincts. He chose names based on practicality. The moment he heard the voice, Gu Shi responded immediately. "Name it Ringfort Village." The council hall is successfully established. The Ring Castle Village is at level 1. And a resident hero can be promoted. As such a voice sounded, the door of the stone-bottomed wooden house opened. Looking in from the door, you could see a table spread in a small room. There are cutlery, knives and forks, candlesticks and a map on the table. It can be seen from here that the assembly hall of Wanbao Village has been completed. At this time, Gu Shi didn't think much. Opened the door of the meeting hall and walked in. The first thing he saw was the map on the table. Just as Gu Shi estimated, because Wanbao Village is too close to the Dragon Blood Castle and is affected by the Dragon Blood Castle, the actual controllable range does not extend in the direction of the Dragon Blood Castle. Instead, a ring-shaped area was formed outside the Dragon Blood Castle. In other words, the entire area within 100 kilometers outside the Dragon Blood Castle is under the control of Wanbao Village. The small plain in front of us is just the starting point of Wanbao Village. The actual control range of Ring Castle Village is actually the section that Dini went to explore before Gu Shi took action against the Howling Castle. At that time, Dini cleared out many wild monster gathering spots and captured some wild camps and wild buildings. The most important thing here is naturally the various mines. Although there are not many in number, they have all been drawn on the map of Wanbao Village. City name, Wanbao Village. City direction, material transfer. City features, subsidiary city. This is a subsidiary city outside the Dragon Blood Castle, which has a certain strengthening effect on the undead in the direction of vampires. City level, level 1, 1/4. Core buildings, 1/4 assembly hall, gives 500 negative energy points every day. Warehouse, not completed. Barrack/market, choose one of 2. Not completed. Tavern, not completed. Field buildings, stone mine *1. Lumberyard *3. Mercury mine *1. Bloody herb garden *1. Windmill *1. Cemetery *1. Water wheel *1. Large buildings, 0/3 evil temple, not yet built. Cemetery, not yet built. Spiritual tomb, not yet built. Medium-sized buildings, 0/4 Scarlet Breeding Farm, not yet built. Altar of Eternal Servitude, not yet built. Labor Camp, not yet built. Mine Cart Station, not yet built. Small buildings, 0/8 Defensive Gate, not built. Moat, not built. City Wall, not built. Carriage Station, not built. Meeting Point, not built. Magic Fountain, not built. Patrol Point, not yet built. Energy Lighthouse, not yet built. Auxiliary Buildings, 0/12 none. Heroes Stationed, none. Garrison Troops, none. From everything shown on the map, Gu Shi could clearly see that Wanbao Village was just as he thought. A village mainly focused on collection, patrolling, and material transfer. There is a carriage station in the architectural design drawing from the city of Aradovii. This is a building that can be used for transportation with the city of Aradovii. Gu Shi will definitely build one. The blood breeding farm was a flying point that could be connected to the Dragon Blood Castle. Gu Shi naturally wanted to build one. The eternal slavery priest is easier to understand, as it can resurrect the undead who died in battle. Even if the Ringfort village in front of us is a village that is used for material transfer, its defense must keep up. And there will definitely be patrols. In this way, ensuring the resurrection of the undead under his command has become a top priority. If it weren't for the fact that the current level of Huanbao village is still relatively low and various plots of land have not yet been developed, Gu Shi would definitely put a few more buildings here to strengthen his troops. There is no way to deal with large and medium-sized buildings, so Gu Shi can only think of small buildings. The three-piece set of city gates, moats and city walls are used for defense, so there is no need to say more about this. The assembly point, magic fountain, patrol point and energy lighthouse. These 4 buildings are all used to allow Gu Shi's men to patrol more safely. It can be said that as long as Gu Shi's heroes patrol here, they can get various effects and support from the Ringfort village. Finally, there is the labor camp and the minecart station. This is a building used to transport mining workers and bring materials back. It all came from the support of Luing Wang. It can be said that Gu Shi put a lot of effort into selecting a suitable architectural design for Huanbao village. But it turned out that Gu Shi's choice this time was quite good. As far as the situation in front of him is concerned, Gu Shi is quite satisfied. Gu Shi turned to look at the hero guarding here. This is the tool hero that Gu Shi used when he first defeated the Wailing Castle. His name is Meg, an undead hero with no characteristics. The talent is Skeleton Soldiers, which will provide certain blessings when commanding skeleton soldiers. But there are too many such heroes under Gu Shi. He usually just wanders around with some skeleton soldiers, and he doesn't even have the job of attacking the Wailing Castle. But one advantage of this kind of tool people is that they know their position. Ask them to do something, and they will do it seriously. Just like when Gu Shi asked Meg to stay here before. He stayed there honestly. Even if there was a problem outside, he didn't jump out on his own. It is the same now. Gu Shi waved to him. Meg, from now on you will be responsible for the construction, development, and patrolling of this Ringfort village. Chapter 977 Asymmetric Information Difference. After the Huanbao village was built, Gu Shi did not rush to the next place, but stayed here for a day. After helping Meg sort out everything, and even taking Meg on a patrol outside the Dragon Blood Castle, Gu Shi took Liu Fang towards the Rotten Forest. Luing Wang had said before that the Forest of Decay was allocated to the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild. That's where the third elder came from just now. When the third elder appeared, Gu Shi sure saw a signal flare appearing in the sky over there. Then Amilcar appeared, and the 3 elders appeared from that side. Although some time had passed, Gu Shi still remembered this incident. Now that he had time, Gu Shi naturally wanted to go over and see what was going on over there. There is also a player who needs to settle this account with the Corpse Ichthyosaur Guild. Not to mention anything else. Just because they came here on their own initiative, Gu Shi could count them as an invasion. With this excuse, it should be possible to ask them to retreat a certain distance and give up some resource points. With this thought, Gu Shi naturally attacked with a large army. The Bone Dragon troops flying in the sky are led by the Ghost Dragons, and the transformed undead combat team on the ground is commanded by the Bone Titan. In addition, the Bone Cutting Battalion and the Black Spear Battalion were all transferred out. This is to ensure Gu Shi's safety along the way, and also to ensure that the players of the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild can obey their orders honestly. After all, Gu Shi could feel that the Steel Ghost Claw Guild might not be able to defend the game world in front of him. The players of the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild will not give up the interests here. If Gu Shi wants to occupy more resource points, in addition to being reasonable, he must also have the ability to make the other party willing to reason. When Gu Shi was heading towards the Forest of Decay, the Balian Knights over there had also found out what happened before. Multiple testimonies proved that the previous flare was only done by Su Yong alone, and this incident could not be elevated to the level of collective behavior of the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild. This is going to be troublesome. Listening to the testimony sent over, the captain of the Balian Knights also had a headache. The previous conflict with Amilcar could have been resolved. After all, they didn't fight in the end, and they had already retreated when Amilcar took action. But there was a very serious problem. That is, after they withdrew, Amilcar's troops were completely wiped out. Although the Death Knights of the Balian Knights knew that this was done by the third elder of the Fusion Society whom they had been chasing. But he couldn't explain this thing clearly. You have to know that the purpose of their coming here this time was to trap the third elder and stop him from running around. As a result, not only did they not trap people, but they broke the defense network because of some false news. This matter is really difficult to handle. Captain, How about I go over and communicate with you? As you know, although I am a Death Knight, I have mastery of diplomacy. Although this thing is not of much use to players, it is better to be able to communicate than not to be able to communicate. At worst, we'll pay a little. I believe that the players behind that Night Force must give by lynching face, no matter what. Yes, Captain. It's not that we don't want to communicate with him. It's just that we haven't found his contact information. So we can't explain the situation in detail. This is what caused such trouble. As long as we explain it clearly, I believe this matter can be resolved. The captain of the White Knights couldn't help but shake his head. No one wants this to happen. But it has already happened. And he can't pretend it didn't happen. Now he could only think about whether he had anything that could satisfy Gushi. At this time, a subordinate of the Balian Knights also rushed over. Captain, the players from Howling Castle are coming out. Out? After hearing this, the captain immediately cheered up. Where did you get the news? How many people did he kill? Captain, I'm afraid he's out to cause trouble. The Skeleton Fish Dragon Guild discovered that a large number of bone dragons and ghost dragons appeared in the sky. The number is extremely large. The Death Knight who rushed back hesitated for a moment, but still said the word huge. After hearing this, the captain's face became even more ugly. He hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Forget it. I'll go talk to him. And I hope he can temporarily suppress his anger for the sake of Balian City. At worst, when I get back, all my rewards this time will be given to him. After saying that, the captain mounted his horse and headed towards the Dragon Blood Castle again. Upon seeing this, the Death Knights under his command quickly chased after him. Seeing his men like this, the captain was also angry. What are you doing here? Do you want to be blamed? Come back to me. The people from the Fusion Society haven't been found yet. I just went over to explain this matter. If that player still wants to live in Balian City, he won't do anything to me. We can still talk about this matter, and everything will be fine. Death Knights also understand this truth. But they believe that angry players will not understand this truth. If Gushi really let go of these things, then why did he bring so many troops here? In fact, they didn't know that Gushi didn't know that the appearance of the Third Elder was related to the Balian Knights. He came here with his troops, really just to grab territory. He had no intention of conflicting with Lianqing. When Gushi led his troops into the territory occupied by the corpse Ichthyosaur players, he happened to see a Death Knight walking out from nearby. This Death Knight will be taller than a normal person. In addition to wearing the black heavy armor of the Death Knight, he also wears a robe belonging to the White Train Knights. This is to explain his identity to others. He is a member of the Balian Knights. After seeing this Death Knight, Gushi also raised his hand and asked his troops to stop temporarily. Then he looked at the Death Knight. At this time, Gushi understood in his heart that this person should be the person sent by Lianqing to hunt down the black player. Gushi's mission is to block a passage out of the game world and guard it well. He has nothing to do with the pursuit of the Fusion Association and the black players. Just when Gushi wanted to speak, the Death Knight spoke in advance. Hello. I am Wang Yongsho, captain of the 7th Squadron of the 5th Squadron of the 3rd Brigade of the Balian Knights. You can call me Captain Wang, or you can call me Million Wang. Listening to Wang Yongsho's self-introduction in advance, Gushi was also stunned. He didn't quite understand what was going on. But Wang Yongsho in front of him seemed to be here to plead for mercy. Chapter 978, I also recognized turning into ashes. After introducing himself, Wang Yongsho didn't know what to say. He came here to reason with Gushi, but there was no reason for him to give himself away. And Gushi didn't know what this person wanted to do. The two of them looked at each other, neither knowing how to answer the question. Finally, Gushi said, Hello. My name is Gushi. You can call me Breath of the Dead. Ah. I've heard of you. The two finally connected through this nonsense. But as they talked, they didn't know what to say. At least they didn't know how to say something important. As the two of them became more and more embarrassed, Wang Yongsho finally said to Gushi, Well, we received the signal from the signal flare before, and we chased the signal and accidentally let go of the Third Elder of the Fusion Society, who we had been chasing. Third Elder? Are you talking about a guy carrying half of a player's body? When Gushi heard this, he described the guy who almost shot through his troops. Hearing this, Wang Yongsho said quickly, Yes. Yes. That's him. Why did you meet him? You have to be careful. This Third Elder is the force responsible for the Fusion Society. He is over level 30 and is a necromancer. However, he rarely brings undead to attack. Instead, he He is accustomed to using spells such as explosions. People suspected that he was taking the route of corpse explosion. We had been chasing him, and were about to close the net. But a signal bounced over, saying that there were suspicions about the presence of high-level members of the Fusion Association. We had to rush over. This is what happened. From what you said, it seems that you have met him. How was the situation? Which way did he escape? Wang Yongshou said quickly. In his mind, Gu Shi came out with so many troops, and it was obvious that he had fought against the third elder. As long as he knew which way the third elder ran, he could find an excuse to chase down the enemy, and this matter could be postponed. But Wang Yongshou never expected that Gu Shi touched it with his backhand, took out a black jar, opened it. It's here. You can take some back to prove that you didn't let anyone escape. Wang Yongshou took a look and found that the jar was completely filled with black ash. The players in Balian City are either necromancers or death knights. Although the routes taken may be different, they will not go beyond these two ranges. Wang Yongshou could tell at a glance that the black ashes were burnt ashes. To be able to burn the ashes into this state, it would probably take a very strong fighting ability. He. Wang Yongshou didn't know what to say for a while. Finally he choked out a sentence. No. This person's level has reached level 30 or above. Our goal is just to trap him, secretly transfer him to the real world, and let him break away from the attributes of the game character. Strength dropped to normal level. Wang Yongshou talked about Bai Lianqing's plan. The reason why they have been chasing these black players is to force these black players into the real world, and also to give up their identity as game characters and leave the game world they are bound to. The biggest weaknesses of black players are in these aspects. As long as they leave the game world to which they are bound, the levels they obtain in the game world will be affected, and will drop rapidly, or even directly experience a decline in strength. This is the right way to target these guys. Otherwise, relying on the highest player in Balian City, whose strength is only at level 20, to kill the cultists who are over level 30, that would be a joke. What they do is called drawing fire from under the cauldron. They were killed. You can take some back for testing or use some other method to prove it. Anyway, the things are here. Don't take too much. This is a corpse above level 30, and it is very valuable. Seeing Wang Yongshou reaching into the jar and grabbing a handful, Gu Shi became anxious. In order not to let the black ash go to waste, Gu Shi was very careful when collecting it. After collecting for a long time, he only collected this much. As a result, Wang Yongshou, you grabbed him as soon as you got started. What do you mean? No, brother. You really helped us a lot this time. I will give you an explanation for this matter. Don't leave in a hurry. I will send this thing back, as long as this thing is confirmed to be true. I say, brother, you will make a lot of money. Making a fortune? Yes, brother. Have you seen the orange suit before? This time the people from the city lord's mansion brought the orange suit, Wang Yongshou said with certainty. Hearing this, Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. Then he thought for a moment and then said, Did you bring the bone obelisk here? All the residents in Balian City know about the 3 pieces of orange clothing. The residents know exactly who has the item in their hands, and what effect it will probably have. The orange outfits on Bai Lianqing's side are the white gauze that reaches the sky, the white bone obelisk and the golden bow with bone beads. Among them, the Tantian white gauze was passed down to the city lord from the city lord's palace for use. As long as you become the city lord, you can temporarily control this orange equipment. The remaining 2 pieces are one for support and one for attack. On the surface, the person who controls these 2 pieces of orange equipment is also a member of the city lord's mansion. But in fact, everyone knows that one of the 2 pieces has fallen into the hands of the aristocratic family, and the other is in the military. There. This time, the city lord's mansion is going to hunt down the people from the Fusion Society, and they will definitely not bring Tantian Bai Shao in. As for the bone pearl golden bow, it can only strengthen the ability of the wielder. As for finding people and undead, the best way to seal off the game world and hunt down enemies is the bone obelisk. Yes, this is an orange outfit. The bone obelisk has a function, allowing players to worship. Every time a sacrifice is made, the obelisk of bones will give some blessings. Players who are worshipping for the first time can wash away all the negative effects of the purple equipment on their bodies. The 3 elders of the Fusion Society only have these things left this time, and they will definitely take out the bone obelisk for verification. When the time comes, if you bow secretly, it can be regarded as worship. The negative effects of purple equipment will be washed away now. Can you still play like this? Who says it isn't? These are leftovers from the family's entertainment. It's just that the bone obelisk is rarely taken out, and normal people may not be able to see it. It is quite difficult to get the blessing of the bone obelisk, so you must take advantage of it this time. When Wang Yongsho said this, he specially winked at Wang Yongsho. Gushi nodded thoughtfully. Wang Yongsho finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I found a better compensation for Gushi, so that the uneasiness in my heart could finally dissipate. Let's wait and see if we can give Gushi some compensation in other ways. The feeling of being in debt is so uncomfortable. Chapter 979 Adjustment of the New Village. Although he was full of curiosity about the orange bone obelisk, Gushi did not leave with Wang Yongsho in the end. His reason is quite straightforward. He is afraid that people may disappear in the past. Although Wang Yongsho repeatedly promised something, Gushi couldn't force Gushi to come over if Wang Yongsho didn't agree. In the end, Wang Yongsho left with a handful of black ash. When he left, there was a look in his eyes that made you wonder what you were missing. Fortunately, Wang Yongsho was still full of guilt. When Gushi didn't want to see Qingzhuang, he had already begun to think about how to compensate Gushi. But Gushi didn't know this yet. After sending away the inexplicable Wang Yongsho, Gushi chose a suitable location to build a village near the Forest of Decay. From the conversation just now, Gushi already knew some facts. The biggest target in this world is the third elder of the Fusion Society. Now the third elder is dead. Then the world will return to normal. If you don't take advantage of it now, then how long will it take? Moreover, there was obviously something wrong with Wang Yongsho's attitude just now. Although Gushi didn't know why Wang Yongsho felt guilty about him, this did not prevent Gushi from using this mentality to cause trouble. After Wang Yongsho left, Gushi quietly moved farther away from the location where he was building a new village. Combine a crystal mine with a rather special mine. A sacred stone mine. This holy stone mine is somewhat similar to the dragon blood crystal and dragon steel that Gushi had obtained before. The holy stone produced is a rather special material. This holy stone is used for liches. The lich's life box with the holy stone added has extremely strong resistance to holy light. It can be said that as long as this kind of holy stone is added, the lich can be directly immune to the magic of holy light. As for other arms, they have actually been tried. But there is no place to put this holy stone on the skeleton soldiers, zombies, ghosts and vampires. Especially for ghosts. As long as this kind of holy stone is added, the ghost's body will become fixed. Many ghost characteristics simply disappeared. The ghost instantly turned into a flying stone. What's the use of having such a ghost? As for adding holy stones to the Death Knight's armor, some people have actually thought about this. But how big is a lich's phylactery? And how big is a Death Knight's armor? With so many holy stones added, the other properties of the Death Knight's armor will definitely decrease. This kind of thing can't be done. So such a good thing can only be obtained cheaply by the lich. Of course, if the production of holy stones is large, they can be mixed into stone mines and used to build cities. But it seems that until now, Gushi has never heard of any player being so wasteful. Gushi didn't pay attention to this holy stone mine at first. But now that Wang Yongsho had given in, Gushi knew where the bottom line was. Things related to bone dragons such as dragon blood crystals and dragon steel are not easy to grab. So why not grab things that are used to strengthen the lich? Robbed. Not long after Wang Yongsho left, Gushi led his troops to occupy the holy stone mine without saying a word. At the same time, Gushi also rearranged the location he had chosen before and moved forward about 50 miles. This time, the place was surrounded by trees. It is nothing like the previous Huanbao village, which was surrounded by flat land. But Gushi didn't care about this. When he came over, Gushi had already seen some situations nearby. There is a road here that leads to the Jialong Blood Castle. And there are 3 roads leading in different directions to the outside. Because Gushi didn't have a suitable map, he wasn't quite sure whether there were villages behind these 3 roads, or spheres of influence in the game. It's just that Gushi saw that the location in front of him was quite suitable. As long as they are stuck here, others who want to go to the Dragon Blood Castle must go here. However, there are some differences between this place and the place Gushi chose before. There are trees all around here. The entire range is undefendable. If Gushi wants to build a village here, he must be prepared to be attacked by others. Faced with this situation, Gushi did not hesitate too much. Let's not talk about the location here. As a traffic thoroughfare, this place is quite suitable. After taking a look at the surrounding situation, Gushi immediately came to the largest tree in the woods. This time, he took out the architectural design drawings of the energy core. Lu Yingwang didn't know how much of this stuff he had in his hands. But all he sent to Gu Shi were this kind of stuff. This time Lu Yingwang did not prepare resources for Gu Shi. But Gu Shi didn't care about these at all. And his supplies didn't need special transportation. After standing in front of the big tree, Gu Shi immediately buried the energy core under the tree. Then Gu Shi pointed towards the big tree. And the Steel City Gate was released by Gu Shi. The undead in the city of Aridov had already prepared everything. After they came out of the Steel City Gate, they immediately took out various tools and started cutting down nearby trees. At the same time, a large amount of stones and various rare resources were also transported out. Several architects under Gu Shi also came out to help Gu Shi design the new village. After all, Gu Shi changed the location this time and also changed the role of the village. There were many things that were originally planned but could not be used now. Architects must come out and adjust some things temporarily, at least to ensure that there are no problems in the village in front of them. With the material support sent over, Gu Shi's operations went quite smoothly. When a batch of wood and stones were thrown into the newly buried energy core, a large number of vines grew out from under the tree. At the same time, these vines automatically wrapped around the branches and trunks, quickly turning into pieces of wooden planks, and forming a wooden house that looked full of undead style. The reason why this wooden house is said to be full of undead style is that there are a lot of black little dolls hanging around the wooden house. The existence of these dolls made Gu Shi a little confused as to how the buildings here could be so wild. The architectural design of the council hall he just put down is not in this style. Gu Shi still didn't understand what was going on. The architect was reminding Gu Shi, "Sir, now is not the time to think about this. We have to put in everything that should be put in. If we don't wait until the construction of the assembly hall is completed, it will be very troublesome for us to adjust it." Only then did Gu Shi react and quickly put in the various architectural plans he had just adjusted. After putting in this wave of architectural design drawings, Gu Shi heard a ding in his ear. "You are building a village. Please name it." Chapter 980 City and New Heroes. Ghost Jungle. Although the location had been moved, Gu Shi was reluctant to change the name he had previously thought of. So he still used the name he had originally planned. The meeting hall is established successfully. The Ghost Jungle level is 1. And a garrison hero can be promoted. As the sound rang out, Gu Shi discovered that some nearby trees that had not been cut down had fallen down on their own. At the same time, some vines formed suspension bridges between trees. It can be seen that the trees that have not fallen down have formed plots that can be used to build buildings. This situation left Gu Shi speechless. This doesn't look like the undead style. How did this village become like this? Fortunately, the village in front of us has only undergone some changes in style, and it has not affected the internal layout of the village. The ghostly jungle in front of him was still divided according to Gu Shi's plan, and the various functions have not been reduced. City name, Ghost Jungle. City direction, Defensive Fortress. City characteristics, Jungle City. A city built in the woods will produce hunters and archers whose combat effectiveness will be improved. City level, level 1, 1/4. Core buildings, 1/4 assembly hall, gives 500 negative energy points every day. Warehouse, not completed. Barracks, not completed. Tavern, not completed. Wild buildings, stone mine *2. Lumberyard *5. Crystal mine *1. Holy stone mine *1. Windmill *1. Witch hut *1. Elf garden *1. Large buildings, 0/3 evil temple, not yet built. Cemetery, not yet built. Spiritual tomb, not yet built. Medium-sized buildings, 0/4 scarlet breeding farm, not yet built. Altar of eternal servitude, not yet built. Crow grove, not yet built. Cabin in the woods, not yet built. Small buildings, 0/8 defensive gate, not built. Moat, not built. City wall, not built. Carriage station, not built. Tree bridge, not built. Magic fountain, not built. Arrow tower, not built. Weather vane, not built. Auxiliary buildings, 0/12 none. Heroes stationed, none. Garrison troops, none. In these buildings, the bloody breeding farms and carriage stations that serve as flight points are always there. Also always there is the altar of eternal slavery, which is a form of protection for the undead. Then, there is the 3-piece set of city gates, city walls and moats. The Ghost Jungle, as a defensive fortress, must have them all. It's just that the defenses of the Ghost Jungle are integrated with the trees. There are also tree bridges that can move quickly, arrow towers that expand the shooting range, wind towers that increase shooting power, and so on. It can be said that the Ghost Jungle completely maxed out the defense. If you arrange some skeleton shooters here to directly defend the Ghost Jungle, it wouldn't be too difficult. So Gushi made arrangements immediately. He first mobilized a group of skeleton shooter troops and let them settle in the Ghost Jungle, and then selected a tool hero. Originally, the most suitable hero for the Ghost Jungle should be Bryce. But the problem is that Bryce is now one of Gushi's most important heroes, and his Black Dragon Battalion is the key to Gushi's battle. It would be a waste to let Bryce stay here. So Gushi used the village's own capabilities and arranged for a skeleton archer leader to go in. Let this skeleton shooter boss act as the hero of the haunted jungle. The leader of the skeleton shooters got a big deal. He just settled here with his skeleton archer troops at first. In his opinion, fighting is the same everywhere. There is nothing wrong with it. Being arranged to be stationed here was just because Gushi valued the village in front of him. But he never expected that Gushi couldn't pick out a suitable shooter hero. So he could only point to a higher level one among the leaders who came with the team. Of course, it's not just the bosses who receive such treatment. In fact, among the skeleton shooters who came over, the elites are also included in the examination. But this guy is lucky. He is the highest level among all the skeleton shooters. The level had reached level 10. So Gushi directly singled him out and let him sit in the council hall. So the skeleton shooter leader, who only had a number but no name, got a new name and became the garrison hero of the Ghost Jungle. Bone Shooting. This is the name chosen by the skull shooter leader himself. Gushi couldn't say anything about this guy who couldn't name anything, because he himself was not very good at naming things. As for Gushi's idea, he really wanted to ask this new hero to guard the Ghost Realm or something. Compared with the name Gulyanch, it may be even worse. At most, it just sounds easy to remember. After arranging the Ghost Jungle, Gushi was not in a hurry to put away the Steel City Gate. A large amount of materials and various supplies were also delivered here as soon as possible. Gushi patted Gulyanch's shoulder and said, "Just guard this place well. Before I leave this game, this city gate will stay here to provide you with enough supplies. What you have to do now is to take advantage of the current resources to get rid of the ghosts. The domain jungle was built for me. Make a show of authority over those who dare to come over and cause trouble. No matter who they are. Whether it's beasts attacking the city or players provoking you. You have to make a name for yourself. After all, your place will be the first line of defense for the Dragon Blood Castle. Anyone who slips through your door will bring trouble to the development of Jialong Blood Castle." Gulyanch didn't understand this at all. He just kept nodding his head to Gushi's order. If you think about it, you can actually understand that most of the skeleton soldiers are brainless. Gulyanch can think of such a name for himself, which shows how intelligent he is. If you can understand Gushi's orders, it's enough to be stationed in the Ghost Jungle. Gushi didn't expect him to do anything more. Even after discovering the continuous shooting of bones, Gushi had given up the idea of communicating with the Bonefish Dragon Guild. Such things are too complicated, and Gulyanch may not have the ability to handle everything well. When turning around and heading in the other direction, Gushi explained something more. If you encounter something that cannot be decided, just write a letter and send it directly to Dragon Blood Castle, and someone will handle it there. After hearing this, Gulyanch agreed repeatedly. Seeing Gulyanch's honest look, Gushi took another look at the Steel City Gate placed here, turned around, and led his troops into the Steel City Gate. The location of the last village, Gushi had already planned it out, which was the location where the troops were stationed at the city gate. Because the garrison gate is still in the original woods, it will be faster to go through Aladovi City. However, when Gushi entered Aladovi City, he found Eve rushing over. Chapter 981, Training Methods for Orange-Clad Troops. As one of Gushi's 4 contracted undead, Eve's presence is quite low. Part of the reason for this is that she usually conducts various research in the magic area. And part of the reason is that she did not grow up with Gushi, and is not as close to Gushi as Luna and the others. I usually think of Eve when I have something to do, and rarely does Eve take the initiative to come over. Gushi was startled by Eve's sudden appearance in front of him. You must know that in Eve's hands, she has the core research direction of Gushi. If something goes wrong here, Aladovi City will tremble. Eve, what's wrong with you? My lord, the Blood Crown book has been sorted out in its entirety. I removed the parts about the Blood Clan, vampires, and blood sacrifices. I sorted out something different. When Gushi heard this, his face condensed. It is definitely not a simple situation for Eve to come to her door specially. So Gushi guessed. Can it be integrated with the castle inside the Death City? If so, When my Death City reaches level 12, will the level of the castle I put in it be able to be improved? Gushi's idea is a good one. Although Dietrich was temporarily trapped in the Dragon Blood Castle. But in the Dragon Blood Castle, he was blessed by orange equipment. Let's not talk about whether the combat power has been improved or not. But he has received all the benefits of the orange outfit. Gushi was thinking about this at that time. If the settings in the Book of Blood Crown could be reused, then he would have 2 castles in his hands. Aladavita and Sleeping Beauty Castle. No matter who is assigned to use the orange equipment. As long as Gushi can put this castle on the battlefield. The effect will be no different from if Gushi himself uses the orange equipment. Especially Princess Anna. She usually sits at Aladoveta's place. It can be said that she has become one with Aladoveta. And it makes no difference whether she can leave the castle or not. Not to mention that Princess Anna also has a group of princess councils under her command. Although there are only 4 people now. Considering what is left in Gushi's hands, it won't be a problem for 4 more lords to come. The things that can be improved here are beyond Gushi's imagination. But what he said next made Gushi know that he had underestimated his gains this time. No. Sir. After I removed some of the things about vampires, and blood sacrifices, I found that the core of this book is not like this. What we got with Tome of the Blood Crown was nothing more than a scaled-down version of what it was planned to be. The original goal of this Book of Blood Crown was actually completely different from the result we obtained. This is a way to train special forces. Huh? Hearing this situation, Gushi was immediately speechless. The Book of Blood Crown is obviously a ritual book used to make orange equipment. And Gushido has already successfully experimented with it. Why did it turn around and become a method of training special forces? How big the gap is here is clear to even non-professionals. Gushi looked at Eve with disbelief, looking her up and down, fearing that something was wrong with her. It wouldn't matter if there was any problem with the Book of Blood Crown. But if there was a problem with his contracted undead, it would be a big disaster. But at this time, Eve seriously took out some information and handed it to Gushi. Gushi had also studied the Book of Blood Crown before. Looking at the information that Eve brought out, Gushi knew that Eve had really deleted everything about the vampires in the Book of Blood Crowns. However, Gushi had done something similar at that time. He didn't think there would be that big of a difference if we removed the Blood Clan and Blood Sacrifice parts. So Gushi led his men towards the gate of the garrison city, while looking through the documents in his hand. In Gushi's mind, there must be something wrong with this matter. When he gets to the garrison gate, he can just pick a direction and let Eve handle it. But while looking through the information, Gushi found that something didn't seem right. Previously, many things were hidden under vampires and blood sacrifices, and there were many speculations involved. So many situations were rather confusing. But it's different now. Gushi found that after removing some things from the information, it was as if the information had changed. The previous requirements for the city and the blood sacrifice were all gone. And all sources of power were pointing in one direction. A powerful corpse. This is how the same thing. Gushi's steps couldn't help but stopped. He turned to look at Eve. At this time, Eve also nodded to Gushi. Sir, you also discovered it. Yes, I have studied this before. Although I am not a professional researcher, my intelligence is not low at all. What is going on? I don't know either. I just cleaned up the blood sacrifice and vampire parts. And then I found these. Because the previous energy supply was blood sacrifice and city energy. The user of the Blood Dragon Crown will be bound to the city. But if the city's energy is not used, but comes from some powerful corpses, then binding can be directly avoided. But there will be another problem. No matter how powerful the corpse's level is, it cannot support orange quality equipment. If you could get an orange piece of equipment just by relying on a powerful corpse, all the enemies above level 30 would have been killed long ago. So I looked it up too and found this. Eve clicked on the information. After seeing this, Gushi also fell into deep thought. In the last part of the information, the subject changed from the crown to the user of the crown. If Eve hadn't awakened him, Gushi would have thought that this was why the Blood Dragon Crown needed to be bound to the city that provided energy. Just by looking at this, Gushi understood that there was something wrong here. Think back again to the situation when you obtained the parts of the Blood Dragon Crown. One part is on the Blood Dragon, and the other part is on the Blood Corpse. This is obviously wrong. Think about it again. After the Blood Dragon Crown fell on Dietrich's head, the heads of 10 heroes and elites were divided. Although they did not get the orange equipment, part of the effects of the orange equipment still fell on them. This shows that some of the things recorded in the Book of Blood Crowns can actually be assigned to lower level members. Although in this way, the orange outfit became purple, and the formal outfit became a byproduct. Some of the effects of the orange outfit were retained. Based on this point of view, if the original Blood Dragon crown did not put so much power on orange equipment, then the number of heroes and elites who would get secondary purple equipment would be even greater. An idea flashed through Gu Shi's mind. Chapter 982. Equip troops with orange equipment. Is this just part of troop training? Gu Shi slowly expressed his thoughts. Based on the available information. Yes. Eve nodded affirmatively. She understood that Gu Shi had believed what she said. At this time, Gu Shi asked again, based on your current judgment, how much investment is required to train such a force? And what is the final output? It's not clear yet. After all, we only have this Book of Blood crown in our hands. And we don't know where this Book of Blood crown came from. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that behind this Book of Blood crown, there must be several similar ritual magic books. We're not even sure yet whether there will be a ritual magic that combines all the equipment in the end. After hearing this situation, Gu Shi, who looked excited, calmed down. What he said makes sense. This is just the beginning, and we don't know how much resources will be invested in it later. The most important thing is that everything now is Gu Shi and Eve's guess. With so much investment, what should we do if it fails? Gu Shi hesitated for a while. However, Gu Shi can be regarded as a decisive person. After hesitating for a moment, he turned to the troops following him and said, "You go out from the garrison gate first and deal with the affairs of the last village first. I'll be right over." After that, Gu Shi turned over and jumped onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, turned around and headed towards Aladovita. When he went there, Gu Shi also notified Luna and Shea and asked them to go to Aradavita as well. For this matter, Gu Shi needs to gather other people's opinions before making a decision. Princess Anna and the other three were a little confused after receiving Gu Shi's news. None of them understood what was happening and why Gu Shi called them together in such a hurry. At Aladovita's place, Gu Shi told all about the Dragon Blood Castle, the Blood Dragon Crown, and the Book of Blood Crown. Princess Anna immediately said, "My lord, you can use Aladovita for experiments. Anyway, I usually stay in Aladovita. If that doesn't work, you can do experiments with my council members first." Luna also said directly, "Sir, you can use Aladovi City for experiments. This magic ritual is very suitable for the City of Death." Gu Shi shook his head. "I didn't call you here to experiment with the magic rituals in the Book of Blood Crown. We already have 2 pieces of orange equipment and 1 fixed orange equipment. In addition, we also have 2 pieces of orange quality items. There is no need for us to disrupt our steps for orange equipment. I asked you to come here because I want to ask you whether there will be any problems with the final harvest if I invest part of my resources in Eve's plan. You should know that our current resources are being fully utilized to develop the city of Aridov. The reason for investing in Dragon Blood Castle is that there will be rewards soon. But the success rate of the current research is there. But it is not high. And as Eve said, it is full of troubles. If something goes wrong in the end and we get nothing, then all our resources and time will be wasted. What do you think of this investment?" In response to Gu Shi's question, Luna directly said, "Although the current Yaladui city does not have enough resource points, it has enough negative energy. In addition, we have enough markets. So we are not short of resources. We have a strong enough force in Aradovi City. If we don't have enough resources, just grab them. As for the experimental products, don't worry. Previously, at the Dragon Blood Castle, only vampires could be used. But in Aladovi City, we have a large number of undead troops above level 15. If that doesn't work, the Wangxiang militia can be used." At this time, Princess Anna also said quickly, "Yes, please give me a copy of the Book of Blood Crown resources, and I will find a way to find out the source of this Book of Blood Crown." Shea also showed her presence at this time. After listening to their words, Gu Shi turned to look at Eve. Eve also stood up at this time and said, "Based on the current resources, we can guess that this Book of Blood Crown has at least 5 other books of the same type, which should be spears, swords, shields, armors and crossbows. But it is also possible not like this. There is only so much information to be found. In addition, according to some records of the Howling Duke, I personally guess that when there are 3 or more pieces of equipment similar to the Blood Dragon Crown, the trained special soldiers are equivalent to being equipped with an orange suit. Of course, this is just speculation. And there are still many things that have not been figured out. We also need to invest some resources and experiments in this regard." "You mean We need to find at least 3 pieces of equipment before we can see any benefits. No. We can experiment now. But to achieve the benefits we imagined, I'm afraid we will have to obtain 3 pieces of equipment. Eve shook her head. Gushi said directly, no. Let's get a piece of equipment first. We can't wait any longer. I will invest resources. And I will also look for other books. But now we are about to start experiments. Eve, you will handle the experiment. Let's not get any orange equipment for now. We can still use the accessory of the blood dragon crown. You do this first. As you said before, look at all the side items. What will happen without the orange equipment? Good. Eve agreed decisively. As for Luna and the others, they didn't have any new ideas at this time. In their opinion, it's okay to just make up your mind on this kind of thing. That's it. Luna, remember to allocate resources to Eve. Shea, you go to Eve to get the information. The rest of the book collection problem depends on you. After explaining the matter, Gushi stood up. I still have something to do. If you have any news, please contact me directly. Gushi was still thinking about the issue of village construction. This is not because Gushi is ignorant of the importance, but because this matter is just the beginning. I really want to be able to produce orange equipment in batches, but I don't know how long it will take. Gushi didn't have time to stay there all the time, and Eve alone was enough. Gushi didn't need to keep staring at this matter. On the contrary, building villages is a rare pleasure for Gushi now. After all, he has to stay in this game world for at least a month. He really didn't know what to do with the time in front of him unless he had some fun for himself. Planting a field or something. After explaining everything, Gushi turned around and went out to start a new village. As for the things here, it's enough to leave them to Luna and the others. Chapter 983 The Construction of the Last Village. After leaving Aladovi City, Gushi's thoughts had already shifted to the last village. Thompson, who was guarding here, had already received the news brought by the troops sent by Gushi. Get ready here early. When he saw Gushi coming out of the garrison gate, he didn't ask any questions at all and followed Gushi quite honestly. After Gushi walked around here, he found that there were still some traces of the battle outside this temporary camp. This made Gushi smile. And he could see that Thompson deliberately did not deal with these traces in order to show his merit. It was to show Gushi how important he was to the temporary camp in front of him. It seems Thompson already knew something and made his choice. Since Thompson had such an idea, Gushi naturally would not object. After all, arranging other heroes was also an arrangement. And keeping Thompson was also an arrangement. Wouldn't it be better to keep someone who had his own wishes? So Gushi didn't hold back. He quickly walked around the camp in front of him, asked Thompson about the situation nearby during this period, and then put away the garrison gates and walls. As the garrison gate disappeared, the trees that were originally integrated with the city wall lost their support and all fell to the ground. Thompson reacted quickly and immediately asked his men to drag the trees aside. In Thompson's view, these are all materials used for farming, although a batch of supplies had just been delivered to the troops following Gushi. But having more supplies is always good, right? So while Gushi was picking a good place and digging a hole to bury the architectural design drawings of the energy core, Thompson was busy directing his men. Such a hero. Even a tool man, Gushi would be satisfied with. Gushi also waited for Thompson to finish the matter at hand. And then Gushi buried the energy core. You are building a village. Please name it. Victory Front. The meeting hall is successfully established. The Victory Frontline level is level 1. And a garrison hero can be promoted. Thompson, come directly. Under Gushi's order, Thompson immediately entered the newly built meeting hall. The moment he entered the meeting hall, Gushi saw a large number of nearby trees quickly disappearing, as if they had been dragged underground by a powerful force. This made Gushi quite satisfied. This is how the undead should behave in the woods. In the ghost jungle before, the style was weird. Not undead. The style in front of me is the undead style. A cemetery style in the forest. There is an open space directly inside the woods. There are no trees on the ground, but no sunlight can shine in. Part of the building is underground and part of it is above ground. This style is what a village of the undead should have. However, Gushi took a look and found that although the styles were different, the layout of the Victory Front and the Ghost Jungle were similar. Its function focuses on defense, and it is mainly composed of zombies, who are responsible for protecting the security of the direction leading to the Jialong Blood Castle. At the same time, unlike the Ghost Jungle, there is also a holy stone mine. There are only the most common mineral veins here, and the number of resources is not large. At most, It can only maintain the balance of the village. After Gu Shi took a look at the attributes of the victory front, he said to Thompson, I will arrange the city gate for you here. Your side will be relatively safe. And I can rest assured that you can do things. I want you to protect this place. In fact, I want you to protect the materials sent from Dark Swamp. These materials are the key to the development of Dragon Blood Castle. In the next period of time, Dragon Blood Castle will rely on nearby resources to operate. The resources from Aladovi City cannot always be provided. So your place is a key traffic artery. If this place is lost, the development of Dragon Blood Castle will become very difficult. So you must keep an eye on this place. Sir, please rest assured. I will definitely guard the victory front line. Becoming a resident hero on the front line of victory. Thompson's expression changed. It is obvious that he is quite satisfied with his current status and job at this time. At the same time, he was also satisfied with Gu Shi's arrangements for him. Thompson has no objection at all to staying on the front line of victory. After all, for the undead, staying in one place is equivalent to choosing a good place to bury them. He was quite accustomed to doing this kind of thing. Seeing that the 3 villages had been dealt with, Gu Shi nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, an owl flew to Gu Shi's side, circled above Gu Shi's head, and then landed directly. Seeing the owl landing in front of him, Gu Shi was also stunned for a moment. This owl is naturally the owl used by Gu Shi's subordinates to deliver messages. But who would be looking for me at this time? If someone from Chaoyang Guild contacted Gu Shi, they should have used Crow. This is how the same thing. With a trace of doubt, Gu Shi caught the owl. And then he discovered that the owl actually flew over from the ghost jungle. Gu Lianxia wrote a special letter to Gu Shi. Sir, there is a man named Wang Yongsho waiting outside the ghost jungle. He said he has something urgent to contact you. Wang Yongsho did not attack the ghost jungle. And we did not attack him either. Please let me know how to deal with this specifically. The letter was just a short sentence. It was quite embarrassing to think that Gulianch could write such content. Gu Shi thought about the situation when Wang Yongsho left and frowned slightly. What does Wang Yongsho want to do? He no longer looked at the bone obelisk. What else does he want to do? After thinking for a while, Gu Shi considered going to see Wang Yongsho. After all, this person could be considered a member of the administrative system of Balianqing. This kind of person may not be able to accomplish anything. But if he fails to accomplish something, it may be possible. Gu Shi didn't intend to offend anyone at this critical moment. Gu Shi's idea is to complete this task steadily, reach level 10, and sign up to participate in Genesis. At this time, Gu Shi didn't want to offend some people at will. After thinking for a moment, he took another look at the situation on the victory front. He found that there was nothing here that required him to be in charge. So Gu Shi quickly jumped onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and headed towards the ghost jungle. This time Gu Shi did not go to Aladovi City. Instead, he planned to take this opportunity to personally run the route from the victory front to the ghost jungle. Check to see if there are any other problems along this road. As for Wang Yongsho, he is not in a hurry now, so there is no need to be too anxious. Chapter 984 Handing in the Task. After the Holy Silver Evil Coffin set off from the victory front, Gu Shi noticed that with the successful establishment of 3 villages, the Dragon Blood Castle was officially developed. Nearby roads have slowly emerged as well. When the Holy Silver Evil Coffin moves forward, it is no longer like before, and can only run randomly in the wasteland. After having a road, the moving speed of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin has also been slightly improved. It took Gu Shi only 2.5 hours to reach the Ghostland Jungle from the time he set out to the Ghostland Jungle. A winding road of nearly 1,000 miles. Although this was the reason why the Holy Silver Evil Coffin ran with all its strength without any subordinates. But this also proves that the road ahead is smooth. When they arrived at the Ghostland Jungle, Gu Shi nodded with satisfaction. After jumping off the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, Gu Shi headed towards the Ghostland Jungle. In less than a day, the Ghost Jungle has already undergone some changes. Gulianch immediately started building the city walls and gates. And now they are half finished. The skeleton archers arranged by Gu Shi were moving back and forth near the construction site of the city wall. It was precisely for this reason that when Wang Yongsho came over, he did not kill him directly. He also saw that a new village had been established here. If he came directly to the village, it would be equivalent to actively attacking Gu Shi's village. Then nothing would be clear. When Gu Shi appeared near the construction site, Wang Yongsho, who had been waiting, also noticed Gu Shi's arrival. He quickly waved to Gu Shi. Gu Shi, this way. Look this way. At this time, Wang Yongsho must have been waiting for 4 or 5 hours. He even took off the helmet on his head and threw it directly on the ground. He was sitting under a tree, grilling something and eating. When he saw Gushi coming, he kept waving his hands. "You came just in time. I just finished grilling some. Come over and have some together." When Gushi saw it, he also smiled, stepped forward, picked up a skewer of roasted meat from the edge of the fire, and put it in his mouth. "The smell is not there, but the heat is good. Is this spider meat? Expert, can you eat all this? It can't be helped. It's good enough for the necromancer to have something to eat." Gushi took a big bite of the spider meat and complained helplessly. After listening to Gushi's words, Wang Yongshou also burst into laughter. "I thought that only us death knights were poor. But I didn't expect that the necromancers were like this too. Among the Bailian mage group, there are some who boast that their undead souls still master the cooking skills in life. There is such a thing. But the problem is that the undead don't need to eat. Even if you have the cooking skills, you still need the materials. 2. Wang Yongshou took another bite of the freshly roasted spider meat. "By the way, Gushi, I came to see you this time to tell you something. The ashes I got from you have been handed over to Mr. Guo. Mr. Guo has tested them, and they are the 3 of the Fusion Association. The ashes of the elders." At the same time, the obelisk of bones had also completed soul recovery, and found that the 3rd elder of the Fusion Society was dead. "Mr. Guo is a little curious about you, and wants to come over to take a look. I came here to inform you in advance." "Look! What are you looking at?" Gushi thought about it, and realized that he didn't seem to know anyone like Mr. Guo or Mr. Dong. What did he come to see? And you need to give advance notice? This is nothing. When Gushi was accompanying Xinqing, it wouldn't be so troublesome to meet the city lord. Seeing Gushi's doubts, Wang Yongshou explained it to Gushi. Mr. Guo is the aide of the city lord and represents the status of several important aristocratic families in the city such as Guo, Huang, and Yang. This year, Mr. Guo is in charge of the Bone Obelisk. Because of the importance of the Bone Obelisk and the temperament of the aristocratic family, he will be a little arrogant. But just pretend you haven't seen such a situation. I don't owe him anything, Gushi murmured as he ate. Besides, I didn't intend to ask for his orange suit. Why should I come here to be so angry? It's not that I'm angry. But, by the way, just consider the work completed. Party A will come over to check it out. This is understandable. You killed the 3rd elder of the Fusion Society, which brought our mission in this world to an early end. But in order to ensure that the people from the Fusion Society don't have a chance to escape, we still have to come over and take a look and confirm the final situation. When Wang Yongshou said this, Gushi understood. This means that the player has completed the task and has to hand in the task. As a result, the other party who handed over the task was also a player. Unlike the game characters, they were sure that the enemy was dead when they got 1 head. And they didn't care how many heads were given in total. They always check to see if things are really settled. If it is true, then all arrangements can be stopped. Okay, you are party A. You have the final say. Gushi picked up a skewer of barbecue from the side of the fire and ate it in large chunks. Wang Yongshou chuckled and took out another bottle of wine and placed it in front of Gushi. Come for a drink? Forget it. No. Gushi thought of how drunk he had been in the pub several times, and finally shook his head and rejected Wang Yongshou's kindness. Being drunk in the wild is not a good thing for Gushi. Gushi didn't want anything to go wrong at the last minute. Wang Yongshou didn't force anything. He just drank himself. The 2 of them just chatted there about things they could each say. For example, there are some jokes between the Necromancer and the Death Knight. And then, there are some things about Bailian City. If Wang Yongshou hadn't specifically explained it, Gushi still wouldn't have known that there was a subsidiary city of Bailian City under Bailian Lake. The descendants of some high-ranking officials in the city, and some aristocratic families live here. At the same time, some special fish are raised in the underwater Bailian City. The ichthyosaurs in the Corpse Ichthyosaur Guild are the descendants of this fish ash. The corpse of this fish, after being processed, can be made into the finest bone dragon. It can be said that there is a powerful bone dragon force in the underwater Bailian City. When the Death Knight of their White Knights reaches level 14, he can apply to be transferred to a Dread Knight. Or he can apply for an aquatic bone dragon and be transferred to a bone dragon knight. Wang Yongshou is just a squad leader and has no hope of becoming a bone dragon knight in this life. Regarding this point, Wang Yongshou was somewhat emotional. His accumulation is still a bit lacking. It would be a good thing if he could accumulate more achievements and raise a bone dragon. At this time, Gushi couldn't help but say something. When the necromancer reaches level 10, he needs a bone dragon. If you really want a bone dragon, you can actually find it in many places. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. Chapter 985 Mission completed. How can the bone dragon of the necromancer be compared with the bone dragon of Balian City? Gu Shi and Wang Yongsho looked up and looked in the direction of the sound. Gu Shi found that standing there was a man who looked like a death knight, but his style was somewhat different. The reason why there is a feeling of difference in style is entirely because of the position where this man is standing. The ground is covered with bone fragments. The man was riding on a bone dragon about 10 meters long and standing among the white bone fragments. He looked like someone was constantly spreading flowers on the ground while walking. It feels gorgeous but boring. At the same time, he was wearing a set of heavy armor made of bones. This kind of armor is in the style of a death knight. But the white bone layer on the surface of the armor emits a bright silver metallic light. It looks like bone armor made of silver or platinum. At the same time, the same is true for the bone dragon he sat on. It was a good bone dragon, and each bone was equipped with similar metal armor, making the bone dragon look more substantial. In his hand, he held a spear made of the same style of bones. The length of this spear was at least 6 meters long. When he held it in his hand, it might feel a little inconsistent, but on such a long bone dragon, it was quite suitable. Seeing the appearance of this man, Wang Yongsho immediately said, "Mr. Gua, are you here?" The man nodded, turned over, and jumped off the bone dragon. When he jumped off the bone dragon, Gu Shizai noticed that there were 2 flags hanging behind the man in front of him. One side had the emblem of the White Ribbon Knights painted on it, and the other side had a dragon being caught by a giant hand. After jumping off the bone dragon, the man walked in front of Gu Shi. He looked Gu Shi up and down. "You killed the 3rd elder of the Fusion Society?" Gu Shi didn't know how to respond to this problem. The way the person in front of him spoke and did things made Gu Shi dislike him. He is the kind of person who can make people stop talking to him with just one sentence. But he never knew this. When he stood in front of Gu Shi, he looked at Gu Shi with a superior look. "Level 9 Necromancer? It looks very ordinary. How did you kill the 3rd elder of the Fusion Society?" "I don't want to say forget it. It's just a few sets anyway." Regarding this kind of self-questioning and self-answering attitude, not wanting to wait for Gu Shi's answer at all, Gu Shi was really speechless. The most important thing is that this person pretended as if Gu Shi had answered, thinking that Gu Shi didn't want to answer his question. This made Gu Shi very angry. But he had no such reaction at all. After looking at Gu Shi up and down for a moment, he took out an inconspicuous bone from his arms. It was a thigh bone. After he took it out, he waved it up and down in front of Gu Shi as if he were holding a scepter. Then he even wanted to put the bone to Gu Shi's mouth and let Gu Shi blow on it like testing for drunk driving. Seeing the man acting like this, the anger on Gu Shi's face increased visibly. Fortunately, this man didn't go too far. He just turned around in front of Gu Shi, then raised his head and turned towards his own bone dragon. Only then did Gu Shi notice something. All his attention was focused on this man. When the man jumped off the bone dragon, he didn't even pay attention to the bone dragon. This is a very irrational feeling. It was as if the bone dragon had been wiped out from one's mind. In this situation, Gu Shi could handle it himself. That is the ability of the mind lamp. Mind shielding. But being in this place in front of him made Gu Shi feel wary. The Mr. Gu in front of me is not the kind of brainless kid from a family with a lot of brains. His acting was quite fake, and there must be something hidden behind his performance. Just as Gu Shi was carefully preparing to deal with Mr. Gua's subsequent criticism, Mr. Gua flipped over and climbed onto the bone dragon, leaving without looking back. The speed at which he left always gave people the feeling that someone was chasing him behind him. Looking at Mr. Gua, who only appeared for a moment and left immediately, Gu Shi was speechless. However, given the current situation, it was not easy for Gu Shi to ask Wang Yongsho whether Mr. Gua had any serious illness. He could only ask insinuatingly through some words. "I said this matter has been settled. And he just left? No need to ask any more questions." "Yes, the matter has been settled. There is nothing to ask anymore. The fact that the 3rd elder of the Fusion Society is dead has been verified by the bone obelisk. The matter has actually been settled. Mr. Gua came to see you just to go through the formalities. As long as I see that you are not a black player and there are no black players around you, the matter will be settled." Wang Yongsho was very aware of the condescending attitude of those in the aristocratic family. It's quite remarkable that they can come here once. Of course, there was no need for him to tell Gu Shi about this kind of thing. Just looking at the faces of those who just made skewers together, I gave Gu Shi a few words. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't even bother to say this. Perhaps it was Wang Yongsho's words that reassured Gu Shi. So he began to talk to Wang Yongsho about what happened after the game world in front of him. Wang Yongsho is the most qualified person to speak on this issue. You said that this world will definitely be returned to the Steel Ghost Claw Guild in the end. Even if the Steel Ghost Claw Guild did something like this time, the City Lord's Mansion would not touch any of the guilds until they had clear evidence. The most that can be done is to put some pressure on them in terms of tasks. After this matter is over, the world will eventually return to us. But the territory you occupy is naturally your own business. How you communicate these matters with the Iron Claw Guild is your own business. When Wang Yongsho said this, he glanced in the direction he came from. The players over there are all players from the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild, with the Grand Guild at their back. They now occupy such a good place. How can they hand over the villages and cities they finally obtained with great difficulty? After the Balian Knights confirm that there are no black players in this world, there will definitely be a battle between the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild and the Steel Ghost Claw Guild. At that time, Gu Shi could fish in troubled waters and firmly occupy the area near the Dragon Blood Castle. As for the people of Steel Ghost Claw, they want to take back the area around Dragon Blood Castle. That's fart. How could Gu Shi give the territory he had finally occupied to others? If you want it, come grab it. See if you have what it takes to capture this city from a level 25 hero who also has an orange outfit. Chapter 986 Exiting the World. The next thing is really going through the process. However, Gu Shi never expected that this process would take more than a month. Although Gu Shi was not in a hurry, he was still surprised by the long and slow process in front of him. By the time Gu Shi received the news from Lu Yingguang that the mission was over and the players could evacuate the world freely, about 25 days had passed since he killed the third elder of the Fusion Society. As for the wanted reward that Wang Yongsho promised to help Gu Shi kill the third elder of the Fusion Society, it took 11 more days. During this period of time, Gu Shi did not run around, but just stayed in this world. However, as the victorious party, Gu Shi finally had the opportunity to display his diplomatic talents. During this period of time, Gu Shi has been wandering around various players' villages. When you encounter neutral undead, try to lead them all to Ringfort Village. As for the players in the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild, Gu Shi also made some friends through his ability to make friends. Of course, the main reason why Gu Shi thought they were good friends was that these people also planned to save the village they had spent a lot of time building, under the idea that the enemy of the enemy is a friend. The communication between them was quite perfect. Gu Shi even told them that he had occupied the original Wailing Castle and established a territory consisting of a city and 3 villages with the Wailing Castle as the center. In addition, he also occupies many resource points. If players are in need, they can go to him to conduct some material transactions. Of course, Gu Shi will open the trading market to the outside world. Not because it wants the resource points in the hands of players. There are so many resources in this world. What Gu Shi was actually interested in were some specialties that could be purchased by players of the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild. After all, as the #1 old guild in Balian City, the Corpse Fish Dragon will only occupy more of the game world, not less. At the same time, they also have many special materials. For example, Gu Shi had obtained some bronze-grade fish keel bones from Zoya before. Gu Shi relied on these fish and dragon bones to strengthen his own death incarnation, the Bone Dragon. Now Gu Shi has reached such a level, and the players he has come into contact with are all higher than Zoya's newbie. If they had fish keels on hand, the quality would definitely be better. This is exactly what Gu Shi was thinking about. However, Gu Shi never expected that he did not get the fish dragon bone, but instead traded for another item from these players. This kind of thing is not a unique product of the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild, but comes from the original master of this world, the Steel Ghost Claw Guild. Like the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild, the Steel Ghost Claw Guild also has its own specialties. Their specialty is something called Iron Finger. This kind of finger iron hand is actually a bone fragment the size of a finger bone, with a blue-gray surface. The function is also very simple. Each bone of the iron finger can be soaked in 1 liter of water, and can turn 1 cubic meter of soul into a brick that is harder than iron. The most important thing is that this thing is not iron, and is not as heavy as iron. When building a city wall, just soak it in some water and spray it outside the wall, and the mud wall will turn into an iron wall. This kind of thing is most useful when building a temporary camp or urgently repairing a city wall. There are even some players from the Steel Ghost Claw Guild who directly soaked their iron fingers in water and sprayed them on the ground. turning the ground in their city into steel ground. Therefore, in the eyes of many players, this thing is a consumable used for city construction. After occupying the territory of the Steel Ghost Claw Guild, the players of the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild got a lot of money. Even if a large amount of it was used to build villages, they still had a lot of inventory on hand. When Gushi was trading with them, most of the players in the Corpse Fish and Dragon Guild immediately thought of this. As a result of this transaction, Gushi received approximately 300,000 copies of Iron Finger Bones. If Gushi wanted to, these Iron Finger Bones could turn all the walls of Aladovi City into iron walls. Of course, Gushi was not stupid enough to do such a thing. He is different from other players of the Skeleton Fish Dragon Guild. He has a Death City of his own behind him. Therefore, Gushi's perspective is different from that of other players. After learning that there was such a thing as an Iron Finger Bone, Gushi didn't immediately think about how to turn his entire city into iron. Gushi is not one of those people in the tower. And he doesn't have any cyberpunk ideas. Gushi had only one idea, which was to leave these things to professionals. Let's see if this finger bone has better effects in other aspects. In addition, Gushi also gained a lot of things that players get in various games. There are many things here that Gushi could not have imagined. Especially after Gushi said that he wanted to collect some books or special items that he had never seen before. The trading volume of these things that players picked up, but did not know where to put, increased rapidly. At this time, Gushi couldn't help but sigh at the benefits of having a guild. Even though Gushi owns a city of the dead, the number of undead under his command can be counted in the hundreds of thousands. But there are only a few worlds he touches. Although we got a lot of supplies, we only took quantity. There were many worlds he had never heard of. Not to mention the various weird props, books and special items obtained in those worlds. It can be said that this directly opened the door to a new world for Gushi. Gushi had already begun to think about whether he should conduct such transactions a few more times. Use this to enrich your collection. This kind of transaction continued until the task and process was completed. And then Gushi slowly stopped the transaction. After that, Gushi's focus switched from trading to defense. By the time Wang Yongsho's process was completed, Gushi had already typed out his name and needs. Gushi has occupied such a territory. If your Iron Ghost Claw Guild has the ability, just attack us. However, even the provocative style in front of Gushi did not attract much attention from the Steel Ghost Claw Guild. After all the current Steel Ghost Claw Guild's attention has been attracted by the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild. Even if Gushi occupied the Jialong Blood Castle, it was only a small piece of territory. Compared to the territory occupied by the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild, it was nothing. Before the Corpse Fish and Dragon Guild was destroyed, I'm afraid no one would come to trouble Gushi. So after receiving the reward from Wang Yongsho, Gushi also voluntarily quit the game, leaving only Dietrich to guard the Dragon Blood Castle and guard the territory Gushi had just acquired. Chapter 987 Phase Channel. After exiting the world, Gushi returned to the guild and rested for 2 days before reporting the completion of the guild's mission. For the next year, Gushi was free. Unless there is something big like a guild battle, Gushi can do tasks if he wants to, study if he wants to, and go out to play if he wants to. No one cared about him at all. As for the Liang Mage group that was originally agreed upon, it has long been forgotten, and no one knows where it went. Gushi himself had no intention of joining such a team. After reporting his whereabouts, Gushi took the small gift he had prepared and went directly to Wang Yongsho. Unlike Gushi, Wang Yongsho has his own home in Balian City. It was a townhouse located on the top of a hill beside Balian Lake. Along the way, not only was the security very good, but there were also a variety of means of transportation available that were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Although this villa area appears to be close to Balian City, it only takes less than 20 minutes to get there from the city center of Balian City. This speed was much faster than Gushi's carriage ride from Chaoyang Guild to the center of Balian City. It seems that no matter where you are, there are always various ways to enjoy it. Arriving in front of Wang Yongsho's villa, Gushi gently knocked on the door. A boy about 15 years old came to open the door. He glanced at Gushi and let Gushi in without saying a word. At this time, Wang Yongsho was talking to a young man about 18 years old. When he saw Gushi coming, Wang Yongsho also turned around and said to Gushi, "Brother Gushi, just wait a moment. I'll explain what's going on here." Gushi smiled politely at him and placed the small gift he brought on the table at the entrance. These small gifts are props brought from the game. They are not expensive, but they are good props whether they are used by players in the game or for children who cannot enter the game. After Gushi put down the small props, several children under the age of 10 immediately ran over, wanting to see what Gushi had brought. At this time, Gushi also smiled and said, "Brother Wang is planning to establish his own family. It can't be that simple. Those older ones don't have any talent at all. Their grades are not good, and their health is not good. Even if I have the right purple clothes, I'm afraid they won't be able to inherit my legacy." Wang Yongsho shook his head and said helplessly. With this response, Gushi didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that this situation was normal for ordinary people. Just like Gushi, he obviously had parents, but their strength was only level 3. They basically gave up supporting him until he could go to school. Only 1 or 2 of the family's favorites are left alive, and the others are released directly when they grow up. As for how far the child can grow, it's completely up to chance. Unlike a family like this, they are still considering whether their children can inherit the family's purple clothes, and whether they should follow the career path passed down from the family. Shit. That's nothing. Gushi's ability to reach this point is all due to his own efforts. If he had followed the family's inheritance, he might be destined to be a skeleton mage now. As for the thoughts of these high-level aristocratic families, Gushi really didn't know at all. However, he could tell that Wang Yongsho was showing off to himself that his family had a legacy, and that he had a future. Now Gushi came to ask Wang Yongsho for help. If he wanted to show off, he would just support him. Anyway, it's just a matter of 1 or 2 sentences. After listening to this guy playing for a while at Wang Yongsho's house, Wang Yongsho pretended to have just remembered it. "Oh, look at me. You came to find me. But I keep dragging you here. Don't worry. We'll set off now. We'll ride over in my car later. It'll be quick." Gushi just smiled and said nothing. This Wang Yongsho is bragging, but he really does things just as he said. After a few more words with Gushi, Wang Yongsho drove his own vehicle. As a Death Knight, his car is also full of Death Knight style. Pulling the cart in front were 2 undead war horses. The 2 war horses were also covered in thick black armor. When the carriage came out, Wang Yongsho was still there introducing Gushi. "These 2 horses were both war horses that I used below level 5. You see, this one has been with me for at least 10 years. And this one even carried me out of the most dangerous place. Later, they died in the battle, and I didn't send them away. I kept them and let them serve as slaves. My boss at the time also took a fancy to my performance and specially applied for a pass for me. Now I have this carriage, which is quite convenient no matter where I go." As Wang Yongsho spoke, he took Gushi into the carriage. The carriage pulled by these 2 undead horses is a 2-wheeled light carriage. Usually only 1 person can ride on it. Wang Yongsho gave up some space and let Gushi come directly to squeeze in. Then Wang Yongsho said to Gushi, "You should open your eyes and watch the unknown side of Balian City." Before Gushi could say anything, he saw a blur of flowers in front of his eyes, and the surroundings began to become colorful. Have you seen it? This is the most advanced phase channel developed by Chengxi City. As long as one is deployed in the city, it can appear anywhere in the city immediately, without waiting for Gushi to ask questions. Wang Yongsho introduced the situation at hand to Gushi. At this time, Gushi also noticed the colorful situation around him, which seemed to be the result of space and time being distorted by some kind of force. In this chaotic time and space, Wang Yongsho couldn't control everything. He could only tell where he was going, and everything that followed was out of his control. Training ground number 4. As Wang Yongsho said where he was going, Gushi felt a pulling force in front of his eyes. Some special force, dragging the carriage forward. Just like this, Gushi almost understood what the phase channel in front of him was like. Any phase or displacement here is useless. This is directly a passage near Balian City. Normal people cannot enter the passage, and they will be torn into pieces immediately after entering. Only those with passes can enter and exit. But you cannot come and go freely. You must clearly stay where you are going and be guided in the direction of the target. If there is no traction, you will die if you go in. Gushi, who understood this, suddenly lost interest in this phase channel. This thing is not as convenient as teleportation. The most important thing is that the energy consumed is too much, which directly gives up Gushi's idea of doing something in his own city. Chapter 988, A Huge Reward. We've arrived at training ground number 4. While Gushi was still thinking about things, the carriage had already sprung out of the colorful space. At this time, Gushi found that they had reached the other end of Balian City. Looking up at the sky, Gushi's eyes also changed. You can feel it. It only takes an instant to go back and forth. This is the charm of the Phase channel. Regarding Wang Yongshou's words, Gu Shi did not answer directly, but looked around. This place should be considered the military-restricted area of Balian City. Except for an inconspicuous gate, there are only mountains and forests nearby. This is Balian City's number 4 training ground. Although it doesn't look very eye-catching, there are actually more than 300 entrances to the game world here. It's amazing. This is the confidence of our Balian Knights. Think about it. How much of the game world does the largest skeletal ichthyosaur guild control? The Gua family, the largest aristocratic family, controls several more game worlds. No matter how much they were put together, they couldn't compare to the City Lord's mansion. This is only training ground number 4. There are training grounds number 1, 2 and 3 above. Okay, Wang Yongshou. I heard you bragging as soon as I got here. You're just fooling the kids. At this time, a voice interrupted Wang Yongshou's words. Gu Shi looked back and found another Death Knight from the White Train Knights not far away. Unlike Wang Yongshou who brought him here, this Death Knight was riding on his death horse, holding a double-edged sword in his hand. Captain, Wang Yongshou said excitedly when he saw the Death Knight. Captain, this is Gu Shi. I brought him here to receive the reward for killing the 3rd Elder of the Fusion Society. So you are just Gu Shi. I couldn't tell that you are so young and have such strength. I have to thank you for this fusion meeting. If it weren't for you, we don't know how long we would have stayed in those game worlds. You deserve the reward this time, so feel free to take it. After saying that, the Death Knight smiled at Gu Shi and then left quickly. When the Death Knight left, Wang Yongshou said to Gu Shi mysteriously, Brother Gu Shi, it's quite troublesome to help you with the reward this time. After all, what you are doing is too big. Originally a reward for a squad or even a squadron of Death Knights. Now add it all up and put it on you alone. Some people above you will be more or less unconvinced. In the end, it was our captain who withstood the pressure and asked for the things. Do you know why you came to the number 4 training ground to get something this time? Gu Shi shook his head, saying that he wasn't sure what was going on here. Let me tell you secretly. The reward this time is incredible. It was originally agreed that this mission would be assigned to the squadron, regardless of which team it is killed by. The last team member will be rewarded with a level 19 bone dragon that has been trained enough to serve as a mount. The captain level reward is a level 20 bone dragon mount. The squadron leader adds a purple outfit. There are 55 people in our squad, and a squadron consists of 6 squads. If I give it to you according to this standard, I will give you 6 level 20 bone dragons and 330 level 19 bone dragons. If all of this is given to you, you can directly drag out a bone dragon army. Hearing this, Gu Shi muttered to himself. Even without these, I still have an army of bone dragons. But he still didn't speak, and just listened carefully. Sure enough, Wang Yongshou started talking again. It's impossible to give you all the bone dragons. Of course, it is impossible for the City Lord not to give you some good things. After all, the strength of the 3 elders of the Fusion Society is there. If they are above level 30, killing them in the game means that they have the combat power to defeat level 30 game characters. For such a talent, it would be fine if only 1 bone dragon was given. How can I ask for help in the future? At least the value of the things given should be equivalent to these more than 300 bone dragons. Do you know what the City Lord's palace came up with as a reward in the end? Gu Shi couldn't help but laugh at Wang Yongshou's storytelling-like introduction. What's the matter? Come here to get a reward yourself. And you still have to be a compliment. But for the sake of the reward, Gu Shi suppressed the slight dissatisfaction in his heart and asked with a smile. What is the reward this time? A level 29 corpse. It took 7 or 8 guilds and nearly 6,000 players to kill it. In order to kill this guy, the City Lord even used 2 pieces of orange equipment. Hearing this, Gu Shi also nodded. Level 29 strength requires the use of orange equipment. When he fought against the Yushu King, there were only level 19 enemies, but he still used an orange suit. Seeing Gu Shi nod, Wang Yongshou thought that Gu Shi agreed with what he said. He talked even more happily. After killing this enemy, his corpse has been the direction of our research. During this time, many necromancers in the city have been studying this corpse. Many research results have also been produced. It can be said that this corpse is a treasure. This time, the City Lord's mansion discussed it for a long time and finally decided to give you this corpse. In addition, all the previous research based on this corpse will be packaged for you. Level 29 corpse. That's okay. Gu Shi thought about it in his mind. Although this reward was not within the scope of his imagination, it was still reasonable. However, Gushi also understood that the level 29 corpse mentioned here may have been cramped and skinned, and some important bones and internal organs may have been taken away. I'm afraid there won't be much good stuff in the rest. The only thing that can satisfy the necromancer may be the gimmick of level 29 corpses. But will this work for Gushi? In Aradovi City, the ashes of the 3 elders who were killed are still stored. At the same time, a level 31 Death Knight, who had been transformed through double death, was still moving back and forth among the 3 temples, thinking about which route he wanted to take. Previously, Gushi used the level 34 dragon corpse at the Dragon Blood Castle. He still lacks a level 29 corpse. How funny. Gushi sighed. This is what he got after more than a month of going through the process. Although Gushi kept complaining in his heart, but he did not show any dissatisfaction on the surface. Instead, he followed Wang Yongsho seriously, went around a small hill in front of him, and came to a platform in front of the mountain. The platform in front of me is not that big. It looks like a large aircraft carrier was transported to land, and finally buried in the soil. More than a dozen bone dragons that are a circle larger than normal bone dragons are lying near the platform. Seeing Wang Yongsho approaching, all the bone dragons raised their heads and stared at Gushi and the others. Chapter 989 Ancient Corpse Remains. We're here. Right here. What are you doing here? I've invited people over, but you still haven't taken out your things. Wang Yongsho turned around and glared at these bone dragons. The look in his eyes clearly said, "What do you mean? I didn't see that they were busy here." However, these bone dragons had no eyesight at all. No matter how Wang Yongsho glared at them, they did not react at all. It wasn't until Gushi and Wang Yongsho reached the front of the platform that a bone dragon took off on its own. The bone dragon opened its mouth and spoke authentic common language. "Isn't this $1 million? How much have I made this time?" "No, that's not the case. Don't talk nonsense." Wang Yongsho waved his hands repeatedly and glanced at Gushi secretly. When he realized that Gushi ignored his actions, Wang Yongsho said, "You'd better be faster, or I will take him away." After hearing this, the bone dragon chuckled and looked at Gushi again. "Wait here." After saying all that, the bone dragon took off and flew towards the distance. After the bone dragon flew away, Wang Yongsho smiled awkwardly. These guys are the gatekeepers at the number 4 training ground. They usually rely on their work and don't take anyone seriously. Wang Yongsho kept muttering there. At this moment, Gushi raised his head. He noticed that the sky had darkened quite a bit. It was the bone dragon that had left earlier and was flying over with more bone dragons. A large number of corpses hung under the bone dragon. All of these corpses were dinosaurs of various shapes and species. There is a huge-headed brontosaurus, as well as Tyrannosaurus rex and Diplodocus. When hanging under the bone dragon, Gushi could also notice that these dinosaurs were dripping with blood. When the bone dragon flew over, there was no other explanation. He threw the dinosaur onto the platform and flew away. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gushi was also a little puzzled. He turned to look at Wang Yongsho, and the expression in his eyes clearly asked Wang Yongsho, "What is this?" Wang Yongsho didn't know what was going on. It was different from what he had promised at the beginning. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. A body like a hill fell from the sky and hit the dinosaurs. Gushi was also shocked when he saw the corpse. When he heard Wang Yongsho's introduction just now, he had already guessed what the monster could be that could gather thousands of players in Balian City to attack together. Normally, if you can't beat it, just go around it. There is no need to risk your life. But when he saw the corpse in front of him, Gushi understood that the top management of Balian City was not crazy. If it were him at that time, he would have made the same decision. The body that was dragged over was a large tree trunk. All the branches and leaves on the tree had been cut off. Even the bark was gone. Part of the heart of the tree had also been dug out. The same was true for most of the tree roots. The roots of the trees were cut off. The only thing that can prove that this is a monster is the burr on the trunk that looks like a human face. Wild monsters, like tree spirits. After just one glance, Gushi made a judgment in his mind. Gushi knows this kind of weirdness. They either move slowly, or simply cannot move at all. The attacks are mainly melee combat, and sometimes tree roots or vines can be used to control the enemy. But no matter what, the most obvious weakness of this thing is its weakness to fire, and lack of long-range attack. Use rockets to burn him remotely, as long as the opponent doesn't get close. Even a level 1 skeleton shooter can grind the enemy to death. And by killing such wild monsters, in addition to getting a lot of experience, you can also get various materials. For example, the branches, leaves, flowers and fruits on the tree, and the bark, roots and core of the tree. These are either the best materials for making wands and armor, or the best medicinal materials. These are all the things that players need most. And it's not that difficult to fight such wild monsters. Just do a good job of clearing the area, and use long-range all-out attacks. When the attack power exceeds the recovery speed of this tree monster, the possibility of beating the opponent to death is quite high. This kind of monster is quite cost-effective. If you really encounter it, it's impossible not to fight it. Of course, wild monsters, like tree spirits, also have their own defense capabilities. For example, a large number of such dryads gather together to form a forest, or raise some soldiers such as flower elves and dryads to protect themselves. This is why Balian City needs more than 6,000 players to clear the place. Gushi now has some perspective. Just when this part of the body fell down, Gushi had already understood some of the situation. Gushi also had some recognition for the reward in front of him. At this moment, Gushi noticed a crackling sound coming from the tree trunk that was thrown on top of the dinosaur carcass. Gushi looked up curiously towards the direction of the tree trunk, and found that the human-faced tree tumors attached to the tree trunk had detached from the tree trunk, and were only connected to the tree trunk by something like black silk ribbons, and quickly lay on top of the dinosaur. He kept biting and sucking on the flesh and blood. Under the sucking of the tree tumor, the flesh and blood on the dinosaur corpse was visibly reduced. But Gushi noticed one thing: the tree tumor sucked blood, but the tree trunks did not get any benefits. It was obvious that the trunk was dead. No matter how much flesh and blood is replenished from the burls, the tree can't be saved. Seeing Gushi's expression, Wang Yongsho said from the side, "How about it? Do you want to go up and check it out?" Gushi thought for a while, and finally nodded. But he didn't step forward immediately. Instead, he stood at a distance until all the flesh and blood of the dinosaurs were sucked out, and all the tree tumors returned to the trunks. Then Gushi moved forward. While walking around the dinosaur corpses, Gushi found that all the dinosaurs had turned into mummies. If he reached out and touched them, the corpses would be weathered. It can be seen that the essence of flesh and blood has been drained out of the dinosaur corpse. Although this kind of thing is not uncommon for Gushi, a necromancer, there are really not many people who can do it. This made Gushi's eyes somewhat solemn. Although on the surface, he looked nonchalant as he stepped forward. The orange and purple equipment in his hands were already ready for quick use. Before walking to the tree trunk, Gushi stretched out his hand and pressed on the tree trunk. And then two prompts popped up in front of him. Discover the remains of the corpse of ancient dryad Cecilia Gustav, level 29. Discover a special seal tree tumor node, purple dot. These two reminders made Gushi couldn't help but let out a sigh. He was not surprised that only the remains of the ancient tree spirit's body were left. But he was surprised that the previous tree tumor was not the ancient tree spirit's own, but a special seal used to seal Cecilia Gustav. Chapter 990: The Remains of the Ancient Tree Spirit. Just when Gushi was wondering about the seal, the bone dragon also fell down. "How's it going? Do you have a lot of questions?" Gushi raised his head and glanced at the bone dragon, and found that there were faint blue flames in his eyes. At this time, Gushi could see a hint of smile in the flames. "Gushi, I wonder what you call me, senior." "Uh-huh. He is indeed a young man with potential. You have seen this. Just call me Mr. Zhou. I am just a lich who has never been born. I almost forgot where I put my life box." After listening to Gushi's words, Bone Dragon laughed heartily. After laughing, Bone Dragon Zhou Laokai said, "Tell me what you think of the remains of the ancient tree spirit. If you can tell me, I will give you a reward. If you can't tell me, I'm sorry, but you can't take this thing. Walk. Even if he is dead, he still has vitality, and it is still a strange existence. And the pollution is quite strong. Otherwise, the corpse of this ancient tree spirit should not be treated like this. And the part 1C now should not be all of the ancient tree spirits. At least not all of the trunk. Judging from the size in front of you, there should still be an upper half. Can I understand that if there is no such seal, and the upper half is put back together, this ancient tree spirit will be resurrected immediately?" Listening to Gushi's words, Bone Dragon Mr. Zhou laughed again. "It seems that you really understand. This is really the case with this ancient tree spirit. When we fought against this ancient tree spirit, we killed him 3 times, but failed to react in time and resurrected him to stand up and fight. We fought this battle for 3 full weeks before finally developing this method. Divide the ancient tree spirit into 3 parts and seal them. The section in front of you is the root part of the tree, which is mainly responsible for absorbing life force. The middle section is easy to store and convert energy. The top section is responsible for developing the converted strange energy and resurrecting the ancient tree spirit. If these three pieces of debris are placed separately, without seals, it will cause mutations in the nearby land. If put together, it will directly cause the resurrection of the ancient tree spirit. Later, someone did some research and found that this was because this ancient tree spirit chose to strengthen its physical strength from the beginning. If you don't have the skills, it's best to leave this thing behind. You have also seen the situation with the tree burl nodes. This thing requires a large amount of flesh and blood essence every time, which normal people cannot afford to consume. The most important thing is that the burl node can only seal this piece of wreckage. You can't use this piece of wreckage. Bone Dragon Mr. Zhou kindly reminded Gu Shi. But Gu Shi showed some interest in the remains of the ancient tree spirit. He thought for a moment and asked, "If I want it, can you give me the rest of the wreckage?" Hearing Gu Shi's question, Bone Dragon Mr. Zhou was also stunned for a moment. "I can give you the crown part, but I'm afraid I can't give you the middle part." Gu Shi didn't force it after hearing it. He knew as soon as he heard it that the middle part had probably been studied clearly and was now being used. "Then let's take the roots and crown of the tree. When can I take these things away?" Gu Shi's words made Gu Long also stunned. "What? Do you really want it?" "Yes. This thing is already my reward. So of course, I have to take it away," Gu Shi said with certainty. "Okay. But I want to see that you can really deal with this piece of wreckage. Otherwise, I won't let you take it away. You must know that this ancient tree spirit is quite dangerous. I can't let you take him to Balian City." Gu Shi walked around the ancient tree spirit in a small circle and finally nodded. "Please also remove the tree knot node." After listening to Gu Shi's words, Bone Dragon Mr. Zhou turned his head and looked at the nearby bone dragon. Those bone dragons did not need the orders of Bone Dragon Elder Zhou and flew to the nearby mountains and forests on their own. After a while, the bone dragons flew out with a large number of dinosaurs. This time, the dinosaur was not thrown onto the platform, but onto the ground nearby, affected by the breath of dinosaur flesh and blood. The knotted tree nodes originally lying on the remains of the ancient tree spirit became active again. However, this time the flesh and blood was obviously far away from the remains of the ancient tree spirit. These tree tumors did not leave, but jumped back and forth on the remains of the ancient tree spirit. "It seems like I want to leave, but I can't." At this time, the bone dragons made a strange sound. And under this sound, the tree tumors began to slowly spread outward. Just when the tree birds jumped off the platform, the remains of the ancient tree spirit that had been motionless suddenly moved, and twisted roots began to grow from the originally bare trunk. The roots grow very quickly, and the roots look different from normal tree roots. Seen from a distance, these tree roots look more like a white flesh insect crawling out of the trunk. After these flesh bugs took root in the ground, the platform turned rusty to the naked eye. Gu Shi stood farther away from the platform and could feel as if he was standing on tofu. "How is it? Is it okay?" Bone Dragon Zhou Lao glanced at Gu Shi, the fire in his eyes carrying a hint of smile. "Nothing is impossible." Gu Shi didn't say anything, and the holder of the Huangquan dragon robe appeared next to Gu Shi. When the person holding the suit appeared, there were some changes in the eyes of Bone Dragon Zhou Lao. He was not sure what Gu Shi was going to do. As soon as the holder of the Huangquan dragon robe appeared, he turned his head to look at Gu Shi and shook his head gently. Gu Shi took a step forward, put his hand on the shoulder of the holder of the underworld dragon robe, and used the side of the underworld dragon robe to look at everything around him. From the perspective of the Huangquan dragon robe, you can see the earth veins and dragon veins. At first, Gu Shi didn't actually want to deal with the remains of the ancient tree spirit so early. After all, he could use this kind of thing to develop his own village. But now Bone Dragon Zhou Lao's words stopped him. If Gu Shi couldn't prove that he could handle all this, he might lose the reward in front of him. So Gu Shi must use some means. From the perspective of the Huangquan dragon robe, Gu Shi could see that as the roots that looked like white flesh worms penetrated into the ground, the remains of the ancient tree spirit were constantly absorbing everything underground, and assimilate the nearby ground with it, transforming it into the attributes needed by the ancient tree spirit remains. In Gu Shi's words, the remains of the ancient tree spirit were turning the neighborhood into a ley line suitable for his existence. If we only rely on the Huangquan dragon robe, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat him. A thought flashed through Gu Shi's mind. We can't let him continue like this. A mere existence of level 29 is already dead, so he shouldn't think about getting up and becoming a monster. Death incarnate.